10 years have passed. The fire 10 years ago completely changed my fate. The Jiang family was burned down overnight, and all 38 people died tragically. Only I, thanks to Tang Chuchu's desperate rescue, survived. She used her life to save my life, but was disfigured and almost all over my body was covered with scars. I, Jang Chen, will never forget how that once beautiful face was devoured by the flames and became unrecognizable. Today, I finally returned with glory. I am no longer the weakling I was back then. In my 10 years of military service, I have grown from an unknown soldier to the Southern Wilderness Dragon Commander, a black dragon that is famous all over the world and feared by the enemy. But all this glory cannot erase the pain in my heart. I came back to repay my gratitude and also for revenge. When I walked out of Jiangzhou bus station, I heard my subordinates report, Long Shuai, the woman who saved you 10 years ago was called Tang Chuchu. She saved you from the sea of fire, but she was disfigured because of it, and the disfigurement area reached 95%. Hearing this, the phone in my hand was almost crushed, and the coldness in my eyes spread instantly. She was disfigured because of me, and I have only cared about my own survival for the past 10 years. Now, I can no longer let her suffer any injustice. When I returned to Jiangzhou, the first thing I did was to find Tang Chuchu. Her status in the Tang family was extremely low, and now the Tang family was looking for a son-in-law for her. No one was willing to marry a disfigured woman like her, but I, Jang Chen, was determined to build a new world for her. In the lobby of the Tang family's villa, I stood among many candidates, waiting to be announced who would become the Tang family's son-in-law. When the old man announced my name, I saw Tang Chuchu sitting on the sofa, trembling slightly in her white veil. The girl who once saved me at all costs has now completely lost her life and dignity. I walked towards her and held out my hand without hesitation. From today on, with me here, you will have the whole world to yourself. She was stunned, as if she couldn't believe it, with endless pain and grievance in her eyes. I knew that her inferiority and despair had eroded her heart, and I wanted her to find hope again. Holding her hand, I took her away from the indifference of the Tang family and brought her to Emperor Residence, the most luxurious villa in the river. Here, our new life will begin. I gently took off her veil and saw her scarred face. My heart ached. The pain she had endured in the past 10 years was beyond my imagination. Now, she felt that she was in love. Villa, in front of the mirror. Tang Chuchu was wrapped in white gauze all over her body, even on her face. At this moment, she couldn't help but become nervous. She applied the medicine every day for the past 10 days, and she could feel a burning sensation on her skin. Jang Chen told her that as long as she continued to take the medicine, she would be able to regain her beauty in a few days. Really, is it really possible? She tightly grasped a pair of strong hands. Okay. Jang Chen slowly removed the gauze on her face and then her body. Tang Chuchu felt the light, but she didn't dare to open her eyes. Open your eyes and look. Tang Chuchu then opened her eyes and stood naked in front of the mirror. In the mirror, there is a woman with medicine powder on her body. Although there is powder, her skin is fair and smooth. Seeing a nearly perfect face in the mirror, Tang Chuchu was shocked with her mouth wide open. After being stunned for several seconds, she quickly wiped off the powder on her face and touched her face with an expression of disbelief. This. She was shocked and dumbfounded. She couldn't believe that the woman standing in the mirror with fair and smooth skin was her. 10 years ago she was burned and her entire body was disfigured. Even with advanced medical technology today, recovery is impossible. Now, she has recovered. For 10 years she never dared to look in the mirror and woke up from nightmares every night. Looking at the perfect face in the mirror, she cried with joy and tears as big as beans rolled down from the corners of her eyes. She threw herself into Jang Chen's arms and burst into tears. 10 years of grievances disappeared at this moment. Jang Chen hugged Tang Chuchu tightly and promised solemnly, "From now on, I will protect you and will not let you get hurt again." Tang Chuchu came back to her senses from her excitement and joy, and realized that she was not wearing anything. She couldn't help but blush and look shy. She broke free from Jang Chen's arms, lowered her head and looked at a loss. Jang Chen pointed to the bathroom nearby and said, "The hot water has been prepared for you, and the clothes have been bought for you, but I don't know the size. I bought several pieces of underwear in various sizes. You can wear whichever one suits you best. Tang Chuchu lowered her head shyly and ran to the bathroom. Jang Chen came to the hall, sat down on the sofa, picked up a cigarette on the table and lit it. Dragon Marshal. A man came in from outside. He was about 40 years old, wearing a black suit. He held a thick document in his hand and handed it over with his head down. Here is the information of the 4 major families. The causes and consequences of the Jiang family's extermination 10 years ago are all in the document. Please take a look, Marshal Long. Jang Chen pointed at the table and said, "Put it here." General Long, these are just a few second-rate families. Just give the order and I will lead my men to destroy them in a matter of minutes. Jang Chen paused slightly. The men stopped talking immediately. Jang Chen looked up at the man standing in front of him with his head down. I am no longer Long Shuai. From now on, there will be no Long Shuai in this world. Investigating the 4 major families in Jiangzhou is also the last time I will use my privileges. You don't have to follow me. Take your brothers back. You are still needed to guard the border. The men immediately knelt on the ground and said firmly, once a commander, always a commander. Now the border of the southern wasteland is stable and the enemy dare not invade. Marshal Long, don't chase us away. Let us stay and help you. Jiang Chen stood up, helped the man who was kneeling on the ground, and said, Xiao Hei, this is my personal matter. I will handle it myself. After dealing with this matter, I want to live a peaceful life without swords and blood. I want to protect Chuchu and give her the best love in the world. Dragon Marshal. Back off, take your brothers back to the southern wilderness. Jiang Chen roared. Xiao Hei knelt on the ground again and shouted loudly, Long Shuai, take care. Our Black Dragon army is waiting for your return. Go ahead. Jiang Chen sat down again and paused slightly. Xiao Hei then turned and left. Soon, Tang Chuchu came out after taking a shower. She wore a white halter dress, revealing her fair neck and arms. This was the kind of clothes she had never dared to wear before. She was in a good mood, humming a tune, touching her smooth skin, and pouting her little mouth. Seeing Jiang Chen sitting on the sofa, smoking silently, she immediately stopped humming the song. She walked over and sat down beside me. Her face was red, and I didn't know if it was because she had just taken a shower or because she was shy. She started to speak, but didn't know what to say. Although she had been with Jiang Chen day and night for 10 days, she was always blindfolded. Now facing Jiang Chen, she felt a little timid, her face flushed, and she didn't know what to say. Jiang Chen, who was thinking, reacted and looked at Tang Chuchu whose scar had healed. His eyes lit up and he asked, Wife, when are we going to get the marriage certificate? Ah. Tang Chuchu was stunned, her little mouth slightly open, looking confused, so adorable. Jiang Chen smiled and said, I have already married into the Tang family and I am your husband. This is the order from your grandfather. Do you want to regret it and not want to marry me? Marry. After Tang Chuchu reacted, she didn't say much, just one word. During these 10 days, Jiang Chen's meticulous care for her made her understand what warmth was. How can I not marry such a man? She glanced at Jiang Chen secretly. She was tall and big, with strong features. Her cheeks turned red at first sight, and her heart beat faster and faster. An hour later, a man and a woman walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau holding hands. Tang Chuchu looked at the red certificate in her hand, feeling dazed. Just got the certificate like that. She had fantasized about her future, she had fantasized about having a passionate love affair in the future. However, everything was different from what she had imagined. Her grandfather arranged her fate for the rest of her life. She was taken away by Jiang Chen, who married into the Tang family, and taken to a palace-like place where she lived for 10 days. 10 days later, her injuries healed, her appearance returned to normal, and she became a stunningly beautiful woman. Although she didn't know her husband's identity, she felt very happy and couldn't help but hold Jiang Chen's hand tightly. Tang Chuchu had been away from home for 10 days, and the Tang family did not look for her. In the eyes of the Tang family, Tang Chuchu is the shame of the Tang family and the laughingstock of Jiangzhou. Without Tang Chuchu, the Tang family's business is destined to reach a higher level. After Tang Chuchu's appearance was restored, she went with Jang Chen to get the marriage certificate and then returned home. Tang Tianlong has 3 sons. The eldest is Tang Hai, the second is Tang Jie, and the third is Tang Bo. Because of Tang Chuchu, Tang Bo was not well received in the Tang family, even though he worked diligently and made great contributions to the development of the Tang family. But in the Tang family, his status was extremely low and he had no say. Although Tang Bo is a manager of the Tang group, he has no shares in the Tang family's enterprises. He only receives a salary every month without any dividends, which causes his family to live in poverty. Although I bought a house, I still have to pay the mortgage every month. Chen, this is my home. Tang Chuchu brought Jang Chen back home, pointed at the closed door, and said, "It's not as good as the palace you live in." Jang Chen held her hand and said with a smile, "With you here, anywhere is home." Tang Chuchu felt warm in her heart, walked to the door and knocked gently. Soon the door opened, and the person who opened the door was Tang Chuchu's mother Yanmei. She saw a beautiful woman and a strange man at the door, and was startled. She asked, "Who are you looking for?" "Mom." Tang Chuchu called out. The word "mom" stunned Yanmei. She stared at the beautiful and sexy woman in front of her, unable to react for a moment. "Mom, I'm Chuchu, Tang Chuchu." "Ah." Yanmei was shocked. She looked at the beautiful woman in front of her, who looked like a fairy from a painting, and asked in confusion, You are Chuchu?" "Yes, Mom, I'm fine. My scar is healed." "Mom." Jiang Chen also called out. "You." Yanmei was stunned again. Tang Chuchu pulled Jiang Chen and said, "Mom, this is the grandson-in-law that Grandpa hired." Yanmei finally reacted, and immediately pulled Tang Chuchu over, saying coldly, "I have never admitted that I have such a son-in-law." Then he touched Tang Chuchu's fair face. "Chuchu, is it really you? Your face, the scars on your body, what's going on?" "Mom, I've been receiving treatment for the past 10 days. I'm fine now. I'm completely fine now. I won't embarrass you anymore." Tang Chuchu choked up. Ever since the accident, she has brought shame to the Tang family, making them a laughingstock in Jiangzhong and making her parents unable to hold their heads up in front of outsiders. "Daughter." Yanmei also hugged Tang Chuchu and cried sadly, "Daughter, it's my fault. I ignored you before and made you suffer. Come on, come in, and sit down." She pulled Tang Chuchu into the house. Her daughter's appearance had been restored, which gave Yanmei other thoughts. With her daughter's current beauty, she can definitely marry a rich man, or even marry into a wealthy family, instead of marrying a loser who is greedy for wealth, has no ambition, and is willing to marry into the family for money. She looked coldly at Jiang Chen who was sitting beside her and pointed at the door, "Get out." "Mom, what are you doing?" "This is my husband, the grandson-in-law chosen by Grandpa himself. Let's go back to the family villa and ask the old man to cancel this marriage personally." Yanmei took Tang Chuchu and left. "Chen." Tang Chuchu turned around with helplessness on her face. Jiang Chen shrugged with an indifferent expression, then followed the two of them. In the Tang family's villa hall, all the Tang family members looked at the beautiful woman standing next to Yanmei with incredible expressions. Is this Tang Chuchu? Is this the Tang Chuchu who was disfigured 10 years ago? What happened? How come he changed after just 10 days? Chuchu, is that you? Chuchu, is it really Chuchu? Did you go to Korea for plastic surgery? A full-body plastic surgery. Is plastic surgery technology so advanced now? The Tang family members all looked incredulous. They didn't believe that the beautiful woman in front of them was the scarred Tang Chuchu. Is this a magic pill? Yanmei said directly, "Dad, I don't agree with this marriage. With Chuchu's current appearance, she can definitely marry into a wealthy family. How can she marry a useless son-in-law?" Tang Tianlong, who was sitting on the sofa and smoking a pipe, stared at Tang Chuchu. He didn't know what was going on. Why did Tang Chuchu, whose whole body was disfigured, recover in just 10 days? However, Tang Chuchu is indeed a beauty now. He nodded gently and said, "Well, that makes sense. There are many people who have not married in the major families in Jiangzhou now. I will use my connections to contact the major families and find a good family for Chuchu. I don't agree. Tang Chuchu stood up and said with tears in her eyes, Grandpa, you decided to marry me to Jang Chen. Now that Jang Chen has cured me, you want to go back on your word. What do you think of me? What are you talking about, you damned girl? Bang. He Yanmei slapped Tang Chuchu's fair face and scolded her, what's the point of following this poor boy? Tang Chuchu covered her beaten face with her hands, then picked up a fruit knife on the table and put it on her face. If you force me again, I will disfigure myself. You. He Yanmei was so angry that she was shaking all over. That's enough. Tang Tianlong yelled, how shameless, Tang Chuchu, Grandpa is doing this for your own good. With your current looks, it's no problem for you to marry into a wealthy family and enjoy wealth and glory. Why do you have to follow a poor boy? At this time, Jang Chen, who had been silent, stood up, looked at the Tang family members present, and said lightly, I, Jang Chen, don't have to be the Tang family's son-in-law, but this is between Chuchu and I. We have already obtained the marriage certificate. If she agrees to divorce, I have nothing to say, but if she disagrees, no one can force her. Boy, do you have the right to speak here? Tang Lei, the eldest grandson of the Tang family, stood up, pointed at Jang Chen's nose, and cursed, you are just a waste who married into the Tang family. In the Tang family, you have no right to speak. If the Tang family wants you to leave, you have to leave. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand, bent Tang Lei's finger that was pointing at him, and said with a cold expression, no one has ever dared to point fingers at me. Ah, that hurts. Tang Lei screamed in pain, his body bent, his face showing pain, and he begged, I was wrong, let go first. Jiang Chen let him go. Tang Lei kept gasping for air. Looking at Jiang Chen with a cold face, he felt angry. He picked up the ashtray on the table and was about to smash it on Jiang Chen's head. What are you doing? Tang Tianlong scolded, are there any house rules left? Put them down. Tang Lei turned around and looked at Tang Tianlong with a sad face, Grandpa, this kid is going too far, you have to make the decision for me. That's enough. Tang Tianlong paused while smoking his pipe, then looked at Jiang Chen standing in front of him and said, I'll give you 500,000 yuan, and you divorce Chuchu. From now on, you have nothing to do with Chuchu. I won't. Tang Chuchu yelled. Rebellion. Tang Tianlong slammed his hand on the table and shouted, I'm not dead yet, I'm still the head of the Tang family, I have the final say on the affairs of the Tang family. Jiang Chen also didn't want to see Tang Chuchu and the Tang family fall out. He came back this time for two reasons, one was to repay a favor, and the other was to take revenge. He didn't want to put Tang Chuchu in a difficult position or cause her to break up with her family because of his desire to repay the favor. Grandpa, please give me a chance to prove that I, Jiang Chen, am no worse than anyone else. Opportunity. Tang Lei sneered, Jiang Chen, the information shows that you are an orphan who grew up in an orphanage and served as a soldier for a few years. How can you be worthy of Chuchu now? I'll give you a chance. Qianjuan Group knows that our Tang family has always wanted to cooperate with Qianjuan Group, but we have never been able to get along with Qianjuan. If you can get Qianjuan Group to cooperate with the Tang family, then why not admit that you are the son-in-law of the Tang family? Tang Lei had long been unhappy with Jiang Chen, a retired soldier with no money and no power. Why was he so arrogant? He thought of a way to make things difficult for Jiang Chen so that he would give up. He already had a suitable candidate for his sister-in-law in mind, and that was Xiao Chen from the Xiao family, the first of the four wealthy families. Grandpa, let Jiang Chen go to Qianjuan Group to get the order. If he can get the order from Qianjuan Group, you will recognize him. If not, get out. Tang Tianlong smoked a pipe and said, well, it's feasible. The Tang family mainly deals in medicinal material processing. Recently, Qianjuan Group has been expanding its production and has issued many orders. Countless medicinal material processing companies are competing for Qianjuan's orders. As long as you can get an order of 30 million from Qianjuan, I will recognize you as the son-in-law of the Tang family. I will give you 10 days. It won't take 10 days. I'll give you the order tomorrow. After saying that, Jiang Chen took Tang Chuchu and left. This kid has such an arrogant tone. Tianjuan is the leader of the pharmaceutical group with a market value of hundreds of billions. It's really a pipe dream to want to get orders from Tianjuan Group. Tang Lei said with disdain. He Yanmei begged, Dad, you can't be soft-hearted. An order of 30 million is nothing. With Chuchu's current appearance, she can definitely marry into one of the 4 major families. Tang Tianlong paused slightly and said, don't push him too hard. Tianjun's orders are controlled by the 4 major families. It's not that easy to get them. Let this kid give up. Then we can find a way to let Chuchu marry into a wealthy family. As long as we can form an alliance with the 4 major families, our Tang family will be able to rise rapidly in Jiangzhou. After leaving the Tang family, Tang Chuchu blushed and cried, Chen, I'm sorry, it's my fault. I can't even decide my own marriage. Jang Chen held her hand and said, didn't Grandpa say that as long as I can get the order from Tianjuan Group, I will acknowledge you as my wife? But, that's Tianjuan Group. Tang Chuchu looked worried. As a Jiangzhou native, how could she not know about Tianjuan Group? This is a multinational enterprise that has only settled in Jiangzhou in recent years, and Tianjuan Group's orders are basically in the hands of the 4 major families in Jiangzhou. Jiang Chen smiled and said, if you don't try it, how do you know it won't work? Tang Chuchu suddenly remembered something and said, oh, I remember that a high school classmate of mine works at Tianjuan Group and is a department manager. I'll go find her and ask her to help me get in touch with the top management of Tianjuan Group. I should be able to meet them. The 2 walked hand in hand towards home. Tang Chuchu's home is located in the same residential area as the Tang family villa, but the Tang family headquarters is a villa, while Tang Chuchu's home is in a high-rise residential area. The 2 of them walked together, and when they got home, Yanmei had already returned, but she did not let Jang Chen into the house. For this reason, Jang Chen was helpless and said, Chuchu, I'll go back first. Tang Chuchu had no choice but to nod. Now, the first priority is to get Tianjuan's order and let the Tang family recognize Jang Chen's identity. After she entered the house, she began to contact classmates she hadn't contacted for many years. Jang Chen, on the other hand, returned to the emperor's residence, the most luxurious villa complex on the river. He sat on the sofa, smoking a cigarette, then took out his phone and dialed a number, asked the chairman of Tianjuan Group to come to Duangju. He didn't want to use Long Shuai's privileges. But, if he wanted to get Tianjuan's order, he had to use it. Soon, a middle-aged man appeared in the emperor's residence. The man was probably in his 50s, wearing a suit, slightly fat and bald. Long Shuai. The man entered the emperor's residence and knelt on the ground. He is the person in charge of Tianjuan Group in Jiangzhou, a member of the Yi family in Kyoto, and his name is Yi Xiong. Before coming, he already knew the identity of the person he was going to meet. This is the famous dragon general in the southern wilds, a god of killing who makes the enemies tremble with fear. Facing such an important figure, he did not dare to be negligent at all. After kneeling on the ground, cold sweat broke out on his back. Leaf bear. Jiang Chen put down the information in his hand, looked at the middle-aged man kneeling on the ground, paused slightly, and said lightly, stand up and talk. Yes. Yi Xiong then stood up. His forehead was covered in sweat, but he didn't dare to wipe it off. At this moment he was terrified, not knowing how he had offended this god of death, and not knowing why this god of death had called him here. Tomorrow, my wife Tang Chuchu will go to Tianjuan Group and ask you to take an order of 30 million. You have to receive it in person and cannot be negligent. Hearing this, Yi Xiong breathed a sigh of relief and smiled charmingly, Long Shuai, no problem. Not to mention 30 million, even if it's an order of 300 million, as long as Long Shuai needs it, I will offer it with both hands. Remember, my wife's name is Tang Chuchu of the Tang family. I'll remember that, little one. There's nothing for you to do now, go down. Yes. Yi Xiong left quickly as if he had been pardoned. After leaving the imperial residence, he was soaked all over. He is a member of the Yi family in Kyoto and the helmsman of Jiangzhou Tianjuan. Even the 4 major families in Jiangzhou would be trembling with fear when seeing him, but when facing Jang Chen, he did not have any temper at all. After Yi Xiong left, Jang Chen stood up and muttered to himself, It's been more than 10 days since I came back, and I haven't gone to worship yet. He walked out of the emperor's residence and planned to take a taxi to the ruins of the Jiang family in the suburbs. However, there was a commercial vehicle without license plate parked at the gate of Duangju, and in front of the vehicle stood a dark-skinned man wearing a black vest. Jang Chen walked over and glanced at Xiao He. Didn't I tell you to take your brothers back? Hey, Marshal Long, the brothers have already returned to the southern wasteland, but I stayed here. Marshal Long, please let me stay here. Call me Brother Jiang, there is no dragon marshal in the river. Yes. Go to the Jiang family cemetery. Brother Jiang, get in the car. Soon, Jang Chen arrived at the location of the Jiang family's former villa. The former Jiang family villa has been burned to ashes, and now there are tombs everywhere. The former number 1 family in Jiangzhou has now become a ruin. The sky was thick with dark clouds. Crash. It rained heavily. In front of the Jiang family tomb, there stood a young man in a brown windbreaker, and behind him stood a man holding an umbrella for him. Thump. Jang Chen knelt on the ground instantly. 10 years ago, the Jiang family was the number 1 family in Jiangzhou. He was 18 years old that year. That year his father married him a stepmother. His stepmother is Xiao Ruren, who is from the Xiao family, the first of the 4 wealthy families in Jiangzhou. Xiao Ruren planned something, went to his grandfather's bed, and falsely accused his grandfather of drugging her, causing his grandfather to lose his reputation and making the Jiang family a laughingstock in the Jiang family. In the same year, Xiao Ruren reported his father for corruption. His father was so angry that he suffered a heart attack. However, Xiao Ruren did not provide medical treatment. Instead, he pushed him down from the 3rd floor and announced to the public that his father Jiangnan committed suicide out of fear of punishment. After his father Jiangnan died, the 4 major families headed by the Xiao family gathered at the Jiang family and killed his grandfather. The 4 major families kidnapped more than 30 people from the Jiang family and demanded the Jiang family's treasure, the Flower and Moon Mountain dwelling map, which had been passed down 1,000 years ago. After obtaining the Huiyue Mountain residence map, the 4 major families burned down the Jiang family and divided up the Jiang family's assets. Dad, you are guilty. You are the sinner of the Jiang family. You shouldn't marry Xiao Ruren. You shouldn't bring this ambitious woman home. Jang Chen knelt in front of the grave and burst into tears. Who says men don't shed tears easily? It's just that men haven't reached the point of being sad. He hated his father. It was his father who fell in love with a woman he shouldn't have, which led to the destruction of the Jiang family. He hated Xiao Ruren, and he hated the 4 major families, the Xiao family, the Wang family, the Zhao family, and the Zhou family, even more. It was these 4 major families that turned the Jiang family into ghosts. Grandpa, you died unjustly. I swear, I will bring the heads of the leaders of the 4 major families to pay tribute to the dead souls of the Jiang family. Master Long, please accept my condolences. Xiao He behind him held an umbrella. He had never seen Jang Chen so sad, and he had never seen the mighty black dragon show this side of him. Even when facing thousands of troops, he was never afraid, but now he is crying like a tearful man. General Long, tonight, the Xiao family's Longting Group will hold a celebration banquet to celebrate the signing of a permanent agreement between Longting Group and Qianjuan Group. From now on, Longting will give priority to Qianjuan's orders. Only after Longting's choice will it be given to other groups. Today is also the 80th birthday of the head of the Xiao family. The Xiao family celebration banquet and birthday banquet will be held together. Dragon soars. Jiang Chen clenched his fists. Longting is the property of his Jiang family. Now, it has become the private property of the Xiao family. He stood up slowly, a murderous look on his resolute face. Prepare a coffin, go to the Xiao family, and collect the interest. The Xiao family is the leader of the 4 largest families in Jiangzhou. Today is a day worth celebrating for the Xiao family. First, the Longting Group under the Xiao family signed an agreement with the Qianjuan Group and became the closest partners. This means that the Xiao family's power has reached a new level. The second is the 80th birthday of Xiao Bia, the old man of the Xiao family. Outside the Xiao family villa, luxury cars gathered and celebrities from the river showed up one after another to celebrate the 80th birthday of the old man of the Xiao family and to congratulate the Xiao family and Qianjuan group on becoming permanent partners. The Wang family presents a 1,000-year-old jade ruby worth 8 million. I wish Mr. Xiao good fortune and a long life. The Zhou family sent a golden toad worth 12 million yuan, wishing the Xiao family good fortune. The Zhao family presented Tang Bohu's authentic work, which is worth 8.8 million. At the gate of the Xiao family, the etiquette lady held the microphone and kept announcing the gifts presented by the guests. In the hall of the villa, Xiao Biahe was dressed in green. Although he was 80 years old, he looked very energetic. When he heard about the gifts given by the guests, he smiled so hard that his eyes could not close. The banquet brought together people from all the major families in Jiangzhou. Even people from a second-rate family like the Tang family came. In order to curry favor with the Xiao family, Tang Tianlong took great pains and spent a high price to buy a jade Buddha as a gift to Xiao Biahe. People from all the major families took this opportunity to make friends and expand their network. Outside the Xiao family villa, a man wearing a brown coat and a mask on his face walked over on foot carrying a coffin. The coffin weighed at least 200 pounds, but the man held it up with one hand, seemingly without any effort. This is Jang Chen. Jang Chen, the dragon commander who is feared in the southern wilderness. He came back this time for two reasons, one was to repay a favor, and the other was to take revenge. Now he has married into the Tang family and is Tang Chuchu's husband. He doesn't want to bring trouble to Tang Chuchu, so he puts on a black mask and transforms into a ghost-faced devil. Boom. When he arrived in front of the Xiao family's gate, he exerted force suddenly, and the coffin he was holding flew out instantly, smashing the Xiao family's gate and falling in the hall of the Xiao family's villa. The sudden scene frightened everyone at the banquet. The noisy banquet suddenly became quiet. What's going on? Today is Xiao Biahe's 80th birthday. Who is brave enough to send him a coffin? Xiao Biahe was chatting with several family leaders. When he saw the coffin flying in, his face darkened and he shouted, "What's going on? Where are the security guards? What are they doing? Who sent this thing in? Take it out now. Xiao Biahe, this coffin is a gift for you. Today is your 80th birthday. This day next year will also be the anniversary of your death." A roar came from outside the door, and then a man in a brown coat and a ghost mask on his face walked in. "You, who are you?" Xiao Biahe stared at Jang Chen. This was the Xiao family. He was the helmsman of the Xiao family and one of the most important figures in Jiang. Who would dare to be so presumptuous here? The one who wants you dead. A cold voice echoed throughout the hall, and Jang Chen, wearing a black ghost mask, walked over step by step. "I won't tolerate your insolence." A man in his 20s walked over, pointed his finger at Jang Chen, and cursed, "No matter who you are, if you come to the Xiao family, you have to lie down like a dragon or a tiger." He was Xiaobin from the Xiao family. Xiaobin pointed at Jiang Chen's nose and cursed, trying to take off the black ghost mask on his face. He said in a cold voice, "You are wearing a mask and pretending to be a ghost. I want to see who you are." Jiang Chen suddenly made a move, grabbed Xiaobin's hand, exerted a little force, pulled Xiaobin up, and spun him violently. Ah! Xiaobin let out a heart-wrenching scream of pain. The celebrities from Jiangzhou who came to attend the banquet were all terrified. They lived in a peaceful era and had never seen such a bloody scene. Many of them stepped back for fear of being affected. Jiang Chen was like a killing god. He had a strong aura and a powerful attack. All the Xiao family members present were trembling with fear and kept retreating. Xiao Biahe also stepped back slightly, put his hand on his lower back, and prepared to draw his weapon to kill the uninvited guest in front of him. Jiang Chen walked towards Xiao Biahe step by step. In the hall of the villa filled with dozens of people, the only sound was Xiaobin's cries of pain. After screaming a few times, he fainted from the pain. The hall instantly became silent, with only the sound of footsteps carrying the scent of death. "Kneel down." Jiang Chen's shout resounded. Jiang Chen had a very strong aura, which was the result of having been on the battlefield for a long time and killing countless enemies. Under the suppression of the murderous aura, the celebrities in Jiangzhou and the Xiao family were all trembling with fear. In addition, one of Xiao Bin's arms was broken in an instant, and now no one dared to stand up and say a word. The sound of him kneeling down was like a wake-up call, which made Xiao Bia in front of him tremble with fear and lose his mind. At this moment, he forgot to resist and knelt on the ground uncontrollably. Thump. Seeing this scene, the celebrities in the river in the distance were dumbfounded. This is Xiao Bia, the helmsman of the Xiao family, one of the 4 largest families in Jiangzhou. Now he is kneeling on the ground like a dog. An iron wire appeared in Jang Chen's hand. This iron wire was very strange, made up of sections. If you look closely, you will find that it is made up of countless silver needles inlaid together. Xiao Bia, do you admit your guilt? At this moment, Xiao Bia finally reacted and cold sweat broke out on his back. What happened? Why did I kneel down? He wanted to stand up, but found his legs too weak to stand up. Boy, do you know who you are talking to? He couldn't stand up, but he acted very strong. He put his hand on his lower back, ready to kill the uninvited guest at any time. Faced with this scene, the other members of the Xiao family did not dare to stand up, for fear of being implicated. You will die knowingly. 10 years ago, a fire broke out beside Huajiu Lake. It burned for a whole day and night. The 38 dead souls need your blood to pay tribute. A cold and ruthless voice echoed throughout the villa hall. Jang Chen flashed and instantly appeared behind Xiao Bia. He picked up the steel wire made of silver needles in his hand, put it around his neck, and applied a little force. Ah! The celebrities in Jiangzhou screamed in fear and all fell to the ground, trembling. The Xiao family members were also frightened out of their wits when they saw Xiao Bia's tragic death. Jang Chen took out a black bag, put the head on the ground into it, and turned away. The others had already left, but the Xiao family villa was dead silent. Everyone was squatting on the ground, holding their heads in their hands, and Xiao Bia's headless body was lying quietly in the hall. Jiang family cemetery, in front of Jiang Tian's grave. Jiang Chen put down the black bag in his hand and leaned against the tombstone. He took out a pot of wine, took a big gulp, and then poured it on the ground in front of the grave. Grandpa, rest in peace. I will make sure the dead souls of the Jiang family rest in peace. I will also find a way to get the Flower Moon Mountain residence map back. After saying that, he stood up, turned around, and left. After returning to the imperial residence, he took a bath. Xiao family villa. All the celebrities from Jiangzhou who came to congratulate have left. There was a coffin in the hall of the villa, and Xiao Bia's body was lying quietly on the ground. Xiao Bin, whose arm was broken, has been sent to the hospital. All members of the Xiao family were kneeling in front of Xiao Bia's body. Leading the group was a sexy and beautiful woman in a dress. She was Xiao Bia's youngest daughter, Xiao Ruren. Xiao Ruren, the one who single-handedly turned the Jiang family upside down and destroyed the Jiang family. There was a gloomy look on her beautiful face. Did you call forth, brother? Xiao Ruren's roar echoed in the silent hall. Hit, hit. Don't move anything at the scene. Wait for fourth brother to come back. In the dead of night, several helicopters landed in the Jiangzhou military region, with the words, Western Border, engraved on them. A middle-aged man in a battle robe and with a cold expression got off the plane. Outside, there stood a row of fully armed soldiers, who stood straight and saluted instantly. Immediately afterwards, a number of Phuket cars drove up, the middle-aged men got in the cars, and the cars drove directly towards the Xiao family villa. The middle-aged men who rushed back saw the situation in the Xiao family villa and the headless Xiao Bia lying in the hall. He immediately took off his hat and knelt on the ground. Dad, I'm late. I swear, no matter who he is, I will never let him go. A roar filled with boundless anger rang out. Fourth brother. Xiao Ruren came over. The person in front of him was none other than Xiao Bia's fourth son, Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan had a blank expression on his face and a gloomy look on his face. I need the surveillance video of the banquet. Yes, go get it right away. Xiao Ruren nodded and immediately ordered someone to get the surveillance footage. Xiao Zhan stood up and checked Xiao Bia's wound, then watched the video and saw the whole process of Jang Chen killing Xiao Bia. His face was cold, and he asked, what did this person say before he killed Dad? Xiao Ruren opened his mouth and said, 10 years ago, there was a fire beside Huaju Lake that burned for a day and a night. The 38 dead souls need your blood to pay tribute. Hearing this, Xiao Zhan clenched his fists and his face darkened, remnants of the Jiang family. It should be. Xiao Zhan covered his face, and said to Xiao Ruren, let Dad rest in peace. Keep the funeral simple. I will go to Kyoto tonight to ask that big shot if there are any remnants of the Jiang family who survived. Early the next morning, Jang Chen received a call from Tang Chuchu. Honey, I contacted my high school classmate. She is willing to help me. She also helped me make an appointment with Yi Xiong, the chairman of Qianjuan. Where are you? Let's go to Qianjuan Group now and get the order. Then Grandpa will recognize you. Tang Chuchu's slightly excited voice came from the phone. Wait at home, I'll pick you up right away. After Jiang Chen hung up the phone, he quickly got up, washed up, and went out. Brother Jiang, where are you going? Xiao He was already waiting in front of the car. Go to Chuchu's house. Brother Jiang, get in the car. Jiang Chen got into an unlicensed commercial vehicle, and Xiao He drove quickly to Tang Chuchu's house. He was waiting outside Tang Chuchu's neighborhood. Soon, Tang Chuchu came out. The person she was going to meet today was Qianjuan's chairman, so she dressed up carefully, wearing a beautiful, slim-fitting dress, with her long black hair falling on her shoulders, making her look indescribably lively. Husband. She saw Jiang Chen standing in front of the black business car from a distance, and quickly trotted over with a happy look on her face, saying, my classmate is very considerate of me and has made an appointment for me. We can just go directly to Qianjuan Group. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. What classmate? How could Yi Xiong receive Tang Chuchu without him saying hello to him? However, seeing Tang Chuchu's excitement, he did not discourage her, but praised her. I knew my wife was very capable. Honey, I'm relying on you this time. If I don't get the order, I'll be kicked out. Tang Chuchu raised the corners of her mouth, outlining a beautiful smile. Don't worry, I will definitely not let you kick me out. She didn't know Jiang Chen's identity, but she had been to Jiang Chen's villa. This is the most luxurious imperial residence in the entire river. It is worth a lot of money. How can someone who can live in such a villa be an ordinary person? She felt that she had done good deeds in her previous life, which allowed her to meet such a good man. She had to perform well in front of Jiang Chen. She wanted to let Jiang Chen know that she was no longer the Tang Chuchu of the past. Although she, Tang Chuchu, had been looked down upon over the years, she had not neglected her studies and she knew a lot more. Wife, get in the car. Tang Chuchu got in the car. After getting in the car, Jiang Chen ordered, Xiao He, go to Qianjuan Group. Tang Chuchu snuggled in Jiang Chen's arms. She thought of what happened last night and couldn't help asking, husband, do you know that something big happened last night? The old man of the Xiao family, Xiao Biehe, the head of the 4 major families, was killed. The Xiao family is the leader of the 4 largest families in Jiangzhou. Xiao Biehe, the helmsman of the Xiao family, is one of the most influential figures in Jiangnan. The Xiao family banquet last night. The first is to celebrate the signing of a permanent agreement between the Longting Group under the Xiao family and the Qianjuan Group. In the future, Longting will have priority in Qianjuan Group's orders, which means that the Xiao family's power will be further strengthened. Yesterday was Xiao Biehe's 80th birthday. However, a mysterious man broke in, brought a coffin, killed Xiao Biehe, and took his head. Overnight, the news spread throughout the river, causing an uproar. Now, the relevant departments have intervened in the investigation. But there was no follow-up. Tang Chuchu asked about this matter, and Jiang Chen pretended to be surprised and said, I went back home and fell asleep yesterday. I don't know what happened. Is the Xiao family of the 4 great families in Jiangzhou? That's right. Tang Chuchu said, the Xiao family is the leader of the 4 major families in Jiangzhou. The family has countless industries. The Longting Group alone is many times stronger than all the companies of the Tang family combined, and the Xiao family has many more industries under its umbrella. Tang Chuchu had a hint of envy on her face. All the women in Jiangzhou are trying their best to marry into the Xiao family and become the young mistress of a wealthy family. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, didn't you have a chance yesterday? If you divorce me, you will have the chance to marry into a wealthy family. Cut. Tang Chuchu looked disdainful. What's so good about a wealthy family? In the past 10 years, I have seen too many cold eyes and ridicules. In their eyes, I am a laughing stock. I know who is good to me. I don't want to marry into a wealthy family. Besides, my husband is a wealthy man. As she spoke, she smiled with happiness on her face. Jang Chen couldn't help but hold Tang Chuchu's hand tightly. This woman is quite sensible. Xiao He, who was driving, didn't say a word. He drove silently and soon arrived outside the Qianjuan Group building. Qianjuan Group is an industry of the Yi family in Kyoto and is an international multinational group. Qianjuan's headquarters is very large, an 8-story building. Jang Chen and Tang Chuchu got out of the car. Tang Chuchu looked up at the 8-story building in front of her with a dazed look on her face. She has seldom gone out in the past 10 years. But she was extremely eager for the outside world in her heart. She continued to study at home, hoping that one day she could escape from the cage and fly higher in the sky. She took out her cell phone and called her high school classmate. About 20 minutes later, a woman with heavy makeup and a professional dress came over. When she saw Tang Chuchu standing at the door, a look of surprise flashed across her face. Yesterday Tang Chuchu said that her appearance had recovered and sent her photos, but she didn't believe it. Now she sees that it is true. Seeing the beautiful Tang Chuchu, she had a look of envy. She came over and asked uncertainly, "Is it Chuchu?" Tang Chuchu walked over excitedly, took the woman's hand, and said excitedly, "Jia Jia, it's me. I never thought that you are so successful and have become a department head in Qianjuan Group." Wu Jiajia's vanity was greatly satisfied, and she said with a smile, "It's just to make a living. Chuchu, if you want to see the chairman, you need the authorization of the general manager. Let's go." Ah. Tang Chuchu was stunned. When chatting on WeChat yesterday, Wu Jiajia said that she had already made an appointment with Yi Xiong, the chairman of Qianjuan. "Chuchu, you have to know that it is not easy to get Qianjuan's order. If you want to get the order, you have to pay." She approached Tang Chuchu and whispered in her ear. Hearing this, Tang Chuchu decisively refused, "Impossible." Wu Jiajia also turned hostile and said impatiently, "Chuchu, how can you get something in return without paying something? I have sent your photo to the manager. The manager said it's okay. As long as you accompany him for one night, you don't need to meet the chairman. The manager can make the final decision." "Jia Jia, I treat you as a friend, but what do you treat me as?" Wu Jiajia said with disdain, "You want to get the order without paying. I tell you, this is impossible. I've put it here. Tell me when you have thought it through." After saying that, she turned around and walked away with her hips twisted. The high heels touched the ground, making a ticking sound. Tang Chuchu was almost crying. She turned around and looked at Jang Chen, who hadn't spoken a word. Her eyes were filled with tears. "Am I really useless?" Jang Chen consoled her, "How could that be? How could my wife be useless? Just go find Yi Xiong, he will definitely see you. Go ahead, I'll wait for you in the car." Jiang Chen pushed Tang Chuchu towards Qianjuan building. However, at this moment, Wu Jiajia, who had left, came back again, followed by a middle-aged man. The man was wearing a suit and tie, looking like a successful man. Wu Jiajia held his arm intimately, came to Tang Chuchu again, and said with a smile, "Chuchu, this is the manager of Qianjuan Group, who is responsible for contacting other companies. It all depends on what manager Chen wants to give orders to which companies." The reason Wu Jiajia was able to climb so fast was all because of manager Chen. She worked as a mistress to manager Chen and then climbed up to department manager. Last night, she gave Chen Lin and Tang Chuchu's photos. Chen Lin was immediately attracted and promised that as long as Wu Jiajia could help him get Tang Chuchu into bed, he would never treat her unfairly. Next time when he promoted Wu Jiajia to deputy manager, he would vote for her. Chen Lin was even more moved when he saw Tang Chuchu. Tang Chuchu is even prettier and more charming in person than in the photo. At this moment he swore that he must win this stunning beauty. He walked over, looked up at Tang Chuchu, and said, "Tang Chuchu, right. Jiajia has already told me about your situation. It's so hot, How about we go to the hotel and get a room to talk about it in detail? Don't worry, I'm here. Not to mention an order of 30 million, I can give you even an order of 50 million. Chen Lin looked like he had Tang Chuchu in his grasp. He is the manager in charge of this area, and because of this position, he has no idea how many women he has slept with. At first, the women refused. But after a while, these women who came to him for orders would come to his door on their own initiative. Wu Jiejie also wanted to make this happen. Once it was done and Chen Lin was satisfied, she would also benefit a lot. She came over, pulled Tang Chuchu aside, and persuaded her, "Chuchu, I know you have suffered all these years, but now that you have recovered your appearance and become beautiful, you have to use your own advantages. A woman's youth is only a few years, and if you miss it, it will be gone. I have a husband, it's impossible." Tang Chuchu refused decisively. Wu Jiejie immediately turned hostile. "Tang Chuchu, don't be shameless. It's your honor that Manager Chen thinks highly of you. If you offend Manager Chen, your Tang family will never be able to cooperate with Qian Jun in the future." Chen. Tang Chuchu came in front of Jang Chen. Jang Chen ignored the two men, pointed at the entrance of Qianjuan building, and said, "Go ahead. You are meeting the chairman, not a manager. He is just a manager. Don't take it to heart." "Boy, who are you?" Chen Lin looked at Jiang Chen coldly. "Roll." Jiang Chen only had one word. He is the Dragon Marshal of the Southern Territory. A figure like Chen Lin is not even worthy of carrying his shoes. Qianjuan building, top floor, chairman's office. Yi Xiong had been waiting since early morning, waiting for Tang Chuchu to come. But after waiting for a long time, Tang Chuchu didn't show up. He was extremely anxious and went downstairs in person to inquire at the reception desk on the first floor, but found that no one named Tang Chuchu came to see him. He was so anxious in his heart. This was Long Shuai's wife. If he neglected her, not only him, but even the Yi family in Kyoto would be doomed. Yi Xiong came out and wanted to wait at the door. As soon as he arrived at the door, he saw the manager chatting with someone. He looked carefully and saw Jiang Chen. He trembled all over and almost collapsed on the ground. He wiped the sweat from his face and walked over quickly. "Dragon." Before he could say anything, Jiang Chen glared at him. Yi Xiong immediately understood. Jiang Chen said to Tang Chuchu, "Chuchu, is that the chairman of Qianjuan? What are you still standing there for? Go quickly. Whether I can stay in the Tang family depends on you." Tang Chuchu looked over and saw the bald man walking over. Her eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, this was Yi Xiong, the chairman of Qianjuan Group. "Ha ha." Wu Jiejie laughed out loud, "You must be joking. The chairman is in the office right now." Chen Lin also had a gloomy expression and said, "Tang Chuchu, let me put this on the table. If you don't go to the hotel to discuss this, you will never get an order from Qian Jun in your life." Chen Lin is sure to defeat Tang Chuchu. He is the department manager responsible for Qianjuan's contact with other groups. Apart from the core partners, any additional orders from Qianjuan to any group would require him to submit information. As long as he was blocking the Tang family, Tang Chuchu would never get any orders from Qianjuan. Yi Xiong came over and shouted with a stern face, "What are you doing? Don't you have to go to work?" Hearing the voice, Wu Jiejie and Chen Lin both turned around. Seeing Yi Xiong behind them, their expressions changed instantly. "Dong, chairman." Chen Lin's forehead instantly broke out in sweat. If the chairman knew what he had done, he would definitely be fired. Now he could only pray that the chairman didn't hear what he just said. Yi Xiong put his hands behind his back and asked, "What's going on?" Jiang Chen pushed the dazed Tang Chuchu. Tang Chuchu reacted instantly and said, "Hello, Mr. Yi, I am Tang Chuchu from Tang Yongla Company. I am here today on behalf of Yongla Company. I want to cooperate with Qianjuan and ask for some orders." Facing a big shot like Yi Xiong, Tang Chuchu felt a little insecure. Jiangzhong is known as the medicine capital. In medicine capital, there are tens of thousands of medicinal materials processing companies, and all of these companies rely on major medicinal materials groups for their livelihood. Tang Yongla is not large in scale and is not qualified to cooperate with a group like Qianjuan. What I'm asking is why you two are here. Yi Xiong looked at Wu Jiejia and Chen Lin with a stern face. Jang Chen, who had not spoken in this way, said calmly, my wife came to Qianjuan to discuss business, but this manager wanted to ask for favors. He abused his power and did not give Tang Yongla Company a chance. I think that Qianjuan, as a large group, must be fair in this regard. Yi Xiong nodded and said, what this young man said makes sense. It seems that there is indeed corruption within Qianjuan. Your name is Chen Lin, right? Go to the finance department to settle your salary and get out of here. Ah. Chen Lin was stunned for a moment. He was fired just like that. Dong, chairman, don't listen to this kid's nonsense. The Tang family is just a small company and is not qualified to cooperate with Qianjuan. Qianjuan's orders are only given to powerful companies. They pestered me, so I found excuses to make them back off. Chairman, I work diligently for the company. What? Do I need to say it a second time? And you, pack up your things and get out. Yi Xiong also pointed at Wu Jiejia. Immediately, he looked at Jang Chen and Tang Chuchu with a smile on his face. Ms. Tang Chuchu from Tang Yongla Company, right? Let's go to my office. I will discuss the order with you in person. Yi Xiong made a gesture of invitation. Tang Chuchu was a little confused. Since when did Qianjuan's chairman become so easy to talk to? Jang Chen pushed her and said, why are you still standing there? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Whether I can stay in the Tang family depends on your performance. Tang Chuchu finally reacted and nodded hurriedly, okay, Mr. Yi, no problem. Tang Chuchu was a little nervous. In the past 10 years, she has not left the house. Although she had read many professional books and learned a lot of professional knowledge, this was her first time to discuss business in person. And the person he was talking to was the chairman of Qianjuan Group. She was not confident enough, so she turned around and looked at Jang Chen with a shrinking look on her face. Hubby, I'm afraid I can't do it. Bossy has personally invited you, what are you afraid of? Jang Chen pushed Tang Chuchu and said, go ahead, I'll wait for you in the car. Miss Tang, please. Yi Xiong bent his body slightly and made a gesture of invitation. This scene stunned Wu Jiejia and Chen Lin. This place is outside the Qianjuan Group. Qianjuan Group is a large enterprise and there are many media reporters waiting outside every day. This scene was photographed by many reporters. This is definitely big news. Who is Yi Xiong? This is Qianjuan's chairman. The four major families are powerful enough, but they also have to look at Qianxiong's face. Now Qianjuan's chairman Yi Xiong actually personally invited a woman. Who is this woman? Which family is this from? Why haven't I seen it before? At Yi Xiong's invitation, Tang Chuchu walked into Qianjuan building. Jiang Chen went to the roadside and got into Xiao Hei's car. Sitting in the passenger seat, he took out a cigarette, lit it, and threw one to Xiao Hei. Xiao Hei took it, lit it, took a deep breath, and asked, Long Shuai, is it necessary to do this? With just one word from you, the Yi family gave Qianjun to you. Why do this? Jiang Chen blew out a smoke ring. What should I do with it? Give it to Chuchu. Chuchu may not like it. I just stand behind her and let her do what she likes. As long as she likes it, I will fully support her. Also, how many times have I told you that there is no Long Shuai in Jiangzhong, only Jiang Chen? Yes, brother Jiang, I'm used to calling you that, it's hard to change. Qianjuan Building, top floor. Yi Xiong personally brought Tang Chuchu to the office and made tea for her. This frightened Tang Chuchu so much that she said hurriedly, Chairman, I can do it myself. Ms. Tang, please sit still. I'll make you some tea. Don't be restrained when you come to Qianjuan. Just treat it as home. Tang Chuchu was flattered, Chairman, I'm here to discuss business. I know. Have a cup of tea first. I'll arrange for someone to draft the contract right away. By the way, is a 100 million order enough? If not, I'll add some more. Ah. Tang Chuchu was confused. Before she even opened her mouth, Yi Xiong directly gave her an order worth 100 million yuan. Since when did it become so easy to get orders from Qianjun? Seeing Tang Chuchu's expression was not right, Yi Xiong thought that he had given too little, and immediately said, "It's not enough, then add more. How about 500 million? Enough, enough, 100 million is enough." Tang Chuchu said hurriedly. 500 million. What is the concept? The order is worth 500 million, and the profit is 20%. If it is completed, the Tang family can earn 100 million. With the Tang family's current strength, they are unable to complete such a large order. 100 million orders are enough to keep Tang Yongla company busy. Yi Xiong was very efficient. Soon the secretary came in with the contract, and Tang Chuchu signed it in a daze. Before leaving, Yi Xiong handed over his business card and said, "Ms. Tang, this is my business card. Please keep in touch with me in the future." Yi Xiong never mentioned Jang Chen from beginning to end. Because he knew Jang Chen's identity, and Tang Chuchu seemed unaware of it. He was able to become the chairman of Qianjuan, so he had the ability to read people's expressions. He knew that Jang Chen did not want to reveal his identity. After Tang Chuchu walked out of Qianjuan building with Qianjuan's order contract, she still felt like she was in a dream. This business is so easy to negotiate. Before I even opened my mouth, Qianjuan placed the order. She got in the car. "Honey, Yi Xiong seems to be trying to curry favor with me. I didn't even ask for anything, but she gave me an order worth 100 million yuan, and she wants to give me another 500 million yuan. Jang Chen smiled and said, "You must have met Chairman Qianjuan before." "No, I haven't made any friends in the past 10 years. Tang Chuchu rolled her eyes and then looked at Jang Chen, her eyes brightening. "Honey, is Yi Xiong trying to curry favor with me because of you?" Jang Chen shrugged and said, "What do you mean by because of me? I am just an orphan. How could I know a big shot like Yi Xiong?" "Tisk, stop pretending. What's going on with your emperor residence?" Jiang Chen explained, "How can I afford to live in emperor residence? Emperor residence belongs to a friend of mine who grew up with me in an orphanage. He went abroad and knew that I had no place to live, so he let me live in emperor residence and asked me to help look after his house." "Is it true?" Tang Chuchu looked doubtful. "Of course. Why? Just because the emperor's residence is not mine, you want to divorce me? Are you so snobbish?" "No way." Tang Chuchu raised her lips and said, "You cured me and gave me a new life. I'm already married to you. I'm your wife. It doesn't matter if we're poor. I'll support you in the future." "Chuchu, I was wrong, I was really wrong." Just then, a woman rushed over and threw herself in front of the car window. Her hair was disheveled and her face was red and swollen, probably because she had been beaten. "She is Wu Jiejie." As soon as Wu Jiejie arrived, Chen Lin came over, grabbed her hair, and slammed her into the car, knocking her dizzy. "You stinky bitch, I lost my job because of you, I'm going to kill you." "Brother Jiang." Xiao He in the driver's seat spoke. Jiang Chen paused slightly and said, "It's a small matter, don't worry about it, let's go." "Hubby, this." Tang Chuchu saw Wu Jiejie, who was beaten all over and bleeding on her forehead, with a worried look on her face, and asked, "Hubby, is this going to be okay?" Jiang Chen smiled and said, "If there is a conflict between lovers, let's not get involved." "Chu, I was wrong. For the sake of our friendship, can you please go and beg the chairman not to fire me, Wu?" Outside the car, Wu Jiejie's crying voice was heard. Tang Chuchu thought of Wu Jiejie's previous request and felt angry. Wu Jiejie actually asked her to sleep with another man. Thinking of this, she rolled up the car window. "Chu, I was wrong, I was really wrong. I didn't know you knew the chairman. Please give me a chance, I beg you." Wu Jiejie knelt on the ground. After beating her up, Chen Lin came to the cab, took out a pack of cigarettes worth 100 yuan, took out a cigarette and handed it to her. "Brother, no, big brother, roll down the window, can I have a word with Miss Tang?" Xiao He turned around and glanced at Jiang Chen in the back row. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. Xiao He then rolled down the back window of the car. Chen Lin came to the back row, took out a cigarette and handed it to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen didn't answer it. Chen Lin looked embarrassed and said with a smile, "Miss Tang, I am blind and don't know what a great man is. Please just ignore me and talk to the chairman and ask him not to fire me, okay? After that, he took out the red envelope he had prepared and handed it over, 10,000 yuan, just a small token of my appreciation. Tang Chuchu turned around and looked at Jang Chen beside her. Jang Chen hugged her and said with a smile, "Wife, let's go and take the contract back quickly. After you take it back, I will be able to get grandfather's approval, and then you will be my legitimate wife." Tang Chuchu immediately understood what Jang Chen meant and nodded. Besides, she didn't know Yi Xiong and couldn't help these two people. Moreover, Chen Lin and Wu Jiejie deserved it entirely from themselves. "Xiao He, go back." "Okay." Xiao He immediately started the car and drove away. Choo-choo. Wu Jiejie knelt on the ground, screaming heartbreakingly. Tang Chuchu ignored him. She sat in the car, stuck out her tongue at Jang Chen, and said mischievously, "Hubby, did they lose their jobs because of me?" Jiang Chen said, "Not entirely. Qianjuan is a large enterprise and does not allow for corporate parasites. Chen Lin abused his power and it was only a matter of time before he was fired. Your presence was just the fuse." Hearing this, Tang Chuchu felt relieved. Soon, the two returned to the Tang family. The fact that Tang Chuchu had restored her appearance gave the Tang family members other ideas. Tang Lei, the eldest grandson of the Tang family, even invited friends to his home to introduce Tang Chuchu to his friends. His friend is from the Xiao family, named Xiao Chen, a rich second-generation dude. Something big happened in the Xiao family last night, but the one who died was Xiao Bia. For Xiao Chen, a spoiled rich second generation, death is just death. Over the years, his grandfather had controlled the Xiao family, and his pocket money had become less and less. Now that he was dead, the position of family patriarch would definitely fall to his father. Once his father Xiao Qi inherited the Xiao family, his status in the Xiao family rose sharply. Moreover, Xiao Bia's funeral was simple and the Xiao family did not observe mourning. He heard from Tang Lei that Tang Chuchu had regained her beauty and was now a stunning beauty, so he came to the Tang family because he wanted to see how beautiful this once ugly girl had become. In the Tang family villa, all the Tang family members surrounded Xiao Chen and worshipped him like a god. Tang Lei felt very proud. He sat on the sofa, crossed his legs and said, "Grandpa, Xiao Chen is my good buddy. I told him that cousin Chuchu is a great beauty. That's why he came to our house. Chuchu must divorce that loser Jiang Chen and become Xiao Chen's girlfriend." Tang Tianlong sat aside and said with a smile, "This is a must. Only the young master of the Xiao family is worthy of Chuchu." The flattery of the Tang family greatly satisfied Xiao Chen's vanity. This is the status of the four major families in Jiangzhou. No matter where the disciples of the four major families go, they are the objects of everyone's flattery. "Grandfather." At this moment, Tang Chuchu and Jiang Chen walked in together. As soon as she entered the house, she took out the contract with a look of joy on her face. "Grandpa, I'm back with the contract. I brought the order contract from Qianjuan Group. Are you not going to let Jiang Chen leave the Tang family?" Tang Lei immediately stood up, pointed at Xiao Chen who was sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed, and introduced him. "Chu-chu, let me introduce you, this is Xiao Chen from the Xiao family. Do you know the Xiao family? They are the first of the four great families in Jiangzhou. Go and light a cigarette for Mr. Xiao." When Xiao Chen saw Tang Chuchu, his eyes widened. He knew Tang Chuchu, who had been disfigured before, but he didn't expect that after her recovery she would become a stunningly beautiful woman. This trip was really not in vain. The current Tang Chuchu is more beautiful than any woman he has ever played with. He swore in his heart that he would get Tang Chuchu into bed. Tang Chuchu glanced at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's gaze made her feel uncomfortable. "Who is he? He asked me to light a cigarette for him." "No way. How dare you?" Tang Tianlong shouted, and said in a cold voice, "How dare you talk to Master Xiao? Apologize now." Xiao Chen acted very generous and stopped slightly. "Tang Tianlong, don't scold Chuchu, I like people with a strong personality. By the way, what did Chuchu say just now? She took Qianjuan's order. What's going on?" Tang Lei immediately told the whole story. Xiao Chen then noticed Jiang Chen behind Tang Chuchu. He thought Jiang Chen was the driver, but he didn't expect that he was Tang Tianlong's grandson-in-law. His face darkened, and he said, Tang Tianlong, I'm going to settle Chuchu, and dissolve the marriage immediately. Otherwise, I'll make a phone call, and even if Chuchu gets Qianjuan's order, Qianjuan will terminate the contract instantly. Don't forget that my Xiao family is the close partner of Qianjuan Group. Qianjuan will only give the excess orders to other companies if it satisfies my Xiao family. Jang Chen glanced at the arrogant Xiao Chen and said, I heard that Xiao Bia had died. You are a member of the Xiao family. Why are you coming to the Tang family instead of staying at home to mourn? Boy, you're looking for death. Xiao Chen stood up instantly, grabbed Jiang Chen by the collar, and slapped him in the face. Jiang Chen raised his hand slightly to block the slap, and used a little force to push him away. Although the force was very light, Xiao Chen still staggered and fell on the sofa. The anger in his heart soared instantly. He was a member of the Xiao family, one of the 4 wealthy families. No matter where he went, he was the object of everyone's fawning. Now he was actually pushed down by a live-in son-in-law. What's more hateful is that Jiang Chen, this waste, dared to talk about his deceased grandfather. Xiao Bia's death was well known, but no one dared to mention it. But this kid Jiang Chen dared to bring it up. He took out a switchblade from his waist, threw it on the ground, and shouted coldly, cut off one of your hands, and I will spare your life. Otherwise, I will throw you into the river to feed the fish. Tang Lei stood up in time, with a charming smile on his face, and said, Brother Xiao Chen, sit down and smoke a cigarette to calm down. It's too easy for us to kill this useless son-in-law. You don't have to give face to our Tang family. Just kill him. We don't care at all. After killing him, Chuchu will be your woman. Tang Chuchu listened to these disgusting words, with anger on her pretty face and her teeth clenched tightly. Xiao Chen sat down, stared at Jiang Chen intently, and said coldly, Boy, based on what you just said, you are dead, and no one can save you. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and didn't pay much attention. If this wasn't the Tang family, Xiao Chen would have been dead. Tang Chuchu handed over the contract with a wronged look on her face and said, Grandpa, this is what you said. As long as I can get Qianjuan's order, you will acknowledge that Jiang Chen is my husband. This is not an order of 30 million, but an order of 100 million. Please take a look. What, 100 million? Tang Tianlong was shocked. Grandpa, there's big news. The chairman of Qianjuan Group personally invites Chuchu to Qianjuan building. At this time, a woman ran in panic. She is Tang Lei's sister, named Tang Menjing, and the daughter of Tang Tianlong's eldest son Tang Hai. As soon as she entered the room, she saw Tang Chuchu and Jiang Chen, and couldn't help but look at them a little more. Then he came to Tang Tianlong, took out his cell phone, and showed Tang Tianlong a piece of news. When Tang Tianlong saw the news that Yi Xiong bent down and invited Tang Chuchu to enter Qianjuan building, he was stunned. This is Yi Xiong, the chairman of Qianjuan Group. In Jiangzhou, even the 4 major families have to look at Yi Xiong's face. He quickly picked up the order contract on the table, and after seeing that it was really a 100 million order contract, he laughed heartily. Ha ha, Chuchu, you did a good job, you are worthy of being a member of the Tang family. You won the 100 million order from Qianjuan. My Tang Yongla can finally be proud of myself in Jiangzhou. Grandpa, what about Jiang Chen? What, the young master of the Xiao family is here? A middle-aged woman came outside the house again. This is Tang Chuchu's mother Yanmei. As soon as she entered the room, she saw Xiao Chen and immediately walked over, smiling charmingly. Mr. Xiao Chen, I have heard of your name for a long time. How about my daughter Chuchu? As long as you nod, Chuchu will be your wife today. Mom. Tang Chuchu stamped her feet anxiously, looking at Tang Tianlong, almost crying with grievance. Grandpa, you said it, now the order contract has been taken back, you can't go back on your word. Snort. Xiao Chen, who was sitting, could not help but snort coldly and said, Can you sit back and relax just because you got the contract back? I, Xiao Chen, can make Qianjun cancel the contract with just one phone call. You. Tang Chuchu pointed at the arrogant Xiao Chen, then looked at Tang Tianlong and shouted, Grandpa. Tang Tianlong put down the contract. He didn't know why Yi Xiong would personally receive Tang Chuchu. But Qianjuan and the Xiao family are indeed close partners. If he offends Xiao Chen, the contract will be lost. Moreover, the contract was taken back by Tang Chuchu, not Jang Chen. He smoked a pipe and said, "Chuchu, you brought this contract back. It has nothing to do with Jang Chen. Grandpa still says the same thing. Divorce him, and then be with Xiao Chen, marry into the Xiao family, and marry into a wealthy family." That's right. Xiao Chen looked like he was sure he would have Tang Tianlong in his grasp. He would wait until he got Tang Chuchu and then kill Jang Chen. He just didn't believe that Tang Tianlong would offend him for a son-in-law. If they offend him, it will be difficult for the Tang family to survive in Jiangzhou. He said with a proud look on his face, "Tang Tianlong, your choice is wise. My father will soon become the head of the Xiao family. As long as you curry favor with me, you will get a lot of orders in the future." Husband. Tang Chuchu looked at Jiang Chen, who was standing beside her with grievance. Jiang Chen looked at her and asked, "Chuchu, what do you think?" Tang Chuchu said firmly, "I have already obtained the marriage certificate with you. I am your wife. Unless I die, there is no way we can get divorced." Jiang Chen nodded and said, "Then you call Yi Xiong and explain the situation to see if Xiao Chen can make Qian Jun cancel the contract with the Tang family with just one phone call. If Xiao Chen is really that capable, I think you will be happier with him than with a poor boy like me." The Tang family members were full of admiration. Tang Tianlong smiled and said, "Jiang Chen, you are quite sensible. Don't worry, I will keep my word. After the divorce, I will give you 500,000 yuan in compensation." Tang Chuchu didn't know what Jiang Chen meant. She thought Jiang Chen was forced to give up on her. She held Jiang Chen's hand tightly and said, "Husband, don't worry, I will definitely keep you in the Tang family. If they kick you out, I will die. Call first." Good. Tang Chuchu took out her phone, took out the business card given by Yi Xiong and was about to call. He Yanmei grabbed the phone and yelled, "Why are you fighting? This loser has agreed to divorce, why are you still so stubborn? What's the point of following this loser? How can he compare to Master Xiao?" Xiao Chen paused slightly and said nonchalantly, "Auntie, let her call, let her give up this idea. Chuchu, when you call, ask Qianjuan whether he wants to cooperate with the Xiao family or the Tang family." After hearing this, He Yanmei returned the phone to Tang Chuchu. Xiao Chen looked like he had Tang Chuchu in his grasp. The Tang family is just a second-rate family in Jiangzhou. It is impossible for Qianjuan to give up cooperation with the Xiao family and cooperate with the Tang family. Tang Chuchu called Yi Xiong. "Chairman Yi, it's me. I'm Tang Chuchu, the Tang Chuchu who just signed the contract with you." "Yes, it's me. Xiao Chen from the Xiao family said that he would cancel the contract I signed with you." Yi Xiong's office. Yi Xiong got angry when he received Tang Chuchu's call, and shouted, "Xiao Chen, which Xiao Chen? Who can cancel the contract I signed?" "It's the Longting Xiao family." Xiao Chen also asked, "Does Qianjuan want to cooperate with the Xiao family or the Tang family?" Tang Chuchu spoke with a lack of confidence, because the Xiao family is one of the 4 major families in Jiangzhou, and her Tang family is just a second-rate family. "Chuchu, don't worry, I'll check and call you back right away." "Oh." Tang Chuchu hung up the phone. Xiao Chen looked very pleased and asked, "How is it?" Tang Chuchu said, "Chairman Yi said to call me back later." After Yi Xiong hung up the phone, he quickly went to check. Qianjuan basically doesn't ask what kind of company he cooperates with, as that is all handled by the company's vice president. He immediately called the vice president and inquired about the situation. Only then did he know that Longting and the Xiao family were close partners and had just signed an agreement that Longting would have priority for Qianjuan's orders in the future. "Vice President Wang, you are fired, pack up and get out." Yi Xiong immediately issued an order and notified the business department to cancel the cooperation with Longting. From then on, Qianjuan's orders would never be given to Longting again. After doing all this, he called Tang Chuchu. "Chuchu, I have made things clear. Qianjun will no longer cooperate with Longting. From now on, Tang Yongla will give priority to Qianjun's orders. Look, are you satisfied with what I have done?" Tang Chuchu's cell phone was on speakerphone. All the Tang family members present heard the voice coming from the phone. One stone can cause 1,000 ripples. Xiao Chen immediately laughed. Tang Chuchu, who are you calling? Who is so arrogant that you want to cancel the cooperation with Longting and cooperate with Tang Yongla? No one would make such a choice unless they are fools, right? You are not just finding someone to pretend to be the chairman of Qianjuan, right? His voice was quite loud, and Tang Chuchu was on speakerphone, so Yixiong could hear it clearly. He immediately got angry and yelled, Xiao Chen, right? I tell you responsibly that from now on, your Xiao family is finished. After that, he lowered his voice and said, Chuchu, don't worry about the order, no one can cancel it. The Xiao family is looking for trouble with the Tang family, right? Just wait, I will deal with it immediately. I will bankrupt the Xiao family within half an hour. After saying that, Yixiong hung up the phone. Then, he immediately ordered, use all means to suppress the Xiao family and make the Xiao family go bankrupt within half an hour. Yixiong, the helmsman of Qianjuan. Even in the Yi family in Kyoto, he still has a certain say. If he makes the Xiao family go bankrupt, the Xiao family will definitely go bankrupt. Tang family villa. Jang Chen heard these words with a faint smile on his face. He looked at Tang Chuchu, who looked confused, and said with a smile, Chuchu, it seems that Chairman Yi is very optimistic about you. Are you her goddaughter? Xiao Chen, on the other hand, had a look of disdain on his face. Make the Xiao family bankrupt within 30 minutes. What an international joke. However, at this moment, he received a call from his father, who cursed him on the phone, you bastard, who did you offend? Qianjuan cancelled the cooperation with Longting. Hearing this, Xiao Chen was dumbfounded. Xiao Chen collapsed to the ground instantly. Qianjuan cancelled the cooperation with Longting. How is this possible? Could it be that the call Tang Chuchu made was really from Chairman Qianjuan? Seeing Xiao Chen's look, Jang Chen knew that he must have received the news that Qianjuan and Longting had cancelled their cooperation. Longting Group, President's Office. Xiao Qi was cursing at Xiao Chen because Qianjuan had sent a message saying that the chairman had personally issued an order, saying that Xiao Chen had offended someone he shouldn't have offended. Boss, this is bad. Qianjuan said that the medicinal materials we produced had quality problems and filed a lawsuit against Longting, demanding that we pay 3 billion in compensation. Boss, this is bad. We received a message from the bank asking us to repay the loan immediately. President, something big has happened. Our factory has been sealed off by the relevant authorities due to quality issues. Boss, the situation has changed. Our group's shareholders have been selling their shares. Now our group's shares have plummeted, and we have lost tens of billions in an instant. President, our Longting has gone bankrupt, and other industries under the Xiao family have also been implicated in various ways. Many industries have been closed down. Xiao Qi was on the phone scolding Xiao Chen, and when he heard these words, he instantly fainted from anger. Xiao Chen also heard the various voices coming from the phone. At this moment, he knew that the person Tang Chuchu called was really Yixiong, and what Yixiong said about making the Xiao family bankrupt was also true. He was sweating all over and fell to his knees on the ground. Chuchu, I was wrong. Call Chairman Yi and tell him to stop messing with the Xiao family. I beg you, I beg you. This scene stunned the Tang family. Tang Chuchu was also a little confused. Yixiong said that he would let the Xiao family go bankrupt, and not long after that, the Xiao family really went bankrupt. This speed was too fast. The Xiao family is the leader of the 4 largest families in Jiangzhou, yet they were bankrupt in an instant. The power of the chairman of Qianjuan Group is really too great. Tang Tianlong knew that the Xiao family was finished. He also knew that the Tang family was about to rise. He gave an order, security, throw Xiao Chen out. 2 security guards came over and carried Xiao Chen, who was kneeling on the ground, away. Chuchu, I was wrong, I was really wrong, give me a chance, give the Xiao family a chance. Xiao Chen's pleading voice was heard outside the door. Tang Tianlong stood up and helped Tang Chuchu sit down. Chuchu, come, sit down, don't stand. Now Tang Chuchu is a meritorious official of the Tang family. Now that she has met a big shot like Yixiong, it will be hard for the Tang family not to rise. Tang Tianlong immediately issued an order. From now on, Chuchu is the executive chairman of Tang Yongla, with a monthly salary of 300,000. Tang Chuchu reacted with a look of joy on her face. Grandpa, is it true? Are you really going to let me be the chairman, and will I really get a monthly salary of 300,000? Of course. Then, where is Jang Chen? Since you like him, let him stay at the Tang family for the time being. Tang Chuchu was overjoyed. She stood up and took Jang Chen's hand, as if she were a little girl. She was happy and said, "Hubby, you don't have to leave." Jang Chen smiled faintly. He was very satisfied to see Tang Chuchu so happy. He vowed to make Tang Chuchu spend the rest of her life happily and not let her suffer any grievances. And today is definitely a day that will cause a sensation in Jiangzhou. Last night, the old man of the Xiao family, Xiao Bia, died. Today, the Xiao family went bankrupt. The Xiao family, the head of the four major families, became history. It went from being a top wealthy family to a heavily indebted family. Xiao family. Xiao Zhan returned from the capital, only to learn that the Xiao family had gone bankrupt. In just one day, the Xiao family went completely bankrupt. In the hall, Xiao Chen knelt on the ground. Fourth uncle, it was all Tang Chuchu's fault. Tang Chuchu called Yi Xiong, and Yi Xiong cancelled the cooperation between Zhao's Longting group and Qianjuan group, and also caused the Xiao family to go bankrupt. Xiao Chen cried and told the story again with exaggeration. Crack! The water cup in Xiao Zhan's hand broke instantly. With a gloomy look on his face, Yi Xiong, if you dare to go against my Xiao family, even the Yi family can't protect you. Tang Chuchu, I promise to make the Tang family die ugly. Xiao Ruren, who was standing by, asked calmly, "Fourth brother, what should we do now?" Xiao Zhan stood up and said, "Don't worry, I have my own plans. I'll wait for a while." The Xiao family was in a state of desolation, while the Tang family was in a state of joy. Tang Tianlong announced that Tang Chuchu would serve as the executive chairman of Tang Yongla, and also announced to the public that from then on, Tang Yongla would become Qianjuan's most important partner. In addition, the news that Yi Xiong personally welcomed Tang Chuchu into Qianjuan was exposed. For a while, the Tang family became extremely prosperous and became the object of flattery by many families in Jiangzhou. And Jiang Chen finally got the recognition of the Tang family and moved into Tang Chuchu's house. After Tang Chuchu became the executive chairman, she became busy, leaving home early and returning late every day, busy with company affairs. Jiang Chen lived in Tang Chuchu's house. He didn't go to work. He just swept the floor and cooked at home every day. When it was time to get off work, he rode his electric scooter to Yongla Company to pick up Tang Chuchu. This kind of day is what Jiang Chen dreams of. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed since he married into the Tang family. One afternoon, after Jiang Chen swept the floor, he went out with a garbage bag, threw away the garbage, and then rode his electric scooter to Yongla Company to pick up Tang Chuchu after get off work. On the side of the road outside Yongla Company, Jiang Chen squatted on the ground smoking a cigarette. Xiao He also squatted aside. "Brother Jiang, you just sweep the floor, cook, and pick up sister-in-law every day. Aren't you bored? I think you're bored. Why don't we take sister-in-law to the southern wilderness? What do you know? This is life, this is how you live." Jiang Chen took a deep puff of the cigarette, blew out a smoke ring, and then threw the cigarette butt on the ground. He said nonchalantly, "I'm tired of fighting, killing, and the days of blood and gore. It was Chuchu who allowed me to spend 10 years in the military. I just want to be with her for the rest of my life and make her the happiest woman in the world." "Oh, right." Xiao He remembered something and said, "The Xiao family has gone bankrupt, but a lean camel is bigger than a horse." The Xiao family still has some connections in Jiangzhou, especially Xiao Ruren of the Xiao family, who has a wide range of friends. I found out that Xiao Ruren will hold an auction tonight and auction off a lot of good things to raise funds for a comeback. Moreover, most of these things were taken from the Jiang family 10 years ago, including the Flower Moon Mountain residence painting that brother Jiang has been obsessed with. Hearing this, Jiang Chen's face darkened. Xiao He beside him sensed a chilling murderous aura and felt the temperature around him drop in an instant. A picture of dwelling in the mountains with flowers and moon. Jiang Chen murmured softly. This is the Jiang family's heirloom map. Before his death, his grandfather told him that the Jiang family could be destroyed but the map could not be lost. Jang Chen has never forgotten it for the past 10 years. Xiao, get ready and act at night. Yes. Xiao nodded. Okay, you go first. My wife is about to get off work, and she doesn't want me to interact with any bad people. You don't look like a good person at first glance. If my wife sees you, she will scold me again. Xiao expression was stiff. Isn't it just that he is a little bit dark? How come he is not a good person? What are you standing there for? Get out of here. Jang Chen kicked him. Xiao turned and left. Jang Chen looked at the time. It was time to get off work, and Tang Chuchu should be coming out. He pushed his electric scooter and walked towards the outside of Tang Tianla Group. Before he arrived, he saw a woman walking out of a building. The woman was 1.8 meters tall and was wearing a professional suit, a white top, a black hip skirt, and red high heels. With big chestnut-colored wavy hair and a briefcase in hand, she walks in style and with great temperament. Neat. A man came over immediately, holding a bouquet of flowers in his hand and handed it over. Chuchu, this is for you. Are you free tonight? I have booked a diamond room in Zuixinlu and would like to invite you to have dinner with me. The person who sent the flowers was Wang Bin from the Wang family, one of the 4 major families in Jiangzhou. Ever since Tang Chuchu won Qianjuan's order, and since her relationship with Qianjuan's chairman Yixiong was exposed, the Tang family has become more and more famous, and Tang Chuchu, who has restored her appearance, has become the most beautiful woman in Jiangzhou. After she became the executive chairman of Yongla, she had strong business capabilities and managed the company in order in just half a month. Her fame is growing and she is known as the most beautiful female president in Jiangnan. Although she has a husband, Jang Chen's reputation in Jiangzhou is really not good. Those young masters simply ignore Jang Chen and continue to pursue her, wanting to win her heart. At this time, Tang Chuchu saw Jang Chen walking towards her pushing his electric scooter. With a wonderful smile on her face, she ignored Wang Bin, walked over, kissed him in public, and then intimately held Jang Chen's arm. Honey, this guy wants to treat me to a meal in the diamond room of Zuixinlu, and I haven't been to Zuixinlu yet. If you want to go, just go. If possible, take me with you. I've never been there either. When Wang Bin saw this scene, his face darkened. He walked over and said coldly, Jiang Chen, I am Wang Bin of the Wang family, I will give you 500,000 yuan, leave Chuchu. Wang Bin said this and took out a card and handed it over. Wife, should I answer it? It's up to you. Tang Chuchu said with a smile on her face, I think I should take it. 500,000 should be enough for a meal in the diamond room of Zuixinlu. Then I'll take it. Jiang Chen smiled, took the card Wang Bin handed over, and asked with a smile, by the way, what's the password? Wang Bin raised his head and said, the password is 6 zeros. Take the money and get out. From now on, you have nothing to do with Chuchu. Well, we'll get divorced when we get back. Jiang Chen nodded and said, wife, get in the car. Tang Chuchu got on the back seat of the electric scooter, put her arm around Jiang Chen's waist, and left under Wang Bin's confused gaze. Wang Bin was a little confused. After a while, he realized that he had been deceived. He was so angry that he threw the flowers in his hand to the ground. Looking at Jiang Chen who was walking away, he cursed fiercely, damn boy, I will never let you go. Jiang Chen rode his electric scooter and took Tang Chuchu back home. After arriving home, she sat on the sofa, stretched out her fair little hands, and looked at Jiang Chen with a smile. What for? Jiang Chen covered his pocket tightly and said, this is the breakup fee Wang Bin gave me. This is my private money. Give your sister to me. Tang Chuchu said with a straight face, you eat my food, drink my drinks, use my things, and wear my clothes. Why do you need money? Give me this 500,000 yuan, I will save it first, and I won't need money to have and raise children in the future. Jiang Chen then reluctantly took out the card given by Wang Bin and said reluctantly, wife, this has happened several times. In the past 10 days, the breakup fees given to me by others have added up to more than 2 million. This money is mine. What money? A voice came from the door. Hearing the voice, Tang Chuchu instantly hid the card that Jang Chen handed over and said hurriedly, "No, I don't have much money." He Yanmei came over and said coldly, "You stupid girl, you even hid it from your mother. I heard it at the door. What breakup fee? What 2 million? Give it to me." Tang Chuchu said, "Mom, it's really nothing." Jang Chen nodded, "Well, it's really nothing." He Yanmei scolded, "I'm talking to my daughter, what's your business? Look at the time, have you cooked? Go quickly." Oh. Jiang Chen immediately turned around and left, going to the kitchen to cook. After being busy in the kitchen for more than half an hour, he came out and the family had dinner together. After dinner, Jiang Chen pulled Tang Chuchu into the room and asked in a low voice, "Wife, you didn't say it, did you?" Tang Chuchu rolled her eyes, "It's all your fault. Why are you shouting so loudly? All my money was confiscated by my mother. She said she had supported me for more than 20 years. Now that I'm working, she wants me to give her pension." "What, you gave it all?" Jiang Chen's eyes widened. He is really short of money recently. He married into the Tang family, had no job, and was penniless. All the money for cigarettes was supported by Xiao He. Tang Chuchu said helplessly, "Yes, they all gave it to me. The 100,000 yuan breakup fee from Master Chen, 250,000 yuan from Master Zhang, 300,000 yuan from Master Lu, and 500,000 yuan from Master Wang. All of them were confiscated by my mother." Ah. Jiang Chen sighed and said, "I hope that when I go to pick you up tomorrow, there will be a rich young man pursuing you and giving me hundreds of thousands of dollars as a breakup fee. Honey, send me a few $100 via WeChat. I don't have money for cigarettes anymore." "Who would believe that? When I was washing your clothes a few days ago, I saw a black card in your pocket. Don't tell me there's no money in it. Take it out and I'll keep it." Tang Chuchu stretched out her hand and asked Jiang Chen for the card. Jiang Chen took out the black card. The card is all black with a black dragon on it and no card number. Tang Chuchu didn't look carefully last time when she was washing clothes. Now when she looked at it, she couldn't help but ask, "What kind of bank card is this? Why is there no card number on it?" Jiang Chen hesitated and said, "This is a bank card jointly issued by all major banks. Every bank can use it. What era is this? There is no card number. Now everyone uses identity chips to apply for cards." Tang Chuchu was skeptical, so she took the card and asked, "What's the password? How much money is in it?" "The password is 8 eights. As for the money, it's not much." "8 of you." Tang Chuchu cursed, "Where is the 8-digit bank card password? I remembered it wrong, it was 6 eights. Jiang Chen smiled awkwardly. "There is no password on his card. No matter how you enter it, it will be correct. There is only one black dragon card in the entire country. It is a symbol of status and power. As for the money, he really doesn't know how much it is because he has never withdrawn it. But this was earned by his 10 years of military merit and 10 years of honor, so he should have made a lot of money. However, at his level, money is just an external thing, and he doesn't care how much money is in the card." Now, even if he gave it to Tang Chuchu, he didn't care, because without Tang Chuchu, there would be no him today. Everything he has was given by Tang Chuchu. Jiang Chen looked helpless. Tang Chuchu said, "Go get the dress from my closet. There's an important banquet tonight." Jiang Chen stood up, walked towards the closet, opened it, and asked, "Wife, which one?" "The white one, the V-neck one." "That won't do. You can't wear something so revealing when you go out. This one is nice." Jiang Chen came over with a black high-neck dress, handed it to Tang Chuchu, and asked, "By the way, what party?" Tang Chuchu said, "The auction banquet held by Xiao Ruren of the Xiao family has many good things. Some big names attended. I also took this opportunity to expand my social circle." Hearing this, Jiang Chen was slightly stunned, but he didn't say much. Instead, he asked, "Do you need me to ride you?" "I'll take a taxi." "Oh, okay." After Tang Chuchu changed her dress, she went out. After she left, Jiang Chen also found an excuse to leave the house. Xiao family, a villa. This is the only remaining villa of the Xiao family. All other assets of the Xiao family have been liquidated, including real estate. Dozens of people from the Xiao family gathered in the villa. Leading the group was a middle-aged man in military uniform. He is Xiao Bieha's fourth son, Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan is a soldier from the Western Territory. When his father Xiao Bieha died, he was on a mission and could not get away. When he rushed back, Xiao Bieha was already dead. But the murderer left a clue that he was the remnant of the Jiang family 10 years ago, so he rushed back to Kyoto overnight to find the big man who ordered the destruction of the Jiang family and the seizure of the Huayue mountain residence map to inquire about the situation. However, he didn't get any results, but he did find out one piece of information. The reason why Tang Chuchu was disfigured was that she was burned when she rescued a person from the fire in the Jiang family villa 10 years ago. The important person gave an order to find out who Tang Chuchu saved. After receiving the news, he left Kyoto and returned to Jiangzhou. But after he returned to the Xiao family had gone bankrupt, and this was closely related to Tang Chuchu, whom he was investigating. Next to him sat a beautiful woman with fair skin and an unrecognizable age. She was Xiao Ruren. Xiao Ruren said, "Fourth brother, I have no idea who killed Dad, but our family was bankrupted by Tang Chuchu. Xiao Chen has already said that it was all Tang Chuchu's fault. It was Tang Chuchu who called Yixiong, and Yixiong bankrupted our family." Xiao Zhan sat in the first seat, his resolute face was gloomy, and he clenched his fists. "Whoever goes against our Xiao family will not have a good ending, not even Yixiong. I want to let the world know that the Xiao family is not a soft persimmon that anyone can bully. Tonight is the day when the Tang family will be destroyed." Jiangzhou Hotel, the venue for the Xiao family's auction banquet. Luxury cars gathered outside the hotel, and many celebrities from the Yangtze River came in and out. These are the people who received Xiao Ruren's invitation. Although the Xiao family went bankrupt and none of the celebrities in Jiangzhou wanted to attend the auction party, news came from the Xiao family that Xiao Zhan had returned. Xiao Zhan played an indispensable role in the Xiao family becoming the first of the four wealthy families. He is from the Western Frontier Army and holds a high position in the army. Outside the Jiangzhou Hotel, two men in black windbreakers walked over on foot. Seeing the soldiers guarding outside the Jiangzhou Hotel, Xiao He was slightly stunned. "Brother Jiang, this is the Western Territory Army. Could it be that Xiao Zhan from the Xiao family has returned? This Xiao Zhan seems to be the confidant of the Western Territory King Xiaoyao. His military rank is quite high, at the level of deputy commander." King Xiaoyao. Jang Chen sneered, "Even if King Xiaoyao himself comes today and dares to stop me, I will make him kneel down." Daxia had 5 commanders. The Black Dragon of the Southern Wilderness, the Chief of the Northern Frontier, the Free and Easy King of the Western Territory, the Barbarian King of the Eastern Territory, and the Emperor of Kyoto. In terms of power, the Emperor of Kyoto is the strongest. As for the Black Dragon of the Southern Wilderness, although he has been the commander-in-chief for the shortest time, he is the strongest. Even if the other 4 commanders come together, they may not be a match for the Black Dragon. Moreover, Black Dragon has another identity, that is the god of medicine. His medical skills are the best in the world. He can kill people and turn their flesh into bones. As long as the person is still alive, he can save him. Even if he takes half a step into the King of Hell's palace, he can be pulled back from the King of Hell's hands. Therefore, even if the other 4 commanders were present in person, Jiang Chen might not take them seriously, let alone that he was just a trusted subordinate of the King Xiaoyao of the Western Territory. "Brother Jiang, are you going to kill someone tonight?" "The main task tonight is to retrieve the Huayue mountain residence map. As for whether anyone will die or not, it depends on the situation." "When are we going in?" "Don't worry, wait until the banquet starts." "Yes." The 2 were outside the hotel and were in no hurry to enter. The celebrities from Jiangzhou who came to attend the banquet were all trembling when they saw that there were soldiers guarding the hotel. Xiao Zhan from the Xiao family is back as expected. Xiao Bieha is dead, the Xiao family is bankrupt, and now that Xiao Zhan is back, he will definitely stir up trouble in Jiangzhou. The top floor of the hotel is where celebrities from the Yangtze River gather. Even Tang Chuchu came. She was wearing a black dress and had a slender figure. Her long hair was tied up, and she had a noble and elegant temperament. She generously greeted many celebrities in Jiangzhou and expanded her social circle. At this moment, 2 staff members came over carrying a painting, and when they came behind Tang Chuchu, they suddenly dropped it to the ground. Bang! The portrait fell to the ground, and the crystal glass frame broke instantly, with the glass fragments cutting the painting inside. The place where the painting was damaged was exactly under Tang Chuchu's feet. "You, what are you doing?" A staff member looked at the painting on the ground that was cut by glass, looked at Tang Chuchu, and shouted, "Why did you hit me?" I didn't." Tang Chuchu was confused. "She didn't hit it." "I didn't, are you mistaken?" "How is that possible? You bumped into me and broke the painting." "Do you know what this painting is?" "It's a famous painting from more than 2,000 years ago. It's dwelling in the mountains with flowers and moon, and it's worth 1.8 billion. Another staff member also spoke up, accusing Tang Chuchu, "It was you, Tang Chuchu, you were the one who hit him." The commotion here attracted the attention of many people. "What's going on?" A tall middle-aged man in military uniform came over and shouted, "Why are you shouting so loudly? Do you still have any manners?" "Boss Xiao, we were carrying the assembled Flower Moon residence picture to the work area at the back, but we were bumped into by Tang Chuchu. The Flower Moon residence picture was destroyed." Xiao Zhan squatted down and looked at the landscape painting that was scratched by the glass. His expression changed immediately. "The painting of dwelling in the mountains with flowers and moon, this is ruined. This painting is worth 1.8 billion. It's not me, it's not me." Upon hearing the value of 1.8 billion, Tang Chuchu panicked instantly and retreated quickly. She couldn't afford to pay for such an expensive sum. Even if she sacrificed the entire Tang family, she still couldn't afford it. Xiao Zhan stood up and looked at Tang Chuchu with a cold expression. "I, Xiao Zhan, will never wrongly accuse anyone. There are surveillance cameras here. If it's you, we'll know if it's you. Come on, check the surveillance." A few minutes later, someone came over with a surveillance camera. Under the witness of celebrities in Jiangzhou, Xiao Zhan personally played the surveillance video. In the video, 2 staff members were carrying a picture frame, but they were bumped by Tang Chuchu, causing the frame to fall to the ground and the painting to be broken. Seeing this scene, Xiao Zhan said in a cold voice, "Tang Chuchu, 1.8 billion, come, take Tang Chuchu down for me, take people to the Tang family and ask for 1.8 billion. If there is no money, all the Tang family members will be returned to me." When Tang Chuchu saw the soldiers coming, she was so frightened that her face turned pale and she cried anxiously, "It wasn't me, it really wasn't me, General Xiao, I really didn't, I am innocent, I didn't hit anyone." A lot of people gathered around. None of these people spoke, they were all secretly feeling sorry for Tang Chuchu. What a pity. The Tang family was just starting out, and now it's all over. Yes, 1.8 billion. The Tang family is going bankrupt this time. I wonder if they can raise 1.8 billion by selling all their properties. Tang Chuchu is also unlucky. Why is she so careless? Hearing the many discussions and seeing the fully armed soldiers approaching, Tang Chuchu was frightened and her face turned pale. She kept backing away. 2 fully armed soldiers came towards her with weapons, with the black muzzles of their guns pointed at her. Xiao Zhan ordered, "Take him to the back room." In despair and helplessness, Tang Chuchu was forcibly taken away by 2 fully armed men. Xiao Zhan's methods shocked many people. However, they did not sympathize with Tang Chuchu. Instead, they felt a bit gloating. This little accident did not interrupt the auction. At this time, Xiao Ruren from the Xiao family appeared and began to host the auction. Outside the Tang family villa, dozens of jeeps drove up and fully armed soldiers rushed into the Tang family. The Tang family panicked instantly. Tang Tianlong, who had already fallen asleep, woke up in his pajamas. Seeing dozens of soldiers, he turned pale with fear and asked hurriedly, "General, what happened?" "Take away." At the command, Tang Tianlong was held by 2 people and forcibly dragged away. The Tang family members who had fallen asleep were also forcibly pulled up. At the same time, at Tang Chuchu's house, Tang Bo, He Yanmei has fallen asleep. Boom. The door was kicked open and a group of people rushed in and forcibly took them away. Jiangzhou Hotel, top floor, a secret room. Tang Chuchu was tied up, and soon all the members of the Tang family were brought here, including her grandfather Tang Tianlong, her father Tang Bo, her uncle Tang Hai, her second uncle Tang Jie, and dozens of other members of the Tang family. All members of the Tang family were tied up. They were all completely confused. They didn't know why they had offended the Xiao family, and they didn't know why they were brought to the Xiao family villa. They all looked terrified. On a chair in the basement, Xiao Zhan was sitting with a cigarette in his mouth. There were many fully armed soldiers standing behind him. He looked indifferent and said calmly, "Tang Chuchu, do you know why I tied you up?" Tang Chuchu didn't understand. She didn't damage the painting, but how come she was the one who crashed into it in the video? The tied Tang Tianlong begged, "General Xiao, our Tang family has never offended the Xiao family. Tang Lei of my Tang family has a good relationship with Xiao Chen of the Xiao family. Why did you capture our family? Please, let us go. If I have offended you, I will prepare a small gift and go to the Xiao family to apologize in person." Xiao Zhan paused slightly and interrupted Tang Tianlong. "Tang Chuchu damaged a famous painting worth 1.8 billion at the auction banquet. Tang Tianlong, I will let you go back. Sell the Tang family's assets and collect 1.8 billion. Use the money to redeem you. If you don't have money, you will all die." "What? 1.8 billion? Tang Chuchu, what's wrong with you? How did you ruin a painting worth 1.8 billion? The members of the Tang family who were tied up were shocked by the amount of money and began to blame Tang Chuchu. They were all scolding Tang Chuchu, calling her a jinx who had brought so much trouble to the Tang family. Tang Chuchu was like a dumb person eating bitter herbs, unable to express her pain. Xiao Zhan gave an order, "Release Tang Tianlong." Before taking action, he specifically investigated the Tang family. The total assets of the dozens of people in the Tang family added up to only about 1.5 billion. This painting was enough to make the Tang family completely bankrupt. After Tang Tianlong escaped, he came to Tang Chuchu, slapped her in the face, and angrily cursed, "You useless thing, you have brought disaster to the Tang family." Tang Chuchu's face was red from being beaten, tears rolled down her eyes, and she cried out, "Grandpa, it's not me, it's really not me. You still dare to quibble? Will General Xiao wrongly accuse you?" Tang Tianlong was so angry that he slapped him a few more times. After the fight, he fell to his knees and begged like a dead dog, "General Xiao, please give the Tang family a chance to live." Xiao Zhan said coldly, "Give the Tang family a chance to survive? Who has ever given my Xiao family a chance to survive? Because of a phone call from Tang Chuchu, Qianju and Yixiong targeted my Xiao family and caused it to go bankrupt." Tang Chuchu came to her senses and shouted, "Yes, you framed me. Yes." Xiao Zhan did not deny it. "What can I do if I frame you? The Tang family has to take the 1.8 billion. As the deputy commander of the Western Territory, it is easy for me, Xiao Zhan, to kill dozens of people from the Tang family." Tang Tianlong seemed to have lost all his energy and spirit, and collapsed on the ground. At this moment, he seemed to have aged several dozen years, and cried out, "It's over. The Tang family is finished. Throw this old man out." "Yes." Two fully armed men came over and forcibly dragged Tang Tianlong, who was crying on the ground, away. The Tang family members present were all terrified. General Xiao is serious. The Tang family is finished, and it's all thanks to Tang Chuchu. Tang Chuchu, you are such a jinx, you are the one who brought disaster to the Tang family. How could I have a daughter like you? Tang Chuchu, how can your mistake implicate our entire family? General, I have nothing to do with Tang Chuchu, let me go. Woo-woo, I don't want to die, General Xiao, I beg you, please let me go. Every wrong has its perpetrator, every debt has its creditor, this is all Tang Chuchu's fault, you should seek revenge on Tang Chuchu, kill her and let us go. The Tang family members begged for mercy. Facing the extremely powerful Xiao Zhan, they had no way to deal with him. After hearing these words from her family, Tang Chuchu even wanted to die. She was so angry that she fainted instantly. Xiao Zhan made a gesture. Immediately, someone brought a basin of water and poured it on Tang Chuchu's face. Tang Chuchu, who had fainted, woke up again. Xiao Zhan stood up, walked over, a dagger appeared in his hand. He lifted her chin, and the dagger gently slid across her fair face. He asked coldly, "Tang Chuchu, 10 years ago, you broke into the Jiang family sea of fire and were burned. Now your face is quite beautiful. Who was the person you rescued from the sea of fire 10 years ago? Where is he?" I don't know." Tang Chuchu's face was pale and her body was trembling. Sizzle. Xiao Zhan slashed the dagger in his hand fiercely, and a scar instantly appeared on Tang Chuchu's face. Blood oozed out, instantly dyeing half of her face red. "Ah!" Tang Chuchu cried out in pain and struggled continuously, but her limbs were tied, so no matter how hard she struggled, it was useless. The other members of the Tang family who were tied up were shaking with fear, and some of the timid ones were even frightened to death. "Tell me, who was the person you saved? Did he come back to look for you? What is your relationship with Yixiong? Why does Yixiong respect you so much?" "I don't know, I really don't know, whoa, I don't know anything." Tang Chuchu burst into tears. Sizzle. Xiao Zhan slashed down with the knife again, and a scar appeared on Tang Chuchu's face again. She only felt the burning pain on her face, and could clearly feel the blood flowing from her cheek to her neck. Xiao Zhan shouted, "Who is the person you saved? Has he ever come to see you?" Tang Chuchu was stunned by the yelling. She really didn't know who she had saved 10 years ago. She burst into tears. "Woo-woo, I really don't know. I didn't know it was the Jiang family at the time. I only found out later. I don't know who I saved. After I pulled him out of the sea of fire, his face had been burned. Then he jumped into the river and was washed away by the flood. I don't know who he is, and he never came back to find me. General Xiao, I'm telling the truth. Please let me go." Woo-woo. 2 bloody wounds appeared on Tang Chuchu's fair face, and blood dripped down her cheeks, staining her neck red. Her eyes were misty and crystal tears flowed out. Tears rolled down and mixed with the blood on his face. At this moment, she was desperate. Facing Xiao Zhan, the general of the Xiao family, she felt desperate and helpless. She hates. I hated myself for rushing into the fire when I heard the cries for help. She saved a person, but she was burned and suffered 10 years of hardship and injustice. After the burns, she became the laughingstock of her classmates. The classmates who used to have a good relationship with her now ignore her. When classmates saw her, they avoided her as if she were the plague god. She was disliked by her family, even her closest parents looked down on her. After recovering from her injuries, she felt that all the suffering she had endured in the previous 10 years was worth it. But now, she fell into despair again. "General Xiao, please, this is none of our business, it's all Tang Chuchu's fault. It's all Tang Chuchu's fault. You are the one who is causing trouble for Tang Chuchu. Please, let us go." In despair, Tang Chuchu saw Xiao Zhan's cold and ruthless face and heard the pleadings of the Tang family. In order to survive, these people pushed everything onto her. "Don't tell me." Xiao Zhan looked indifferent and waved slightly. Soon, 2 men walked in. "Deputy Commander. Take Tang Chuchu to the auction house outside. I want to let the entire Jiangzhou know what the consequences are for offending my Xiao family. After I deal with the Tang family, I will deal with Yixiong." "Yes." 2 men came over and untied the rope on Tang Chuchu. He pulled her hair like a dog and dragged Tang Chuchu out of the room. Tang Chuchu was wearing a thin dress, which was torn by the contact between her body and the ground, and her skin was scraped, causing her to feel a burning pain. She shouted for help and begged for mercy, but no matter how she shouted or begged, it was of no use. An auction is underway on the top floor of Jiangzhou Hotel. At this auction, the items that the Xiao family brought out were all worthless stuff, but the auction prices were extremely high, dozens of times or even higher than these items. Those present were all celebrities in the Jiangnan area and people who were active in the business world. They immediately knew what was going on. The Xiao family was bankrupted by Yixiong. Xiao Zhan came back this time to raise funds and plan to make a comeback. The celebrities from Jiangzhou present were helpless. Xiao Zhan was a general from the Western Territory and had tremendous power. They dared not offend him. Even if they know they are fake and worthless, they still have to bite the bullet and buy 1 or 2. because they all knew that if they didn't pay some money today, Xiaozhan would definitely remember it and they would not have a good time in the future. After one item was auctioned, another item was carried out. It was a painting, a complete painting of Huayue mountain dwelling. The sexy and beautiful auctioneer said in a loud voice, "The next auction is Huayue Shanju 2, the reserve price is 8 million, and each bid must not be less than 500,000. After seeing another painting of Flower and Moon Mountain residence being carried out, many people present understood that the painting that Tang Chuchu broke was also fake, and the Xiao family was deliberately making things difficult for the Tang family. Because the outside world is saying that the Xiao family went bankrupt because Tang Chuchu turned on the speakerphone when she called Yi Xiong. Yi Xiong heard what Xiao Chen of the Xiao family said, and then he bankrupted the Xiao family. The real painting of residence in the flowers and moonlight is priceless, and 1.8 billion is not an exaggeration at all. But now the Xiao family has taken out a fake one and openly asked for 8 million. This is obviously a scam. My Wang family offered 10 million. I'll buy this picture. The Zhao family offered 11 million, I want this picture. The Zhou family contributes 12 million. Knowing it was a fake, some wealthy families made offers one after another in order to curry favor with Xiaozhan, the deputy commander of the Western Territory. A worthless fake painting was soon raised to 12 million, and the price showed an upward trend. In the end, this fake painting of flowers and moon over the mountain was bought by a family at a high price of 21 million. Just as everyone was waiting for the next auction item, two fully armed men came over, dragging a woman with disheveled hair and a bloody face. One of her high heels was pulled off and her knee was rubbed raw, bleeding profusely. Seeing this scene, everyone in the conference hall gasped. Tang Chuchu was pulled onto the auction table. Her face was facing the auction hall below and the crowd. There were dozens of people sitting in the auction room. These were all well-known figures in Jiangzhou, but when they saw Tang Chuchu's bloody and hideous face, they were so scared that their faces turned pale and they sat in their seats, not even daring to breathe. "Save me, save me." Seeing that there were quite a few people here, Tang Chuchu seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw. She stretched out her hand and kept calling for help. However, among the dozens of people at the venue, no one dared to stand up and say a word, because there were two fully armed men standing on both sides of Tang Chuchu. Xiaozhan came out with a dagger, came to the auction table, pulled up Tang Chuchu's long hair, and showed her face clearly to everyone. He said indifferently, "My Xiao family is the most powerful family in Jiangzhou. Whoever goes against the Xiao family must die." As he spoke, he slashed Tang Chuchu's face with the dagger in his hand again. Ah! Tang Chuchu's expression was distorted with pain and she let out a heart-wrenching cry of agony. "Kill me, I beg you, kill me, don't torture me anymore." Tang Chuchu was tortured to the point of being exhausted physically and mentally. At this moment, she just wanted to die and be freed as soon as possible. She kept begging Xiaozhan to kill him. Outside the hotel, Jang Chen and Xiao He had been waiting here. When they saw that the time was almost up, they put on the masks they had prepared in advance and walked towards the hotel. However, there were fully armed soldiers guarding the door, so they did not go through the front door, but the back door. Jiang Chen and Xiao He wore masks and came to the top floor of the hotel where the auction banquet was held. But before they entered the auction venue, he heard Tang Chuchu's painful cries and pleas. Hearing this voice, his heart skipped a beat, his face instantly darkened, and a surge of anger rushed from the soles of his feet to his brain. Xiao He followed behind Jiang Chen and suddenly sensed a terrible murderous aura erupting from Jiang Chen. This violent aura was so terrifying that it made him tremble and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. He had followed Jiang Chen for many years, and he had only seen this kind of aura once. That was a year ago, when there was a great turmoil in the southern wilderness and tens of thousands of Black Dragon soldiers were framed and died tragically at the hands of the enemy. At that time, Jiang Chen was furious and rushed to the enemy's base camp alone. In that battle, blood flowed like a river. In that battle, corpses piled up like mountains. In that battle, the enemy commander's skull was brought back by Jiang Chen. At this moment, at the venue, Xiaozhan held a dagger on Tang Chuchu's neck, with a cold face, and said, "I'll give you another chance. Who was the person you saved 10 years ago?" Boom. The door to the auction venue was suddenly kicked open. "It's me." A roar filled with anger and murderous intent rang out. "It's me." These two short words were like muffled thunder, echoing in the ears of everyone in the venue, leaving their brains blank and at a loss. Even Xiao Zhan on the auction stage was stunned. He was the battle-hardened deputy commander of the Western Territory, and had fought in many battles with the Western Territory King Xiaoyao. However, he was also stunned by Jang Chen's roar, and at that moment, he did not react. When he reacted, he saw a man walking in. This person had a black ghost mask on his face and there was a coldness about him. This chill seemed to have lowered the temperature of the entire venue by several degrees. Is it him? The ghost-faced man who killed Xiao Bia? Many celebrities in the venue reacted one after another, and when they saw Jang Chen approaching, they all turned pale with fright. Half a month ago, the scene of Xiao Bin's arm being twisted off, Xiao Bia's head being cut off, and his body lying in a pool of blood emerged in everyone's mind. It's you. Xiao Zhan's face also darkened. In the Xiao family surveillance video, he had seen this man with a ghost face. It was this man who killed his father. Remnants of the Jiang family. Xiao Zhan stared at Jang Chen who was walking towards him. Although he was the deputy commander of the Western Territory and had experienced many battles, he sensed a chilling murderous aura from this man. Jang Chen was wearing a black ghost mask, revealing a pair of eyes. His pupils were blood red. When Xiao He, who was following behind, saw Tang Chuchu, dying on the auction table with blood all over her face, his heart skipped a beat. He knew that today, this place would be a river of blood. He has followed Jang Chen for many years and knows Jang Chen's temper well. What Jang Chen cares about most are the brothers who have been through thick and thin with him. In addition, there is the savior he has always been thinking about, the girl who pulled him out of the sea of fire. For Tang Chuchu, he gave up the supreme honor. If he doesn't give up, with his prestige, he will definitely become the leader of the 5 marshals in the future. Now, Xiao Zhan actually dared to do this to Tang Chuchu. The dragon has a reverse scale, whoever touches it will die. Jiang Chen's Achilles heel is Tang Chuchu. Xiao Zhan is bound to die, no one can save him. Even if King Xiaoyao himself comes and dares to stop us, even King Xiaoyao will die. The huge conference hall was in dead silence. Jiang Chen and Xiao Zhan looked at each other. Under the terrifying aura, Xiao Zhan, the battle-hardened deputy commander, was actually a little frightened, and sweat broke out on his forehead unconsciously. Jiang Chen reached behind his waist and took out a thin wire. He was holding an iron wire made of silver needles and walked towards the auction table step by step under the gazes of many people. Thump, thump, thump. The big leather shoes made a rhythmic sound when they touched the ground. Every step he took made the people in the meeting hall tremble with their hearts. When I got to the end, some tables and chairs started shaking as if there was an earthquake. Dark, dark. Xiao Zhan saw the thin iron wire made of silver needles in Jiang Chen's hand, and there was horror on his face. He thought of a person. There was only one person in the whole world who could use silver needles to form steel wire to use as a weapon. Call out. Jiang Chen made a move, and the iron wire in his hand instantly split into pieces, turning into silver needles that shot out and accurately hit Xiao Zhan's forehead. Then the silver needles flew back and gathered into a thin iron wire again. There were traces of blood on the wire. Xiao Zhan only said one black word. He never uttered the full 2 words until his death. But at the moment of death, he regretted. He had seen Jiang Chen's wire on the surveillance camera, but the surveillance distance was too far and he couldn't see it clearly. If he saw it clearly, even if he had 10 times the courage, he would not dare to cause trouble for Tang Chuchu. This is a black dragon. The black dragon, who is famous in the southern wilds, is one of the 5 great commanders and is as famous as his boss. But he knew that although they were equally famous, 10 Xiaoyao kings combined were no match for one black dragon. Under the horrified gazes of many people, Xiao Zhan fell down slowly without making any cry of pain. Tang Chuchu was lying on the auction table. In a trance, she saw a face wearing a ghost mask. The owner of the ghost mask walked towards her step by step. She wanted to see clearly and remember the mask, but she lost too much blood, her brain was dizzy, and she fainted. Before she fainted, she felt a pair of strong hands picking her up. Don't leave any Western border troops alive, and don't let any of the Xiao family members move. I want them to know what despair is, and I want them to die in despair. Jang Chen held the unconscious Tang Chuchu in his arms and walked out of the venue step by step, while his cold and ruthless voice echoed throughout the venue. The fully armed soldiers on both sides of the ring were so frightened when they saw the deputy commander lying on the ground in a pool of blood that they trembled in fear. Xiao He received Jang Chen's order and walked over. His windbreaker fluttered and he reached to his waist, and a bunch of flying knives appeared. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Flying knives kept flying out. The two Western Territory warriors fell in a pool of blood. Xiao He left and went to the back of the venue. All the Western border soldiers fell to the ground instantly, without even a chance to fight back. The huge conference hall became dead silent. The celebrities in the river all held their heads in their hands, squatted on the ground, and dared not even move. About 10 minutes passed before someone mustered up the courage to stand up. When they saw Xiao Zhan and the Western Border Army soldiers lying on the ground in a pool of blood, they all gasped. The other members of the Xiao family were so frightened that they dared not say a word. At this moment, they were terrified. The words, "Don't leave any member of the Xiao family alive. I want to let them know what despair is, and die in despair," kept echoing in their minds. Someone reacted and called the police quickly. Soon the police arrived, found the trapped Tang family members, and released them. Then we set up surveillance on the scene, started questioning and took statements. Jiangzhou is the capital of medicine. 80% of the world's Chinese medicinal materials are shipped from here. There are pharmaceutical groups with a market value of hundreds of billions, and there are also hundreds of thousands of large and small medicinal materials processing factories. Here, there are Chinese medicine clinics in every street and alley. Jiulong Street is a mixed street in Jiangzhou City where all kinds of people gather. It has antiques, KTVs, bars, and massage parlors. At the beginning of Kowloon Street, there stands a clinic. Mortal Clinic. This is where Xiao He, a subordinate of Jang Chen, stays in the river. Jang Chen is a miracle doctor. Xiao He has followed him for many years and knows a little about medicine. He can easily treat colds, flu, and bruises. Mortal Clinic, on a small operating table. Jang Chen looked at Tang Chuchu, whose face was covered in blood, whose knees were rubbed raw, and whose flesh was covered in dust. Tang Chuchu suffered torture that was unbearable for ordinary people. She was exhausted physically and mentally, lost too much blood, and fainted. Jiang Chen's face looked gloomy and scary. He stroked Tang Chuchu's face. Guilt was expressed on her resolute face. The corners of her eyes were moist and tears rolled down. He promised that he would never let Tang Chuchu get hurt again. But he didn't do it. He owed Tang Chuchu too much, and he would never be able to make it up in this lifetime. He didn't dare to think about what would become of Tang Chuchu if he was a step later. Even if he killed Xiao Zhan, it would be difficult to eliminate the hatred in his heart. He would make the Xiao family pay back 100 or 1,000 times for the grievances and sufferings that Chuchu had suffered. He took out the medicine box and began to carefully treat the wound on Tang Chuchu's face. "General Xiao, it really wasn't me, it really wasn't me, please, let me go." Jiang Chen gently touched the wound on her face, and she screamed, curled up into a ball, and trembled slightly. Her look was like a sharp knife piercing Jiang Chen's heart. He choked and almost cried. He quickly picked up a few silver needles and inserted them into Tang Chuchu's body to calm her, numb her wounds and relieve her pain. Only then did Tang Chuchu calm down and close her eyes peacefully. Jiang Chen carefully cleaned her wound, began to prepare medicine, applied medicine, and bandaged her. Xiao He came back, but he stood aside and didn't disturb them. After Jiang Chen treated the injuries on Tang Chuchu's face and some abrasions on her legs, he picked her up and went to the back room of the clinic. He laid her on the bed, pulled the quilt over her, and held her hand tightly. He just held Tang Chuchu's hand and stayed by her side. Xiao He has been guarding the door, never leaving. Tonight is definitely a big earthquake for Jiangzhou. In order to rise, the Xiao family planned a scheme, using cheap items to auction them at sky-high prices, and raised a considerable amount of funds. Xiao Zhan even took revenge on the Tang family. However, no one expected that the ghost-faced man who killed Xiao Bieha would appear again and kill Xiao Zhan at the venue. The police have intervened in the investigation, but because of Xiao Zhan's special identity, Relevant departments have also intervened, but the follow-up of the matter has not been announced. The night passed quietly. The sun rose, illuminating the dark earth, and citizens got up, washed up, and started a new day. Morning, Qianjuan Building, Chairman's Office. Mr. Yi, something big happened last night. A sexy and beautiful woman stood beside Yi Xiong and told him everything that happened at the Xiao family auction venue last night. Xiaozhan arrested Tang Chuchu and the Tang family. Hearing this, Yi Xiong was slightly stunned, and then said, "Did Xiaozhan die in the end?" "Yes, Mr. Yi, from the intelligence I received, Xiaozhan planned to deal with the Tang family first and then Qianjun. But when he captured Tang Chuchu and planned to establish his authority, the ghost-faced man who killed Xiao Biao arrived and killed Xiaozhan." Yi Xiong paused slightly. "Okay, go down." After the secretary left, Yi Xiong smiled faintly and muttered to himself, "He who dares to provoke Tang Chuchu is really courting death. What is the point of being the deputy commander of the Western Territory? Even if King Xiaoyao comes in person, he has to bow down in front of the Black Dragon." Yi Xiong didn't pay much attention to the Xiao family's affairs, nor did he get too involved in the Tang family's affairs. Mortal Clinic. After a night's rest, Tang Chuchu woke up. As soon as she woke up, a pair of strong hands held her. She felt weak all over and wanted to get up, but she felt a burning pain on her face and cried out in pain. Jang Chen held Tang Chuchu's hand tightly and fell asleep on the bed. Tang Chuchu's cry woke him up instantly. He hurriedly said, "Wife, are you awake?" Hearing the familiar voice, Tang Chuchu asked weakly, "Chen, where am I?" Jiang Chen said, "You are in the Mortal Clinic, which is opened by my friend. Something happened to the Tang family last night and the Tang family was arrested. Fortunately, I was smart and ran away in advance. I quietly followed you to the Jiangzhong Hotel and saw you lying on the road outside, so I brought you to the clinic." Jiang Chen didn't want Tang Chuchu to know his identity. Tang Chuchu is just an ordinary person. Knowing this will have a great impact on her life. He just wants Tang Chuchu to live a carefree life. "I'm sorry, I didn't protect you well." Jiang Chen looked remorseful. When Tang Chuchu thought about what happened last night, she felt aggrieved, her nose felt sore, and she burst into tears. "Wow, why does God do this to me?" Last night, she experienced despair and suffered torture that no ordinary person could endure. Seeing Xiaozhan's ruthless face, she felt desperate and helpless. She kept begging and begging for mercy, but what awaited her was cuts on her face one by one. She broke down and cried. Jiang Chen held her hand tightly and said, "I'm sorry, it's my fault. I should have gone with you." He kept apologizing. He felt ashamed towards Tang Chuchu. Without him, Tang Chuchu would not have experienced all this. Tang Chuchu was tired of crying, or perhaps just exhausted. Her sobs became quieter and quieter, and then she fell asleep. Jiang Chen then let go of her hand, stood up and went outside. "Brother Jiang." Xiao He, who had been guarding all night, took out a cigarette and handed it over, saying, "According to your instructions, no Western Border Army soldier was left at Jiangzhong Hotel, and I didn't touch any of the Xiao family members. I checked and found that the Huayue mountain dwelling painting at the auction was fake. I also questioned Xiao Ruren and found that the real Huayue mountain dwelling painting was no longer in the Xiao family 10 years ago. As for where it is, Xiao Ruren doesn't know. Only the dead Xiaozhan knows." Jiang Chen lit a cigarette. The painting of dwelling in the mountains with flowers and moon is a family heirloom of the Jiang family. Grandpa values it more than his own life. No matter where it is, he must get it back. But he doesn't have time now. Chuchu had just gone through a disaster, and from now on he would stay with Tang Chuchu and make up for his debt to her. Xiao He paused and continued, "There is one more thing. The 5 major military regions of Jiangbei, Jiangzhong, Nanhua, Haiqing, and Tianhai have been reorganized and integrated. The King Xiaoyao of the Western Territory has been transferred from the Western Territory to become the commander-in-chief of the 5 armies. He will take office today. The document was just issued this morning." Hearing this, Jiang Chen looked indifferent and said calmly, "It has nothing to do with me. Brother Jiang, in terms of merit, the new commander should belong to you. What does King Xiaoyao have to do with it?" Xiao He stood up for Jiang Chen. Jang Chen paused slightly and said, "All right, don't worry about it. Whether it is rectified or not, who will be the new military commander, it has nothing to do with me." Jang Chen didn't want to get involved, so he said, "Give me some money, I'll go buy breakfast for Chuchu." Xiao He said, "WeChat is for you." Jiang Chen walked out of the clinic, went to the street, and bought a bowl of steamed buns and porridge for Tang Chuchu. When he came back, Tang Chuchu had already woken up. Tang Chuchu had gauze wrapped around her face. She was lying on the bed, her eyes dull, staring at the ceiling in a daze. Jiang Chen walked over, put down the breakfast he bought, and called softly, "Wife." Tang Chuchu didn't respond. Jiang Chen held her hand and said, "It's over. Everything is over." Tang Chuchu turned away slightly and looked at Jiang Chen, sobbing softly, her body trembling slightly, with panic on her face. I have offended Xiaozhan. I am done, please leave, I don't want to implicate you." Jiang Chen comforted her, "It's okay. I watched the news this morning. Xiaozhan from the Xiao family is dead, and the Tang family is fine too." "What, dead?" Tang Chuchu was shocked, her face blushing, and she looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. Xiaozhan was a general, how could he die just like that? Jiang Chen said, "The news said that he seemed to be killed by a man wearing a black ghost mask. The police are now looking for the murderer." Hearing this, Tang Chuchu was stunned. The man with the black ghost mask. She vaguely remembered that when she was desperate, helpless and collapsed, a man wearing a black ghost mask appeared, but she didn't see it clearly and fell into a coma. Dead? Is he really dead? Tang Chuchu had a dazed look on her face. She couldn't believe that the powerful Xiaozhan died like this. "Well, dead, come, have some porridge." Jiang Chen picked up Tang Chuchu, let her snuggle in his arms, picked up the spoon and fed her. Tang Chuchu opened her mouth slightly and ate the porridge. Tang Chuchu was in a trance all day today, and was in a deep sleep every time, but she would soon wake up from a nightmare. Every time she woke up, she would scream and ask Xiaozhan to let her go. Jiang Chen knew that Tang Chuchu had suffered a severe blow and was nearly mentally collapsed, which left her with a huge shadow from which she would need to slowly come out. The outside world is discussing the Xiao family's affairs and the death of Xiaozhan. And Jiang Chen has always been with Tang Chuchu. On the first day, Tang Chuchu was in a trance. But under Jiang Chen's careful care, she gradually came out of the shadows, and from being taciturn, she became able to communicate with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen also solemnly promised that if he could cure her once, he could cure her a second time. 3 days later, Tang Chuchu completely walked out of the shadows. But the wound on her face has not healed yet. "Chen, it's been so many days. I want to go home and see my parents. I'm afraid they will worry." Jiang Chen nodded and asked Xiao He to drive the unlicensed commercial vehicle to the Tang family. In front of Tang Chuchu's house. The door is closed. With the support of Jiang Chen, Tang Chuchu gently knocked on the door. Soon, a middle-aged man came to open the door. Seeing Tang Chuchu, he was delighted and hurriedly pulled her into the house. "Chuchu, you're back. Are you okay?" "Dad." Tang Chuchu called out, "I'm fine." "Tang Bo, who is this?" A voice came from the room. Yanmei came over. When she saw Tang Chuchu, her face suddenly turned gloomy and she said in a cold voice, "You jinx, why did you come back?" "Mom." "Don't call me Mom. I don't have a daughter like you." Yanmei looked at Tang Chuchu, who had gauze tied on her face, with a look of disgust. Because of Tang Chuchu, she was kidnapped and suffered a lot. Fortunately, Xiaozhan died, otherwise, the Tang family would have been doomed. After Tang Tianlong came back, he was furious and issued a family order, cancelling Tang Chuchu's position as Yongla's executive chairman, expelling Tang Chuchu from the Tang family, and announcing to the public that from now on, there would be no Tang Chuchu in the Tang family. "Yanmei, what are you doing?" Tang Bo couldn't help but frown and said, "Although Dad kicked Chuchu out of the Tang family, she is our daughter after all." Yanmei immediately put her hands on her hips and said coldly, "Who dares to resist the old man's words? Don't forget, you are still receiving a salary from Tang Yongla. If you make the old man angry again, you will even lose your job. Without a job, how can you pay the mortgage?" Then, he pointed at Tang Chuchu, who was standing at the door, and cursed, "Get lost. I don't have a daughter like you. It's because of you, a jinx, that your father has no status in the Tang family. Look at Tang Hai, Tang Jia, and even the other third-generation Tang family members. They all have shares in Yongla, and they live a happy life just by relying on dividends every month." He Yanmei became angrier and angrier as she spoke, and she slammed the door shut. Tang Chuchu's eyes were misty and tears rolled down. She knew that she had brought shame to her parents by not living up to her expectations. But she didn't expect that her parents wouldn't let her into the house. She knelt on the ground at the door and begged bitterly, "Dad, Mom, I know I was wrong, open the door quickly, woo-woo." Jang Chen looked heartbroken, and wanted to help Tang Chuchu up from the ground, comforting her, "Chuchu, you get up first, it doesn't matter if you don't go back to this house." Tang Chuchu, however, could not get up from her knees. She knelt at the door, crying and knocking on the door. Soon, the door opened again, and He Yanmei threw out some suitcases and yelled, "Get out of here right now, get out of this house." At this moment, a man in his 20s came out of the room. He was dressed smartly and looked quite handsome. He said, "Mom, Sister Chuchu is pitiful enough. Even if Grandpa cancelled her position as executive chairman and expelled her from the family, you can't stop her from coming in. My brother-in-law is just a poor boy who just got out of the army. He has no job and no money. If you don't let her in, where can you let them go?" The one who spoke was Tang Chuchu's younger brother, Tang Song. He also works at Yongla Company and does not live here on weekdays. After getting married, he bought a house in the city. He only came back temporarily because of something happening at home. "Mom, please, don't chase me away." Tang Chuchu knelt in front of He Yanmei and pulled her trouser legs. "Get out." He Yanmei raised her foot and kicked Tang Chuchu away. The room was closed with a bang. Jang Chen helped Tang Chuchu up from the ground, wiped away the tears from her eyes, held her face, and said tenderly, "Wife, I will take you to the imperial residence. My friend will be back for a while. During this time, we will stay at the imperial residence. When our parents are no longer angry, we will come back." However, no matter what Jang Chen said, Tang Chuchu couldn't hear a word. At this moment, she only felt wronged. At the same time, I also blame myself. I blame myself for being useless and for being a burden that makes my parents unable to hold their heads up in front of relatives. She threw herself into Jang Chen's arms and cried sadly. "I'm useless, I'm just a burden, I hate myself, why did I rush into the sea of fire to save people, I regret it so much, I regret it so much." Tang Chuchu is where she is today because she rushed into the fire to save people 10 years ago. If nothing had happened 10 years ago, her life would never be like this. Hearing these words, Jang Chen's heart ached. Feeling guilty, he hugged the crying Tang Chuchu tightly and apologized repeatedly, "I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Looking for Grandpa, yes, looking for Grandpa." Suddenly, Tang Chuchu seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw while crying. She pulled Jang Chen and cried, "Go find Grandpa. Grandpa loved me the most when I was a child. He will definitely not kick me out of the family. Go and beg him, go and beg Grandpa." She took Jang Chen and left. Seeing her tearful face, Jang Chen felt distressed and comforted her, "Don't worry, I'll take you to the Tang family to find Grandpa." "Yes, let's go. Let's go now." Tang Chuchu had just recovered from the blow of being tortured by Xiao Zhan, and now she was expelled from the Tang family. Her spirit was on the verge of collapse. She foolishly thought that by going to the Tang family villa and looking for Tang Tianlong, she could return to the family. However, it was Tang Tianlong who expelled her from the family. But Jiang Qin had no choice but to let Tang Chuchu calm down first and then think of a solution after she calmed down. He didn't want to dash Tang Chuchu's hopes, so he took her to the Tang family villa. Soon, they arrived at the door of the Tang family villa. After Tang Chuchu pressed the doorbell, she walked back and forth anxiously at the door. Soon the door opened. The person who opened the door was Tang Hai's son Tang Lei. As soon as he saw Tang Chuchu at the door, he immediately started cursing, "Tang Chuchu, you jinx are not dead yet, why did you come back?" Pa. Jiang Qin swung his hand and slapped him. Tang Chuchu's mother scolded Tang Chuchu, and as a junior, Jang Chen couldn't do anything. But Tang Lei, it was not possible. The slap was quite powerful, and Tang Lei's face instantly turned red. His body turned in a circle on the spot, and he fell to the ground with a bang. He was so confused that his ears were buzzing. After several seconds, he finally reacted, got up from the ground, pointed at Jang Chen, and cursed fiercely, "You Jang Chen, you dare to hit me, I will kill you." Tang Lei clenched his fists and was ready to fight Jang Chen. "What?" Tang Tianlong, dressed in green and holding a cane, came over and shouted, "You're like a street-swearing shrew. Do you still have any house rules?" Tang Lei looked aggrieved and complained, "Grandpa, this kid hit me, this is the Tang family." Tang Chuchu immediately knelt on the ground, begging, "Grandpa, don't kick me out of the family. Rebellious son." Tang Tianlong gets angry when he sees Tang Chuchu. Because of Tang Chuchu, the Tang family almost perished. He raised his dragon-headed cane and was about to hit him. But, in the end, he held back, pointed outside the gate, and shouted, "Tang Chuchu, you have been expelled from the Tang family. You are no longer a member of the Tang family. Get out, don't let me see you." Tang Tianlong's words were like a bolt from the blue. Tang Chuchu lay on the ground in a daze with tears in her eyes. Jiang Chen helped the dazed Tang Chuchu up and walked away with her. Tang Chuchu was at a loss. After leaving the Tang family villa, she looked at Jiang Chen. As she looked at him, she burst into tears out of grievance. She felt that she was the most unlucky woman in the world. Jiang Chen hugged her and comforted her, "Don't cry, you want to go back to the Tang family, let me find a way, I promise you, before dark, the Tang family will kneel down and beg you to go back." "Oh, I have such a miserable life." Tang Chuchu cried bitterly. For 10 years, she was looked down upon and insulted, but she never cried. All the grievances came out at this moment. Jiang Chen winked at Xiao He, who was following in the distance, and Xiao He immediately understood and drove the car over. Jiang Chen helped the heartbroken Tang Chuchu into the car. He did not return to Duangju but went to Kowloon Street, to the mortal clinic run by Xiao He. Tang Chuchu was tired of crying and fell asleep on the bed. Jiang Chen came outside, took out his phone and called Yixiong himself. "Yixiong, it's me." "Ah, long. Mr. Jiang." Yixiong was so scared when he received Jiang Chen's call that he trembled all over. A few days ago, the news of Xiao Zhan's death was a hot topic. No one knew the identity of the man with the ghost face, but Yixiong knew that the man with the ghost face was Jiang Chen, the Black Dragon, the commander-in-chief of the southern wasteland. Jiang Chen asked, "How is the cooperation between Qian Jun and Tang Jia Yongla going?" "Mr. Jiang, the cooperation is going smoothly. Terminate the cooperation and tell the Tang family that Qian Jun only cooperates with Tang Chuchu. Now that Chuchu has been expelled from the Tang family, terminate all cooperation with the Tang family. As for the rumors about your relationship with Tang Chuchu, you should find a way to solve it yourself. I don't want the rumors to spread all over the city and cause trouble for Chuchu." "Yes, I'll arrange it right away." Yixiong took a deep breath. After hanging up the phone, he immediately arranged to give orders to the person responsible for contacting the Tang family to terminate all cooperation with the Tang family. At the same time, the Tang family. Tang Hai, the current executive chairman of Tang Yongla, came running over in a hurry and shouted, "Dad, it's bad, something big has happened." Tang Tianlong raised his eyelids and said, "Tang Hai, you are already in your 40s, and you are still so reckless. How can the Tang family hand over the family to you? How can the Tang family really squeeze into the upper class?" "Dad is right, but Dad, Qianjuan Group cancelled its cooperation with Yongla, and Qianjuan also said." Hearing this, Tang Tianlong's body trembled and he stood up suddenly. What did you say?" Tang Hai was a little lacking in confidence, and lowered his head and whispered, "Qianjun cancelled the cooperation with Yongla, and now dozens of trucks have appeared in front of the Yongla processing plant to transport the raw materials back." Tang Tianlong's body instantly collapsed on the sofa, beads of sweat breaking out on his old face. Cooperating with Qianjuan was the best opportunity for the Tang family to rise. Now that Qianjuan has cancelled the cooperation with Yongla, it means that the Tang family has lost the opportunity to enter the upper class forever. "Qianjuan, what are you talking about? Why are you dithering? Hurry up and say it. He was so angry that he chopped his crutches. Tang Hai said, Chairman Yi Xiong of Qianjuan said that he would only cooperate with Tang Chuchu and would not cooperate with Yonglo without Tang Chuchu. Then what are you still standing there for? Go and invite Chuchu back, quickly. Tang Tianlong took his crutch and hit Tang Hai, Tang Lei, and other members of the Tang family. The Tang family left in panic and began to look for Tang Chuchu and call her. Kowloon Street. Mortal Clinic. Tang Chuchu was already awake. She was sitting on the bed, her head hitting her knees, her hands hugging her calves, staring blankly. Jang Chen sat beside her, constantly trying to make her happy and telling her jokes, but she remained silent and didn't say a word. At this moment, her phone rang. She didn't answer it either. Jang Chen took a look and found that it was Tang Hai calling. He immediately knew what was going on and hung up the phone. The one who is anxious now is not Tang Chuchu but the Tang family. Who's calling? Tang Chuchu turned away and looked at Jang Chen, who had hung up the phone. At this moment, her eyes were red and swollen, with tears in her eye sockets, and she no longer had the spirit she once had. It's Tang Hai calling. Oh. Tang Chuchu said, oh. At this moment, her heart was dead and she seemed indifferent to everything. Chuchu, do you really want to go back to the Tang family? The Tang family treats you like this, it's better not to go back. Jiang Chen asked. To be honest, he didn't want Tang Chuchu to go back to the Tang family. Go back, can I go back again? Tang Chuchu murmured softly, shaking her head, and said weakly, I can't go back. I am a jinx who has brought so many disasters to the Tang family. I have been expelled from the family by my grandfather, and even my mother doesn't want me anymore. At this moment, Tang Chuchu's phone rang again. Jiang Chen took the phone, handed it to her, and asked, do you want to answer it? Tang Chuchu took it and answered the phone. Tang Hai's anxious voice came from the phone, Chuchu, where are you? Tell uncle quickly, and uncle will personally take you back to the family. Tang Chuchu's body trembled, and a gleam of light flashed in her desperate eyes. She said hurriedly, I'm at the Mortal Clinic on Kowloon Street. She became excited and threw herself into Jiang Chen's arms, crying with joy, Chen, uncle is here to pick me up, I can go home, I can go home. Seeing Tang Chuchu happy, Jiang Chen was happy too. Chen, I can go home, I can go home. Tang Chuchu kept cheering, as if she was a little girl who was punished and forgiven by her family. Jiang Chen didn't say much, just hugged her tightly. After Tang Hai learned of Tang Chuchu's location, he drove to Kowloon Street. Many people from the Tang family also accompanied them. Tang Hai's son Tang Lei and Tang Lei's wife Li Yao. Tang Hai's daughter Tang Menjing. Tang Hai has been serving as the executive director of Tangjia Yongla. The car he drives is also very valuable, a BMW 7 Series worth 1 million. In the car, Tang Lei complained, Grandpa, what is going on? How can we let Tang Chuchu go home? Dad, after Tang Chuchu comes home, you will definitely give up your position as executive chairman. We can't let Tang Chuchu go home. Her wife Li Yao followed up and said, yes, how can we let Tang Chuchu be the executive chairman? If she becomes the chairman, how can our family make money in the company? I don't know how Tang Chuchu got to know Chairman Qianjuan. Tang Menjing interrupted, it's rumored outside that Tang Chuchu is Yi Xiong's lover. Tang Hai interrupted everyone and said, okay, stop talking. Let's take Tang Chuchu back first and stabilize Qianjuan Group. This is a 100 million order. We can make a net profit of 20 million after it is completed. Soon, the car arrived at the door of the Mortal Clinic. A group of people got off the car. Tang Chuchu was extremely happy when she learned that Tang Hai was coming to pick her up in person, and she came to the door early to wait. Seeing Tang Hai's car, she excitedly pulled Jiang Chen's hand, it's really uncle, it's really Chen, I can go home. Well, I can go home. Jiang Chen had a smile on his face. Seeing Tang Chuchu happy, he was also happy. After Tang Hai got off the car, he said with a bright smile on his face, Chuchu, Dad asked me to pick you up. Seeing Tang Chuchu, the other members of the Tang family all had gloomy faces. It was this unlucky star that almost caused the Tang family to be destroyed. Fortunately, God was kind to them, otherwise the Tang family would have been finished. Tang Lei said arrogantly, Tang Chuchu, my dad said a lot of good things in front of Grandpa in order to let you go home, why don't you kneel down and thank my dad? Thank you uncle for speaking for Chuchu. Tang Chuchu said as she was about to kneel down. But Jang Chen pulled her up and lifted up Tang Chuchu who was already bending over. Chen, what are you doing? Tang Chuchu looked dissatisfied. Tang Lei was also angry when he saw this scene, and said coldly, Jiang Chen, when you see the future head of the Tang family, why don't you kneel down? Do you still have any family rules? Kneel. Jiang Chen said calmly, does he deserve it? What good things did you say? If Jianjuan Group hadn't cancelled its cooperation with the Tang family, would you have come to find Chuchu? Go back and tell Tang Tianlong that Chuchu will not return to the Tang family. Tang Chuchu was about to blame Jiang Chen, but after hearing what he said, she couldn't help but ask, Chen, what's going on? What's the matter with Jianjuan cancelling the cooperation with the Tang family? Jiang Chen explained, I just watched the news. Yixiong held a press conference and cancelled the cooperation with the Tang family. Yixiong said that Jianjun would only cooperate with the Tang family with Tang Chuchu. The Tang family expelled you from the family, so Jianjun naturally did not want to cooperate with the Tang family. That's why the Tang family panicked and came to pick you up in a hurry. After Tang Chuchu learned the whole story, the grievances in her heart instantly came out. She thought her grandfather really loved her, but she didn't expect it to be like this. She felt so wrong that she almost cried. Jiang Chen pulled her towards the clinic. Seeing this, Tang Hai panicked and said hurriedly, Chuchu, you can't not go back. Dad is old and can't stand the tossing. Do you want Dad to come and pick you up in person before you are willing to go back? Tang Chuchu's heart softened. Thinking that her grandfather was almost 80 years old, she stopped and looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen knew that what Tang Chuchu cared about most was her family's opinion. Because she has been looked down upon for the past 10 years, she dreams of gaining recognition from her family. Chuchu, do you want to go back? Tang Chuchu nodded gently, yeah. Jiang Chen looked at Tang Hai's family at the door and said calmly, Chuchu can go back, but you have to kneel down and beg Chuchu to go back. Jiang Chen. Tang Lei was instantly furious, veins bulging on his face, and he cursed, you are just a dog of the Tang family. Chuchu didn't say anything, why are you yelling? Jiang Chen said calmly, if you don't kneel, then let Tang Tianlong come and invite Chuchu in person, otherwise Chuchu won't go back. Tang Chuchu gently pulled Jiang Chen's clothes, signaling him to say less, because they were all family and she didn't want to make the relationship so awkward. Chuchu, you are too soft-hearted. Now they are begging you to go back, not you who wants to go back. If you have any requests now, just raise them and they will agree to them. Is this true? Of course. Where did your cleverness go some time ago? Jianjuan cancelled the cooperation with Yongla. This is a loss for the Tang family. The Tang family cannot lose you. Think about what you want. Tang Chuchu reacted. She had been confused these past few days, and now that Jiang Chen said this, she finally reacted. Over the years, her father has been looked down upon by his family and has no status at home. Although he is the manager of the group, he does not own any shares. Because of this, her parents had no idea how many times they had quarreled. She thought for a moment and said, you can go back. Go back and tell Grandpa to give my dad 10% of the shares of Yongla Group. If you agree, I will go back. If you don't agree, I won't go back. Also, he has to kneel down. Tang Chuchu pointed at Tang Lei. Over the years, she has been bullied by Tang Lei a lot, and Tang Lei has caused her a lot of trouble. Even at family banquets, he often scolds her father. What? Tang Lei's eyes widened immediately. Pa. Tang Hai slapped Tang Lei on the forehead and said angrily, hurry up and kneel down to admit your mistake to Chuchu. Dad, are you kidding me? You want me to kneel down to her? Tang Lei shouted. Tang Hai slapped him again, winking at him and whispering, kneel down. Do you want the family to give Tang Bo 10% of the shares? Hearing this, Tang Lei understood and immediately knelt on the ground with a sad face, Sister Chuchu, I was wrong. I was wrong before. I promise that I will never say that to you again. Please, go home. Grandpa's 80th birthday will be in a few days. Can't we have a good family reunion? Before Tang Chuchu could speak, Jang Chen said, no, Chuchu has already said that if you agree to give me shares, you can go back. If you don't agree, you can't go back. Xiaohei, close the shop. We are not open today. After saying that, he pulled Tang Chuchu into the clinic. Xiaohei came over and pulled down the rolling door of the clinic. In the clinic, Tang Chuchu looked worried. Chen, will Grandpa really give Dad shares? Jang Chen said affirmatively, as long as you don't go back, Grandpa will give it to you. You can't be soft-hearted this time. Hearing this, Tang Chuchu smiled with satisfaction and said, in this way, Mom won't look down on Dad, and Dad's status in the family will rise sharply. Chen, thank you. Jang Chen held her face and said, why are you thanking me? This has nothing to do with me. If you want to thank someone, thank Yixiong. Tang Chuchu was confused again. She didn't know Yixiong, the chairman of Qianjuan, but why was Yixiong so nice to her? Tang family. Tang Tianlong saw Tang Hai's family coming back by themselves, but Tang Chuchu was not there. Suddenly his face darkened, and he angrily shouted, where is Chuchu? Why don't you bring Chuchu back? Tang Menjiang immediately walked over and supported Tang Tianlong. Grandpa, don't be angry first, listen to me first, Tang Chuchu has gone too far, she asked our family to kneel down, we all knelt down for her, but she still didn't come back, and she also asked Grandpa to give Tang Bo 10% of the group's shares, saying that you, the old men, are biased. All the Tang family members have shares, but their family doesn't. Tang Tianlong's face turned blue with anger. Tang Menjiang said in time, Grandpa, I don't mean to scold you, these are Tang Chuchu's original words. I'm so pissed off. Tang Tianlong was so angry that he gasped and cursed fiercely, relying on your relationship with Yixiong, you are really lawless. You even ignore me, the head of the family. Tang Lei also exaggerated the story of how he went to pick up Tang Chuchu, describing how he knelt down to beg Tang Chuchu, how Tang Chuchu insulted them, and how she scolded Tang Tianlong. On the way here, the family had already discussed it. It is certain that Tang Chuchu will come back. Once Tang Chuchu comes back, she will definitely take power, which is something they don't want to see. However, if Tang Chuchu doesn't come back, the Tang family will suffer heavy losses. They discussed and decided to speak ill of Tang Chuchu in front of Tang Tianlong first. Tang Chuchu's previous mistake almost led to the destruction of the Tang family. Coupled with this incident, even if Tang Chuchu came back, it would be impossible for her to take power. When Tang Tianlong heard these words, he was so angry that he almost fainted. He leaned on the sofa, panting continuously, pointed at the silent Tang Hai with his dragon head crutch, and said angrily, here, Tang Chuchu wants 10% of the shares. As long as she can come back, give it to her. 10% is 10%. Tell her to call Qianjuan Yixiong immediately. Although Tang Tianlong is old, he is not confused yet. Only when Tang Chuchu comes back can the Tang family continue to cooperate with Qianjuan and the Tang family's business can move to a higher level. Mortal Clinic. Tang Chuchu looked at Jang Chen with a puzzled look on her face. Chen, why is Yixiong so nice to me? I don't even know him. He first personally took me to Qianjuan, and now I'm expelled from the family, and he terminated the cooperation with the Tang family because of me. Tell me honestly, is it because of you? Jiang Chen knew he couldn't keep it a secret for long, so he smiled and said, it's definitely because of me. That's what I said, why Yixiong is so respectful to me, it turns out it's really because of you. Tang Chuchu suddenly realized. Jiang Chen said, I am an orphan and have been a soldier for several years. I am quite skilled and I once saved Yixiong. He owes me a favor. Qian Jun's cooperation with Yongla and what happened today are all Yixiong repaying me a favor. Now the favor has been repaid. Thank you. Jiang Chen held Tang Chuchu's hand and said, we are all family, why are you thanking me so much? By the way, how do you know medicine? Tang Chuchu looked at Jiang Chen, this cheap husband, who was really confusing her. Jiang Chen explained with a smile, Jiangzhong is known as the medicine capital, where Chinese medicine practitioners from all over the world gather. I grew up in an orphanage, and the director is an old Chinese medicine practitioner. I learned a little from him. Just a little. Tang Chuchu glanced at him. She knew her injuries, her whole body was disfigured, and even the most advanced cosmetic surgery technology would be difficult to recover. However, Jang Chen cured her in 10 days. And her face that was scratched a few days ago. Although she was still bandaged, she could feel her injuries were slowly healing. It's really just a little bit. He is the one who really saved you. He is a hidden miracle doctor. Jang Chen pointed at Xiao He, who was sitting nearby smoking. Xiao He immediately stood up and smiled awkwardly. Hello sister-in-law, my name is Xiao He, and I grew up with brother Jiang in an orphanage. After he joined the army, I went to study medicine. Tang Chuchu didn't suspect anything and believed what they said. But now she is still a little worried. Worried that I wanted too many shares. The Tang family's main enterprise is Yongla, but in addition to Yongla, they also have many other industries, including restaurants and hotels. All the assets added up to more than 10 billion. 10% is not a small amount, and she was worried that her grandfather would not give it. All she could do now was wait. Soon, Tang Hai came to the mortal clinic again. This time he was alone, and he also brought the group's equity transfer document. Chuchu, this is the transfer document signed by your grandfather himself. As long as Tang Bo signs, he will own 10% of the family business. Now that the equity transfer document has been given to you, shouldn't you call Yi Xiong and ask him not to cancel the cooperation with Yongla? Tang Chuchu took the contract handed over by Tang Hai and looked through it carefully. After seeing that it was really an equity contract, she cheered with joy on her face. Chen, Grandpa gave it to me, really gave it to me, my dad can finally hold his head up high. Chuchu, make a phone call quickly. Dozens of trucks are transporting raw materials to Yongla now. It won't be too late to celebrate after this matter is resolved. Tang Hai said promptly. Tang Chuchu looked at Jang Chen. Jang Chen nodded and said, well, let's fight. Can I do it? Tang Chuchu was not confident. After all, Yi Xiong owed Jang Chen a favor. Jang Chen said, of course, let's fight. Tang Chuchu then took out her cell phone and explained the situation to Yi Xiong. Yi Xiong agreed without any hesitation to continue his cooperation with Yongla. Tang Hai was listening on the side, and he heaved a sigh of relief after hearing the content of the call. Although they gave away 10% of the shares, as long as they continue to cooperate with Jianjuan, the Tang family's business will grow bigger and bigger, and they will have more and more funds. Chuchu, your grandfather's 80th birthday will be in 10 days. Remember to come then. Uncle will go back first. Tang Hai left a word and drove away. Chen, let's go home quickly and tell Dad the good news. Tang Chuchu pulled Jiang Chen away. Jiang Chen was really satisfied to see Tang Chuchu so happy. He went home with Tang Chuchu. The door of the Tang family's room was closed. Tang Chuchu held the contract, feeling very nervous, and knocked on the door gently. Soon, the door opened. The person who opened the door was a woman in her 20s, wearing a thin dress and a pair of slippers. She was quite pretty. She was the wife of Tang Chuchu's younger brother Tang Song, named Wu Min. Wu Min had a look of disgust on her face, and said unhappily, why did you come back? Mom and Dad don't want to see you, so get out of here. After saying that, she slammed the door shut. From the inner room, Tang Song's voice came, Amin, who is it? Wu Min said, a jinx. As soon as Tang Song heard it, he knew that it was Tang Chuchu who came back again. He opened the door and looked at Tang Chuchu, who was outside the room holding a contract with tears in her eyes. He pulled her in and said, sister, come in quickly. Mom and Dad are out. Wu Min took a quick step and stood in front of Tang Song, saying coldly, Tang Song, what are you doing? If Mom knew that you let this jinx come back, the money you spent on buying a car would be gone. Tang Song returned home this time because something happened in the Tang family and he came back to be with his parents. Second, he learned that He Yanmei had an extra 2 million yuan in her hands, and he just wanted to buy a better car, so he came back and pestered He Yanmei every day, asking her to give him money to buy a car. And this money was the breakup fee that those rich second generations gave to Jang Chen when he went to pick up Tang Chuchu from get off work, asking him to leave Tang Chuchu. You jinx, why are you back? At this moment, a middle-aged woman came over with a golden retriever. She is Yenmei, and when she saw Tang Chuchu, she looked disgusted. Mom. Don't call me, I don't have a daughter like you. Tears welled up in Tang Chuchu's eyes, but she didn't cry. She handed over the contract. Grandpa has promised me to go home, and he also gave me a shareholding contract. As long as I sign the contract, I can own 10% of the Tang family shares. I brought it back to Dad. Yenmei went out to walk her dog and didn't watch the news. He didn't know about the press conference held by Chairman Qianjuan, nor did he know that Qianjuan Group had cancelled its cooperation with Tang Yongla, and he didn't know that Tang Chuchu threatened Tang Tianlong with the condition of returning to the Hui nationality and asked for 10% of the shares. When she heard Tang Chuchu's words, she was stunned for a moment. 10% of the shares transfer letter, what shares? She didn't react for a moment. Tang Chuchu handed over the contract. Mom, this is the transfer contract written by Grandpa, with Grandpa's personal signature. As long as Dad signs it, he can inherit 10% of the family assets. Yenmei quickly took the contract, opened it and read it carefully. After reading it, she hugged the contract, kissed it, and nibbled on it, laughing out loud. Haha, really, it's really a transfer contract, 10% of the shares. The old man finally got it. Mom, let me see. Tang Song also had a look of disbelief. All the family shares were in the hands of Tang Tianlong. Other members of the Tang family also had some, but his family had none. Yenmei handed it over excitedly. Xiao Song, don't you want to change your car? Mom will buy you a decent one tomorrow. You will look impressive when you drive it out, and you will be proud of it. Tang Song looked at the contract with a happy look on his face, and said hurriedly, Mom, this is 10% of the shares. Every dividend in the future will be a considerable income. Mom, I am going to have a child. The house in the city is too small. Mom, ask Dad to transfer 5% to me. I plan to move to a new house. What belongs to your father will be yours sooner or later. Why are you in such a hurry? Mom, I've picked out a dress that costs tens of thousands. Wumin also spoke up, pulling Yenmei's arm and coquettishly saying, Mom, my wedding anniversary with Ah-sung is in a little over a month, and I plan to buy a nice dress. Okay, buy it. Yenmei was in a good mood. After being cowardly for so many years, she finally got shares in Tang Yongla. Seeing her mother so happy, Tang Chuchu was also happy. She couldn't help but hold Jang Chen's hand tightly and looked at him with gratitude on her face. When Jang Chen saw that Yenmei had received the equity transfer contract, he didn't even look at Tang Chuchu, and couldn't help but say, Mom, this contract was taken back by Chuchu, and she asked for it from our dad. You're the only one who talks too much. Yenmei's face darkened, and she put her hands on her hips. You're just a servant hired by the Tang family. You have no right to speak here. Besides, I've raised her for more than 20 years. Isn't this what she should do? Seeing that Yenmei was angry, Tang Chuchu said in time, Mom, I'm sorry, Jang Chen didn't mean to contradict you. This is indeed what a daughter should do. Okay, come in. Yenmei was in a good mood and didn't want to argue with Jang Chen, so she turned around and went into the house. Tang Chuchu had a look of joy on her face, as she finally got her mother's approval. Jang Chen, however, looked helpless. Tang Chuchu is too soft-hearted and too eager to be recognized by her family. This also shows how much injustice and suffering she has endured over the years. After entering the house, the family gathered together to discuss the contract. Yenmei also called Tang Bo and asked him to come back quickly to sign the contract. Soon, Tang Bo came back. When he learned that Tang Chuchu had secured 10% of the family business's equity for him, he was stunned and couldn't help asking, Chuchu, is this true? Tang Chuchu sat on the sofa and nodded, Yes, Dad, it's true. Grandpa also let me return to the family. Haha, that's great. Tang Bo laughed excitedly. Yenmei poured cold water on him and yelled, Come on, stop being so proud. You didn't fight for it yourself. You've been a coward all your life, and you've been a failure all your life. If it weren't for Chuchu's efforts, you would never be able to hold your head up in the Tang family. Tang Bo lowered his head and dared not refute. Tang Chuchu brought back the equity transfer contract. The whole family was very happy and planned to go out for a good meal to celebrate. The whole family goes out. Although Tang Bo didn't have much money, he was a company manager after all, with a good salary, and he also mortgaged a Honda worth more than 300,000 yuan. Tang Song also has a car, which his family bought for him when he got married. Although it is only worth more than 200,000 yuan, it is enough for transportation. Tang Song drove and took Wu Min away. Jang Chen and Tang Chuchu got into Tang Bo's car. The family went to the city together and found a high-end restaurant. Delicious restaurant is very famous in Jiangzhou City. It is the most luxurious hotel in Jiangzhou City and is divided into several levels. In order, they are the diamond room, gold room, silver room, bronze room, iron room, and the lobby. Even if it is a large hall, a meal would cost thousands or even tens of thousands of dollars. It's lunchtime now and the hall is full. We need to queue up, and there are more than 30 people lined up in front of us. He Yanmei started complaining again. Tang Bo, you are such a loser. Tang Hai is a bronze member of this delicious restaurant. He doesn't even have to wait to eat. He can go directly to the private room. And you, a lousy soldier, with no money or power. Look at Tang Jia's son-in-law, he's well known, a silver member of Delicious House, and with just a phone call, the waiter comes out to greet him. How come my daughter has to marry a pauper? Having to wait for meals ruined He Yanmei's good mood. She started to complain, criticizing Tang Bo for being useless and scolding Tang Chuchu for marrying a useless husband. Jang Chen was used to He Yanmei's cold eyes and ridicule, and he didn't want to care about it. While waiting in line, he said to Tang Chuchu, "Chuchu, wait a moment. I'm going to the supermarket across the street to buy a pack of cigarettes." "Yeah." Tang Chuchu nodded. Jiang Chen turned around and went to the supermarket across the street. "Hey, isn't this Tang Chuchu? What's wrong with your face?" Just as the Tang family was sitting on chairs in front of the door of Delicious Kitchen, waiting in line for their meals, a sarcastic voice was heard. Tang Chuchu looked over when she heard the voice and saw a woman in sexy clothes with foundation all over her face walking towards her carrying a shoulder bag. Wang Jing. Tang Chuchu recognized her instantly. This was her college classmate, born into the wealthy Wang family. When she was in school, she was the campus belle and the object of pursuit of countless young men. When she was in college, she was the ugliest woman in the school. Wang Jing looked at Tang Chuchu. During this period, Tang Chuchu became very famous in Jiangzhou. Not only did she restore her appearance, but she also fawned over Yi Xiong, the chairman of Qianjuan. Then, news came that Tang Chuchu had her face slashed by Xiaozhan of the Xiao family. After Tang Chuchu restored her appearance, she was on the news and in newspapers, and was rated by the media as the most beautiful woman in Jiang. This made Wang Jing jealous. How could an ugly girl be called the most beautiful woman in Jiangnan? Seeing Tang Chuchu at the entrance of Delicious House, with gauze wrapped around her face, she immediately laughed out loud. "Even so, you are still the most beautiful woman in Jiangzhou. Come and see, this is Tang Chuchu from the Tang family, the Tang Chuchu who was previously rated as the most beautiful woman in Jiangzhou by the media. Come and see, does she look like the most beautiful woman in Jiangzhou?" Wang Jing's voice attracted a lot of people's attention. "Is this Tang Chuchu?" Tang Chuchu, the executive chairman of Tangjia Yongla, doesn't look like her. She's not as pretty as she is in the news. I heard that Tang Chuchu is being kept by Yi Xiong. I wouldn't want a woman like that even if she gave herself to me. Some unbearable sounds were heard. Tang Chuchu had an angry look on her face. She and Wang Jing were just classmates and had no connection at all. Now Wang Jing was humiliating her in public, and she angrily said, "Wang Jing, I haven't offended you, why are you mocking me?" Wang Jing walked over and looked at the gauze tied on Tang Chuchu's face. While Tang Chuchu was not paying attention, she removed the gauze from her face, revealing several scars that had not yet healed and a scarred face. "Ha ha." Wang Jing bent over with laughter, stretched out her slender jade finger, and pointed at Tang Chuchu. "Look, the most beautiful woman in the river. This is the so-called most beautiful woman in the river." Although the Tang family members were sitting nearby, they turned their heads away, fearing that others would know that they had a relationship with Tang Chuchu. He Yanmei even moved a chair and moved far away. She didn't want to be recognized as Tang Chuchu's mother and didn't want to embarrass herself. After the gauze on her face was removed, Tang Chuchu also panicked. She lowered her head and did not dare to look up at everyone. For 10 years, Tang Chuchu has been ridiculed and she wears a veil every time she goes out on the street. She thought she was used to it. But now all kinds of harsh and unpleasant words were heard. She lowered her head, not daring to look up at the eyes of others, and felt inferior in her heart. That's it. I don't even want it if you give me money. She is the most beautiful woman in Jiangzhou. The media is really blind and makes irresponsible comments. Tang Chuchu lowered her head, but she could imagine the mocking faces of the people around her. She felt aggrieved, her nose felt sore, and crystal tears fell. Wang Jing was in a good mood when she saw Tang Chuchu's expression. She lifted Tang Chuchu's chin and looked at the scars on her face that were already stuttering and healing. She smiled and said, "What a beautiful face. What a pity. Ha ha. What are you doing?" Tang Chuchu struggled hurriedly, lowered her head, and did not dare to look at Wang Jing. Pa. At this moment, a slap was heard. Tang Chuchu lowered her head and felt a pair of strong hands pulling her. She looked up and saw Jang Chen returning. She felt wronged instantly and fell into Jang Chen's arms and cried. You dare to hit me." Wang Jing covered her face, which was burning with pain, with her hands, pointed at Jang Chen and angrily cursed, "Jang Chen, you useless bastard, do you know who I am? I am Wang Jing from the Wang family." Jang Chen let go of Tang Chuchu slightly and reached out to pry open Wang Jing's fingers. Ah! Wang Jing's expression was distorted with pain. "Kneel down and apologize." Jang Chen's cold voice came. This scene attracted the attention of many people, and some people even took out their mobile phones to record the scene. Wang Jing's fingers were twisted, her expression was distorted with pain, and she couldn't even speak. Jiang Chen exerted a little force. Wang Jing's body bent as the fingers descended. Jiang Chen kicked her on the knee. She felt pain in her knee and fell to her knees. The knee hit the ground with a bang, and Wang Jing fell to the ground in pain, crying out in agony. Seeing this, Tang Chuchu became anxious. "Chen, she is from the Wang family. The Wang family is one of the 4 major families. We can't afford to offend them." Jiang Chen ignored Wang Jing, who was lying on the ground and screaming in pain. He looked at Tang Chuchu with tenderness on his cold face and said, "I'm sorry. Pa." Jiang Chen was slapped on the head. This is Yan Mei. She didn't want to get involved at first, but Jiang Chen was beating up members of the Wang family. Tang Chuchu had offended the Xiao family before, causing the Tang family to almost perish. Now Jiang Chen had offended the Wang family again. She cursed fiercely, "Jiang Chen, who told you to do this? Hurry up and help Miss Wang up. Why don't you kowtow and admit your mistake?" Tang Song and Wu Min came over and quickly helped Wang Jing up from the ground. But Wang Jing's knee was broken and she was bleeding a lot, staining her flesh-colored stockings red. She was helped to sit down. Wang Jing had a painful look on her face. She was so angry that she pointed at the Tang family members and said, do you know who I am? I am Wang Jing from the Wang family. I swear, your Tang family is finished. Pa. Hearing this, Yan Mei slapped Jiang Chen on the head again and said angrily, "Kneel down and admit your mistake." Tang Chuchu was also scared. The previous events of the Xiao family were still fresh in her mind, and she dared not to offend anyone from the 4 major families again. She bent down and was about to kneel. However, Jiang Chen grabbed her and forcibly pulled her up, saying calmly, "Chuchu, this is none of your business. I was the one who beat him up. If you have any problem, come to me. I will never implicate the Tang family." "Okay, I'm coming for you, right?" Wang Jing, who was sitting on the chair, was immediately furious. She took out her phone and called the manager of Delicious House. "Manager Ding, I'm Wang Jing from the Wang family, a gold member of Delicious House. I was beaten outside Delicious House. Send 2 security guards out quickly." After finishing the call, Wang Jing looked at Jiang Chen fiercely, "You are dead. Even if you kneel down and beg for mercy now, I will never spare you. If I don't break your legs, I am not Wang Jing." He Yanmei came up to Wang Jing and kept apologizing. Ms. Wang, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. It's all the fault of my useless son-in-law. I apologize to you. Please be magnanimous and just ignore us. He Yanmei was really scared. She had finally gotten the family shares, and she didn't want to offend the Wang family and make the old man angry and take back the shares. Wang Jing was so arrogant that she pointed at He Yanmei's nose as she bent over to apologize, and cursed, "You are not even worth a fart. Kneel down immediately and lick my high heels clean. No, you are not worthy. Let Tang Chuchu come and lick them." Wang Jing changed her mind and pointed at Tang Chuchu, who was standing aside at a loss. At this moment, a middle-aged man came out with several security guards. Seeing this scene, everyone outside the delicious restaurant knew that Tang Bo's family was finished. Tang Song was so frightened when he saw the aggressive security guard holding an electric baton that he almost fainted. He quickly pulled Wu Min back and hid in the crowd, fearing that he would be affected. Seeing Manager Ding coming out with the security guards, Wang Jing became even more arrogant and glanced at Tang Chuchu coldly. Pooh. She spat on the ground and pointed at the ground. "Tang Chuchu, come over here on your knees and lick it clean. I promise to only break your useless husband's hands and leave him with his feet." He Yanmei was also frightened when she saw the manager of Delicious House coming with several security guards. She immediately knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. "Ms. Wang, we were wrong. We really know we were wrong." He Yanmei knelt down, but Jang Chen ignored her. He looked down on He Yanmei from the bottom of his heart. He bullied the weak and feared the strong, and had no backbone at all. Chen. Tang Chuchu was also scared and held Jiang Chen's hand tightly. Jiang Chen comforted her, "It's okay." Wang Jing kicked He Yanmei away, who was kneeling on the ground begging for mercy. Seeing Jiang Chen's indifferent expression, she felt angry and pointed at him, shouting, "Manager Ding, it's him. Beat him to death." Tang Chuchu immediately rushed over and supported He Yanmei, who was kicked away. "Mom. You jinx, get out of here." He Yanmei slapped him and scanned the crowd, trying to find Tang Bo. But Tang Bo was like a coward, standing aside with his head down, not daring to even fart. Thinking that she had such a cowardly husband, she burst into tears. Ding Jianbo, the manager of Delicious House, came over and glanced at Jiang Chen. Seeing that he was the son-in-law of the Tang family who had been making the rounds in Jiangzhou recently, he immediately ordered, "Call him for me." "Who dares?" At this moment, a voice came from the Delicious Pavilion. As the voice came, the sound of big leather shoes hitting the ground was heard. Everyone looked over when they heard the sound. A middle-aged man in a battle robe came over, followed by 4 fully armed men. And on the shoulders of the middle-aged man's battle robe, there were 5 shining stars. The 5 stars are twinkling, very dazzling. When Ding Jianbo saw the person coming, he turned pale with fright, his legs went limp, and he fell to his knees. Several security guards were so frightened that their bodies went limp and they instantly knelt on the ground. This was an important person, let alone Ding Jianbo. Even the owner of Delicious House would have to kneel down when he saw him. Recently, the 5 major military regions have been reorganized, and their headquarters are located in the middle of the river. The person in front of him is the newly transferred commander-in-chief, who is now the head of the reorganized and integrated 5 armies, the free and easy king of the Western Territory. The free and easy king of the Western Territory, the commander-in-chief of the Western Territory Army, is second only to the emperor and above everyone else, a figure standing at the pinnacle of power. He came on foot, with a strong aura. Outside Delicious Kitchen, everyone held their breath. This is King Xiaoyao, the new commander-in-chief of the 5 armies. They had only seen him on TV before, but now that they had seen him in person, they were all so shocked by King Xiaoyao's aura that they didn't even dare to move. Ding Jianbo and several security guards knelt on the ground, trembling. He Yanmei was sitting on the ground crying. When she saw King Xiaoyao approaching, she stopped crying and didn't even dare to breathe. She had watched the news and knew that this was a figure even more terrifying than Xiaozhan. Wang Jing was also frightened and didn't even dare to breathe. Everyone had a look of horror on their faces, except Jiang Chen, who looked calm. He had met King Xiaoyao once, when he was appointed as general. Dragon. King Xiaoyao walked over, his eyes stopped on Jiang Chen, a hint of shock flashed across his expression, and he was about to speak. But he saw Jang Chen's expression, and he immediately understood. He glanced around and looked at Ding Jianbo, who was kneeling on the ground and trembling, and asked calmly, "What's going on?" "Commander-in-Chief, no, it's okay." As soon as King Xiaoyao saw this scene, he knew what was going on and shouted, "Any trouble is prohibited in the area under my jurisdiction. Otherwise, I will punish you severely. Get out." "Yes." Ding Jianbo didn't dare to stay, and his body rolled away like a ball. Several security guards did the same and just rolled away. At this moment, several jeeps drove over. King Xiaoyao glanced at Jang Chen, said nothing more, got into the jeep, and drove away. After he left, everyone in Delicious Pavilion finally dared to vent their anger. Is this the new commander of the 5 armies? What a strong aura. As soon as he appeared, I felt as if a stone was pressing on my chest. I could hardly breathe. King Xiaoyao, the commander-in-chief of the Western Territory, is now the commander-in-chief of the 5 armies. He is a person who stands at the top of the pyramid of the world, a real big man. What a domineering man. Only after King Xiaoyao's car drove away did a commotion begin outside Delicious Pavilion. As for Wang Jing, how could she dare to cause trouble for Jang Chen again? Fortunately, King Xiaoyao did not blame her, otherwise the entire Wang family would have been destroyed in an instant. Jang Chen, Tang Chuchu, just wait, this matter is not over yet. She left a harsh remark and walked away dejectedly, not even bothering to eat. Tang Chuchu also reacted and looked at the jeep moving away, slightly distracted. Is this the King Xiaoyao reported in the news? He is even more domineering than on TV. But, she never could have imagined that her husband was a man who was not even as good as King Xiaoyao. You bastard, you don't even dare to fart. It's a disgrace to marry you. Outside Delicious House, He Yanmei's cursing voice was heard again. Tang Bo had his ears pulled, but he dared not say a word. Mom, there are so many people here, please stop bullying Dad. Tang Chuchu couldn't help but say. It's all because of you, this jinx. You offend people wherever you go. If King Xiaoyao hadn't come out, the Tang family would have been finished today. He Yanmei swung her hand and was about to slap him. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand and caught the slap she gave him. You loser, how dare you stop me? He Yanmei immediately became angry and raised her hand to hit Jiang Chen on the head. Jiang Chen didn't fight back. Because no matter how wrong He Yanmei is, she is still Tang Chuchu's mother. He just didn't want Tang Chuchu to get beaten, that's all. Mom, please stop hitting me. Tang Chuchu held He Yanmei's hand and begged. Tang Song then pulled Wu Min over, with dissatisfaction on his face. Jiang Chen, you almost killed me this time. Fortunately, we were lucky. King Xiaoyao happened to be having a meal here and came out just in time. Otherwise, your legs would definitely be broken, and even our Tang family would be implicated. She's really an unlucky star. Wu Min looked at Tang Chuchu, whose face was covered with gauze, with a look of disgust. Wife, that's enough. There are so many people watching us. If you have anything to say, let's talk about it when we get back. Tang Bo said cautiously. But He Yanmei didn't care about so much. She had already lost face by kneeling down to Wang Jing before, so she didn't care about that anymore. When Tang Bo opened his mouth, she started to curse again. Now you know how to speak up. What were you doing just now? I was so scared that I didn't dare to say a word. Tang Bo, it's really shameful for me to marry you. I want to divorce you. A lot of people gathered in front of Delicious Kitchen. But these people didn't pay any attention to their family's quarrel, but were discussing King Xiaoyao. 5 days from now, it will be the succession ceremony of King Xiaoyao. Yes, I heard it was held in the Jiangzhou military region. The Xiaoyao King succession ceremony also opened some spectator seats to the public. It is said that only well-known and influential people in Jiangzhou can receive invitations. Yes, I have heard that only the truly wealthy and powerful are qualified to watch the succession ceremony of King Xiaoyao. Those who can go are all real celebrities in Jiangzhou. A group of people gathered together to discuss King Xiaoyao. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, sat on a chair outside the door of Delicious House, smoking quietly. For the sake of her family, He Yanmei lost all face and even knelt down to Wang Jing. After taking out her anger on her family, she felt much calmer. Hey, Yanmei, it's you. Are you coming to eat at Delicious House too? Just as Tang Bo and his family were queuing up to wait for their meal, a voice was heard. He Yanmei looked up and saw a beautiful, well-maintained woman walking towards them with a man who was wearing a suit and tie and looked like a successful man. A young couple was following behind them. Xiaofun. He Yanmei stood up and looked at the woman who looked like she was in her 20s. She asked with surprise, "Are you Lufun who sat behind me?" "That's right, Yanmei, it's really you. I haven't seen you for so many years. How come you've gone backwards? You were a school beauty back then, so why didn't you marry into a wealthy family? Why do you have to queue up to eat at Delicious House?" Lufun looked at He Yanmei, holding the man's hand, and her lips curled up high. "This is my husband, the chairman of Jian Company, with assets of tens of millions. By the way, where is your husband? Where is he working?" How could He Yanmei not know that Lufun was showing off? She pulled Tang Bo over and raised her head. "My husband, Tang Bo, is from the Tang family and owns 10% of Tang Yongla's shares. The various industries of the Tang family are worth more than $1 billion, and my husband is worth hundreds of millions." Tang Bo got 10% of the family's shares, and He Yanmei could also hold her head high. She glanced at Lufun with a more and more proud look on her face. Lufun was surprised. "Oh, I didn't realize that you are a shareholder of Tang's Yongla. But, why are you queuing up for meals as a shareholder of Yongla? Aren't you a member?" "Oh, I see. You are just bragging." The man she was holding said, "Fin, I'm busy. There are many things going on in the company. Let's go eat quickly. After dinner, I still have to go to the company to deal with things." When Lufun saw that He Yanmei looked unnatural, she immediately knew that she was bragging. Back then, He Yanmei was the school belle. She is not bad looking, but compared to He Yanmei, she is just a supporting role. Now that she has the chance to be proud, how could she let it go? She pulled a lovely woman behind her and said, "This is my daughter. She married into a wealthy family. Does the Zhou family know that my daughter married into the Zhou family?" The young man next to the girl raised his head and took her arm with a proud look on his face. "My Zhou family doesn't have much assets, only about a few $100 billion. It only ranks third among the 4 wealthy families in Jiangzhou." Hearing this, He Yanmei was stunned and instantly couldn't find the words to say. She glared at Tang Chuchu fiercely. It was all because of this unlucky star that she couldn't hold her head up in front of her classmates. Tang Chuchu lowered her head and didn't dare to look at the crowd. "Yanmei, this is your daughter, right?" "Oh, isn't this Tang Chuchu?" The Tang Chuchu reported in the news some time ago. "Oh, I heard that your daughter Tang Chuchu married a loser, who cooked at home all day and even rode a small electric donkey to pick up Tang Chuchu from get off work. How come she is disfigured now?" Having finally found an opportunity to attack He Yanmei, Lufun naturally did not let it go. She constantly belittled Tang Chuchu and Jang Chen, and kept praising her daughter and son-in-law. Being looked down upon, Tang Song and Wu Min said nothing. Who made their family inferior to others? He Yanmei was also devastated and felt ashamed. Even if Tang Bo got 10% of Yongla's shares, she still couldn't hold her head up. She glared at Jang Chen, who was sitting and smoking with a calm face. She hated Jang Chen in her heart. It was this poor boy who made her unable to raise her head. Jang Chen looked at this scene and felt helpless. As Tang Chuchu's husband, he didn't want Tang Chuchu to lose face, and he didn't want Tang Chuchu's parents to be unable to hold their heads up in front of outsiders. He immediately called Xiao He and said, "Book a diamond room at Delicious House in the name of Tang Chuchu." After making the call, he stood up, came to He Yanmei, and said, "Mom, didn't we book the diamond room? Let's go eat first." Hearing this, Lufun burst out laughing. "Haha, diamond room, I am dying of laughter." Even her husband looked disdainful. "Boy, do you know what a brick and stone private room at Delicious House is? You shouldn't act like that." Lufun's son-in-law Zhou Yang raised his head and looked at Jiang Chen with contempt. "I am a member of the Zhou family, but I am only a silver member. I can only book a silver room. What a boast. The number of people who can book a diamond room in Jiangzhou can be counted on one hand." Dozens of people were waiting outside delicious restaurant. These people were queuing up to eat. Before, they were all discussing King Xiaoyao. Now, after hearing Jang Chen's words, everyone waiting in line at the door burst into laughter. A brick and stone private room. This son-in-law of the Tang family really knows how to show off. He is a loser who can't even afford a car. Some time ago, he rode a small electric donkey to Yongla to pick up Tang Chuchu from get off work every day. A loser who can't even afford a car still booked a brick and stone private room. I heard that the masonry rooms at Delicious House are not available to you just because you have money. The owner of Delicious House is from a big family in Kyoto, a real wealthy family. There are only a handful of people in the whole Jiangzhou area who can book a diamond room. Even the 4 major families are not qualified to go to the brick and stone private room. Jang Chen's words became a laughingstock. These disgusting words angered He Yanmei again, and she immediately cursed, "Damn Jang Chen, haven't you lost enough shame? Chen, talk less." Tang Chuchu also pulled Jang Chen. She was from Jiangzhou and knew the origin of my Wakeshuan and what the brick and stone private room of my Wakeshuan meant. "Zhou Yang, where is your silver membership card? Take it out and show these poor bastards what the silver membership card of Delicious Garden looks like." Lu Fan tilted her head back and said this with a smug look on her face. She also glanced at He Yanmei, whose face was ashen, with contempt. Seeing He Yanmei sniffing, she felt happy, as if she had eaten honey. Zhou Yang took out a pure white card. The card was very exquisite and had the words, "Silver VIP," on it. "Wow, this is the silver membership card. This is the first time I see it." As expected of a Zhou family member, I heard that if you want to upgrade to a silver membership card, you need to spend 1 million, and a gold membership card requires a consumption of more than 10 million. Brick membership cards will not be issued regardless of how much you spend. The owner of Delicious House will personally issue it only if you are pleased with it. Mr. Zhou is handsome, young, and rich. Anyone who marries him must have done good deeds in his previous life. Hearing the praise from passers-by, Lu Fan's mouth curled up with pride. And He Yanmei became even more dissatisfied. The matter was about to be exposed, but Jiang Chen's words embarrassed her again. "Poor bastard, let's go." Lu Fan, holding her husband's arm, entered the delicious restaurant amid many envious gazes. When he left, he did not forget to criticize He Yanmei and the Tang family. He also took away 10% of Yongla's shares. In the whole Jiangzhou area, who doesn't know that Tang Bo is a waste? A waste husband, gave birth to an ugly daughter, and married a waste son-in-law. Haha, I am dying of laughter. Hearing these disgusting words, the faces of the Tang family members turned pale. Especially He Yanmei, who was very concerned about her reputation. Her gritting teeth expression made Tang Chuchu shrink and hide behind Jang Chen. At this moment, a burst of hurried footsteps was heard. At this time, a tall and handsome man wearing a white shirt walked out quickly. He looked to be about 25 or 26 years old. Wow, Gu Yishuan, the owner of Delicious House. This is a truly low-key, yet powerful person. I heard that Gu Yishuan is from the Gu family in Kyoto. He opened a delicious restaurant in Jiangzhou, but he rarely shows up. The outside world knows very little about him. Seeing the handsome Gu Yishuan hurriedly walking out, countless girls were infatuated with him. This is a real wealthy family, far inferior to the 4 major families in Jiangzhou. Gu Yishuan received a call and he did not dare to be negligent. He saw Lu Fan's daughter Wang Fang. He thought this was Tang Chuchu, and immediately bowed, with a respectful look on his face. "I'm sorry, I was negligent and neglected you all. The diamond room is ready, please come in." This scene shocked everyone outside Delicious Pavilion. The Zhou family is so powerful that even the owner of Delicious House came out to greet them personally. Yes, the Wang family is really lucky. They gave birth to a good daughter who married into the wealthy Zhou family. It seems that Zhou Yang has a special relationship with the owner of Delicious House. Hearing the discussions around them, Lu Fan's family was also dumbfounded. Zhou Yang was also confused. What was going on? He only booked a silver room. He had never met the owner of my Wakeshuan. Why would the owner of my Wakeshuan come to pick him up in person? However, when he saw that the famous boss of Delicious House came to pick him up in person, the pride on his face became more and more intense. He raised his head, hugged Wang Fang, and enjoyed the envious gazes of everyone. Lu Fen became even more proud. She turned around and glanced at He Yanmei, snorting arrogantly. He Yanmei was so angry that she blamed everything on Jang Chen, saying that he was a loser who had no ability at all. "You loser, look at how well he's doing." Even the boss of Delicious Garden came to greet him in person. He Yanmei gave Jiang Chen a wake-up call, and Jiang Chen frowned slightly. He called Xiao He. He trusted Xiao He to do the job, but why did it happen like this now? He looked at Gu Yishuan, who was standing at the door with his back bent, and immediately understood. Gu Yishuan must have recognized the wrong person. Lu Fen's family just happened to walk in, and he thought Wang Fang was Tang Chuchu. He raised his voice and shouted, "Tang Chuchu, we don't want to eat this meal anymore, let's go back." Having said that, he pulled Tang Chuchu away. When Gu Yishuan at the door heard the name, he was shocked. He looked up and saw Jiang Chen and Tang Chuchu turned around. He shuddered and slapped himself. He was in too much of a hurry, and that's why he recognized the wrong person. So he quickly chased after her, appeared in front of Tang Chuchu, and asked with a respectful look, "Yes, is it Miss Tang Chuchu?" "Ah." Tang Chuchu was stunned and nodded blankly, "Yes, I am. Ms. Tang, the diamond room has been booked. Please come in." The plot twisted so quickly that everyone was stunned and had no idea what was going on. He Yanmei, Tang Bo, Tang Song, and Wu Min were all stunned. They had never seen the owner of Delicious Pavilion, but they had heard that he was not from Jiangzhou, but from Kyoto, a real big shot. "Boss Gu, you said that you booked a private room and invited Chuchu from our family to have dinner in?" He Yanmei asked with uncertainty on her face. "Auntie, you are Chuchu's mother, right? Come in quickly. Waiter, what are you doing? Come and greet the guests." Following Gu Yishuan's shout, dozens of waiters came out immediately, standing in 2 rows with their bodies bent. "Welcome, distinguished guest. The sound is neat and loud. Security, kick these people out." Gu Yishuan looked at Lu Fen's family, who were still standing at the door with confused faces, and immediately gave the order. It was because of these people that he admitted his mistake. Although he had never met Heilung, this was an order given by Heilung to book a private room for Tang Chuchu. He dared not neglect it. If he offended Tang Chuchu, he would be finished. Then, a group of security guards came and started chasing people away. Under the gazes of many people, Lu Fen and her family were all driven out. Seeing this scene, He Yanmei smiled. Although she didn't know what was going on, she felt very happy when she saw Lu Fen being humiliated. Looking at Lu Fen and the others who were chased out, he bent over with laughter and pointed at Lu Fen, "Haha, you're killing me. You even want a brick and stone private room. Do you think you're worthy of that?" The plot twisted too quickly. Lu Fen, Zhou Yang, and others who were so arrogant just now were driven out in an instant. Lu Fen didn't give up, and pulled Zhou Yang and said, "Son-in-law, aren't you a member of the Zhou family? Don't you have a membership card? Hurry and take out your membership card." Zhou Yang gritted his teeth, walked over, and took out his silver membership card. "Boss Gu, I'm a silver member of Delicious House, and I've spent millions over the years." Beat. Gu Yishuan was inviting Tang Chuchu, but when Zhou Yang came over, he instantly got angry and shouted loudly. Several security guards came over with ferocious looks and started beating and kicking Zhou Yang. He was knocked to the ground, and he begged for mercy in pain, "Stop, stop hitting me." Ha! When He Yanmei saw this scene, all her anger disappeared. She held her head high and chest puffed out, looking extremely proud. It turns out that these people are just pretending to be awesome. The Tang family is the real deal. That's right. Tang Chuchu of the Tang family has a special relationship with Yixiong. She has even booked a private room at Delicious House, and the boss came to greet her personally. There were discussions all around again. Tang Chuchu was still confused and didn't know what was going on. "Miss Tang Chuchu, auntie, uncle, please come in." Gu Yishuan extended the invitation again. "Welcome, distinguished guest." The 2 rows of waiters standing in front of the hotel spoke again, and then knelt on the ground. These were all beauties wearing cheongsams, each of them was extremely beautiful, but now they all knelt down, which stunned the people at the door. Is this the treatment for brick and stone members? This is too good to be true. So many beauties are kneeling. It makes me feel bad. All kinds of envious and jealous looks came. Yanmei finally felt proud. Tang Song also straightened his back. Wumin hugged Tang Song's arm, her little mouth pouted high. At this moment, they felt so awesome and so proud. Tang Chuchu was completely confused, she didn't even know Gu Yishuan. Ms. Tang Chuchu, please. Welcome, distinguished guest. The waiter kneeling on the ground spoke again, his voice clear and loud. Chuchu, let's go. Jang Chen looked at the confused Tang Chuchu. Tang Chuchu finally reacted and responded. Led by Gu Yishuan, the family entered delicious restaurant and took the special elevator to the 5th floor. The 5th floor was decorated magnificently, like a palace. As I walked along the floor, I saw beautiful and sexy women kneeling on the ground. Tang Song was dumbfounded. He had never seen such a grand ceremony in his life. Tang Bo was also stunned. Yanmei also came back to her senses from her smugness, and at this moment, her mouth was wide open. Dear guests, please enter the private room. Gu Yishuan personally opened the door of a private room. This private room is several hundred square meters and has several large round tables, a lounge area and a dance floor. This private room is decorated magnificently, like a palace. As soon as they entered the private room, the Tang family was dumbfounded. Dear guests, please enjoy your meal. I will not disturb you anymore. Gu Yishuan did not stay for long. After bringing them into the private room, he turned around and left. It took the stunned Tang family a long time to react. Song, pinch me, am I dreaming? This is the diamond private room at Delicious House. It's rumored that a meal in the brick and stone private room costs at least $1 million. Wu Min was so excited that he spoke incoherently. Wife, what's going on? Tang Bo asked after he came to his senses. I don't know. Yanmei was also confused. She had never seen such a grand ceremony. Chen, is that you? Tang Chuchu looked at Jang Chen who was holding her hand. Jang Chen touched his nose and said, how can I do that? You booked this place, and it was you who was invited by the owner of the restaurant. But, I don't know him. Jiang Chen smiled and said, I don't know about that. No matter who he is, let's eat first. Wait. I'll take a few pictures and post them on WeChat Moments to show off. Tang Song reacted and took out his cell phone, taking a picture here and a picture there. Delicious food is served very quickly. Soon a sexy and beautiful waitress came over with the dishes. These dishes are colorful, fragrant and delicious, and they are very appetizing at first glance. There were several round tables in the private room, all filled with delicious food. After the dishes were served, some beautiful women appeared on the small stage in front of the room and began to dance. These people were so beautiful that Tang Bo and Tang Song were stunned. After the meal, the Tang family was in a daze. There were so many dishes in the brick and stone private room that they couldn't finish them at all and only ate less than 1/10 of them. It's over. After finishing the meal, Yanmei reacted immediately and slapped her forehead. I heard that a meal in the brick and stone private room of Delicious Pavilion costs $1 million. $1 million is not enough. Jiang Chen pointed at the bottle of red wine that Tang Song had opened and said, this wine alone costs 380,000 per bottle. Let me see how many bottles you drank in total. It must be 3 or 4 bottles. The wine alone must cost 1 million. Ah. Hearing this, Tang Song trembled with fear and stood up hurriedly. No, it wasn't me. After Gu Yishuan left the private room, he quickly went to investigate and inquire about Heilung's affairs. He also specifically asked the core members of the family and asked for some photos of Heilung when he was crowned commander. Although Jiang Chen's appointment as commander was a secret, the Gu family was also a first-rate family in Kyoto, and they were still able to get some photos. When he saw Jiang Chen, he was so frightened that his whole body trembled and he almost fell down in the office. Oh my god, Heilung is actually Tang Chuchu's husband. He didn't dare to delay and quickly went to the brick and stone private room. Boom boom boom. At this moment, there was a knock on the door, and then Guishuan came in with a bright smile on his face. Chuchu, uncle, aunt, everyone, are you satisfied with the food? The Tang family looked at each other. It really feels comfortable and refreshing to pretend to be outside. But now that the time has come to pay, they have no money to pay. Yanmei did have some money, but she couldn't bear to take it out because it was her private money. Chuchu, have you finished eating? Guishuan bent over. Ah. Tang Chuchu was a little confused and nodded instinctively. Eat, I'm done. Guishuan took out a card inlaid with bricks and presented it with both hands. Chuchu, this is our store's diamond membership card, please be sure to accept it. No, no. Tang Chuchu stood up hurriedly and paused slightly. How dare she ask for it? Although the delicious Xian brickstone card is a symbol of status, eating here is too expensive. Even if their family eats there once, it will cost them everything. Even if they have the card, they cannot afford it. Guishuan bent over and said, Chuchu, I think you have a misunderstanding. This is not an ordinary brick card. This is the top card among brick cards. With this card, you can get a 10% discount on all purchases, and you can have 3 free meals every month. 3 times, the whole meal is free. Ah. Tang Chuchu opened her mouth in shock. The Tang family was also stunned. 10% off on all items, 3 free meals per month. Is there such a good thing in the world? Tang Chuchu reacted and couldn't help asking, Boss Gu, I don't know you, why did you give me a brickstone membership card? Guishuan glanced at Jang Chen who was standing beside him. Seeing Jang Chen's gaze, he trembled with fear and said hurriedly, Today is the 5th anniversary of our store's opening, and we launched a lucky draw. You just happened to be drawn. Take this card and the meal will be free. You are welcome to come to Delicious House in the future. Anniversary celebration, lucky draw. Tang Chuchu was surprised. After Yanmei found out what happened, she was so excited that she almost cried. She quickly came over and took the brick and stone card from Guishuan. Boss Gu, I'll accept it for Chuchu. Guishuan saw Yanmei accept the card, but when he saw Jang Chen's face, he trembled and said coldly, Only Chuchu can have the brick and stone card of Delicious House. We only recognize Chuchu, not outsiders. Yanmei was so scared that she quickly handed the card to Tang Chuchu. Chen. Tang Chuchu looked at Jang Chen. Jang Chen smiled and said, Wife, I didn't expect you to be so lucky to meet the anniversary celebration and become a lucky person. Congratulations, please accept it. Only after Jang Chen said this did Tang Chuchu accept the brick and stone card. After eating at my Wakeshuan, the Tang family left my Wakeshuan in a trance. Wang Jing pulled off the gauze on Tang Chuchu's face. After leaving Delicious Pavilion, Jiang Chen took her to Xiaohei's mortal clinic and prepared medicine powder for her again. Tang Chuchu sat aside, looking at the VIP card made of polished bricks in her hand, and then looking at Jiang Chen with a serious face. She felt dazed and felt that everything that happened today was unreal. She didn't know Guishuan from Delicious Food. Guishuan gave him a brick and stone card. This brick and stone card also has many privileges, such as 10% discount and 3 free meals per month. What's the difference between this and free meals? Soon, Jiang Chen prepared the medicine powder and brought it over. Neat. Ah. Tang Chuchu, who was stunned, reacted. Jiang Chen said, Come, I'll apply medicine for you. I'm sorry for today. It was because I left that you were humiliated. I promise I won't do it again in the future. It's okay. Tang Chuchu was used to it. She leaned over and said, Come on, apply the medicine. Jiang Chen began to apply medicine to her and then bandaged her. After bandaging the wound, Jiang Chen took Tang Chuchu home. Tang Bo's house, living room. When Tang Chuchu came back this time, Yanmei was very warm to her, serving her tea and pouring water, just like she was serving a rich lady. Tang Bo held the equity transfer contract and kept grinning foolishly. Chuchu, tell me honestly, what is your relationship with the boss of Delicious House? He is a young master from a big family in Kyoto. Did you hook up with him during the few days when you recovered your appearance? If so, wait until the wound on your face is healed, then divorce Jang Chen and be with Guishuan. This way, I will be proud in the future. Wow, an awesome son-in-law, I am excited just thinking about it. He Yanmei looked longing. I thought of Guishuan's domineering attitude. The Zhou family could fight whenever they wanted. How refreshing it was. If she had a son-in-law like this, she would wake up laughing in her dreams. Mom, I don't know him. Tang Chuchu looked helpless. She was still wondering why Guishuan was so enthusiastic towards her. She suspected it was Jang Chen. Because it was because of Jang Chen that Qian Juan cooperated with Tang Yongla. But, Jang Chen said, it was because he had saved Yixiong when he was in the army before. As for Guishuan, Jang Chen said that he had no connection with him. Wu Min, who was sitting opposite, saw He Yanmei being so nice to Tang Chuchu, and a hint of disgust flashed across her face. She pulled Tang Song aside and said, let's go back to the room. Chuchu, take out the brick and stone card of Delicious House. Mom will take a good look at it. I have never seen the brick and stone card of Delicious House before. Tang Chuchu took it out helplessly. He Yanmei took it and looked at it left and right. Tsk tisk, it's made of real diamonds, so heavy. This card alone is priceless. Our Chuchu is so successful that even the boss of Delicious House came to greet her personally. This is something I can brag about for a long time. I can hold my head up high in my mother's house in the future. Jiang Chen was helpless when he saw this scene. Putting himself in He Yanmei's shoes, he also understood her. I married a husband who was not very good to me and gave birth to a daughter who was completely disfigured. It's good enough that I didn't collapse. Although he knelt down to Wang Jing before, it was also for this family. It's better than Tang Song and Wu Min, who just slipped away when they saw that something was wrong. Tang Bo was so frightened that he didn't dare to say a word. It's not easy. He shook his head slightly. Because she got back 10% of Tang's shares and made He Yanmei proud at Delicious House, Tang Chuchu's status and position at home also rose sharply. He Yanmei no longer scolded her for being a waste or a jinx. Tang Chuchu felt very happy to get her mother's approval. In the next few days, Jiang Chen stayed at home with Tang Chuchu every day, and only accompanied Tang Chuchu to change the dressings when it was time. The medicines he used on Tang Chuchu were all very expensive and priceless, and they were personally prepared by him and were extremely effective. 3 days later, Tang Chuchu removed the gauze. The scars on her face healed completely without even a scar left. Tang Chuchu stood in front of the mirror, looking at her beautiful face with shock on her face. Although Jiang Chen told her more than once that she would recover, she was still shocked after she recovered. This medical skill is so amazing. Chen, you are amazing. You have so many scars, but there is no scar left at all. Jiang Chen laughed and said, it's not my fault, it's all Xiao Hei's work. He was the one who taught me how to make medicine. Tang Chuchu touched her fair face and said, if this formula gets out, it will definitely cause a stir. If I open a beauty salon, the business will definitely be booming. Jiang Chen said, Xiao Hei is indifferent to fame and fortune, doesn't like money, and just wants to live an ordinary life. Tang Chuchu curled her lips, what a strange person, there are still people who don't like money these days. Boom boom boom. There was a knock on the door. Chuchu, what are you dawdling about? The old man is holding a clan meeting and wants us to arrive on time. If you are late and make the old man angry, I will take back your shares and I will not forgive you. He Yanmei's voice was heard outside the door. Mom, it will be quick, just wait a few minutes. Tang Chuchu called and went to the closet to find clothes. Chen, what should I wear? Jiang Chen sat on the bed and looked at Tang Chuchu. Tang Chuchu was wearing a thin dress that was slightly transparent. She had a good figure, especially her long legs, which were white and straight. He said, Chuchu looks beautiful in anything she wears. Hey, pick one for me. The dress in your hand is pretty good. This one. You go out, I'll change my clothes. Tang Chuchu blushed and pointed outside the door. Although she and Jiang Chen got married and Jiang Chen moved in, she slept on the bed every night while Jiang Chen slept on the floor. This was Jiang Chen's initiative. Since day one, it just seemed to come naturally. Although she was Jang Chen's wife, the two of them only held hands and did not even kiss. Jang Chen came to repay his gratitude. He would not force Tang Chuchu. If Tang Chuchu doesn't nod, he won't touch her. Now Tang Chuchu asked him to go out, and he walked out without saying much. He waited outside the living room for a few minutes. Soon, Tang Chuchu walked out of the room. Wow, sister, your injury is healed. Tang Song's eyes lit up when he saw Tang Chuchu. When Wu Min saw this, she was also full of envy. She envied Tang Chuchu for having a pretty face, and even more so for having a perfect figure. Daughter, you. He Yanmei was also stunned. These days, Tang Chuchu had gauze wrapped around her face, but she didn't care much about it. Now that Tang Chuchu has removed the gauze, there is no scar on her face at all. This medical skill is really amazing. Tang Chuchu was wearing a white slim-fitting skirt, red high heels, her long hair falling on her shoulders, her figure slender, her temperament full, a smile on her beautiful face. It was Chen who cured me. He Yanmei glanced at Jang Chen and murmured softly, he's not completely useless. At least he knows some medical skills. Jang Chen smiled but said nothing. He knew a lot of medical skills. His medical skills were famous all over the world. The powerful people in Kyoto tried every means to curry favor with him, one because of his identity, and the other because of his medical skills. If you know some medical skills and open a clinic, you can probably make money. He Yanmei looked at Jang Chen. Although he disliked Jang Chen, he was tall and strong, and still quite handsome. In addition, Jang Chen cured Tang Chuchu twice, so she also began to pay attention to Jang Chen's medical skills. Mom, why did Grandpa suddenly call a family meeting? He Yanmei said, it's not the Xiaoyao King succession ceremony. I heard that a lot of spectator seats are open to the public this time. Dad wants to save face and wants to hold a meeting to find a way to get a quota so that the Tang family can squeeze into the ranks of first-class families. Tang Family Villa, Hall. 3 generations of the Tang family and some important relatives of the Tang family gathered here. The 5 military regions were reorganized, and King Xiaoyao of the Western Territory was transferred to Jiangzhou to become the commander-in-chief of the 5 armies. This was a major event that shocked Jiangzhou and even the 5 major regions. The succession ceremony of King Xiaoyao is imminent. This ceremony is open to the public and there are many seats for spectators. Only the truly powerful and wealthy are qualified to watch the ceremony. The powerful families from the 5 districts of Jiangbei, Jiangzhou, Nanhua, Haiqing, and Tianhai were all staring at the audience seats, all wanting to watch the succession ceremony of King Xiaoyao. Because it is a symbol of power. Being able to participate and watch the succession ceremony of King Xiaoyao means becoming a true wealthy family. It is rumored that King Xiaoyao's succession ceremony will be held tomorrow. It is also rumored that only 100 seats in the audience are open to the public, and the rest are for some internal approved members. It's just that the official has not announced the exact time of the succession ceremony. However, in order to get the 100 spots rumored by the outside world, many families in the 5 major districts are trying every means to get viewing spots. Tang Tianlong is no exception. He dreamed of making the Tang family truly wealthy and powerful and joining the ranks of first-rate families. This was a great opportunity, so how could he miss it? So he called a family meeting and got the family members together to think of a solution. Almost all members of the Tang family are present. Only Tang Chuchu's family has not arrived yet. Grandpa, Tang Chuchu's family is too self-righteous. Ever since Grandpa gave Tang Bo 10% of the shares of the family business, this family has become more and more outrageous. Now they even dare to be late for family meetings. Tang Lei, the son of Tang Hai, began to fan the flames again. Ever since Tang Chuchu asked to give Tang Bo shares, Tang Hai's family has been very dissatisfied. Because after Tang Tianlong gave shares to Tang Bo, he took back some of Tang Hai's shares. Tang Hai currently holds less shares than Tang Budwa. Yes, Grandpa, I think that giving Tang Bo 10% of the shares is too much. Tang Menjiang also spoke up with dissatisfaction on her face. Why? Just because Tang Chuchu slept with Chairman Qianjuan. Patriarch, I suggest taking back Tang Bo's shares. They have made no contribution to the family and do not deserve to own so many shares. Yeah, you've been eating and using everything at home for these years, and you still want shares? The Tang family members spoke one after another. Tang Tianlong was wearing a light-colored Zhongshan suit and smoking a pipe. He didn't want to give Tang Bo any shares. Because in his eyes, among his 3 sons, Tang Bo is the most useless, and among his many grandsons, Tang Bo's son Tang Song is also the most incompetent. But if they don't give shares, the Tang family will lose the opportunity to cooperate with Qian Jun, and thus the Tang family will lose the opportunity to join the first-class family. Tang Tianlong paused for a moment. All right, I'm not old and confused yet, I know the limits. Tang Hai sat aside without saying a word. It was his idea to instigate the family members to speak ill of Tang Chuchu's family in front of Tang Tianlong. Seeing that Tang Tianlong was unmoved, he continued to plan in his mind. Planning to take back the shares held by Tang Bo. Tang Jie's family didn't say much either. Because they don't have many shares to begin with, giving shares to Tang Bo will have little impact on them. At this moment, Tang Chuchu and her family walked in. Dad, I'm sorry for being late. Yanmei apologized as soon as she came in. Everyone looked and were surprised to see Tang Chuchu's family coming and Tang Chuchu's appearance restored. What's going on? It's only been a few days, how come the wound on Tang Chuchu's face healed again? At the Jiangzhong Hotel, they saw with their own eyes Xiao Zhan using a knife to cut many wounds on Tang Chuchu's face. Now all the wounds have healed and there is no scar left. Everyone didn't know what was going on, but when they saw Tang Chuchu, they felt unhappy. In the eyes of the Tang family, Tang Chuchu is a jinx. In the past 10 years, the Tang family has produced the ugliest woman in the whole Jiangnan region, which has made the Tang family a laughingstock and brought them great disgrace. Last time it was Tang Chuchu again who almost caused the destruction of the Tang family. Tang Hai slammed his hand on the table, stood up and shouted, Tang Bo, you are going too far. How can you be late for the family meeting? Do you really think that after getting the family shares, your family status will rise and you can make the whole family wait for you? Brother, I'm sorry. Tang Bo lowered his head and apologized repeatedly. Tang Chuchu also came over and said, Uncle, I wasted time, it has nothing to do with Dad. Tang Hai's face darkened and he shouted, Tang Chuchu, don't you know the family rules? The family meeting is above everything else. Don't think you can ignore the family rules just because you have an ambiguous relationship with Chairman Qianjuan. Yes, it was because of Tang Chuchu that we almost died at the hands of Xiao Zhan. Fortunately, God did not destroy our Tang family, otherwise our Tang family would definitely be wiped out of the Jiangzhong. You jinx, you really dare to ask for 10% of the family's shares right away. The Tang family members spoke out one by one. That's enough. Tang Tianlong paused slightly. The Tang family then stopped talking. As for Jang Chen, he did not say a word from beginning to end, because this was the Tang family, and he was just the son-in-law chosen by the Tang family. If he spoke now, it would only cause attacks and cause trouble for Chuchu. Tang Tianlong saw that most people had arrived, so he spoke up. It's rumored that tomorrow will be the King Xiaoyao succession ceremony, and that there are 100 spots available to watch the King Xiaoyao succession ceremony. You all should think of a way to see if you can get a spot. No one in the Tang family said a word. How is it possible to get a spot? There are so many families in the 5 major districts, no matter how many times it takes, it will never be the turn of the Tang family, a family that is not well known. Why are you all silent? Aren't you usually talkative? Tang Tianlong glanced at everyone and said angrily, look at you all. When we were fighting for the family property, you were more active than the other, but now when it's time to contribute to the family, you all back off. Grandpa, please ask Tang Chuchu to come forward. Tang Lei, the 3rd generation of the Tang family, said, isn't Tang Chuchu the lover of Qianju and Yixiong? If she goes to sleep with Yixiong again, with Yixiong's power, it shouldn't be difficult for her to get a spot, right? Tang Chuchu has always been weak and she dared not resist no matter what her family said. But now she was also angry. She stretched out her shaking hands and pointed at Tang Lei, tears of grievance welling up in her eyes. Tang Lei, stop spitting blood at me. Why, isn't it? Tang Lei glanced at Tang Chuchu, didn't you sleep with Yixiong? Why is he so nice to you? Why would he cancel the cooperation with the Tang family for you? You. Tang Chuchu's chest heaved up and down with anger, and she was so aggrieved that she could hardly speak. Tang Bo, on the other hand, didn't say a word. He Yanmei wanted to refute, but she didn't know how to refute, because even she suspected that Tang Chuchu had slept with Yi Xiong. Jang Chen walked towards Tang Lei step by step. "You, what do you want to do?" Tang Lei was frightened when he saw the burly Jang Chen approaching, and stepped back slightly. "Jang Chen, you useless guy, this is the Tang family, what do you want to do?" "Apologize." Jang Chen spat out 2 words. Seeing Jang Chen, Tang Lei was a little afraid because Jang Chen was a soldier. But thinking that this was the Tang family, he hardened up, straightened his back, and said, "Isn't it true? If she didn't sleep with Yi Xiong, how could Yi Xiong treat her so well?" Bang! Jiang Chen swung his hand and slapped him. The sound of crisp applause rang out. "Ah!" Tang Lei cried out in pain, covered his face with his hands, and immediately looked at Tang Tianlong and cried, "Grandpa, please watch Jiang Chen and make a move at the family meeting. Grandpa, please expel Jiang Chen from the Tang family." Tang Tianlong raised his eyelids and glanced at Jiang Chen with anger on his face. "Chen, apologize quickly." Tang Chuchu pulled Jiang Chen and spoke in a low voice. Although Jiang Chen was venting her anger and she was very happy in her heart, this was the Tang family and a family meeting. Beating people in a family meeting violated the family rules. "You loser, you dare to hit my son." "Dad, this was instigated by Tang Bo. He relies on his shares to act lawless." "Dad, expel Jiang Chen from the family and take back Tang Bo's shares." Tang Lei's mother Li Yan spoke immediately. "Yes, expel Jiang Chen from the family and take back Tang Bo's shares. This is really lawless. Do you think clan rules don't exist? Do you treat clan rules as a joke? You really don't take the head of the family seriously." Many members of the Tang family spoke up. Tang Lei is the eldest grandson of the Tang family. When he was beaten, the whole family spoke up for him. All of a sudden, Jiang Chen became the target of public criticism, and even Tang Bo's family was implicated. Tang Chuchu was scolded again, with people calling her a jinx and all kinds of nasty words coming out one after another. Some people also asked Tang Tianlong to take back Tang Bo's shares. Seeing that everyone was helping him, a hint of pride flashed across Tang Lei's face. He glanced at Jiang Chen, tilting his head back, with an expression that seemed to say, "You are just a dog of the Tang family, you dare to hit me, you really don't know how to live or die." Tang Tianlong also had anger on his face. This was a family meeting, and Jiang Chen, a live-in son-in-law, actually dared to attack the Tang family's direct descendants. Before Jiang Chen could say anything, He Yanmei slapped him on the forehead and said angrily, "Get down on your knees, you bastard." Jiang Chen had a cold expression on his face. Instead of kneeling, he kicked Tang Lei directly, kicking him 1 or 2 meters away, and causing him to fall heavily on the corner of the sofa. He was so dizzy that he fell to the ground and screamed in pain. "Chen." Tang Chuchu was scared and hurriedly pulled Jiang Chen. Then she bent down and was about to kneel and apologize. Jiang Chen grabbed her and pulled her up forcibly. "Asshole." Tang Tianlong was furious. He slapped the table, stood up suddenly, and shouted coldly, "You are really lawless. From now on, you are no longer the son-in-law of the Tang family. Get out of here. Apologize quickly, quickly." Tang Chuchu kept pulling at the corner of Jiang Chen's clothes. "Jiang Chen, you bastard, why don't you kneel down and admit your mistake?" He Yanmei also cursed. She had finally gotten the shares of the family business. She didn't want to take the shares back because Jiang Chen beat Tang Lei and made the old man unhappy. Jiang Chen was unmoved and said calmly, "He is not worthy yet." "You." Tang Tianlong was so angry that his body was shaking and he kept gasping for breath. "Grandpa, don't be angry." Tang Menjing supported Tang Tianlong in time and patted his back continuously. "Grandpa, there is no need to argue with this bastard. Just kick him out of the Tang family. Also, he must have been authorized by Tang Bo to be so lawless." "Yes." Someone echoed. Tang Bo thought he had gained 10% of the shares, so he could do whatever he wanted and didn't take the patriarch seriously. I'm afraid he is now declaring to the public that he is the patriarch of the Tang family. He Yanmei's face turned blue with anger. She hated Jang Chen to death. Tang Bo just shrank aside. No matter what the Tang family said, he didn't say a word, as if it had nothing to do with him. Chuchu, you don't have to stay in the Tang family. I'll take you away. Jang Chen pulled Tang Chuchu and was about to leave. However, Tang Chuchu felt so aggrieved that she almost cried, with tears welling up in her eyes. She became the ugliest woman in Jiangnan and brought shame to her family. She dreamed of gaining recognition from her family. Her chances of success finally turned around, but now it was ruined by Jang Chen. She was grateful to Jang Chen. It was Jang Chen who restored her appearance. But at this moment, she suddenly felt extremely dissatisfied with Jang Chen. Because of Jang Chen, she was insulted by her family again. She yelled, "Jang Chen, is it so difficult to ask you to kneel down and admit your mistake? You are just a soldier, do you really think you are a big shot?" Seeing Tang Chuchu's tears welling up in her eyes, Jang Chen felt heartbroken instantly. But he is the Black Dragon, one of the 5 marshals. In his philosophy, he would rather die standing than live on his knees. In the past, he fell into the enemy's camp and was beaten with sticks 800 times. Even though he was covered with wounds, he did not kneel down. Now he is the son-in-law of the Tang family and Tang Chuchu's husband. He has sworn not to make Tang Chuchu sad or upset. He was the one who insulted Chuchu, he should apologize. Jiang Chen pointed at Tang Lei and said, "Chuchu has nothing to do with Yi Xiong. Yi Xiong cooperated with Qian Jun because I saved him when I was in the army, and he owed me a favor." Jiang Chen didn't want Tang Chuchu to be wronged again, but he didn't want the Tang family to know his true identity. After hearing this, everyone suddenly realized what was going on. Jiang Chen continued, "You want an invitation to the Xiaoyao King's succession ceremony. I can find a way to get one for you, but I hope you won't say Chuchu, Chuchu, let's go again." After saying that, he pulled her away despite Tang Chuchu's objection. She knew that Tang Chuchu would only be insulted here. If it were anyone else, she would just kill them. But they were all members of the Tang family. If he killed someone, Tang Chuchu would never forgive him in her life. Damn it. Watching Jiang Chen take Tang Chuchu away, Tang Tianlong was shaking with anger. The family meeting hasn't even ended yet, and you're leaving like this. You really don't take me, the head of the family, seriously. Take back Tang Bo's 5% stake. He had wanted to take back the shares for a long time, but never had the chance. Taking this opportunity, he took back some of the shares, but he did not take back all of them. Because he was still counting on Tang Chuchu. Once Tang Chuchu was forced into a corner and left the family again, the cooperation between Tang Yongle and Qianjuan would be over. He Yanmei's face turned pale. 5% of the shares means tens of millions. She wanted to cut Jiang Chen into pieces. Tang Bo didn't say a word from beginning to end. Tang Hai, Tang Lei, Tang Menjing and others looked very proud. Now that they had taken back 5% of Tang Bo's shares, they would take back the rest of his shares sooner or later. Okay, this matter is over. Let's have a meeting now. After Tang Tianlong took back half of Tang Bo's shares, he said, "Let's discuss how to get an invitation to watch the Xiaoyao King's succession ceremony." The Tang family started discussing again. As for Jiang Chen's suggestion to help the Tang family get an invitation letter, no one took it seriously. A retired soldier, even if he had saved Yi Xiong before, but Yi Xiong had already repaid the favor, so why would Yi Xiong help him get another invitation letter? Someone spoke up and said, "By the way, isn't Menjing's boyfriend the eldest son of the Lu family? The Lu family is second only to the 4 major families. Let Lu Chong come forward and ask the head of the Lu family. He will definitely be able to get an invitation letter." Hearing this, Tang Menjing looked very proud and took the arm of a handsome man sitting next to her. Tang Tianlong also looked at the man sitting next to Tang Menjing. The gloom on his face disappeared, replaced by a smile. "Lu Chong, how about you go back and ask your father to help me get an invitation letter from the Tang family?" Lu Chong sat up straight. "That's not a problem, but I can't guarantee that my dad will agree. After all, so many people are staring at the invitation letter, and so many people are begging my dad." If everyone agrees, my dad will be so busy. Young Master Lu, you have to help the Tang family. With your father's presence, everything will be fine. The Tang family members spoke one after another. Tang Menjing raised her little head and said proudly, Grandpa, don't worry, this matter is in the hands of our Lu Chong. As she spoke, she glanced at Lu Chong, isn't it? Lu Chong was speechless. His Lu family was also busy with the invitation letter, but they still hadn't received it. However, he didn't want to lose face in front of the Tang family, so he nodded and said, of course it's necessary. With my dad's presence, everything will be fine. At a family meeting, the entire Tang family tried to curry favor with Lu Chong. Outside the Tang family villa. That's enough. Tang Chuchu shook off Jang Chen's hand and looked at him with tears in her eyes. Jang Chen, haven't you made enough trouble? This is the Tang family. Grandpa wants you to kneel down, so you kneel down. Why are you so stubborn? Chuchu, go back by yourself. Tang Chuchu said nothing more, turned around and left, entering the Tang family again. Jang Chen looked helpless. As the Black Dragon, he had never been treated like this before. But, for Tang Chuchu, he chose to endure. He knew that in Tang Chuchu's eyes, the opinions of her family were more important than anything else. When Tang Chuchu entered again, he did not chase her but waited outside the door. He sat on the steps outside the villa, took out a cigarette and lit it, then took out his phone and called Xiao, I want to see King Xiaoyao. All he could do now was to get an invitation letter for Chuchu. In this way, Chuchu's status in the family will become higher and higher, and Chuchu will be happy. Soon, Xiao called back, Brother Jiang, it has been arranged. King Xiaoyao wants to come and see you in person. You decide the time. Evening, Central Garden. Yes, I'll call King Xiaoyao back right away. After talking to Xiao on the phone, Jang Chen waited outside the door. The Tang family meeting lasted for more than an hour. More than an hour later, the Tang family left one after another, and Tang Chuchu's family also came out. The whole family had stern faces, and Yenmei even scolded Jang Chen and asked Tang Chuchu to divorce Jang Chen. The one who is most angry is Tang Song. His father's shares will definitely be passed on to him in the future. Now, because of Jiang Chen, Tang Tianlong has taken back half of the shares, which is worth tens of millions. What a waste, you can't do anything good but always make things worse. Tang Song glared at Jiang Chen fiercely. Okay, don't blame Jiang Chen. He was just helping me out of kindness. Tang Chuchu has calmed down. She was too impulsive before. Now when she thinks about it, she feels very sorry for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen helped her out, but she still blamed Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen smiled and said, Chuchu, it's okay. Don't worry. I will definitely help the Tang family get an invitation letter. Then your status in the family will rise. No one believed what he said. If you do it again, I won't forgive you. After cursing, Yenmei turned and left. After returning home, the whole family disliked Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen stood alone on the balcony smoking. Tang Bo came over and said, Jiang Chen, don't take it to heart. You will get used to it slowly. Jiang Chen glanced at his father-in-law Tang Bo and said nothing. Tang Bo was perhaps the only person in the world who was so cowardly. Tang Bo was also tactful and didn't say anything. During the day today, Jiang Chen stayed at home, cleaning, cooking, and having fun. He didn't care about what the Tang family thought of him. He only cared about Tang Chuchu. In the evening, Jiang Chen found an excuse to go out. Downtown, Central Garden. In a pavilion. There are two people sitting here. Did you kill Xiao Zhan? Yes. Facing King Xiaoyao's questioning, Jiang Chen did not deny it and said, he deserves to die, and the Xiao family deserves to die too. King Xiaoyao frowned and immediately asked, what is the purpose of meeting me this time? It's nothing serious. The Tang family wants an invitation to your succession ceremony. Send someone to deliver one. After saying that, Jiang Chen stood up and was about to leave. Although he was at the same level as King Xiaoyao, he never took King Xiaoyao seriously. Not only King Xiaoyao, even if the other 4 handsome men gathered together, he might not take them seriously. Wait. King Xiaoyao spoke and stopped Jang Chen, who was about to leave. Jang Chen stopped and looked at him. Why, is there anything else? Xiao Zhan is my subordinate. King Xiaoyao was quite angry. Xiao Zhan was his subordinate, but now he was killed by Jang Chen, and Jang Chen didn't even give him an explanation. So what? Jang Chen looked indifferent. You won't give me an explanation? I told you, he deserves to die. I'm not asking you to give me an invitation. If you want to give it to me, then give it to me. If you don't want to, forget it. After saying that, Jang Chen turned and left. After he left, a man walked out from the darkness. Wang, isn't he too arrogant? King Xiaoyao paused slightly and said with a bitter smile, he is just like that. Let alone me, he may not take the emperor personally seriously. Let's just forget about this matter. It is indeed Xiao Zhan's own fault. You go to the Tang family in person and give them an invitation. The man was unwilling to give up and asked, King, are we just going to let it go like this? King Xiaoyao glanced at him and said, what else can we do? Kill him. Although he has submitted his resignation application, it has not been approved yet. Moreover, he is the Black Dragon, the commander of the million-strong Black Dragon army. Although he has been the commander for the shortest time, the other 4 armies combined may not be as strong as the Black Dragon army. The Black Dragon army is headed by him, and the superiors value him very much. Yes, I'll go to the Tang family right away. The men said nothing more. King Xiaoyao sighed. The 5 major districts have been reorganized and have been pushed into the storm again. With the reorganization of the 5 major districts, this position would not have fallen on him originally, but Heilung had foresight and realized that there would be such an arrangement, so he applied for resignation in advance. At the same time, outside the Tang family villa, a jeep drove over and several men in combat uniforms got out of the car. They came to the door of the Tang family and knocked. Tang Tianlong saw a soldier visiting on the surveillance camera, and immediately opened the door to greet him. General, what's the matter? The last time Xiao Zhan left him with a huge trauma, he was worried that something unexpected had happened again, so he asked cautiously. A middle-aged man in a battle robe took out an exquisite invitation letter, handed it to Tang Tianlong, and said, invitation letter to the Xiaoyao King succession ceremony. Tang Tianlong's body shook. Invitation. Tang Tianlong, you have a great-grandson-in-law. The middle-aged man in battle robe left a word and turned away. Tang Tianlong looked at the invitation letter in his hand and didn't react for a moment. Grandpa, what's wrong? Tang Menjing came out. The Western Border Army has sent an invitation. Tang Tianlong felt dazed. Ah, so fast, Grandpa, I didn't lie to you, did I? I said that this matter was up to Lu Chong. Look, it's only been half a day, and the Lu family has stepped in to have the Western Border Army personally deliver the invitation letter. Lu Chong came out and asked, Menjing, what's the matter? Why are you so happy? Thank you, dear. Tang Menjing kissed Lu Chong on the face. Thank you for asking the Lu family to help get the invitation letter for the Tang family. Lu Chong was a little confused. The Lu family stepped in. He did tell his father about this, but his father is still worried about it. In order to get the invitation, he gave a lot of gifts to those big shots. All in all, he spent tens of millions. How does this help the Tang family get an invitation? He was a little confused, but with a proud look on his face, he said, it's not easy for my Lu family to ask for an invitation letter. Lu Chong, thank you so much, you are really a good grandson-in-law to Grandpa. Tang Tianlong also reacted, and he couldn't close his mouth with a smile. The person who sent the invitation said that he had a good grandson-in-law. He was sure that this was Lu Chong, because among his grandsons-in-law, Lu Chong had the greatest family background. Good grandson-in-law, come in and sit down. I'll wrap a big red envelope for you to take back to your father to thank him for asking for an invitation letter from the Tang family for me. Jang Chen returned home. As soon as I walked out of the elevator and before I entered the house, Xiao He called me. Brother Jiang, there's news from King Xiaoyao that he has sent someone to the Tang family to deliver an invitation. Okay, got it. Jang Chen hung up the phone. He knocked on the door and entered the house. The one who opened the door was Tang Song's wife Wu Min. When she saw Jang Chen, she immediately frowned and said, "You are a useless person who is always causing trouble. Why did you come back?" Jang Chen chose to ignore it and walked into the house. He looked at Tang Chuchu, who was sitting on the sofa in the living room with a smile on his face. "Chuchu, I have asked someone to ask the Western Border Army to send an invitation letter to the Tang family." Tang Chuchu looked unconvinced and asked, "That's the Western Border Army, how can you ask them to help you?" Jang Chen smiled and said, "You forgot that I was a soldier before, and I know some soldiers. I asked my superior to use his connections. But in your resume, you joined the army in the southern wilderness, which has nothing to do with the Western Territory." Jang Chen lied, "It's not related, but my former boss has some connections with an important figure in the Western Territory. Anyway, he has been sent there. Let's go to the Tang family and we'll know." He Yanmei, Tang Bo, Tang Song, and others were also sitting in the room. He Yanmei also didn't believe it, and said disdainfully, "You're still dragging your relationship. You've been in the army for 10 years, and you're just a small soldier. What kind of relationship can you have?" "Jiang Chen, I warn you, Chuchu is naive, I'm not stupid, don't lie to Chuchu again." "Chuchu, you're really something. Jiang Chen is a rubbish who only knows a little bit of medical skills, he has no money, no power, how can you be so devoted to him?" Jiang Chen was already used to He Yanmei's cold mockery, so he didn't say much. He pulled Tang Chuchu and said, "Chuchu, let's go to the Tang family. I will definitely make you proud this time." "Jiang Chen, is it true?" Tang Bo couldn't help but ask. He didn't quite believe that Jiang Chen could use his connections to get the Western Border Army to send an invitation letter to the Tang family. After all, there aren't many seats for the King Xiaoyao succession ceremony and the number of seats is limited. The wealthy people in the 5 major districts are all thinking about how to get invitations. "Dad, do you believe what this rubbish says?" Tang Song snorted coldly. He hated Jiang Chen to death. If it weren't for Jiang Chen, his family's shares would not have been taken back, and he could have bought a luxury car and a mansion. Now, because of Jiang Chen, everything has gone to waste. Jiang Chen ignored these people and pulled Tang Chuchu away. Seeing that he was confident, He Yanmei followed him. If what Jiang Chen said was true, then the old man would definitely reward Chuchu if he was happy, and it would not be difficult to get the shares back at that time. Tang family. Tang Tianlong was so happy. He dreamed of getting an invitation. This is the succession ceremony of King Xiaoyao, and it is rumored that there are only 100 spots available to watch. In the 5 major districts, there are too many wealthy people, and many important people are thinking of ways to give gifts in order to obtain an invitation. Now, the Lu family stepped forward and helped the Tang family get an invitation letter. Tang Tianlong couldn't stop smiling, and took out a card and handed it to Lu Chong, grandson-in-law. "There is 5 million in the card, just a small gift, even if it is to thank the Lu family for their help, don't think it's too little." "Ah, Grandpa, this is not allowed." Lu Chong said this, but he took the card. "Grandpa, we are almost a family, how can we have different opinions?" Lu Chong was almost dead with joy. His Lu family also used a lot of connections and spent tens of millions to get an invitation letter. The invitation letter from the Tang family was definitely not issued by the Lu family, but now Tang Tianlong gave him 5 million, and he accepted it without any hesitation. Don't miss it. The Lu family still has more face. That's right, the Lu family's Taihong Pharmaceutical is one of the largest groups in Jiangzhou. Lu Chong's father, Lu Xiaohui, has a wide range of friends and a lot of face. This time it's all thanks to Lu Chong. If it weren't for him, it would have been impossible for our family to get an invitation letter. Menjing has found a good boyfriend. She really brings honor to the Tang family. Everyone in the Tang family began to curry favor with Lu Chong. Lu Chong was completely overwhelmed, and he almost lost his mind. He said proudly, "I told you, this is a trivial matter." Just when the Tang family was immersed in the joy of receiving the invitation, Jiang Chen walked in with Tang Chuchu, followed by He Yanmei, Tang Bo, Tang Song, and Wu Min. When they saw Tang Chuchu's family, the faces of the Tang family members suddenly became gloomy. Tang Menjing stood up and asked coldly, "What are you doing here?" Tang Chuchu said, "Sister Menjing." Tang Menjing didn't give Tang Chuchu any face at all. "Get lost, who is your sister?" Tang Tianlong was in a good mood after receiving the invitation, but his good mood was instantly ruined when he saw Tang Chuchu's family, especially Jang Chen. This kid was too arrogant. A son-in-law who came to live with the family didn't even take him, the head of the family, seriously. "Get out." He pointed at the door. Grandpa, Jang Chen asked his comrades to have the Western Border Army send an invitation letter. "I came here to ask if our family received the invitation letter." He Yanmei, Tang Bo, Tang Song, and others all looked at Tang Tianlong, waiting for his answer. "Heh." Before Tang Tianlong could even open his mouth, Tang Lei laughed coldly. Jiang Chen asked his comrades to have the Western Border Army send an invitation letter. "This is so funny. It was obviously my brother-in-law Lu Chong who asked the Lu family to make the Western Border Army send the invitation letter." "That's right." Tang Menjing looked at Jiang Chen with disdain and said, "A lousy soldier is so qualified to contact the top brass of the Western Border Army. How shameless. He came here to take credit after knowing that the Western Border Army sent an invitation letter." Hearing this, Jiang Chen's face darkened and he glanced at Lu Chong, who was sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed. Lu Chong also glared at him and shouted, "What are you looking at, you useless bastard? It's really shameless. It was the Lu family who made the arrangements for our family to receive the invitation letter. This loser Jiang Chen must have seen the invitation letter sent by the Western Border Army and came here to take credit for it. Yes, fortunately Lu Chong is here, otherwise his conspiracy would have succeeded." The Tang family members were talking one after another, scolding Jiang Chen and cursing Lu Chong at the same time. Hearing these words, He Yanmei immediately became angry. She raised her hand and slapped Jiang Chen on the head, shouting, "Waste, it's really shameful. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and leave." Tang Chuchu also looked aggrieved. She thought Jiang Chen would really make her proud and make her grandfather look at her with new eyes. It turned out that when Jiang Chen came back, he saw the invitation sent by the Western Border Army, so he took the credit. "Jiang Chen, you disappoint me so much." She covered her mouth and ran out crying. "Chuchu." He Yanmei chased after her. Tang Song and others also felt ashamed to stay and left quickly. Jiang Chen looked at the Tang family and laughed immediately. "Haha, I've seen shameless ones, but I've never seen shameless ones. Okay. You got the invitation letter through the Lu family, right? I want to see how you go to watch the ceremony tomorrow." After saying that, he turned and left. After leaving the Tang family villa, he took out his phone and called Xiao He, "Notify King Xiaoyao that the invitation letter to the Tang family is invalid." Xiao He didn't know what Jiang Chen was doing, but he did as he was told. He called King Xiaoyao and informed him. Jiang Chen just wanted to make Tang Chuchu happy, that's all. Unexpectedly, when he asked King Xiaoyao to deliver the invitation, someone else took the credit, causing Tang Chuchu to misunderstand him. After he called Xiao He, he chased after him. Neat. He ran over, pulled Tang Chuchu, and explained, "Listen to me, I really didn't lie to you. I really asked someone to send the invitation letter, but I didn't expect that someone else would take the credit. You useless thing, you still dare to take credit for it." He Yanmei cursed, "Don't you think you haven't lost enough shame?" Tang Song also instigated, "Sister, he is a poor soldier who just came back from the army. What ability does he have? Why don't you divorce him quickly?" Tang Chuchu's eyes were filled with tears. "Jiang Chen, that's enough. Thank you for taking such good care of me. Thank you for curing me, but I don't want to see you now. Go away." After saying that, she ran away crying. Jiang Chen felt upset. Even when facing a massive enemy force, he had never been so embarrassed. "You are a waste who is always causing trouble but can't do anything good." He Yanmei cursed again. Jiang Chen stood there, watching Tang Bo's family leave. He took a deep breath. He chased after him again and caught up with him to the Tang family. However, he was not allowed to enter. He had no choice but to leave, planning to explain after Tang Chuchu calmed down. After he left the Tang family, he went to the mortal clinic opened by Xiao He. Brother Jiang, why are you here? Xiao He asked as soon as he entered the room. When he noticed that something was wrong with his expression, he immediately shut up and took out a cigarette and threw it to him. Jang Chen felt upset. He just wanted to make Tang Chuchu happy, but he didn't expect to meet a shameless person who actually snatched away his credit. Xiao He, shouldn't I come back? Jang Chen was smoking, with smoke floating around his fingertips. Xiao He asked, Brother Jiang, what happened? Jang Chen told the story again. Xiao He smiled bitterly and said, Brother Jiang, I have never been in a relationship, so I really can't help you. But, if Brother Jiang is unhappy with the Lu family, I will kill the Lu family in a minute. Oh, forget it. Jiang Chen paused and said, it's not a deep hatred. This is Jiangzhou, a peaceful city, not the border of the southern wilderness. You can't use the same tactics against your enemies against your compatriots. Hearing this, Xiao He stopped talking. By the way, Xiao He, you are the one who keeps all my assets for me. How much personal assets do I have now? After returning to the city, Jiang Chen experienced a lot. He used to regard money as dirt, but now, he feels that he cannot live without money. How would I know? Let me calculate for you. We once conquered an enemy country, and the boss took over several gold mines in the enemy country and sold them to a big boss. I think he sold them for more than 30 billion. Another time, a rich man committed a crime and was hunted by the enemy. He happened to be saved by the boss, and the rich man also gave him 10 billion as a reward. By the way, some wealthy businessmen in small countries on the border of the southern wilderness also pay protection fees to the boss every year. All these miscellaneous sums add up to at least 200 to 300 billion. Do I have so much money? Jiang Chen was slightly surprised. He didn't care about these things before, but now he starts to care about them. He didn't expect that he was so rich. Brother Jiang, you are the commander of the Black Dragon Army in the southern wasteland. The southern wasteland is the most chaotic, but it is also the easiest to make a fortune. Brother Jiang has countless wealth, but you are too lazy to fight for it. Otherwise, you would have been the richest man in the world long ago. Jiang Chen listened to what Xiao He said and muttered to himself, it seems that I was too stupid before. Boss, why are you suddenly concerned about money? You have a special Black Dragon card, which is a reward from the higher-ups. The limit is 10 billion, so you shouldn't be short of money. Chuchu said that I was hiding some private money, so she confiscated it from me, saying that it was for raising children in the future. Speaking of Tang Chuchu, Jiang Chen had a smile on his face that he himself did not even notice. Xiao He. Buy me the newly built commercial center in Jiangzhou. Ah. Hearing this, Xiao He was also shocked. The city's commercial center is a newly built commercial city. There are more than 50 buildings with more than 50 floors. There are also night markets, pedestrian streets, antique streets, etc. around it. The city's commercial center has been completed. It was built jointly by several real estate giants, who intended to make it the most prosperous commercial city in the country. Why, not enough money? If not, then use your connections to suppress me. Xiao He glanced at Jiang Chen and couldn't help asking, Boss, what do you want to do? The funds we have in hand only add up to about 200 billion. It would take a lot of money to buy the entire trade city. Do you know how big the trade city is? The land alone is worth a fortune. I heard that the major real estate giants invested about 500 billion and it took 5 years to complete the trade city. Jiang Chen had no idea about these things, so he asked directly, just tell me, how much money is needed to buy the trade city? Xiao He thought for a while and said, the major real estate giants have jointly invested more than 500 billion. Even if we offer the lowest price and even if the real estate developers don't make any money, we will need at least 600 billion to win. Buy it. If you don't have enough money, ask some wealthy people in the border countries of the southern wilderness for money. Please gather 600 billion for me as soon as possible so that I can buy the city of commerce. This is not a small amount of money. I'm afraid I have to go back to the southern wilds myself. Go ahead. Jiang Chen paused. At the same time, the Tang family. Chuchu, what are you still hesitating about? Hurry and divorce Jiang Chen. That's right, sister. Even if I become a mistress to that old man Yi Xiong, it's better than being with Jang Chen, who just returned from the army. The whole family surrounded Tang Chuchu and advised her to divorce Jang Chen. I'm a little tired. I'll go back to my room and sleep first. Tang Chuchu stood up and left. Returning to the room, she sat on the bed, slightly dazed. During this time, she had gotten used to having Jang Chen around. Now that Jang Chen was not around, she felt a little lost, as if something important had suddenly disappeared. She knew that Jang Chen wanted to make her happy. But it backfired and made her embarrassed in front of the Tang family. She took out her cell phone and wanted to call Jang Chen and ask him to come back, but she didn't dial the number. Instead, she sat on the bed angrily. Why? He did something wrong. He didn't take the initiative to call me and beg for forgiveness. Why should I call him? Thinking of this, she angrily threw her phone on the bed. However, she kept looking at her phone, hoping that Jang Chen would call. 1 minute, 10 minutes, half an hour, 1 hour, 3 hours. Tang Chuchu waited until 1 o'clock in the morning, but Jang Chen didn't call her or even send her a text message. She was so angry that she walked around the room, cursing Jang Chen and calling him heartless. After Jang Chen told Xiao He that he wanted to buy the city's commercial center, Xiao He went to the southern wilds to make money overnight. The southern wilds is a border area with many small countries. These small countries are rich in various minerals and jadeite raw stones, and there are many rich people. If each of them wants some, it is not difficult to collect hundreds of billions. Jang Chen's purpose of coming back this time was to repay his gratitude and to seek revenge. It's just that he has been with Tang Chuchu all this time and has no time to cause trouble for the 4 major families. Apart from killing Xiao Bia and Xiao Zhan from the Xiao family, he did not take any other action. While Tang Chuchu was angry with him, he also planned to find Xiao Ruren and ask about the whereabouts of the Huayue mountain residence picture. The Xiao family, the only remaining villa. It was already early morning and the lights in the villa were off. A figure appeared outside the villa. The man was wearing a black coat and a black ghost mask on his face, like a ghost. All the other villas of the Xiao family have been liquidated by the bank. Now the Xiao family members are homeless and are all renting houses. This villa is the private property of Xiao Ruren of the Xiao family. Last time, Xiao Zhan designed an auction for some worthless items. Due to Xiao Zhan's strength, many wealthy people spent money to buy some worthless items. Although Xiao Zhan died, the money fell into Xiao Ruren's hands. Although she is a woman, she became the pillar of the Xiao family after the death of Xiao Bia and Xiao Zhan. Now all the Xiao family members are counting on Xiao Ruren, hoping that she can lead the Xiao family to rise again. Villa, 2nd floor room. Lying on the bed was an old man in his 50s. And next to it, there was a woman in a white dress. The woman was Xiao Ruren. Although she was already in her 30s, she was well maintained and looked like a girl of 18 or 19. She has a slim figure, delicate features, a beautiful face, long hair falling on her shoulders, and a slightly transparent dress, which makes her full of temptation and charm. Brother Zhang, when will you fulfill your promise to me? Xiao Ruren looked at the old man lying on the bed wearing only a pair of shorts. This man is a big shot and knows many important people. Now the Xiao family has been liquidated and bankrupt, and all of their properties have been seized. Xiao Ruren is also trying to use all the connections he can to get back some of the Xiao family's properties. Zhang Chantian looked at the beautiful Xiao Ruren and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I will definitely do what I promised you." You also know that Yi Xiong used legitimate channels to bankrupt the Xiao family. I need to take care of all aspects. Xiao Ruren walked over, snuggled in Zhang Chengtian's arms, and said coquettishly, "Brother Zhang, I have given you 50 million in total. It has been such a long time. Please give me an accurate time." Soon, in just a few days. Zhang Chengtian spoke with a smile, but he snorted in his heart. You stinky bitch, the Xiao family is in trouble now, Xiao Zhan is dead, and the Xiao family can never return to one of the 4 largest families. I have already lost the money you gave me. If it weren't for the money, I wouldn't bother with you, a stinky bitch who has been fucked by thousands of men. Brother Zhang, don't worry. When we get back the Xiao family's fixed assets, you will definitely get some benefits. In the future, even I will be yours. Bang. At this moment, the door was kicked open. Who? Jang Chen shuddered all over and suddenly turned over and got up. Looking at the ghost-masked man who kicked the door open, he was trembling with fear. He rolled off the bed, put on his clothes and said, "No, it's none of my business. I don't know anything. I'm leaving now." How could he not know this man with a ghost face when he was in the river? It was he who killed Xiao Bia, it was he who killed Xiao Zhan. When Xiao Ruren saw Jang Chen kicking the door open, she trembled with fear. Jang Chen walked forward step by step. Jang Chen quickly put on his clothes and was ready to escape. However, a pair of large hands grabbed him and forcibly threw him onto the bed. He was so scared that he huddled up into a ball, not daring to say a word, for fear that he might say something wrong and offend this plague god. "Who are you? What deep hatred do my Xiao family have with you?" After being shocked, Xiao Ruren calmed down and stared at Jang Chen who was walking towards him. Jang Chen took off the mask on his face. "You?" Xiao Ruren stared at Jang Chen with a puzzled look on his face. "Jang Chen, the son-in-law of the Tang family." "Yes." Jang Chen did not deny it. Jang Chen." Xiao Ruren suddenly remembered something and exclaimed, You are Jiangnan's son Jang Chen." Jang Chen nodded. He moved a chair, sat down beside the bed, and calmly lit a cigarette. The huge room was a little silent, with only the sound of burning tobacco. Jang Chen was so scared that he shrank onto the bed, not daring to say a word. Xiao Ruren's face was terribly gloomy. Now she finally knew who was the one who destroyed her Xiao family. "Jang Chen, what do you want?" "Oh." Jang Chen laughed. He laughed ferociously and horribly. "Xiao Ruren, you actually asked me what I want. Because of you, my grandfather cried out for injustice and became a laughingstock in the river. Because of you, my dad got so angry that his heart attack recurred, but you pushed him down from the 3rd floor and said it was suicide out of fear of punishment. Because of you, Xiao, Wang, Zhao, and Zhou's big families gathered at Zhang's house, kidnapped more than 30 people from the Jiang family, and set off a fire that burned more than 30 people from the Jiang family to death. What do you want me to do?" At this moment, Jang Chen was like a tiger rushing out of a cage, with a terrible murderous aura. He roared, making Xiao Ruren's eardrums numb, and he was at a loss. Xiao Ruren was scared. She was completely scared. She was a smart person. Ever since Jang Chen killed her father Xiao Bia and her 4th brother Xiao Zhan, these things were forcibly suppressed. She knew that the current Jang Chen was no longer the weak boy he was 10 years ago. Jang Chen, I am your stepmother after all, you." Bang. Jang Chen stood up and slapped him. The slap was so powerful that Xiao Ruren fell flat on the bed. His fair face instantly became red and swollen, and a lot of blood came out of his mouth. Jang Chen grabbed her hair, pressed her head on the bed, picked up the cigarette butt in his hand, and burned it on her face. He did not soften his heart just because Xiao Ruren was a woman. He still remembered the unwilling look on his grandfather's face before he died. He still remembers the scene of his father being pushed down the stairs. I can't forget the scene of the Jiang family being kidnapped and burned in fire. Ah! Xiao Ruren roared in pain. Jang Chen was so scared that he rolled under the bed, huddled against the wall, and didn't even dare to fart. "Xiao Ruren, back then you tried every possible means to get close to my father, framed my grandfather, framed my father, and destroyed the Jiang family. Did you ever think that this day would come? Xiao Ruren, if you don't die, how can the 38 dead souls of the Jiang family rest in peace?" Jang Chen roared out word by word. "Jang Chen, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. You have ruined the Xiao family. Please let me go." At this moment, Xiao Ruren no longer had her former nobility and elegance. She was like a stray dog, begging for mercy continuously. Jang Chen took out a switchblade. Sizzle. Suddenly, there was a slash on Xiao Ruren's face, and a shocking wound instantly appeared on her face. Blood dripped down her neck, staining her white dress red. Xiao Ruren's expression was distorted with pain, and he lost his voice in pain and couldn't even scream. 10 years ago, Tang Chuchu risked her life to pull me out of the fire, and I was able to save my life. She is my lifesaver, but your Xiao family tortured Tang Chuchu in every way. I want the Xiao family to pay back Tang Chuchu 100-fold for the crime she suffered. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I want to make you know what despair is. I want to make you want to live but cannot, want to die but cannot. Jang Chen raised his hand and stabbed again. Woo, I was wrong, Jang Chen, please let me go. Xiao Ruren kept begging. Jang Chen dropped the switchblade in his hand, sat on the chair beside the bed, and looked at Xiao Ruren, whose face was covered in blood and whose expression was ferocious and terrifying. Where is the Huiyue Shanjitu? Jiang Chen's roar was like muffled thunder, echoing in Xiao Ruren's ears, making her eardrums numb and her mind at a loss. At this moment, she just kept crying and didn't know how to respond. After a while, she finally reacted and said in despair, I don't know, I really don't know. The picture was taken away by Xiaozhan. It seems that he gave it to some big shot in Kyoto. Sizzle. Jiang Chen picked up the switchblade on the bed and slashed at Xiao Ruren's wrist. Blood splattered. Xiao Ruren opened her mouth in pain, unable to scream. Her expression was distorted and terrifying, and her body was trembling. Jiang Chen casually took out a few silver needles and inserted them into Xiao Ruren's body. Xiao Ruren cannot die until he finds out the painting of Huiyue Mountain residence. After the silver needle was inserted, Xiao Ruren's palm was cut off, but not much blood was shed. But she could feel the pain. This is a kind of pain that is difficult for ordinary people to endure. At this moment, she wanted to die. But Jiang Chen was right, she was now in a state of being unable to live or die. Jiang Chen sat down again, looking at Xiao Ruren, who looked like a lost dog, and said indifferently, the pain you have suffered is far from making up for the sins you have committed. I ask you again, where is the Huiyue Mountain residence? No, I don't know. Xiao Ruren's teeth were trembling and he couldn't even speak clearly. Hearing this, Jiang Chen frowned. An ordinary person who had suffered such torture would definitely say whatever he wanted due to the desire to survive. However, Xiao Ruren now said she didn't know. Did she really not know the whereabouts of the Huiyue Mountain residence picture? The Huiyue Mountain residence map is his family's heirloom map, which has been passed down for countless years. Before his grandfather died, he said that the Jiang family can be destroyed but the map cannot be lost. Please let me go, I really don't know. Xiao Ruren's body was shaking and his speech was slurred. At this moment, she felt dizzy, but she couldn't faint completely. She felt severe pain on her face and hands, which made her feel like she was dying. Jiang Chen was a devil. She was scared, completely scared, and she kept begging for mercy. I will spare your life today and give you some time. Find out the whereabouts of the Huiyue Mountain dwelling map for me. I will come back to find you. If you still don't know the whereabouts of the Huiyue Mountain dwelling map by then, I will let you know what true despair is. Jiang Chen stood up. Immediately, he walked to the bed and pulled up Zhang Changtian, who was squatting in the corner and trembling. Zhang Changtian was so scared that his body was shaking, and there was a pool of water on the ground. It was obvious that he had peed his pants out of fear. No, it's none of my business. I know nothing. Zhang Changtian trembled and kept begging for mercy. Pretend that you saw nothing about what happened today. If there are any rumors outside or any consequences, you should be able to think of the consequences. Jiang Chen's expression was indifferent. He clearly distinguished between gratitude and resentment. He had no grudge against Zhang Changtian and did not want to kill him. Jiang Chen once again looked at Xiao Ruren, who was lying on the bed like a dead dog. You must be very curious about my current identity. It's okay to tell you. I am the Black Dragon of the Southern Wasteland, the commander of a 1,000,000-strong Black Dragon army. Not to mention Xiaozhan, King Xiaoyao is in front of me, so I can kill him if I want. Jiang Chen left a few words and turned away. He left his identity behind to put pressure on Xiao Ruren and asked her to find out the whereabouts of the Huiyue Mountain residence map as soon as possible. After he left, the only sound in the room was Xiao Ruren's crying. Her body was shaking. Black Dragon, the commander of the Southern Wasteland, Black Dragon, one of the 5 great commanders. She couldn't believe it. Why did the kid from the Jiang family 10 years ago become the world-famous Black Dragon of the southern wilderness? Although she was not in the army, her fourth brother was a soldier and his rank was not low. She had also heard Xiao Zhan talk about the 5 marshals. The shortest time Black Dragon was in charge was a year ago. However, he is the most terrifying of the 5 marshals. His strength is beyond imagination. And he is also a miracle doctor. Thinking of Jang Chen's identity, her body couldn't help but tremble. She never expected that Jang Chen's current identity was so terrifying. No wonder King Xiaoyao did not investigate further after he killed Xiao Zhan. It turned out that the one who killed Xiao Zhan was the Black Dragon that even King Xiaoyao was afraid of. Zhang Chantian breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Jang Chen leave. Now his whole body was wet with sweat. He took a look at Xiao Ruren, who was lying on the bed with scars on his face and his palm cut off. He was so scared that he trembled all over and turned around to run away. Don't go, save me, send me to the hospital, I have money, I will give you money. Before, Xiao Ruren wanted to die. Now that Jiang Chen is gone, she doesn't want to die, she wants to survive. When he heard the word money, Zhang Changtian stopped. I was also thinking about it in my heart. Before Jiang Chen left, he said that he would not let Xiao Ruren die. If he left and Xiao Ruren died, Jiang Chen would blame him and he would be doomed. Moreover, if he saved Xiao Ruren, he could also get money. Thinking of this, he immediately took out his phone and dialed the 120 emergency center. After Jiang Chen left Xiao Ruren's villa, he put on the mask again. He went to the Wang family, the Zhao family, and the Zhou family. It's just dawn. In the middle of the river, Jiang family cemetery. In front of Jiang Tian's tomb. There are 3 more bloody heads here. Jiang Chen knelt in front of Jiang Tian's grave. Grandpa, Xiao Biaha is dead, Wang Yonggui is dead, Zhao Jingshan is dead, Zhou Deping is dead, and all the culprits who went to the Jiang family and set fire to the Jiang family are dead. Grandpa, your grandson is incompetent and has not yet found the whereabouts of the Huayue mountain residence map. But, Grandpa, rest assured, your grandson will definitely find the Flower Moon Mountain dwelling picture. Although the culprits of the 4 major families are dead, I will never let them go so easily. I will let them know what despair is. I will make them wish they were dead, torture them to death, and sacrifice to the dead souls of the Jiang family. Jiang Chen knelt in front of Jiang Tian's grave and cried like a tearful man. He was the mighty Black Dragon of the southern wasteland. Even when facing an army of thousands, he did not shed a single tear. Because men bleed but don't shed tears. But at this moment, he cried and cried like a tearful man. Although he is now the Black Dragon of the southern wilderness and enjoys great glory, no one knows what he has endured in the past 10 years. 10 years ago, he was burned by a fire. He saw with his own eyes his relatives crying in the fire, with tears on their faces and looks of despair and helplessness. He will never forget this scene. Just when he was in despair, a girl with a ponytail rushed in, desperately untied the ropes on him, and pulled him out of the sea of fire. After rushing out of the sea of fire, he saw that the girl was also on fire, but he only cared about himself and jumped into the river, ignoring the girl. For 10 years, he felt guilty and blamed himself. He carried hatred on his back and rose step by step from a small soldier to become the Black Dragon, all for this day. To repay a favor and to take revenge. Now, his enemy is dead, but the anger in his heart is hard to dissipate. The 4 major families made mistakes and must be punished. Moreover, from Xiao Ruren's words, he could roughly analyze that the mastermind behind the destruction of the Jiang family was someone from Kyoto. This person's purpose is to obtain the painting of dwelling in the mountains with flowers and moon. He clenched his fists. Grandpa, no matter who has taken the Flower Moon Mountain dwelling picture, one day I will bring his head to pay tribute to you. All the grievances and tortures I have endured over the past 10 years turned into tears at this moment. Soon, a ray of morning glow appeared on the horizon. The sun slowly rose from the horizon, illuminating the dark earth. Jiang Chen went to the 3 major families last night. Kill the patriarchs of the 3 major families and carry their heads to pay tribute to Grandpa and the dead souls of the Jiang family. And today is a big day that has shocked Jiangzhou and even the 5 major districts. There has been no official announcement of the specific date for King Xiaoyao's succession ceremony, but a piece of news was released this morning that the succession ceremony will be held at noon today at a military base in Jiangzhou. This caused an uproar. While countless people were still trying to get an invitation, the official announced the succession date. Immediately afterwards, another piece of breaking news swept across the river again. Good morning, viewers. This is Jiangzhou News Channel. Last night, the famous tycoon Wang Yonggui died at home. His head was cut off. Zhao Jingshan also died at home. Zhou Depaying also died. The three died in the same way. They were all tied to a chair and their heads were cut off. Relevant departments have already started investigating. For follow-up information, please pay attention to our latest reports. A piece of news caused an uproar. Wang Yonggui, the patriarch of the Wang family, one of the four major families, is worth tens of billions. Zhao Jingshan, the head of the Zhao family, one of the four major families, is worth hundreds of billions. Zhou Depaying, the head of the Zhou family, one of the four major families, is also worth a lot. What's going on? Who dares to cause trouble at this time during the Xiaoyao king's succession ceremony? And the person who died was not an ordinary person, but a famous rich man in Jiangzhou. This is clearly going against King Xiaoyao. Everybody is talking about it. In addition, there was the death of Xiao Biehe, the head of the Xiao family, some time ago. The patriarchs of the four largest families in Jiangzhou are all dead. Is this a coincidence, or did someone do it on purpose? Jiangzhou Municipal Hospital. Xiao Ruren was sent to the hospital in time, and her severed palm had been reconnected, but she could no longer use force from then on. She was lying on the hospital bed with gauze on her face. Ruren, something big has happened. The heads of the Wang, Zhao, and Zhou families are all dead. Their heads were all cut off and tied to chairs. An important member of the Xiao family spoke. What? Hearing this, Xiao Ruren's body trembled. Dead, dead. Ruren, who hurt you? Is this related to our father's death? Is the person who killed the other three clan leaders the one who hurt you? Xiao Ruren was frightened and turned pale. He said in time, brother, hurry up and lead the Xiao family out of the river immediately. The farther away the better, and never come back for the rest of your life. Xiao Hao was puzzled and asked, Ruren, what are you afraid of? Who is this? Today is the succession ceremony of King Xiaoyao, but he made such a big news. This is obviously against King Xiaoyao. How can King Xiaoyao tolerate this? Don't ask, just listen to me and leave quickly, otherwise the Xiao family will be wiped out. Xiao Ruren was really scared. This is a black dragon. What is King Xiaoyao? If King Xiaoyao dared to stop her, she believed that he would die. Xiao Hao was puzzled and nodded, well, I will arrange for the tribesmen to leave immediately, but what about you? Xiao Ruren shook his head slightly. It's useless. I have committed a heinous crime. It's useless no matter where I escape to. Big brother, go away and don't worry about me. Xiao Ruren knew who Black Dragon was. This is a person who stands at the true top of the pyramid. Escape, how to escape, where to escape to. She believed that no matter where she escaped, the Black Dragon would find her, and she would be doomed. And if she could find the Huiyue mountain residence map, she might be able to atone for her sins, save her life, or even save the Xiao family. Xiao Hao didn't know why Xiao Ruren was so scared. But he knew that Xiao Ruren must have known who killed his father, and also knew that this person was the one who killed the patriarchs of other families. He couldn't help but think of a family. Jiang family. There is only one family that has a feud with the Xiao family and has irreconcilable hatred with the other three families. That was the Jiang family that was destroyed 10 years ago. He was tactful enough not to ask any questions or say anything more, and just turned and left. Xiao Ruren was lying on the hospital bed. At this moment, she was completely hopeless. She has always wanted to bring the Xiao family back to its peak. Now she knew there was no hope, and it was a blessing in disguise that the Xiao family could survive. What a terrifying black dragon. It really wants to destroy the four major families. But it's also true. No matter who it is, it would be hard to get rid of the hatred in their hearts for what happened 10 years ago. Xiao Ruren murmured to himself in despair. At the same time, at a military base, King Xiaoyao was wearing a battle robe with 5 stars on it. Wang, something happened last night and several people were killed. They were. King Xiaoyao's trusted subordinate came over and reported the matter. King Xiaoyao frowned. Did the Black Dragon do this? It should be Black Dragon. I found out that Black Dragon was the man Tang Chuchu rescued from the Jiang family fire 10 years ago. His appearance was burned and he somehow changed his face. He drifted to the southern wilderness and became a soldier. He went into battle and killed the enemy. In just 10 years, he made countless contributions and was named Black Dragon, commanding a 1,000,000 Black Dragon army. Hearing this, King Xiaoyao was puzzled and asked, does he have any grudges with the 4 major families? I have found out that the demise of the Jiang family 10 years ago was closely related to the Xiao family, and the fire at the Jiang family also implicated the 4 major families in Jiangzhou. King Xiaoyao seemed to be thinking about something. He only knew before that Jang Chen killed Xiao Zhan because Xiao Zhan had touched Jang Chen's wife Tang Chuchu. But I didn't expect that there were so many things involved. Tang Chuchu was the one who saved Jang Chen 10 years ago, and the Xiao family was the culprit who destroyed the Jiang family. King, how do you handle this matter? You are taking over the succession ceremony, but Jiang Chen has caused so many problems. If you don't give the public an explanation, I'm afraid this will affect your reputation. King Xiaoyao had a bitter look on his face. Explain. How do I explain? Do you expect me to send a large army to encircle and suppress the Black Dragon? I don't have the courage to do so. Just report it and see how the higher-ups arrange it. Yes. Etc. King, is there anything else? Forget it. King Xiaoyao thought for a moment and said, suppress it first and find a scapegoat to take the blame for Jang Chen. Wang, you have to think clearly. Black Dragon submitted his resignation application and returned to Jiangzhou. He came back for revenge. This is just the beginning. We don't know how many people from the 4 major families will die in the future. We can suppress it once, but can we suppress it again in the future? If we are not careful, it will cause an uproar. Moreover, this is within your jurisdiction. If the higher-ups blame you, you will be held responsible. Press. King Xiaoyao took a deep breath. Who is Black Dragon? This is the commander-in-chief of the southern wilderness, a master at commanding troops, unrivaled in strength, and unparalleled in medical skills. He believed that his superiors would not make things difficult for Heilong. If he reported it, they might become suspicious of him and think that he was deliberately framing Heilong. If the hat is put on him at that time, he won't be able to bear it. Yes, I will find a way right away to notify the media and give them an explanation. King Xiaoyao's trusted men left. King Xiaoyao looked thoughtful. The higher-ups must have known Jiang Chen's background, but they still allowed Jiang Chen to come to Jiangzhou, and then transferred him here. What is the intention of the above? King Xiaoyao sighed deeply. He couldn't guess the intention of the above. At the succession ceremony of King Xiaoyao, the patriarchs of the 3 major families died tragically, which caused an uproar. After paying tribute to the Jiang family, Jiang Chen returned to the emperor's residence, took a bath and changed his clothes. After washing, he took out his cell phone to check the time, but found several missed calls and text messages. It's already past 8 o'clock in the morning. Tang family. Tang Chuchu sat on the bed in the room, holding her cell phone and staring at it. She waited all night last night, but Jiang Chen didn't call or send a text message. She also forced herself not to hit Jiang Chen. After one night, she couldn't bear it anymore. I called Jiang Chen several times, but no one answered. She sent a message, but he didn't reply. At this moment, she was very anxious. Did I speak a little too harshly yesterday and hurt his self-esteem? Tang Chuchu kept nagging. Now she regretted it very much. If she had known earlier, she would not have said those words. Jiang Chen also saw the message sent by Tang Chuchu. Chen, I'm sorry. I was too impulsive yesterday. I didn't mean to say anything bad about you. Please come back. Seeing this news, Jang Chen had a faint smile on his face. He was not angry with Tang Chuchu. It was only because Tang Chuchu was angry that he didn't explain so much. He felt ashamed towards Tang Chuchu. Tang Chuchu saved him, but he selfishly jumped into the river and left Tang Chuchu. In order to save him, Tang Chuchu became the ugliest woman in the whole river, a laughing stock, laughed at by outsiders and her family. Now, as long as Tang Chuchu is happy, he will do anything, except kneeling down to others, even if that person is Tang Chuchu's grandfather. Because he would rather die standing than live on his knees. This is the dignity of the Black Dragon. He immediately replied to Tang Chuchu, "Sorry, I just woke up and didn't answer the call. I'll go back now." Jang Chen originally wanted to take a nap, but now he had no time to sleep and drove the unlicensed commercial vehicle towards the Tang family. As soon as I arrived at the gate of the community, I saw a lot of cars parked there. This is the Tang family's car. All members of the Tang family were present, even Tang Chuchu was among them. Today is the succession ceremony of King Xiao. And the Tang family received an invitation letter. All members of the Tang family were mobilized, including dozens of cars. The leading one was a Bentley worth several million, and the rest were million-level Mercedes-Benz and BMWs. Tang Song's car was the shabbiest. Tang Tianlong is a man who cares a lot about face. Now that he has received the invitation, even though he is the only one who can go to watch, he wants to let everyone in the river know that his Tang family has received the invitation, so he made a big fuss. There is even a banner on the front of the car. Congratulations to the Tang family for getting the chance to watch the King Xiao succession ceremony. In front of the Bentley, Tang Tianlong, wearing a green Zhongshan suit and holding a cane, looked radiant and energetic. Jang Chen drove an unlicensed commercial vehicle. Although the car had no license plate, there was a special logo on the front of the car, which looked like a black dragon or a black cloud. When he saw the Tang family, he also parked his car aside and got out. Ignoring the people from the Tang family, he walked directly towards Tang Chuchu with a bright smile on his face. Chuchu Chen. Tang Chuchu also strode forward, holding his hand, with an apologetic look on her face. "I'm sorry for last night, my tone was a little harsh. Where did you go?" "I went to sleep at Xiaohei's place for one night." "You piece of trash, you still have the nerve to come here?" Tang Lei walked over with a haughty look on his face, looking at Jang Chen with contempt, and then glanced at a commercial vehicle with no license plate and a logo he had never seen before, and said disdainfully, "You don't want to drive this car to the military district, do you? This is so embarrassing, and you." He pointed at Tang Song and said, "Look at what kind of car you are driving. This is a disgrace to the Tang family." Tang Hai came over, looked at Tang Song and Jiang Chen's car, and said coldly, "It's really embarrassing, don't drive this car, see who has a vacant seat, take a ride. If it weren't for Grandpa's order, all the Tang family members would have to go. I really don't want your family to be embarrassed. The car is full, who has a vacant seat?" "That's right. In my opinion, Tang Bo and his family should not go." Many members of the Tang family spoke up. Tang Tianlong came over with a cane, saw Tang Bo's family, saw Tang Song's car worth more than 200,000 yuan, and saw Jiang Chen's car that looked like a Wuling Chang'an. He couldn't help but frown. "Your family shouldn't go. Those who are going to the military region today are all important people. If you drive this car, it will be a disgrace to the Tang family." "Grandpa." Tang Chuchu wanted to speak. Jiang Chen pulled him and said with a smile, "Grandpa, then we won't go." "Chen, what are you doing?" Tang Chuchu complained. "Yes, our family won't go and embarrass ourselves." He Yanmei was very tactful. If her family went with them, they would only be scolded, so it would be better for them to stay at home. "Set off." Tang Tianlong gave the order and then got into the Bentley in front. The drum team specially invited by the Tang family also started to beat drums and gongs. The mighty departure of the convoy attracted the attention of many people. When they saw the banner at the front of the Tang family convoy, they immediately started talking about it. The Tang family is amazing. They actually got an invitation to the Xiaoyao King's succession ceremony. Yes, I heard that it was Tang Menjing's boyfriend Lu Chong who asked the Lu family to handle this. Isn't that Tang Bo? Why didn't he go? He is Tang Tianlong's son after all. Even some of the Tang family's relatives who were not on good terms with him were invited, but Tang Bo's family did not go. Don't mention him. Everyone knows he's a loser. There was constant discussion. Waste. Yanmei glared at Tang Bo fiercely. She has never raised her head since she married Tang Bo. Chuchu, do you want to watch the succession ceremony of King Xiao? Jang Chen looked at Tang Chuchu. Tang Chuchu shook her head slightly and said, this succession ceremony will be broadcast live on the entire network. Let's go home and watch it on TV. Jang Chen took her hand and said, if you want to go and see it live, I'll take you there, and it's the VIP seat at the front. He pointed at the car he was driving and said, do you know what kind of car this is? This is not an ordinary car. This is the only car in the southern wilds. Only one person in the world can ride it. I asked my superiors to use their connections to get it. The Western Border Army will never dare to stop this car. Is this true? Tang Chuchu looked unconvinced. Sister, do you still believe him? Tang Song said with disdain, it's just a Wuling Hongguang, how can it be unique? Useless. The whole family is useless. I am a useless father. The son I gave birth to is useless and the son-in-law I married is also trash. Yanmei shouted and cursed the entire family. Chu-chu, come on, I'll take you to see the fun. Jiang Chen was too lazy to pay attention to Tang Song and the others, and pulled Tang Chuchu into the car. After getting in the car, he rolled down the window, looked at Yanmei who was about to leave, and asked with a smile, Mom, why don't we go and see the excitement together? Anyway, there is nothing to do when we go back. I heard that the people going to the military area this time are all real wealthy families. Don't you want to find a rich second generation for Chuchu? This is a good opportunity. That's right. Yanmei nodded and glanced at Jiang Chen, you are a sensible boy. You know that you are not worthy of Chuchu. Tang Chuchu, who was sitting in the passenger seat, was furious and said with a straight face, Jiang Chen, what do you mean? Jiang Chen smiled and said, if we don't say that, will our mother be able to get in the car? Don't worry, I will definitely make you proud this time, and at the same time go to see Tang Tianlong make a fool of himself. Yanmei got in the car, but Tang Bo and others did not get in. Instead, they chose to go back. Jiang Chen drove towards the military region. He soon caught up with the Tang family's convoy. He was not in a hurry, but followed the convoy slowly. Although the Tang family is only a second-rate family, they still have some money. Family members all drive luxury cars, and Lu Chong also drove a luxury car from home to show support for the Tang family. The Tang family's motorcade is very luxurious and grand. There were dozens of cars, beating drums and gongs, and it was very lively. Especially the banner at the front of the convoy, which was eye-catching and attracted the attention of passers-by. Many people took out their mobile phones, took pictures of the scene, and uploaded them to their moments, which caused a sensation. The Tang family is awesome. So many big families in Jiangzhou didn't get an invitation, but the Tang family got one. I found a good son-in-law. Countless people were discussing it. Tang Tianlong sat in the Bentley, looking at the passers-by around him, with a smile on his old face, his mouth couldn't close. The Tang family is also very proud. Participating in the King Xiaoyao succession ceremony means that the Tang family has been recognized by King Xiaoyao and has become a true wealthy family. Honey, thank you. Tang Menjing had a happy look on her face and couldn't help but kiss Lu Chong who was driving. He was driving a Ferrari supercar that was borrowed from home. He had a proud look on his face. Menjing, I said I would not embarrass you. So, I didn't lie to you, did I? I brought honor to the Tang family. Yeah. Tang Menjing was so excited that she almost cried. But, Dad said that 5 million is far from enough money for the arrangements. I'll talk to Grandpa later and ask him to give me some more. Menjing, that's not what I meant. Hubby, you've helped us a lot. How can we let the Lu family pay for it? Don't worry, our Tang family can still afford tens of millions. Hearing this, Lu Chong's face showed joy. The convoy moved forward in a mighty manner, with the sound of gongs and drums being deafening. Passers-by on both sides of the road took out their mobile phones to take pictures when they saw it. Soon, we arrived at the military area. The succession ceremony has not yet begun, and no one has entered the venue yet. They are all waiting outside. Those who came to watch the ceremony were all very low-key and drove here alone. Some important figures were gathered outside the gate of the military district, communicating with each other. At this moment, the sounds of gongs and drums and firecrackers were heard in the distance. It made a crackling and loud sound. When everyone heard the sound, they looked and saw a convoy with a banner in the front. Seeing this scene, those who came to watch the succession ceremony of King Xiao were stunned. The convoy stopped outside the military zone. Tang Tianlong got out of the car, leaning on his crutches with a proud look on his face. He felt that he was so awesome and had finally led the Tang family to become a wealthy family. He greeted some big shots. Although the Tang family is only a second-rate family, Tang Tianlong still knows these big shots, but the relationship is not very good. Brother Xiao, it's you. You also got the invitation letter. It must have cost a lot of money, right? Isn't this the chairman of Haitian Pharmaceutical? Hello, Mr. Sunday. I'm Tang Tianlong from Tang Yongla. By the way, Tang Yongla has recently reached a cooperation with Qianjuan Group. As soon as Tang Tianlong arrived, he greeted some people he had met in the past but did not have a close relationship with. As he spoke, he took out the invitation letter sent by the Western Border Army, intending to show off. The Tang family members got off the car one after another. At this moment, they felt like they were floating as they walked, feeling like they had reached the peak of their lives. Seeing the invitation letter in Tang Tianlong's hand, many people present changed their expressions. This, a special guest. There were many important people present. They all knew about the invitation letter. Invitation letters are also divided into levels. Those that are generally open to the public are ordinary seats, and one can only stand at the back and watch. However, it is different for special guests, as they are at the front and have to sit. Tang Tianlong took out the invitation letter for special guests, which shocked many people. The Tang family is just a second-rate family. How come they have an invitation letter for special guests? No wonder there is such a grand ceremony. It turns out that he is the special guest of King Xiao. Many people discussed it. They all felt that the relationship between the Tang family and King Xiao was unusual. Otherwise, how could he get the invitation letter for special guest? You should know that those who can sit in the special guest seat are real big shots, and you can't sit there just by having money. Brother Tang, it's you. How are you these days? Brother Tianlong, I haven't seen you for more than 10 years. You are getting more and more energetic. After seeing that Tang Tianlong was holding an invitation letter for a special guest, many important figures came to greet him in person. Tang Tianlong felt very honored to see some real bigwigs greeting him. At this moment, he even felt that he had squeezed into the upper class and had intersected with these bigwigs in the upper class. The Tang family members all looked radiant and felt that they had reached the peak of their lives. At the end of the convoy, Jang Chen and Tang Chuchu did not get off the car. When Yanmei saw this scene, she regretted it so much that her intestines turned green. She should not have come here earlier. Now that Tang Tianlong is so successful, he will definitely reward Tang Menjing. Oh, Menjing found a good boyfriend. She couldn't help but sigh. And Jang Chen didn't say a word. He was waiting for the entrance. The higher Tang Tianlong is praised now, the harder his fall will be soon. Yi Xiong also arrived. He also saw the invitation letter for special guest in Tang Tianlong's hand. He couldn't help but feel envious that Tang Tianlong had a good grandson-in-law. He walked over and greeted him generously. Mr. Tang, how are you? Director Yi. Tang Tianlong was flattered. He quickly stretched out his hand and shook hands with Yi Xiong. He said enthusiastically, Director Yi, I am really satisfied with the cooperation with Qianjun during this period. I hope that Tang Yongla can continue to cooperate with Qianjun. That's natural. Yi Xiong said. By the way, in a few days, it will be my 80th birthday. If Mr. Yi has time, can we? Before Tang Tianlong finished speaking, Yi Xiong agreed and said, Come, I will definitely come. Brother Tang. Another voice came. Then, a man in his 50s walked over. He was none other than Jang Chen, who was at Xiao Ruren's villa last night. He was the president of a large pharmaceutical company and his assets were second only to Qian Jun. Knowing Jang Chen's identity, he felt a little afraid when he saw Tang Tianlong. "Hello, brother Zhang, hello." Tang Tianlong shook hands with Zhang Chen in time. At this moment, he felt very honored. In the past, these big shots had looked down on him, but now they were rushing to greet him. He was very grateful to the Lu family. When the Tang family saw this scene, they began to flatter Lu Chong again, flattering him so much that he could hardly tell east from west. "Hello, Mr. Tang." Lu Xiaohui from the Lu family also came over and shook hands with Tang Tianlong. He did not expect that Tang Tianlong had a relationship with King Xiaoyao and had received an invitation letter as a special guest. If he didn't curry favor with him now, when would he? "Boss Tang, let's settle the marriage between our two families as soon as possible. How about letting my disappointing son get engaged to Menjing after the ceremony?" "Haha, okay, okay." Tang Tianlong laughed. This moment was the most glorious moment in his life. He felt that his life had reached its peak and he had led the Tang family into a truly wealthy family. And at this moment, the tightly closed gate of the military area opened. Some soldiers in battle robes came over and stood on both sides. A deputy general came out, looked at the people at the door, and said, "The ceremony is about to begin. Please enter and take your seats according to the numbers on the invitation letter." The rectification of the 5 major military regions is a major event for the 5 regions. All important officials in the 5 regions must participate. Logically speaking, outsiders are not allowed to watch these internal affairs. But this time, when King Xiaoyao succeeded as the boss of the 5 major districts, there was an exception and many seats were open to the outside world. There are numbers on the invitation letters that are sent out, and each number corresponds to the location. When they heard that they were about to enter, everyone consciously made way for Tang Tianlong. Because he was a special guest and was at the front, his position was the same as that of the bigwigs from various military regions, so such a person had to enter first. Tang Tianlong was a little confused. "Brother Tianlong, what are you standing there for? Go ahead." It wasn't until a sound was heard that Tang Tianlong reacted. "What's going on? I'm leaving first." After being stunned for a moment, he burst into laughter, leaned on his dragon-headed cane, and walked towards the gate with his head held high and his chest puffed out under the gazes of many important people. "I'm so jealous. After this, the Tang family has truly risen. I can guarantee that within 3 years, the Tang family's assets will increase by at least dozens of times." Many people were talking in low voices. Although the sound was relatively small, Tang Tianlong still heard it. This greatly satisfied his vanity as a person who cares a lot about his reputation. After Tang Tianlong walked over first, other wealthy people walked over one after another, lined up, and waited to check the invitation letters. After the deputy general saw that the team was lined up, he said loudly, "Let me make a few points first. First, after entering, take the small path next to it and go to the back of the venue. Stand in the areas divided on the ground. Second, after standing, you must remain absolutely quiet. Third, you must not be the first to leave. Fourth." The deputy general talked about a lot of rules. Everyone took note carefully. The vote counting begins. Tang Tianlong was the first to hand over the exquisite invitation in his hand. When the deputy general saw that it was a special invitation, he immediately stood up straight, saluted, and called out, "Hello, sir." The word, "Hello, Commander," stunned Tang Tianlong. The people behind Tang Tianlong looked envious. It turns out that he has a special relationship with King Xiaoyao. Even the generals in the military district respect him so much. The Tang family members in the distance were all very proud and took out their mobile phones to record this glorious moment. After the deputy general saluted, he opened the invitation, but when he saw the name on it, his face suddenly darkened. This invitation was indeed sent out personally by the higher-ups, but they also gave orders immediately afterwards that if Tang Tianlong's people came, they would not be allowed in and would be driven out. The deputy general glanced at Tang Tianlong and ordered the soldiers around him, "Throw this old man out." "Yes." 2 soldiers came over, one on the left and one on the right, holding Tang Tianlong and walking away. Tang Tianlong was stunned, then panicked, and shouted, "General! General, what's going on? I have an invitation letter. What are you doing?" "Oh." Tang Tianlong was thrown out and fell heavily to the ground. He was so dizzy that he couldn't get up for a long time. All the wealthy people were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. What's going on? He was saluting just now, how come he threw the person out in the blink of an eye? The Tang family members were filming with their mobile phones. When they saw this scene, they were all stunned and couldn't recover for a long time. You even dared to forge the invitation letter from King Xiaoyao. You really don't know how to live or die. Considering that this is your first offense, I will let you go this time. Otherwise, it will be a capital crime. The deputy general said coldly. Tang Tianlong didn't care about the pain in his body anymore. He got up awkwardly, looked at Lu Xiaohui, and said loudly, "Xiaohui, please help me explain. This invitation letter was sent to the Tang family by you, and the Western Border Army personally." When Lu Xiaohui heard the general say that Tang Tianlong had made a fake invitation letter, how could he dare to have anything to do with Tang Tianlong? He immediately said, "Tang Tianlong, don't slander me. What does your fake invitation letter have to do with me?" Tang Tianlong panicked, looking around, searching everywhere, and found Lu Chong. He walked over in embarrassment, took his hand, and begged, "Grandson-in-law, please help me talk, help me talk." Lu Chong was also panicked. How would he know what was going on? He thought quickly and said, "Grandpa, did you offend some important person? I am sure the invitation letter is real. You must have offended some important person, so you were kicked out." I didn't." Tang Tianlong was so anxious that he almost cried. "Ah, I get it. It must be the firecrackers set off outside the Tang family that caused King Xiaoyao's dissatisfaction. Grandpa, I've already told you to keep a low profile, but you insisted on making such a big fuss." Lu Chong slapped his forehead and spoke. Tang Tianlong also thought so. At this moment, he regretted it so much. If I had known this, I wouldn't have been so ostentatious. And those big shots who had tried to get close to Tang Tianlong before all looked at him with contempt. The Tang family team was last. Jang Chen sat in the driver's seat. Tang Chuchu, who was sitting in the passenger seat, glanced at Jang Chen with a puzzled look on her face. "Chen, is this what you mean by watching Grandpa make a fool of himself? You knew this a long time ago, right? What's going on?" Jiang Chen smiled and said, "I didn't lie to you last night. It was really me who asked my boss to use his connection so that the Western Border Army could send the invitation to the Tang family. I didn't expect that the credit would be taken away by someone else. I called my boss and asked him to tell the Western Border Army that the invitation letter from the Tang family was invalid." "Haha, son-in-law, well done, beautifully done." Yan Mei in the back row laughed. Although it was her father who was chased away, she was happy in her heart and couldn't help but praise Jiang Chen. "This damn old man is very stubborn. He believes whatever others say. Humph, what about the Lu family coming forward? Bullshit. He dares to steal the credit of my son-in-law. He deserves it." Tang Chuchu was speechless and said, "Mom, that's Grandpa, how can you say that about him? What's wrong with Grandpa? He's a stubborn old man. He has always favored Tang Hai and Tang Jia and never liked your dad. Now he's at a disadvantage. Seeing him suffer, I feel happy. What's wrong?" Jiang Chen smiled faintly, turned around and looked at Tang Chuchu, and asked, "Chuchu, do you want to watch the Xiaoyao King's succession ceremony?" "Ah." Tang Chuchu was stunned and asked, "Can I go? The Tang family's invitation letter is invalid." Jiang Chen chuckled, patted the steering wheel, and said, "Didn't I tell you before that the car I'm driving belongs to a big shot? Let me tell you this, a good friend of my boss is the driver of this big shot. Now this big shot is not in Jiangzhou, so I specifically asked my boss to use his connections to drive here. As long as I drive over, the Western Border Army will definitely let me go." "Really?" Tang Chuchu was a little unconvinced. "What are you still standing there for? Let's go." Yan Mei in the back row believed Jiang Chen and patted him on the head. "Yes." Jang Chen smiled, started the car, and honked the horn. Beep. Just when everyone was watching Tang Tianlong being thrown out like a dead dog, a horn sounded at the end of the Tang family convoy, followed by an unlicensed commercial vehicle driving up. When He Yanmei saw that Jiang Chen really started the car, she couldn't help but roll down the window, sticking her head out and looking at the many wealthy people in front of her. And all the rich people were dumbfounded. What is the Tang family up to? In front of so many soldiers, he honked the horn and drove the car forward. Are you going to drive into the military area? Tang Tianlong was regretting that he had made such a big scene and even set off firecrackers outside the military area, which caused dissatisfaction from his superiors, and therefore he was disqualified from entering to watch the ceremony. At this moment, a horn sounded, and then he saw Jiang Chen driving over. He was worried that he couldn't find a vent. He walked over with his cane, came to the front of the car, chopped the cane in anger, and said angrily, "You useless thing, you are embarrassed enough, why don't you get the car out of here quickly?" Beep. Jiang Chen looked at Tang Tianlong, who was standing in front of the car and cursing, and honked the horn, signaling him to leave. He Yanmei poked her head out. "Dad, what happened to you? Why are you so disheveled? Why are you covered in dust?" "Oh," Jiang Chen said, "we can drive in. You're old, why don't you come up and take the car in?" He Yanmei's words made Tang Tianlong tremble with anger. She also wanted to anger Tang Tianlong on purpose, because she knew that Tang Tianlong was very concerned about his reputation and would never get on the car, nor would he believe what she said. Tang Lei came over and shouted, "Jiang Chen, what are you doing, you loser? Do you want to die? Get out of here. Don't you know where this is? How dare you drive over here? If you want to die, don't bring trouble to the Tang family." Tang Hai also walked over, came to the driver's seat, and was about to slap Jiang Chen. But Jiang Chen closed the car window in time. "Chen, stop making trouble. Grandpa has already made King Xiaoyao unhappy. If we continue like this, how will we end up?" Tang Chuchu was also a little scared. This was outside the military zone, and besides King Xiaoyao, there were many important people inside. Beep. Jiang Chen honked the horn again, signaling the Tang family members in front of the car to leave. After He Yanmei called out, she saw that Tang Tianlong didn't get in the car, so she smiled and said, "Good son-in-law, this stubborn old man didn't get in the car, I knew he wouldn't get in, now you can drive in, I warn you, don't embarrass me this time, otherwise, I won't forgive you." Some wealthy people outside the military zone all looked like they were watching a show. This Tang family is so funny. They made a fake invitation and created such a big fuss, with gongs, drums, and firecrackers, as if they were afraid that other people wouldn't know. Now they want to drive in. Are this family fools? Jiang Chen didn't dare to drive directly to run over Tang Tianlong. He reversed slightly, then drove around Tang Tianlong and some of the Tang family members in front of the car and drove past. But there were quite a few people standing in line in front. Beep. The horn sounded again. He Yanmei poked her head out and yelled, "You're blind. You didn't see the car. Do you want to die?" These rich people are all looking at each other. Then, with an expression as if he was looking at a clown, he consciously made way for her. Rubbish stuff. Tang Tianlong was so angry that his body was shaking. He rushed over with his crutch and smashed it hard on the rear window of the car. However, instead of breaking the glass, he was knocked back several steps, stumbled and fell to the ground. Some members of the Tang family came over and helped Tang Tianlong up. Tang Tianlong's face turned blue with anger, and he said angrily, "Quick, stop this useless thing for me, he wants to die, don't implicate the Tang family." The Tang family members all came out and stood in front of Jiang Chen's car, blocking his way and preventing him from moving forward. "Jiang Chen, do you want to die? You're courting death, don't implicate the Tang family. What do you want to do by driving a Wuling Hongguang? Crash into the military district gate?" The people in the Tang family started to scold. At the gate of the military zone, there were many fully armed soldiers and a high-ranking deputy general. However, these soldiers stood straight and remained unmoved. The deputy general did not stand up and say anything more, but walked to the side, took out his phone, quietly dialed a number, and whispered, "Wang, I threw Tang Tianlong out, but Heilung's car came and is now blocked by the Tang family. The Tang family does not seem to know Jang Chen's identity. How to deal with it now? Just do your job and don't pay too much attention to it. Yes. The deputy general made a phone call and asked for King Xiaoyao's opinion, then waited at the door without starting to check tickets for entry. Jang Chen was speechless when facing the accusations from the Tang family. I drove over there, what does it have to do with you? He pressed the car window, stuck his head out, looked at Tang Lei and others who were cursing and even climbing onto the front of the car, and said helplessly, "Hey, what are you doing? Just because you can't get in doesn't mean I can't get in. Who said that you can't drive in here?" At this moment, a car came from the distance. This is a Hongqi car, and the license plate number is Jiang 00001. Seeing the car approaching, the Tang family members made way one after another, and the soldiers at the gate saluted and then let it pass. Jang Chen saw this scene, pointed at the car that went in, and said, "Look, isn't there a car going in?" "Jang Chen, is your brain stuck in the door?" Tang Lei, who was sitting in the front of the car, cursed fiercely, "That's the city boss's car, what kind of car is this? Who do you think you are? Get out of here." At this moment, He Yanmei was a little unsure and asked in a low voice, "Son-in-law, is it okay?" Jiang Chen swore, "Mom, don't worry. I will definitely make you proud this time. I will definitely be able to drive in. If I can't, I will divorce Chuchu. Leave your head behind." Tang Chuchu scolded. And He Yanmei felt confident again. Looking at the Tang family members outside the car, his eyes stayed on Tang Tianlong, whose face was ashen with anger, and he said with a smile, "Dad, were you thrown out by someone? Didn't the Lu family come forward to make an invitation to the Tang family? What's going on? If you are not allowed in, get in Jiang Chen's car and let Jiang Chen take you in. You useless bastards, you are such a disgrace." Tang Tianlong cursed angrily, and then shouted, "From now on, Tang Bo's family has nothing to do with the Tang family. All of you get out of the way. If they want to die, let them go." After hearing this, the Tang family gave way. They all looked at Jiang Chen and others in the car with a playful look on their faces, as if they were looking at a clown. The other wealthy people just stood aside and didn't say much. Only a few people noticed some clues. Jiang Chen drove the car and walked towards the gate. Seeing the car, the people at the door stood up straight and saluted neatly. Jiang Chen specially pressed the car window, looked at the deputy general standing beside him, and asked with a smile, "Hey, you, what's your name?" The deputy general was slightly startled, then he straightened up and replied, "Commander-in-Chief, I am the deputy general under King Xiaoyao, my name is Huadong." "Huadong, very good. Do your job well. I will say a few good words for you in front of King Xiaoyao later. Just wait for your promotion." "Thank you, sir." This scene shocked many people. The Tang family was all stunned. Jiang Chen drove the car and entered the military area under the gaze of countless people. Tang Tianlong reacted and quickly chased after him, shouting, "Grandson-in-law, wait for me, wait for me." But because he was walking too fast, he slipped and fell. By the time he got up, Jiang Chen's car had already entered the military area. He wanted to chase after him, but was stopped by the soldiers at the door. "What are you doing? What are you doing? Do you know who went in before?" "That was my grandson-in-law." Tang Tianlong straightened his back. "Throw it out." Huadong spoke again. Tang Tianlong was thrown out again. Under the gazes of many people, Jiang Chen drove into the military area. The Tang family regretted their decision to the core. He was still making sarcastic remarks just now, but in the blink of an eye, Jiang Chen drove in. More importantly, the deputy general at the gate of the military district was very respectful to him. Could it be that Jiang Chen is a big shot? In the military area, Jiang Chen was driving the car, looking at Tang Chuchu, and smiled, "Chuchu, I didn't lie to you, did I? Chen, tell me honestly, who are you?" Tang Chuchu looked at Jiang Chen. At this moment, she once again began to doubt Jiang Chen. "A lot of things have happened since I met Jiang Chen, and they are all a bit unbelievable. The first time, it was Jiang Chen who healed her injuries. The second time, a big shot like Xiong personally received her. The third time, it was Gu Yishuan, the owner of Delicious House, who personally presented the diamond membership card. Today is the fourth time. This is too unbelievable. Jang Chen explained, I am a soldier. I have been a soldier for 10 years. I am a veteran. It is not surprising that I know some generals. And I told you that this car has a great origin. The Western Border Army did not dare to stop this car. The deputy general thought that the person sitting in the car was an important person and that I was the driver of the important person. But He Yanmei didn't think so much. In her opinion, Jang Chen was just a soldier with no money and no power. But this time he did a really great job. It's so refreshing. At this moment, a group of fully armed soldiers came over. When they saw the car Jang Chen was driving, they immediately stood aside, saluted, and watched the car leave. Only after the car left did the soldiers march away in unison. Haha, it's so impressive. He Yanmei couldn't stop smiling and asked, my dear son-in-law, can I get off the car and take some pictures? Jang Chen said promptly, forget it. Nothing will happen if you stay in the car. If you get off, you will definitely be kicked out. After hearing this, He Yanmei no longer had this idea. Jang Chen drove directly towards the venue. A stage has been set up in the military area, and there are seats under the stage. Many people are already sitting on the seats. They are all wearing military uniforms and have very high military ranks. Jang Chen reminded, Chuchu, Mom, we won't get off the bus. If we do, we will definitely be chased away. Let's just watch here. And Mom, you must not take pictures. These are all real big shots. If the pictures you take are spread out, it will be a serious crime. Then what are you still watching? You might as well go back and watch TV. He Yanmei immediately lost interest. She came in just to take some pictures, post them on WeChat Moments, and show off. Now that Jang Chen said taking photos was not allowed, she was no longer interested in watching. Tang Chuchu was quite interested, because this place was on the side of the stage and she could just see the stage. From here she could watch the entire process of the King Xiaoyao succession ceremony. Son-in-law, drive the car out. I want to show off in front of the Tang family. He Yanmei said. Over the years since she married into the Tang family has disliked her, and Tang Bo is also a waste who never fights back when beaten or scolded. She's had enough. Jang Chen looked at Tang Chuchu and asked, Chuchu, do you want to see it? Tang Chuchu said, Mom wants to go back, so let's go back. The ceremony hasn't started yet, so we can still go back and watch the live broadcast on TV. Good. Jang Chen started the car and turned around to drive out. The invitation letters are now being checked and many wealthy people are queuing up. At this moment, Jang Chen's car drove out again. Son-in-law, honk the horn to attract attention. Beep. Jang Chen immediately honked the horn. There was silence at the entrance of the military district and no one dared to say anything. At this moment, the horn sounded, which attracted the attention of many people, and everyone looked up. When they saw this, the expressions on their faces became interesting. Why did this come out again? The soldier and the lieutenant at the door immediately stood up straight and saluted. Hello, sir. A neat and loud voice resounded. He Yanmei pressed down the car window and stuck her head out, with an expression of excitement and pride that was hard to conceal on her face. As the car drove up, the wealthy people in the queue made way for it. He Yanmei even stretched her head out and waved to the soldiers on both sides, saying hello, hello, comrades. Thank you for your hard work. That expression and that posture really looked like that of a superior officer. The car drove out of the military area. The car stopped in front of the Tang family's door, and He Yanmei opened the door and got out. She held her head high, looked radiant and proud. With a bright smile on her face, she shouted, Dad, let's go back. I took a look inside, but there's nothing to see. The Tang family members all looked ashen and gloomy, and they were all silent. How could they not hear that He Yanmei was showing off? He Yanmei glanced at Tang Menjing who was standing by and didn't see Lu Chong. She immediately said in a sarcastic tone, Menjing, where's your boyfriend? Where's the young master of the Lu family? Didn't he get an invitation letter through some manipulation? Is the invitation letter really fake? The young master of the Liu family is not as capable as my useless son-in-law. Tang Menjing's face turned pale and she gritted her teeth, but she didn't know how to refute. Seeing Tang Menjing's gritting teeth, He Yanmei felt happy. I let you feel proud and let you steal the credit for my son-in-law's achievements. Now you feel slapped in the face, right? Dad, what's wrong with you? You don't look well. Come, get in my son-in-law's Wuling Hongguang and take a rest for a while. But there's no air conditioning in the car. It's so hot, I don't know if you can bear it. That's enough. Tang Hai stood up and shouted coldly, He Yanmei, what do you mean, are you trying to take advantage of someone's misfortune? He Yanmei immediately put her hands on her hips, pointed at Tang Hai and cursed, why are you yelling? You rely on the fact that you are the eldest son and hold the power of the family, and you don't take our family seriously. Just because your family lives in a villa and lives with Dad, you gossip about it. The invitation letter was obviously obtained by my son-in-law through his connections, but you took the credit for yourself and scolded Chuchu and our family. He Yanmei had been feeling bad for a long time. Jang Chen is indeed just a soldier. He has no money and no power, but so what? He is a soldier. He also has comrades and superiors. I tell you the truth. It was you who took all the credit for Jang Chen. Jang Chen was so angry that he called his superior and asked him to use his connections to notify the Western Border Army to invalidate the Tang family's invitation letter. After saying this, He Yanmei felt much better. Now she didn't care about Tang Tianlong's anger and took back the remaining shares. Because she knew Tang Hai's family too well. With them around, Tang Bo's shares would definitely not last and would be taken back soon. The Tang family was speechless and had no answer. Tang Tianlong then realized that what Jang Chen said before was true. He could really get an invitation letter, and the invitation letter was really obtained by him. I am old and confused, really old and confused. Tang Tianlong slapped his forehead in regret. Tang Menjing walked over in time, supported Tang Tianlong, and comforted him, Grandpa, don't be angry, don't listen to her gossip. That's right. Tang Lei also spoke up. The invitation letter was originally obtained by Liu Chong, who asked the Liu family to help us get it. It was because we were too high profile that we caused dissatisfaction from the higher-ups. He Yanmei just took the opportunity to sow discord. He was just unhappy about his shares being taken back. The Tang family members were all scolding He Yanmei. He Yanmei, you've gone too far. Apologize to Dad now. He Yanmei looked disdainful, apologize. He has already kicked our family out of the Tang family. We are no longer members of the Tang family. What is there to apologize for? I tell you, I don't want the shares anymore. If you want to take them back, then take them back. I can live well after leaving the Tang family. He Yanmei has had enough of these years. Now she has given up and doesn't take Tang Tianlong seriously at all. He is just an old stubborn man who cares about his reputation and is confused. After that, she got in the car and ordered, son-in-law, drive into the military area for another round. No, drive a few more rounds. Let Tang Tianlong regret expelling us from the family. Jang Chen never thought that one day he would end up working as a driver for others. However, he felt that He Yanmei's approach was quite satisfying. He drove again and entered the military area. In, out. This went on back and forth several times, and the Tang family members were so angry that their faces turned blue, with anger on their faces. The other wealthy people were just watching the show. Wadong was also helpless. How could this dignified black dragon act like a small-time person who had never seen the world? How embarrassing would it be if his actions were reported back to Kyoto? But Jiang Chen thought this was pretty good. The days nowadays are truly leisurely and comfortable. Jiang Chen drove out again and was about to turn around and enter again when Tang Chuchu reminded him in time, Chen, stop it, you have delayed their inspection of the invitation letter. Jiang Chen turned around and looked at He Yanmei, and asked with a smile, Mom, are you satisfied? Haha, it feels great. I feel relaxed all over. He Yanmei couldn't close her mouth because of laughing. It's so refreshing. Today was the proudest day for her in decades. The wealthy people from the 5 districts were all looking at her, and she felt very proud. Jang Chen said, "If it's okay, I'll drive the car back and return it. This is not my car." Hearing this, the smile on He Yanmei's face froze, but thinking that Jang Chen had lent her the car to make her proud, she did not mock him and said, "Okay, let's go back." "Okay." Jang Chen drove away under the watchful eyes of the Tang family and the wealthy people from the 5 districts. He first sent Tang Chuchu and He Yanmei home, then drove to Duangju, parked the car, and then took a taxi to Tang's house. Before I entered the door, I heard He Yanmei's laughter coming from the room. "Haha, I'm dying of laughter. You haven't seen the faces of the Tang family. They look like pig livers. It's so funny." "Mom, Jiang Chen is being foolish, are you going to be foolish too?" Tang Song said angrily, "How dare you say that about Grandpa? It took a lot of effort to get a few shares. Now Grandpa must be angry and will definitely take back the remaining shares." "I'll take it." He Yanmei said indifferently. The old man didn't like Tang Bo in the first place. He thought he was useless and never looked at him straight in the eye. Besides, Tang Hai's family is gossiping in the old man's ear. It's only a matter of time before he takes back his shares. He Yanmei knew very well what kind of people the Tang family was. "Mom, you really are. This is money, don't go against it." Wu Min also had dissatisfaction on her face. It was almost the end of the month and it was time to distribute family dividends. Even if it was only 5%, it would still be a lot. Now, all is gone. The door was not closed and Jiang Chen walked in. "Son-in-law, you're back. Come, sit down." He Yanmei greeted him warmly. She had let it go. No shares, no shares. She still had some money and planned to open a clinic for Jiang Chen. With Jiang Chen's medical skills, she could make a living. Tang Song and Wu Min had stern faces and their eyes seemed to be about to burst into flames. "Chen." Tang Chuchu also stood up and moved her body slightly to make room for Jiang Chen. "Son-in-law, I've thought it through. I still have more than 2 million in my hand, which Chuchu gave me last time. Let's open a clinic, a pharmacy, and make a living on our own. It's better than being humble in the Tang family. And you, Tang Bo, don't go to work at Tang Yongla. I don't believe that if we leave the Tang family, our family will starve to death." Jiang Chen glanced at He Yanmei. In the past, he had always looked down on his mother-in-law, thinking that she was power-hungry and only cared about money. Now it seems that I was forced by life. Jiang Chen nodded and said, "Opening a clinic is no problem, but we'd better wait for some time. I heard that the City Trade Center will soon be inviting investment. When the time comes, we can open the clinic in the newly built City Trade Center." "Pa." He Yanmei raised her hand and slapped Jiang Chen on the forehead, cursing, "Do you know what that place is? It is a high-end place, and it is going to be built into the most prosperous financial center in the country. You still want to open a clinic there? Let alone other things, even the fees to be paid for settlement are astronomical." Jiang Chen touched his head with an innocent look. "Is there an admission fee? He is about to buy the entire commercial center and he is going to open a clinic. Who dares to ask him for an entrance fee?" But he was tactful enough not to say anything. If he told the Tang family that he wanted to buy the commercial center, he would definitely be regarded as a fool. When Tang Song heard that He Yanmei was going to give money to Jiang Chen to open a clinic, he immediately became anxious and said hastily, "Mom, this is not possible. Investing money in this loser will only go down the drain. You said you would give me money to buy a new car, how can you go back on your word? Mom, it's almost my and Ah Song's wedding anniversary. Did you promise me the dress? That's enough." He Yanmei scolded, "If you don't have money, don't pretend to be rich. Why change the car, buy the skirt? How much money do you have in your pocket? Don't you have any idea? And this money was originally Chuchu's." "Mom, you are biased. I am your son and he is just your son-in-law." He Yanmei twisted her palm and slapped Tang Song on the forehead, scolding, "Look at Tang Lei, he is already a department manager of Yongla. Look at Tang Yong from Tang Jia's family, he doesn't work at Yongla, he has his own processing factory, and his annual income is tens of millions. Look at you, what are you up to?" Tang Song didn't dare to say a word after being scolded. He just glared at Jang Chen with resentment in his eyes. Tang Chuchu smiled but said nothing. She felt very happy to see her mother approve of Jang Chen. Wu Min gently pulled Tang Song, winked at her, and immediately apologized. "Mom, we were wrong. We won't change the car, and we won't buy the skirt." Boom boom boom. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. He Yanmei sat on the sofa, glanced at Tang Song, and shouted, "What are you standing there for? Go open the door." "Oh." Tang Song immediately stood up and went to open the door. There were several people standing at the door. It was none other than Tang Tianlong, Tang Hai, Tang Jie, and some important members of the Tang family. They were holding gifts in their hands. Tang Hai asked with a smile, "Xiao Song, it's you, are your parents home?" He Yanmei's voice came from inside the room, "Tang Song, who is it?" Tang Song turned around and responded, "Mom, it's Grandpa, Uncle, and Uncle." Hearing this, He Yanmei immediately stood up and walked over. Seeing the people at the door, she said sarcastically, "Oh, what a rare guest. I've bought this house for many years. This must be your first time here. My small temple can't accommodate your big Buddha statues." After saying that, she pointed outside and said, "Get lost. Yanmei, don't be like this. Our dad came here specially to apologize." Tang Hai said in time, "Look, Dad is so old, and he came here in person to apologize. How can you not let him in? If this gets out, people will call you unfilial. Just scold me if you want to. Over the years, haven't outsiders scolded my family enough?" He Yanmei said arrogantly, "Why, knowing that Jang Chen has a great background, you come to curry favor with him? I'm afraid you will be disappointed. He just came back from the army, and he's still a small soldier. Although his boss is powerful and knows the general of the Western Territory, he can only ask his boss to borrow a car once, but not a second time." He Yanmei could guess what Tang Tianlong was up to by coming in person. Even though Tang Tianlong was her elder, she didn't give him any face at all. "Mom, what are you doing? What's your attitude? Grandpa came to our house in person, how could you be like this? That's right, do you really take yourself seriously? Hurry up and kneel down to apologize to Grandpa." The Tang family members who were accompanying them all blamed He Yanmei. He Yanmei immediately changed her attitude and smiled, "Dad, my house is small, not a villa, and there are not so many chairs. There is no place to sit inside, so I won't invite you to sit inside. If you have anything to say, just talk here." "Oh, you brought a gift, Xiao Song, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and accept the gift." "Oh." Tang Song immediately accepted the gifts brought by the Tang family, but there were too many gifts for him to carry alone, so he shouted at the top of his voice, "Xiao Min, come and get the things." Wu Min came over, Tang Song handed the gift in his hand to her, and then went to take the gifts from the Tang family again. Tang Tianlong tried to calm himself down, leaning on his cane, and said, "Yanmei, we are all family. If there is any grudge, just let it go. I came here this time to invite you back to the family. Dad, forget it." He Yanmei paused and said, "It's better to leave the Tang family. At least I don't have to suffer and look at other people's faces. Besides, we have our hands and feet. I don't believe that if we leave the Tang family, we will starve to death." "Sister-in-law, you. What do you mean by I? Tang Hai, I remind you that this is not the Tang family. You have no right to tell me what to do." Jang Chen, who was in the room, heard the noise at the door and smiled faintly. Tang Chuchu was a little anxious. "We are all family, why does Mom have to make the relationship so awkward?" She stood up, walked towards the door, and persuaded, "Mom, forget it." "What do you mean by count?" He Yanmei scolded, "Aren't you embarrassed enough? Haven't you been insulted enough? Have you forgotten how they insulted you before?" "I." Tang Chuchu's face turned red, but she didn't know what to say when she opened her mouth. He Yanmei turned around and looked at Tang Tianlong, saying, "Dad, our family doesn't want the shares anymore. I don't want to see your faces anymore. Please go back." Bang. After saying that, she slammed the door shut. The Tang family members' faces turned pale. Tang Hai pointed at the closed door, shaking with anger. Dad, look, this Yanmei is so abominable. Tang Jia kept knocking on the door and yelled, Tang Bo, you coward, what are you doing hiding in the room? Hurry up and open the door for Dad. However, no matter how hard he knocked, no one opened the door. That's outrageous. It's really lawless. Grandpa, why ask people like this to come home? Just expel them from the family. Yes, we have signed a new contract with Qian Jun this time. I don't believe that Qian Jun dares to break the contract. The breach of contract fee is an astronomical figure. Dad, forget it, let's go back. The Tang family members spoke one after another. Tang Tianlong sighed deeply and said, well, let's wait until they calm down. After saying that, he walked away with his crutches. In the house, He Yanmei took out the gifts bought by the Tang family. Oh, Maotai. TSK, a collectible version of Yellow Crane Tower. This box of cigarettes must cost tens of thousands. It's cigarettes and alcohol. Tang Bo, take them to the store outside the community tomorrow and see how much you can get in exchange. Tang Bo, who had been silent all this time, said, oh. Mom, there's no need to be like this. We're all family, why make things so awkward? Tang Chuchu said in a low voice. What do you know? He Yanmei scolded, I've had enough of this. Now is the perfect time. I don't have to worry about their faces. And Tang Song, you should do me a favor. Don't go to Yongla. Find another job. I don't believe that if we leave the Tang family, our family will starve to death. Yes. Tang Song lowered his head and responded in a low voice. Jang Chen yawned. Last night, he went to do something important and didn't sleep all night. Chuchu, I'm going back to my room to take a nap. Tang Chuchu paused slightly and said, go. After saying that, she took out her mobile phone and watched the live broadcast of the King Xiaoyao's succession ceremony. Jang Chen came to Tang Chuchu's room. He had lived in the Tang family for a while, but he had always slept on the floor. He instinctively went to the closet to get a mat and spread it on the floor, but when he thought that Tang Chuchu was away and didn't come to the room to sleep, he didn't think too much about it and fell directly on the bed. Tang family villa. Tang Tianlong and his family returned in a mess. Tang Tianlong sat aside, smoking a pipe. The other members of the Tang family were all angry, blaming Tang Bo's family and insulting He Yanmei. Enough. Tang Tianlong shouted. Only then did the Tang family shut up. Tang Tianlong took a puff of his cigarette and said, give Tang Bo's family 20% of the shares. When they are no longer angry, send the contract to them. Tang Hai, you go there in person and make sure to get their family's forgiveness. When they heard about the 20% stake, the Tang family became anxious. Dad, you are getting old and confused. This is 20% of the shares. How can I say I will give it to you? Yes, Grandpa, why? Their family is useless. Why should we give them the family business we have worked so hard for? What? I don't have the final say. Tang Tianlong shouted, I'm not dead yet. I'm still the head of the family. I have the final say on who gets the shares. Also, go and invite Tang Chuchu back to me. Tang Hai, you give up the position of Yongla's executive chairman to Tang Chuchu again. You help Tang Chuchu and make sure to get along well with Qian Jun. If you curry favor with Qian Jun, the assets of my Tang family will increase quickly. Yes, Dad. Tang Hai lowered his head and responded. Although he was unwilling, he dared not disobey the old man's orders. Tang Tianlong instructed again, my 80th birthday will be in a few days. This time, the banquet will be held at Jiangzhong Hotel. Use all the connections you can. I want to book a whole floor. I want it to be grand. Send me invitations and invite all the big shots you can. Tang Hai couldn't help but ask, Dad, how much money do you plan to spend on this birthday party? Tang Tianlong thought for a moment and said, take out 30 million and do it. You are fully responsible for this matter of Tang Hai. I want to do it in a glorious and decent way, so that the whole Jiangzhong will know that my Tang family is not a second-rate family, but a real wealthy family. Do you understand? Yes, Dad, I will definitely make you proud. Tang Hai nodded quickly, but he was very happy in his heart. He used 30 million to plan the banquet, and took some kickbacks secretly. He could make at least 10 million this time. Okay, let's all go. Tang Tianlong paused slightly, then stood up and went upstairs with his crutches. After he left, the Tang family gathered together. Tang Jia whispered, "Brother, Dad gave Tang Bo 20% of the shares at one time, and asked you to give up the position of chairman. I'm afraid he wants to support Tang Chuchu and train her as the heir to the family." Tang Hai glanced at him. "Ajay, what do you mean?" Tang Jia said immediately, "Brother, I am worried about you. You are the eldest son, and you are the heir to the Tang family. Our father is old and will not live for many more years. If he dies one day, the huge assets of the Tang family will fall into the hands of Tang Chuchu." Tang Hai paused slightly and said, "Jia, this is Dad's decision. We must obey and cannot disobey. As for who is the heir to the family, Dad has the final say, understand?" "Yes, Big Brother is right. I was overthinking it. Today is a big day that stirs the river." King Xiaoyao succeeded as the boss of District 5. The patriarchs of the three most powerful families in Jiangzhou were tied to chairs and beheaded. The head is missing. All members of the Xiao family evacuated from the river. However, Jang Chen had already prepared for this and had already ordered people to take care of everything, blocking the sea, land, and air lines and prohibiting anyone from the four major families from leaving the country. After the ceremony of King Xiaoyao's succession, the authorities also came forward to explain the murder of the three richest men. A death row prisoner was pulled out of prison, put on the ghost mask used by Jang Chen, and shot in public to give the public an explanation. This matter was suppressed for the time being. The Xiao family, one of the four great families in Jiangzhou in the past, was completely ruined and could never recover. Although only one patriarch died in the other three powerful families, people within the family were still in a panic. They were all using their connections to figure out who they had offended. Some people speculated that this was a warning from King Xiaoyao to the four major families after he took office, and that he was going to deal with the four major families. There are rumors outside. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, was sleeping soundly at Tang Chuchu's house. "I slept until the afternoon." At around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Tang Chuchu walked in and saw Jiang Chen lying on the bed with a big character on his face. The air conditioning in the room was turned on low. She was worried that Jiang Chen would catch a cold, so she walked over and pulled up the quilt to cover him. At this moment, Jiang Chen suddenly turned over and got up, grabbing Tang Chuchu's neck at an extremely fast speed. "Ah!" Tang Chuchu's scream made Jiang Chen react. He immediately let go of her hand and said apologetically, "Chuchu, I'm sorry." Tang Chuchu covered her neck, which was pinched red in an instant, with anger on her pretty face, and asked unhappily, "What are you doing?" Jiang Chen looked embarrassed. He guards the border all year round. It is very dangerous to be there and one could lose his life at any time. Even when sleeping, he remains alert and will be awakened by any movement. It's a professional habit. Jiang Chen touched his head, looked at Tang Chuchu who was touching her neck, with a look of heartache on his face, and couldn't help asking, "Are you okay?" "No, it's okay." Tang Chuchu was fine. "It's just that Jiang Chen is too vigilant. If I live with him, I might be strangled to death by him one day." "Sorry." Jiang Chen looked apologetic. Tang Chuchu glanced at Jiang Chen and asked, "What on earth did you do last night? You came back this morning and have been sleeping since then." "I can't sleep because I'm worried that you're still angry." Jiang Chen lied without any basis. What would happen if Tang Chuchu knew that he was the one who killed the patriarchs of the three wealthy families? Tang Chuchu was as happy as if she had eaten honey, but she had a stern face and looked dissatisfied. "Tsk, who would believe it? He didn't call me all night, he must have been fooling around with another woman." Jiang Chen said confidently, "Really not." Tang Chuchu curled her lips and said, "Okay, I believe you. Accompany me to the job market this afternoon. I plan to look for a job." Now that she has fallen out with her family, it is impossible for her to go to work at Tang Yongla anymore. Although she has been insulted and looked down upon over the years. But she is very motivated. She has never fallen behind in her studies and continues to take various courses. She has ideals and ambitions. She didn't want to just stay at home and waste her days. Let's talk about it after a while, Jang Chen said. He plans to buy the city's commercial center. There will definitely be many large groups moving in the future, and Jang Chen also has plans to start a company. Previously, Tang Chuchu served as the executive chairman of Yongla for half a month and managed the company in an orderly manner. Jang Chen plans to open a company and let Tang Chuchu manage it. No. Tang Chuchu said with a straight face, if I don't go to work, what will I eat and use? Will you buy me beautiful clothes? Expensive bags? Cosmetics? As long as you are willing, that's fine. I have been in the army for 10 years and have saved a lot of money. I'm not in the habit of using men's money. All right. Jang Chen stopped talking. If Tang Chuchu wants to go to work, let her go. Anyway, he is still in the preparation stage and it is still unclear when it will be implemented. Go wash your face first, I'll change my clothes. Oh. Jang Chen nodded and walked out. There's no one in the living room. They must have gone out. Jang Chen just woke up and went to the bathroom in a daze. He washed his face casually and returned to the living room to wait. Soon, Tang Chuchu changed her clothes and came out. Jang Chen's eyes lit up when he saw her dress. Tang Chuchu wore a white shirt on the upper body and a hip skirt and high heels on the lower body. She looked like a successful lady and full of momentum. She also has a great figure and her long black hair draped over her back, giving her a mature and capable look. It's beautiful. Jang Chen admired Tang Chuchu as if he was appreciating a perfect work of art and couldn't help but praise her. Tang Chuchu turned around on the spot and chuckled, "How is it?" Jang Chen gave a thumbs up, "Beautiful, I must have done a lot of good deeds in my previous life to find such a beautiful wife like you." Tang Chuchu pouted, "Stop being so conceited. If you hadn't cured me, I wouldn't have married you. Mom is right. If you open a beauty salon, your business will definitely be booming. Then I won't have to go to work and can be a rich wife at home." Jang Chen stroked his chin. Rich lady. He had never liquidated his assets before, but when he did yesterday, he found that he had more than 200 billion yuan. With this amount of assets, he is definitely the richest man in Jiangzhou. However, he asked Xiao He to go back to the southern wilderness to make money, intending to buy the newly built commercial city in the city. "Don't worry, my dear. I will definitely make you a rich wife. Xiao Pin, don't you know your own weight? Let's go. It's almost 3 o'clock. If you are any later, you will miss the recruitment of major groups." Oh. Jang Chen then stood up. The two went out together. Tang Chuchu doesn't have a car either. Although Jang Chen had one, it was Black Dragon's special car and he didn't want to drive it. So he rode his electric scooter and took Tang Chuchu to the nearby job market. Tang Chuchu sat in the back row, hugged Jang Chen's waist, rested her head on his back, with a happy smile on her face. Although we live in poverty now, we don't have a Mercedes or a BMW. But this is happier than sitting in a Mercedes or a BMW, as it allows you to be close to nature and feel the natural breeze. Chen, tell me about your military service. Jang Chen, who was riding on a small electric scooter, smiled and said, "This is a long story. 10 years of military career, even if I talk about it for 10 days and 10 nights, I can't finish it. I will tell you slowly later. I'm just curious, how can you, a soldier, know medical skills?" This is Jiangzhou, the capital of medicine, where Chinese medicine practitioners from all over the world gather. I grew up in an orphanage. The director is an old Chinese medicine practitioner, and he's a very skilled doctor. I learned some from childhood and know a lot of folk remedies. My medical skills are just average, while Xiao Hei's are truly miraculous. But Xiao He is very low-key, otherwise he would have become a miracle doctor long ago. Really? Compared to Fang Xuanxin's medical skills, whose is better? Fang Xuanxin, who is that? Jiang Chen was slightly stunned. Tisk, you're studying medicine, but you don't even know Fang Xuanxin. You know the famous Fang Yongji in Jiangzhou, the miraculous doctor in Jiangzhou and the president of the Chinese Medicine Association. Fang Xuanxin is Fang Yongji's granddaughter, and she is even better than her master. Jang Chen really didn't know why he, the black dragon of the southern wasteland, would care about these little people. Jang Chen rode a small electric scooter and took Tang Chuchu to a nearby large job market. After arriving at the door, Tang Chuchu said, "Chen, just wait for me outside. I'll go in and take a look around by myself." Jang Chen laughed jokingly. "Why, do you think I'm embarrassing you by walking with you?" Tang Chuchu explained promptly, "No, I'll be walking for a long time, and I'm worried that you'll find it troublesome. There's an internet cafe nearby, go online and play some games first, and I'll call you when I come out." Tang Chuchu pushed Jang Chen. She is a woman, and even though she has never been in love, she has read a lot of books. Books all say that men hate hanging out with women the most, and she was really worried that Jang Chen would find it troublesome. "You don't know how to play games. I'd better go with you. You're so beautiful, I'm worried," Jang Chen said with a smile. Tang Chuchu felt very happy and nodded her head like a chick pecking at rice. In her heart, she still hoped that Jang Chen would be with her. The two of them walked into the job market together. All major companies have set up recruitment positions here. Many young men and women in suits, ties, and professional dresses come in and out, looking for suitable positions in many companies. Jang Chen asked, "Chuchu, what kind of job are you going to do?" Tang Chuchu said, "Let's see. As long as it's suitable, I can do anything. I don't have much work experience. As long as a company wants me, even if I'm a small clerk, it's fine. Just treat it as a learning experience. I believe in my ability. As long as a company hires me, I will definitely rise quickly. Why don't you give Yi Xiong a call and ask him to arrange a position for you in Qianjuan? Forget it. He's a big shot and very busy. How could he care about a small person like me?" Tang Chuchu shook her head slightly and said, "Although you saved him, he owes you a favor and has already repaid it. Besides, we can't rely on others all our lives. We have to work hard on our own." Tang Chuchu's answer made Jang Chen very satisfied. It is really his blessing to marry a wife as contented as Tang Chuchu. "Honey, we've got the marriage certificate, but we haven't held the wedding yet. Let's pick a good day and hold the wedding. I promise to make you the happiest bride in the world and hold a grand wedding. Don't worry." Tang Chuchu paused. "After working hard for a few years, we have money and buy a house, then we can consider these things." Hearing this, Jang Chen didn't say much. At this moment, Tang Chuchu saw a company recruiting and found a position that was very suitable for her. Fashion designer. She has loved beauty since she was a child, but because of an accident 10 years ago, she was disfigured and became the ugliest woman in the river. The uglier you are, the more you desire beauty. Therefore, her major in college was fashion design. She loves beauty and likes to design beautiful clothes to make up for the flaws in her heart. In addition to fashion design, she also learned a lot, such as sales, accounting, finance, marketing planning. In the past 10 years, she has learned almost everything she could. But among many fields, her favorite is fashion design. She took Jang Chen's hand, pointed to the front and said, "Chen, this is Ella Group. The SOL brand under Ella Group is a world-renowned brand and a high-end brand. I want to work at Ella Group. I want to be a fashion designer at Ella Group." Tang Chuchu had a look of joy on her face and she almost jumped for joy. She used to be very ugly, which led her to subconsciously pursue beauty. She knew everything about these clothing companies and brands. "Then go ahead. I believe in you and you will be admitted." Tang Chuchu nodded, took a deep breath, and forced herself to calm down. Afterwards, we came to the recruitment area of Ella Group. Ella Group is a large, international group. Other companies only have a desk as a recruitment desk, but Ella Group only has a storefront. There were many people queuing up at the door, waiting to submit their resumes and have interviews. Tang Chuchu consciously went to queue up. She waited in line for more than an hour before it was her turn. Sitting on the office chair was a man in his 30s. The man was wearing a suit and tie, busy organizing documents, preparing to get off work. Hearing footsteps, he didn't even raise his head and said, "Put your resume on the table and wait for notification. If you are approved, We will call you to come to the company for an interview. Tang Chuchu immediately put the prepared resume on the table. At this moment, the man looked up. As soon as he saw Tang Chuchu, his eyes widened. Etc. Ah. Tang Chuchu, who was about to leave after putting down her resume, stopped and looked at the recruitment director of Ella Group and asked, "Anything else?" Zhou Hao looked at Tang Chuchu from head to toe, with greed in his expression. He had seen beautiful women, but he had never seen anyone as beautiful as her. Zhou Hao pointed to a chair and said, "Sit down and chat." "Yes." Tang Chuchu sat down. "What position are you applying for?" "Applying for a designer position." "Do you have relevant work experience?" "No." Zhou Hao frowned and said, "Beauty, this won't do. Do you know what kind of company we are? Do you know what a designer in our company means?" As he spoke, he picked up the resume on the table and started reading it. "You graduated from a second-rate fashion design college in China and have no work experience." He shook his head slightly and said, "You know, all applicants for this position graduated from top foreign universities, and many of them have many years of work experience and have worked in many well-known companies. You don't have any advantage at all." Tang Chuchu said promptly, "Although I have no work experience, my understanding of fashion design is definitely not worse than those who have worked for many years. Please give me a chance and let me take my design draft to the company for an interview in person." Zhou Hao touched his chin and looked at Tang Chuchu. His eyes stayed on her fair neck and gradually moved down. When he saw the shirt that was about to burst, he swallowed subconsciously. Then he pretended to continue looking at the resume. And when he saw on the resume that he had served as the executive chairman of Tang Yongla, he immediately knew who this person was. This is Tang Chuchu from the Tang family. Today everyone is talking about the Tang family. This morning, the Tang family was greatly embarrassed. Tang Tianlong made a fake invitation to attend the King Xiaoyao's succession ceremony, but was thrown out. Jang Chen, the son-in-law of the Tang family who had just returned from military service, borrowed a special car. That was awe-inspiring. However, the news has already spread to the outside world. This car belongs to some important person, because this important person is not in the river. Jiang Chen's boss happened to know the driver who drove for this big shot, so he borrowed the car. It was rumored that once this big shot came back and knew about this, not only would the driver be finished, but even Jiang Chen's boss would be finished, and Jiang Chen would be in big trouble. You dare to drive a special car to show off. Don't you know how to write the word death? Well, Tang Chuchu, right. It's like this. I think you meet the requirements of my company in all aspects. How about this, you can take some time out in the evening and we can talk about the follow-up interview in person. There's no need to wait until the evening. I'm almost off work. Let's find a place to talk in detail. Okay. Tang Chuchu had a look of joy on her face and said hurriedly, "Thank you so much." "You're welcome. The Tang family has done me a favor before. Since you're a member of the Tang family, I have to help you no matter what. Let's talk alone. I'll tell you in detail about the follow-up interviews and open a back door for you so that you can be successfully hired." Zhou Hao started to fool people. The most important thing now is to trick Tang Chuchu into going to the hotel. Once she's at the hotel, won't she be at his mercy? Tang Chuchu believed Zhou Hao's words without a doubt, and actually thought that the Tang family had done him a favor and really wanted to give her a back door. Outside Ella's interview room, Jiang Chen squatted on the ground smoking a cigarette. At this moment, he felt a murderous intent. He immediately became alert, looked around, and saw a person in the crowd. She. Jiang Chen frowned. Why is she in the river? Seeing that Tang Chuchu had not come out yet, he thought for a moment and quickly followed. It's time to get off work now. Zhou Hao asked the other applicants to come back tomorrow. Then he packed up his things and said to Tang Chuchu beside him, "Chuchu, why don't you come to my house? There's no one at home. I'll explain the follow-up matters of the application to you." Ah. Tang Chuchu was stunned. Go to your house? Seeing Tang Chuchu's surprised expression, Zhou Hao immediately changed his words and said, "My home is closer to here, so it's more convenient. If you don't want to, then go to the company, to my office." Zhou Hao is the manager of the Human Resources Department of Ella Group. He is responsible for recruitment and also has an office. There is a sofa in his office, which can be used as a bed. He has thought it through clearly, and he is determined to get the beautiful Tang Chuchu by using threats and inducements. This is the woman who was rated by the media as the most beautiful woman in the river. He was excited when he thought of her hot body and beautiful face. Hearing that they were going to the office, Tang Chuchu breathed a sigh of relief and said hurriedly, "Manager, thank you." "Why thank me? Just call me Brother Zhou." As he said this, he was about to hold Tang Chuchu's hand. Tang Chuchu dodged cleverly. Zhou Hao said generously, "Sorry, I am abrupt, I treat you as my sister, there are many people outside, I want to hold you, so as not to be taken advantage of by others." Tang Chuchu stroked her hair and smiled, "It's okay." Zhou Hao made a gesture of invitation, "Let's go." Tang Chuchu walked out first, but didn't see Jang Chen. She couldn't help but feel puzzled, so she took out her cell phone and called Jang Chen. The call went through, but no one answered. She frowned and muttered, "Where did you go?" "Chuchu, let's go." Jiang Chen left, and Tang Chuchu didn't think much about it. She just thought that he was too lazy to wait, so he left first, so she sent a voice message to Jiang Chen. "Chen, I'm going to Ella Group to discuss the follow-up application. You go home first." After sending the message, she looked at Zhou Hao who was examining her from the side, with greed on his face. She saw Zhou Hao's gaze and couldn't help but frown. Zhou Hao reacted in time, smiled and said, "Chu-Chu, I'm sorry, you are so beautiful. When I saw you, I was thinking about what kind of clothes would look best on you." He was indeed thinking, but he was just imagining what kind of underwear would look sexy on Tang Chuchu. Zhou Hao's words completely aroused Tang Chuchu's interest. It seems that Zhou Hao is also a person who understands fashion design and can appreciate beauty. It's okay. It seems that Brother Zhou has done in-depth research on clothing design and clothing matching. I would like to ask you for advice. Hearing this, Zhou Hao became proud. He is just from the Human Resources Department, how could he understand these things? However, he said proudly, "That's right. I know a lot about these things. Let's go to the office and have a deeper discussion. This way, please. I'll drive over. I'm a manager at Ella. My salary is not high, only about 50,000, but the year-end bonus is quite high, and I also bought $1 million luxury car." He was showing off intentionally. Tang Chuchu smiled and said, "Brother Zhou is really amazing. At such a young age, he has already reached the pinnacle of his life. Please support me in the future." "Haha, let's talk about it later." Zhou Hao laughed loudly. The two words, future, made him daydream. Tang Chuchu went to Ella Group with Zhou Hao. When Jiang Chen was waiting for Tang Chuchu outside the door, he sensed murderous intent and then found a familiar figure in the crowd. He quickly turned his phone to silent mode and followed secretly. I walked out of the job market and went to a shopping mall at the back. He followed the men to the mall, and then went out the back door of the mall to the underground parking lot. Jiang Chen was following a woman. The woman looked to be around 25 or 26 years old. She was wearing black leather armor and black leather pants and had long black hair. She was extremely beautiful and had a great figure. The woman came to the underground parking lot, stood in a corner, and looked around, as if she was looking for something. She quietly touched her lower back and took out an exquisite pistol. At this moment, she turned around abruptly and pointed her exquisite small pistol at Jiang Chen. Seeing Jiang Chen, she looked flustered and quickly put away her gun, slightly nervous. Why is it you?" Jiang Chen walked over and leaned against the stone pillar. He looked at the pure and beautiful woman in tight leather armor in front of him and said calmly, "Why are you not at the border of the southern wilderness? Why are you running to the river in the territory?" Jiang Chen had seen the woman in front of him before. This is a key member of a tomb-robbing team on the border of the southern wilderness. They once robbed an ancient tomb and were caught by him. However, since the tomb being robbed was from an enemy country, he did not make things difficult for the tomb-robbing gang. He only asked for a large ransom and then released them. But this group of people has been at the border all the time, so how come they appear in the river now? Facing Jiang Chen, Black Rose was a little nervous, and some tiny beads of sweat appeared on her delicate face. This is the Black Dragon, the commander of the million-strong Black Dragon army in the southern wilderness. Why would he be here if he is not guarding the border? Reply to the commander. I followed someone to the river. Jang Chen looked at the Black Rose. Stalking someone. Before, he sensed murderous intent. However, this murderous intent definitely did not emanate from Black Rose. Although she has some skills, she definitely doesn't have such a terrible murderous aura. One needs to kill many people to be infected with this kind of murderous aura. Black Rose didn't dare to hide anything. Coach, this is what happened. Some time ago, we entered an ancient tomb and found a treasure inside. However, we were ambushed and all the team members died. I was the only one who escaped. I followed the men behind the scenes to the river, but I lost track of him. Jang Chen didn't want to care about these things anymore. He glanced at Black Rose and said calmly, "This is Jiangzhou, not the border of an enemy country. You have to follow the laws here and don't cause trouble." After leaving a few words, Jang Chen turned and left. Coach. Black Rose became anxious, and quickly walked forward and took Jang Chen's hand. Jang Chen's face darkened, and he grabbed Black Rose's neck with his backhand, lifted her up from the ground, and asked coldly, what do you want to do?" Black Rose's neck was pinched, her face flushed, and she spoke with difficulty, "Master, Commander. Yes, I was abrupt, please forgive me, I didn't mean anything else, please listen to me." Jang Chen threw the Black Rose to the ground as if it were garbage. Black Rose quickly knelt on the ground, her forehead touching the ground. "Please take me in, coach." Jang Chen said calmly, "What do you mean?" Black Rose said, "For this treasure, more than a dozen of our brothers and sisters died, and the key to the treasure is in my hands. The enemy can easily destroy our team, so they must be very strong. I beg for your protection, Commander. I am willing to give you the key to the treasure." If it were in the past, Jang Chen would have definitely looked down on him. But now he was interested. He paused slightly, "Stand up and talk." "Yes." Black Rose then stood up. Jang Chen asked, "What tomb did you rob this time, and what treasures did you get?" An ancient box was found in the tomb of Lanling King. It is rumored that there is a priceless treasure in the ancient box. With this treasure, we can unlock the secrets hidden in the map of Huayue Mountain residence that has been passed down for thousands of years. Hearing this, Jang Chen's face darkened. A painting of a mountain dwelling with flowers and moon. Who is this Lanling King? How are the treasures excavated from Lanling King's ancient tomb related to his family heirloom treasure map? Tomb of Prince Lanling, treasure chest, key, dwelling in the flowers and moon mountains, Black Rose. Jang Chen looked at the Black Rose in front of him, who was wearing black leather armor and had a graceful figure, and fell into deep thought. Is this a coincidence, or did someone do it on purpose? "Coach, please protect me." Black Rose spoke again, with a look of pleading on her beautiful face. Jang Chen glanced at her and said, "You said someone killed all your companions, but you didn't run away but came to the river and asked for my protection. This doesn't make sense, does it?" Black Rose explained, "The murderer who stole the treasure was not the mastermind. The murderer wanted to keep the treasure chest for himself. He did not hand it over to the employer, but dived into the river with the treasure chest. I followed him because I have the key. If the employer knew that the key was in my hand, I would be doomed." "Who is the employer?" Black Rose shook her head and said, "I don't know. It was always my eldest brother who was in contact with him, and now my eldest brother is dead." "Who is the murderer who stole the treasure?" "I don't know. It was very chaotic and dark in the ancient tomb. I was seriously injured and was only trying to escape. I didn't see clearly." Jang Chen stretched out his hand, "Key." Black Rose reached behind her, took out a key from the bag inside her leather pants and handed it over. Jang Chen took it and looked at it in his hand. "This key is very small and plain, and there is nothing special about it." "That's it." "Yes, this is the key to open the treasure chest. The treasure chest is extremely special. No one can open it except this key. Even with today's high-tech means, it is impossible to open the treasure chest." Jang Chen put away the key and said calmly, "Go to the mortal clinic to find Xiaohei. Follow Xiaohei first." However, Xiaohei has gone back to the southern wasteland now. Wait a few days before going. After leaving a few words, Jang Chen turned and left. He didn't want to pay attention to these things. However, this involved his family's Huayue mountain-dwelling painting, so he had to care about it. The painting of dwelling in the mountains with flowers and moon is a family heirloom. Jang Chen had no idea where this picture came from. He only knew that this painting had been passed down for many years, was very famous in the antique world, and was currently the most valuable painting. There are many fake, dwelling in the mountains and the moon, on the market, but no one has ever seen the real, dwelling in the mountains and the moon. After Jang Chen left the underground parking lot, Black Rose did not stay long and left quickly. After Jang Chen walked out, he took out his cell phone and found a missed call from Tang Chuchu and a message from her. He didn't call back, but went back to the job market and rode his electric scooter back. Ella Group. This is a multinational group that is well known internationally. Jiangzhou is also a big city, and Ella Group also has a branch in Jiangzhou. Human Resources Department, Manager's Office. Tang Chuchu sat on the sofa, her legs together, holding a glass of water poured by Zhou Hao himself. She looked at Zhou Hao standing in front of her, staring at her, and was a little overwhelmed. "Zhou, brother Zhou. Chuchu, it's so hot, drink some water first. We can talk after you have something to say." Zhou Hao stared at Tang Chuchu. He was standing, and from this angle, he could just see the collar of her shirt and the scenery vaguely visible through the opening. His whole body was excited and he couldn't help but feel it. He had put something special in the water. As long as Tang Chuchu drank the water, she would be at his mercy. "Chuchu, drink it." Zhou Hao was a little impatient and was already imagining what was going to happen next. When he saw Tang Chuchu's beautiful body, his mouth just went dry. Tang Chuchu took a sip. Zhou Hao watched her drink the water and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He sat down on the sofa opposite her and began to chat with Tang Chuchu. Now he was just waiting for the medicine to take effect. "Chuchu, you are the most beautiful and elegant woman I have ever seen. Thank you for the compliment. By the way, Chuchu, I heard that your husband was personally recruited by Tang Tianlong. He is an orphan who was discharged from the army. How could you fall in love with a poor discharged soldier? With your conditions, you can definitely find a better one, someone who is successful in his career, young and rich." Zhou Hao sat up straight and said, "I know someone who is already a manager of a large company at a young age. He earns 50,000 yuan a month and owns a house and a car. If you divorce that loser Jang Chen, I believe my friends will not despise you." The friend he was talking about was actually himself. But, he was a smart man, and he didn't say it so obviously. He was testing Tang Chuchu. Tang Chuchu felt a little hot, so she gently pulled up her clothes and fanned herself inside. Noticing Zhou Hao's lecherous gaze, her pretty face immediately blushed. She lowered her head, and whispered, "Brother Zhou, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you, I feel a little hot." "It's not hot, I turned on the air conditioner." Zhou Hao took the opportunity to stand up, walked over, sat down next to Tang Chuchu, and reached out to touch her smooth forehead. "Do you have a fever?" Tang Chuchu quickly dodged and moved her body. "Brother Zhou, about the job application." "No hurry." At this moment, Tang Chuchu felt a little dizzy. And the body is getting hotter and hotter. Could it be the water? She noticed something was wrong, so she stood up and said, "Brother Zhou, I'm going to the bathroom." "It's in my office." Zhou Hao pointed to a door in the office. Tang Chuchu didn't care about anything else and stood up quickly. As soon as she stood up, she felt dizzy and almost fell on the sofa. Zhou Hao went to support him in time, pretending to be concerned, and asked, "Chuchu, are you okay?" I don't know what's wrong, I feel a little dizzy, I'm going to the bathroom first." Tang Chuchu shook her head slightly, then stood up, forced herself to endure the dizziness, and walked towards the bathroom. After entering, she locked the bathroom door, quickly took out her cell phone, and called Jang Chen. Jang Chen was on his way back when he received a call from Tang Chuchu. "Chen, I might have been drugged, I'm in the office of the HR manager of Ella Group, you come quickly, I feel so hot. Tang Chuchu was on the phone in Zhou Hao's bathroom. After the call, she felt dizzy, her eyelids couldn't open, and she wanted to sleep. She turned on the faucet and kept washing her face, which made her feel much more sober. After Jang Chen received Tang Chuchu's call, a surge of anger surged from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Dare to attack his wife, are you looking for death? He casually threw his electric scooter onto the road, rushed to the middle of the road, and stopped a car on the side of the road. The driver braked suddenly, the wheels touched the ground, and black smoke came out. The driver looked at Jang Chen in front of the car, rolled down the window, and cursed fiercely, "Are you looking for death?" Jang Chen came over, forced the door open, dragged the driver down, threw him to the ground, then drove the car, stepped on the accelerator, and rushed towards Ella Group. However, Jang Chen was so worried about Tang Chuchu that he overlooked the fact that there was a woman sitting in the back seat of the car. The woman was sitting in the back row and was so scared that she didn't dare to say a word. Because the aura of Jang Chen was too terrifying, so terrifying that she broke out in sweats all over. Ella Group, Human Resources Manager's Office. Zhou Hao took off his shirt, revealing his white muscles. He looked at the bathroom door, licked his dry lips, and smiled a sly smile of success. "The most beautiful woman in the river, today I want to taste the most beautiful woman in the river." As for the consequences, he thought about it. But in his opinion, Tang Chuchu had been expelled from the Tang family and had nothing to do with the Tang family anymore, otherwise she would not have come out to look for a job. And her husband Jiang Chen, this guy borrowed the car to show off. Once that big shot comes back, Jiang Chen will be completely finished. Zhou Hao was fearless, and even after taking a video of the incident, Tang Chuchu didn't dare tell anyone. "Chuchu, I'm here." Office. Zhou Hao took off all his clothes. He walked towards the bathroom and pushed the door, only to find it was locked. "You're quite alert." Zhou Hao cursed fiercely, knocked on the door, and shouted, "Tang Chuchu, open the door for me." In the bathroom, Tang Chuchu kept splashing water on her face and even her head. Now all her clothes were wet. The clothes stuck tightly to her skin, revealing her graceful figure. However, the drug is very strong and it is useless even if you wash it down with water. She felt the heat growing. It felt like there were many bugs crawling inside her body, and a most primitive desire rose in her heart. She had never felt this kind of desire before. Ah! She squatted on the ground, tearing at her clothes and scratching her skin. Zhou Hao's voice came from outside the door, "Chu-chu, open the door quickly, you can't stand it, open the door quickly, I will help you, so that you don't feel uncomfortable." Outside, Zhou Hao's various teasing words were heard. Tang Chuchu hasn't lost her mind yet. She knew she couldn't. She is a married woman. Her husband is Jiang Chen. No one can give it except your husband. She sat on the ground, her pretty face flushed and a look of pain on her face. Zhou Hao called for several minutes, but Tang Chuchu didn't open the door. He was so angry that he kept kicking the door, trying to kick it open. Anyway, it's already after get off work and there's no one outside. Even if there's some loud noise, no one will know. The worst that can happen is that I can just ask someone to fix the door tomorrow. The show meal is right in front of him, how can he let it go? He kept kicking the door. 1, 2, 3. Every time he kicked her, Tang Chuchu's heart skipped a beat. After kicking for several minutes, he finally kicked the door open. He saw Tang Chuchu squatting on the ground, soaking wet and flushed. He swallowed and then folded his arms. He looked at Tang Chuchu sitting on the ground with a playful look on his face. "How is it? Is it very uncomfortable? Beg me, and I will help you." At this moment, he was not in a hurry. This is his office, and Tang Chuchu is like this, allowing him to do whatever he wants. He pulled out his phone and started recording. He smiled as he watched the video he had recorded. He squatted down, looked at Tang Chuchu who was hugging her knees with her hands, forcibly took her hands away, and tore them off. Sizzle. The buttons of Tang Chuchu's clothes were torn in an instant, revealing white lace and rosy skin. Perfect, so perfect. Zhou Hao admired Tang Chuchu. He was not in a hurry. He had to wait until Tang Chuchu couldn't bear it anymore and begged him. Tang Chuchu, please beg me, please beg me. Tang Chuchu just felt dizzy. She wanted to speak, but her instinct told her that she couldn't. She bit her tongue, pricking her nerves to keep the last bit of her sanity. She knew that Jang Chen was coming soon. After Jang Chen received a call from Tang Chuchu, he forcibly hijacked a car, stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, ran through red lights, and arrived at Ella Group at the fastest speed. Hey, who are you? It's time to get off work now. Jang Chen rushed into the Ella Group building with tremendous anger. Several security guards came over and shouted, "We're talking to you, stop." Jang Chen clenched his fist and punched out. The security guard who was walking over was knocked back several meters and lay unconscious on the ground, his life or death unknown. Someone is causing trouble, hurry. A security guard quickly called for support. Jang Chen came to a security guard, grabbed him, pulled him up from the ground, and shouted coldly, "Which floor is the HR manager's office on?" He was like a wild animal. His pupils were blood red and he had a terrifying aura of hostility. The security guard was so scared that he was shaking all over and almost peed himself. Yes, on the 3rd floor. Jang Chen threw the security guard over. At this moment, more than a dozen security guards armed with electric batons rushed over. Jang Chen clenched his fists and rushed forward. His face was tense, his teeth were gritted, and he kept attacking without mercy. The dozen or so security guards who rushed over were knocked down in an instant, lying on the ground with either broken legs or arms, and crying out in pain. Jang Chen rushed directly to the stairs, headed to the 3rd floor, and saw the manager's office. In the office, Zhou Hao had already dragged Tang Chuchu out and threw her on the sofa. At this moment, Tang Chuchu was in tattered clothes and was almost losing her last bit of sanity. Zhou Hao was like a cat playing with a mouse, with a playful look on his face. "Tang Chuchu, please speak up, please beg me." Tang Chuchu bit her lip tightly. Although her body couldn't bear it, she didn't say a word. And just at this moment, boom! The locked office door was kicked open in an instant. The office door collapsed with a loud bang, and a man with a gloomy look and bulging veins on his face rushed in. "You, who are you?" Zhou Hao heard the noise, turned around and saw the door fall down and a man rushed in. At this moment, he felt the temperature in the room drop, as if he was in an icy abyss, and he couldn't help but shiver. Jang Chen walked over. "Who are you?" Jang Chen saw Tang Chuchu lying on the sofa, soaking wet and with disheveled clothes. His anger soared and he reached behind him, and 2 silver needles appeared in his palm. "Call out." Silver needles shot out. "Ah!" Zhou Hao let out a scream. His eyes are blind. Jiang Chen pulled his hand and exerted force. Click. The hand is broken. Kicked him on the knee. Zhou Hao's knee broke instantly and his body fell to the ground. The leg is broken. 1 foot stepped on his chest. The kick was so powerful that it directly broke Zhou Hao's ribs in the chest. Zhou Hao was confused. At this moment, fear rose in his heart. Is this the devil? Before he could react, he was blinded, his hands were broken, his feet were broken, and the bones in his chest were kicked. The security guards who rushed over saw this scene and were so frightened that their faces turned pale. They stood at the door of the office and did not dare to rush in. Jiang Chen stepped directly on Zhou Hao's heart. "Ah!" Zhou Hao screamed, then lost his voice, tilted his head, and lost his breath. After killing Zhou Hao, Jiang Chen came to the sofa. "Chuchu, it's me, I'm Jang Chen." Tang Chuchu looked dazed. When she heard the familiar voice, she opened her eyes slightly. Seeing Jang Chen, she breathed a sigh of relief. "Chen, don't talk, I'll take you back." Jiang Chen stretched out his hand and pressed the acupuncture points on Tang Chuchu's body. Tang Chuchu fell asleep instantly. When Jiang Chen saw Tang Chuchu's condition, he knew that the medicine in her body had not yet dissipated. If it was not released, there would be big problems. In mild cases, it can affect the brain nerves and cause dementia. In severe cases, the patient may die. He took out the silver needles he carried with him and quickly inserted them into Tang Chuchu's body, using the silver needles to stimulate the meridians and acupoints to release the toxins in the body. After doing all this, he hugged Tang Chuchu and left. Dozens of security guards gathered at the office door. These security guards were holding electric batons, but no one dared to stop them. Jang Chen came over holding Tang Chuchu, and they kept backing away. Ah. Outside, sirens were heard. Jang Chen frowned slightly. Immediately, he took out his phone and dialed a number. King Xiao was in a meeting when his private phone suddenly rang. He took out his phone and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. He paused and suspended the meeting. Hello, who's that? I'm Heilong Jang Chen. I killed someone in the Ella group. Now the police are dispatched. Please help me suppress it. Black Dragon, I am not your subordinate. You have no right to order me around. Then I will kill everyone who saw me kill someone. You, don't mess around, I'll arrange it right away. Jang Chen heard the sirens. He knew the police were coming. He didn't want this to be known to everyone. Because Tang Chuchu is just an ordinary woman, she has endured too much insults. Jang Chen didn't want the police to arrive and expose this matter, causing a stir in the city. Although Tang Chuchu was fine, if this news got out, it would definitely cause rumors. Tang Chuchu has endured too much gossip, and Jang Chen doesn't want this incident to affect Tang Chuchu. So, he called King Xiao. After making the call, he returned to the office and sat on the sofa waiting. Dozens of security guards gathered at the door. The security guards were holding electric batons, with beads of sweat on their faces, and they did not dare to enter the office. In the office, Zhou Hao was lying on the ground in a pool of blood, already dead. King Xiao was in a meeting. After receiving Jang Chen's call, he was really worried that Jang Chen would do something wrong. He had also heard about Jang Chen's temper. He terminated the meeting and issued an order: call the police, ignore the Ella Group's affairs, let the military intervene, prepare a car immediately, and go to the Ella Group. Ella Group. Although it's time to get off work, there are still many employees working overtime. There were more than a dozen security guards lying on the ground on the first floor of the group, with either broken hands or broken feet. This is not a broken bone, these are really broken arms and legs, twisted off by terrible force. These people were lying on the ground, screaming in pain, and some even fainted from excessive blood loss. The scene was a mess, and some employees were so scared that they squatted on the ground, trembling. At this moment, the police had arrived and cordoned off the scene, and an ambulance was dispatched. These were fully armed special police. Seeing such a bloody scene, they were on full alert and began to inquire about the situation. When they learned that the attacker was still inside the group, they quickly began to deploy control. At this moment, the captain of the SWAT team received a call from his superiors, asking him not to worry about the Ella Group and let the military take charge. Soon, military vehicles appeared outside the Ella Group. Dozens of jeeps drove over and thousands of fully armed soldiers appeared, driving away the crowd watching the battle outside the group and driving away the police. After Jang Chen waited in the office for about 10 minutes, the military showed up and forcibly detained the security guards at the door. A burly middle-aged man walked into the office, glanced at Zhou Hao who was lying lifeless on the ground, and then looked at Jang Chen who was sitting on the sofa in the office, holding Tang Chuchu. He walked over, with a look of dissatisfaction on his square face. Jiang Chen, this is Jiang Zhong, not Nan Huang, how can you be so cruel? Jiang Chen stood up while holding Tang Chuchu in his arms, and said, I'll go through the back door. You arrange a car for me to take me back safely. As for what happened here, I don't want any outsiders to hear about it. If anyone sees me, I hope you can handle it. Jiang Chen turned and left. King Xiao was quite helpless. He is the commander-in-chief of the Western Territory and now the commander of 5 armies, but he is ordered around by Jiang Chen. But, he really didn't want Jiang Chen to make a big deal out of it. Etc. Jiang Chen, who was holding Tang Chuchu, turned around and looked at King Xiao, who was wearing a battle robe with 5 stars on his shoulders, and said lightly, why, is there anything else? Jiang Chen, stop making trouble. This is under my jurisdiction after all. Please don't make things difficult for me. Even if I beg you, okay. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If they do, I will punish them. Jiang Chen turned and left. Jang Chen was arrogant and disrespectful of the law, which made King Xiaoyao quite angry, but he really had no way to deal with Jang Chen. Even if Jang Chen committed a heinous crime, he had no power to arrest Jang Chen unless the highest officer above gave the order. He took a deep breath and ordered, "Arrange a car to go to the back door and take him back." Yes. King Xiaoyao's men immediately went to make arrangements. Afterwards, King Xiaoyao ordered, "Take away all the surveillance cameras of the Ella group. Comfort the families of those who were disabled by Jang Chen. Treat those who need treatment and compensate those who need compensation. Take away all the security guards who saw Jang Chen and make them sign a confidentiality agreement. Keep everything you saw today to yourself. If there is any news from the outside world, we will investigate it thoroughly. Also, announce to the public that this is a joint exercise between the military and the police." King Xiaoyao made quick arrangements. Arrange this matter properly. As for the dead Zhou Hao, he also sent people to investigate Zhou Hao's identity, but found out that he was a member of the Zhou family, one of the 4 wealthy families in Jiangzhou. King Xiaoyao personally sent troops to the Zhou family and told them that he had taken a liking to Zhou Hao. He took Zhou Hao for secret training to become a special agent and he would not be back in the short term. Zhou Hao's body was quietly taken away and cremated without anyone noticing. King Xiaoyao sent a car to take Jiang Chen home. There's no one at home, everyone is out. Jiang Chen held the unconscious Tang Chuchu in his arms and laid her on the bed. Noticing that her clothes were soaked, he frowned slightly. After a moment's pause, he went to the closet and took out a dress. Then he walked to the bed and changed Tang Chuchu's clothes. He is the great black dragon of the southern wasteland. When has he ever helped a woman change her clothes? He was in a panic and it took him nearly half an hour to help Tang Chuchu change her clothes. Jiang Chen pressed Tang Chuchu's sleeping point, and Tang Chuchu slept soundly. She slept for several hours and didn't wake up until the evening. She woke up and rubbed her head. Thinking of some things that happened before, she shuddered all over and instinctively pulled the quilt to curl up aside. Only after she saw that this was her home did she breathe a sigh of relief. "Chuchu, are you awake?" The door opened, and Jiang Chen, wearing an apron, walked in and said, "I've prepared dinner. We can eat when my parents come back." "Chen." Tang Chuchu cried aggrievedly. Jiang Chen walked over and sat beside the bed. Tang Chuchu instantly fell into his arms and burst into tears. "It's okay. I arrived in time and nothing happened." Jiang Chen consoled him. "The HR manager of Ella Group has been taken away by the police. He will probably spend several years in jail." Hearing this, Tang Chuchu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Jiang Chen arrived in time, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. But, thinking back on it now, I still feel palpitations. "Chen, thank you. You, be careful next time. You are so beautiful that any man would have bad thoughts about you. No, I have to follow you closely from now on." Jiang Chen's words made Tang Chuchu laugh. "My clothes, did you change them?" Tang Chuchu looked at the dress she was wearing. My underwear too." "Ah." Jiang Chen looked embarrassed and touched his head. "You were soaked. I was worried that you would catch a cold, so I changed your clothes after I brought you back. I changed them with my eyes closed. I didn't see anything." "Buffed, idiot, I'm your wife, why are you closing your eyes?" "Oh, I only remember seeing you break into the house, but I can't remember anything after that. What's going on?" Tang Chuchu smiled and stunned Jiang Chen. This smile is like a flower that suddenly blooms, so beautiful and so dazzling. What does it mean to be able to conquer the city with just one smile? Maybe it's this smile that I'm talking about. Jiang Chen was distracted for a moment before he reacted. "When I arrived, you were unconscious, and then I called the police, and the manager was arrested." Jiang Chen was worried that Tang Chuchu would have a psychological trauma, so he said it calmly and continued to comfort her. Tang Chuchu was also very fortunate. "I am glad that I read more books and learn some tricks, so I could notice it in advance. Otherwise, she really couldn't imagine the consequences. Let's go out and eat." Jiang Chen pulled Tang Chuchu. Tang Chuchu nodded her head like a chick pecking at rice. Jang Chen had already cooked the meal while Tang Chuchu was sleeping. When it was time for dinner, all the Tang family members who had been out came back. The family went shopping in the supermarket, and when they entered the store, they were still discussing the drill. Wow, that scene was so grand, with dozens of cars, so impressive. He Yanmei walked into the house and was still frightened when she thought of the scene she had seen before. Jang Chen whispered, "Chuchu, don't tell my parents about what happened before. I'm afraid they will worry." Tang Chuchu nodded. Fortunately, nothing happened this time. If I tell my parents, they will definitely be worried. Mom, what are you laughing at? What exercise? Tang Chuchu stood up and took the things from He Yanmei's hand. He Yanmei said, just this afternoon, outside the Ella group, the military and police held a joint exercise. Many people were mobilized. I heard that even big shots like King Xiaoyao showed up. It's a pity that when I went there, I just watched them leave and didn't see the real big scene. Tang Chuchu was stunned. Outside Ella group, exercises. She couldn't help but glance at Jang Chen. Jang Chen spread his hands and said, "How would I know that? When I brought you back, I didn't see any joint military and police exercises." Tang Chuchu didn't think much about it. Jang Chen said, "Mom and Dad, the meal is ready. We are waiting for you to come back and eat." The family came in. Jang Chen went to get the dishes and chopsticks. While eating, Pa Wumin spat out what she had eaten on the table and cursed fiercely, "Jang Chen, you want to kill me with the spiciness. Don't you know that I have a sore throat recently and can't eat spicy food? Why did you put so many chilies?" He Yanmei put down her chopsticks abruptly and said, "Too spicy." "Then go ahead and make it. Jang Chen has prepared the meal for us to eat when we come back, and you are still nitpicking." Tang Song pulled Wumin in time. "Mom." Wumin was about to cry out of grievance. Her mother used to love her as a daughter-in-law very much, but now she was actually helping a son-in-law who came to live with the family. "I'll put less chili next time." Jiang Chen also apologized. He didn't want to make the relationship too awkward, because it would only make Tang Chuchu embarrassed. "If you don't like it spicy, go out and eat." He Yanmei picked up the chopsticks and picked up a piece of meat for Jiang Chen with a smile on her face. "Son-in-law, I visited some streets today and found a few good storefronts with reasonable prices. The money we have is enough to open a clinic. Once the clinic opens, we will use Chuchu to advertise. Even Chuchu can restore her appearance. This will definitely attract a lot of people, and business will definitely be booming." Jiang Chen had a helpless look on his face. He really didn't want to open a clinic. After he opened the clinic, if word spread back to Kyoto, wouldn't those big shots line up to come? Wouldn't he be so busy then? Now he just wants to stay by Tang Chuchu's side and live a leisurely life. "Mom, let's talk about it later. Tang Song wants to buy a car, so use the money to buy him a car. Even if he wants to open a clinic, I have saved some money over the years, which is enough." Hearing this, Tang Song smiled brightly and said hurriedly, "Mom, my brother-in-law is right. Let's change the car first, a luxury car. It should be worth at least $1 million. It will be more prestigious to drive it out." Jiang Chen spoke up for Tang Song, and Tang Song stopped calling him trash and started calling him brother-in-law. Jiang Chen nodded, "Well, we have money. By the way, Chuchu seems to be very interested in fashion design. Why don't we not open a clinic and start a clothing company? The City Trade City will be inviting investment in the near future. When the time comes, I will use my connections to rent a floor of an office building at the lowest price as the company's headquarters." Tang Chuchu pulled Jiang Chen aside in time and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? I heard that the city's commercial center is going to be built into a world financial center. The rent is ridiculously expensive, and the entry fees are astronomical. Also, do you know how much money it takes to open a company? We don't have connections, but we don't have money. How can we open a company?" Jiang Chen smiled and said, "As for the money, I'll find a way. We can take out a loan or borrow money. Anyway, as long as you like it, I'll support you. Do you know the emperor's residence? I took you there last time." To tell you the truth, the owner of the emperor's residence is my comrade in arms. We went through life and death together, but he climbed faster and his level is a bit higher, while I'm just a small soldier. It's not difficult for me to ask my friend for help. What, the owner of Diwang residence is your friend? Yanmei widened her eyes. The emperor's residence is the most luxurious villa in the river, covering an area of 30 acres, luxurious and extravagant. Who the owner of the emperor's residence is has always been a mystery. But there are rumors that not everyone with money can live in the emperor's residence. Jang Chen nodded. Yes, he was once a comrade in arms, but he is now out of the country on business, and he has temporarily handed over the emperor's residence to me. Chuchu, I plan to hold a wedding with you in the emperor's residence, and I want you to be the happiest bride in the world. Haha, okay. Before Tang Chuchu could speak, Yanmei laughed and said, we will hold it at the emperor's residence. Hurry up and hold it on the old man's birthday. I heard that the old man spent 30 million to book a floor of the Jiangzhong Hotel to hold his 80th birthday. We will also hold the wedding on that day, at the most luxurious and extravagant emperor's residence in the whole river, to piss off that face-conscious Tang Tianlong to death. Yanmei was so happy that she couldn't close her mouth. Although the emperor's residence does not belong to Jang Chen has the connections and can hold the wedding there. If this gets out, it will be so embarrassing. Tang Song didn't quite believe Jang Chen's words, and couldn't help asking, brother-in-law, you're not kidding, are you talking about the emperor residence? Is that the Jingxiu emperor residence? The one that covers more than 30 acres, the most luxurious and extravagant villa in the whole river, and is rumored to cost more than 3 billion. Yeah. Jiang Chen nodded and said, Chuchu has been there. Brother-in-law, you really have such great power, who is your comrade in arms? Jiang Chen chuckled and said, I was a soldier in the southern wilds. There was another person who went to the southern wilds with me. He was the southern wilds commander Black Dragon, the commander of the million-strong Black Dragon army, and in existence at the same level as King Xiaoyao. The emperor's residence belonged to Black Dragon. The commander took good care of me and let me stay in the emperor's residence temporarily. TSK, a Black Dragon. Tang Song immediately lost interest. This guy was exaggerating too much. Tang Chuchu also rolled her eyes and said, you are getting more and more boastful. If you knew Black Dragon and if Black Dragon coach took care of you, would you be doing so badly that you even have to ask me for money for cigarettes? That's right. Wu Min looked disdainful. You don't act like this when you're showing off. Do you know what people are saying about you now? They say you asked your boss to borrow a car to show off. When the car owner comes back, the driver, your boss, and you will all be in trouble. Just wait for the bullet to hit you. Yanmei heard all this. Now she was a little worried and couldn't help asking, Jiang Chen, is this really as the outside world says? When the big shot comes back, will you be punished by the court? Jiang Chen was helpless. No one believed him when he said he and Heilong were once comrades in arms. If he said he was the Black Dragon, no one would believe him. Since you don't believe it, just keep it a secret for now. He scratched his head and said, Mom, at most I'll just write a report to review it. It's not that exaggerated. Besides, I've been a soldier for 10 years and I've saved my boss before. My boss has some connections, so it's just borrowing a car. It's not a serious crime. Yanmei breathed a sigh of relief and patted her chest. It's good that everything is fine. By the way, is it reliable to hold the wedding in the emperor's residence? Will there be any problems? Jiang Chen swore, it's absolutely reliable. Emperor residence is Black Dragon's residence. Black Dragon is now out of the country on business and won't be back for a while. And I really know Black Dragon. We carried out a mission together 8 years ago. Although it's been many years, Black Dragon is the most loyal. As long as his soldiers have something to ask for, as long as it's not too much, he will agree. If you don't believe me, go and ask if Black Dragon is the most loyal of the 5 marshals and the one who takes the most care of his soldiers. Boom boom boom. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Tang Hai and his family appeared at the door with the new share transfer contract. Tang Tianlong gave 20% of the family's shares to Tang Bo's family. He also asked Tang Hai to give up his position as executive chairman and to obtain forgiveness from Tang Bo's family. Be sure to invite Tang Chuchu back. Otherwise, he would have to get out of the Tang family. Therefore, Tang Hai prepared gifts again and came to Tang Chuchu's house again. There were not many people accompanying us this time. There is only Tang Hai, his wife Li Yao, son Tang Lei, and daughter Tang Menjiang. All four of them were holding gifts in their hands. Tang Hai knocked on the door gently. Tang Chuchu's family was eating and chatting. He Yanmei ordered, "Tang Song, go open the door." Oh. Tang Song put down his bowl and chopsticks and went to open the door. Seeing that it was Tang Hai's family, he immediately greeted them with a smile. "Uncle, why are you here? Please come in." In the morning, He Yanmei refused to go back to Tang's house, and Tang Song regretted it very much. Without the Tang family, he would be unemployed and have no job. What would his family eat? Now the uncle came again. He enthusiastically took the gifts from several people and brought them in. "Come if you want, why bring gifts? By the way, have you eaten? We are eating now, let's eat together." He led Tang Hai's family into the house and shouted, "Amin, what are you still standing there for? Go get the dishes and chopsticks." Tang Bo also stood up and called out, "Brother, sister-in-law." He Yanmei put down her chopsticks with a stern face, and looked at Tang Hai's family who walked into the house with a gloomy face. "What are you doing here?" "Mom." Tang Song said in time, "Can you please say less? Uncle came to your house in person, why do you have such an attitude?" "Shut up." He Yanmei scolded. Tang Hai was not angry at all. He smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, I came here specially to apologize. You see, Dad is going to be 80 years old soon. Isn't it good for the family to live in harmony?" And Dad said that he would give Tang Bo 20% of the family shares. Tang Song was overjoyed, really. Wu Min, who came out with the bowl and chopsticks, heard this and was also happy. She said hurriedly, "Uncle, Auntie, don't stand, sit down. Jang Chen, what are you doing? Hurry up and give up your seat." Jang Chen was about to stand up. "Sit down." He Yanmei scolded. Jang Chen sat down immediately. He Yanmei looked at Tang Hai's family coldly and said in a cold voice, "Why, are you afraid that without Chuchu, Qianjuan will not cooperate with Yongla? The old man expelled our family from the family in front of so many big shots. 20% of the family shares. Give it now and take it back tomorrow, is this interesting?" Although 20% of the family shares are tempting, it is equivalent to 100 million yuan in assets. However, He Yanmei has been married into the Tang family for decades, and she knows Tang Tianlong's character very well. If she gives it to him today, he might take it back one day when he gets angry. "Mom, stop talking. Mom, this is 20% of the shares. If you don't want it, you should think about us. Ah Song and I are going to have a child soon. You have to think about your grandson, right?" He Yanmei's attitude made Tang Song and Wu Min very anxious. Tang Lei apologized in time. "Chuchu, I'm sorry, I was wrong before, I shouldn't have insulted you, please go back and continue to be the chairman, the company's affairs are still waiting for you to deal with." Tang Menjiang also said, "Sister Chuchu, you can go back. Grandpa said that you will continue to be the executive chairman of the group, and your monthly salary will be the same as before, 300,000. Hearing this, Tang Chuchu was also moved. She really wanted to go to work and didn't want to stay at home and waste her time. But seeing He Yanmei's expression, she tactfully didn't say anything. Not rare. He Yanmei's attitude was very firm. She never wanted to go back to the Tang family to be bullied again. "Sister-in-law, why are you doing this? Don't be so picky about money." Li Yao also smiled and said, 20% of the family shares. The Tang family has a lot of businesses, and they are all profitable. With 20% of the shares, you can get at least 1 million every month. Mom, please agree to it. Tang Song was so anxious that he almost cried. 1 million a month, this is a treatment his family has never had before, and a luxury car every month. Mom, please don't be angry, okay? Wu Min also begged. Her bags, her skirts, and her cosmetics all depended on these family shares. Tang Hai smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, if there is any unhappiness, it's over. Look, Dad is so generous this time, giving you 20% of the shares at once. Yanmei was also a little moved. This 20% stake is money. Once the old man passes away and the family property is divided, it will be hundreds of millions. Tang Bo, that loser, can't earn so much money even if he works hard all his life. However, when she thought about the attitude of the Tang family over the years, the grievances she had suffered in the Tang family, and Tang Bo's status in the family, she wanted to cry. Thinking back to yesterday, the Tang family took all the credit for Jang Chen and insulted their family. Recalling that morning, Tang Tianlong kicked their family out of the Tang family. She was angry. Since you have chosen not to go back, then don't go back. You will be ridiculed when you return. Now she is determined and doesn't care about money anymore. Even if she is poor, at least she is free and doesn't have to worry about other people's feelings. Get out. She toughened up and pointed at the door. Jang Chen sat aside and ate quietly. He also didn't expect that Yanmei, who was obsessed with money and kept clamoring for Tang Chuchu to divorce him and find a rich son-in-law, and who knelt down to Wang Jing of the Wang family at the door of Delicious Kitchen, would refuse 20% of the Tang family's shares. Auntie, don't be ungrateful. Tang Lei was instantly angry. His grandfather came to the house in person but was refused entry. Now his father came again and was refused again. He has long been unhappy about the 20% family shares given by his grandfather. Yanmei's attitude now made him even more unhappy. Grandpa is not asking you to go back, he is asking Chuchu. Chuchu hasn't said anything yet, why are you asking so much? Yanmei scolded, Chuchu is my daughter, I have the final say on whether she comes back or not, get out or not. She stood up, picked up a broom and started to chase people away. She chased Tang Hai's family out and slammed the door. Outside the door. Dad, look, what's this attitude? Grandpa has already given them 20% of the shares, what else do they want? Do they think it's too little? They are really greedy. Tang Lei and Tang Menjing cursed angrily. Okay, let's go back first. Tang Hai said calmly. In the house. After Yanmei chased the person away, she felt a little regretful. 20% of the Tang family shares are worth 100 million yuan. Mom, you are old and confused. Mom, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but you've suffered so much in the Tang family over the years, and you've been wronged so much. This is what our family deserves. How can you refuse? If you don't consider yourself, you should at least consider me. Tang Song and Wu Min both started to complain. Okay, stop talking about Mom. Tang Chuchu said, Grandpa, Uncle and his friends have always looked down on our parents, and I have brought shame to them. Mom finally managed to show off her skills. I agree with what she did. Yanmei glanced at Tang Chuchu and said, Chuchu is right. Instead of going back and being looked down upon and insulted, it is better to do better. We should hold a big birthday party. Let's also hold a wedding at the emperor residence to piss off that biased Tang Tianlong to death. Tang Chuchu swore, Mom, don't worry, I will never embarrass you in the future. Jang Chen smiled and said, Mom, I know you want to make life easier for your family, and you want to go back, but you just can't bring yourself to do it. Don't worry, the Tang family is afraid that Qian Juan will terminate his contract with Yongla, and will come to Chuchu for help again. If you are tougher, you can get more by then. Yanmei felt a little regretful and couldn't help asking, after all this, will they really come again? If they do, should I refuse or agree? Jiang Chen smiled and said, it depends on what you want to say. You can refuse or agree. Mom, if they come again, you must agree. I'm kneeling down for you. Tang Song flopped down and knelt on the ground. You spineless thing. Yanmei cursed, look at Jiang Chen, although he is poor, he has backbone. You, for a little money, you even lose your dignity. Tang Song stood up and muttered quietly, you weren't like this before. What? Say it again. Yanmei stood up, raised her voice to 80 decibels, grabbed Tang Song's ears, and shouted coldly, are you getting bolder and bolder? Mom, don't be angry. Wu Min said in time, a song is doing this for everyone. If we lose the Tang family, what will our family eat? I won't go back even if I don't have food. He Yanmei became tough again and shouted, "Go find a job for me. You have hands and feet. I don't believe that without the Tang family, our family will starve to death." Tang Song didn't dare to say a word after being yelled at. He hated Jang Chen to death. It wasn't like this before. In the past, he had to beg the family for money, but now he doesn't even want the money that is offered to him. All this changed because of Jang Chen's arrival. A dinner turned unpleasant because of the arrival of Tang Hai's family. After dinner, the family sat on the sofa and watched the replay of the King Xiaoyao's succession ceremony, while Jiang Chen went to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Tang Song came to Tang Chuchu and whispered, "Sister, please persuade Mom. This is money. Do you know what 20% of the family shares means? And Grandpa has said that you can continue to be the executive chairman. Do you know how much power this is? You don't know how much kickbacks your uncle has secretly taken as the executive chairman over the years. Tang Lei knows about it. He doesn't go to work, but the cars he drives are all worth more than 1 million. Speaking of Tang Lei, Tang Song feels envious. They are all members of the Tang family. Why is there such a big difference? Now, I'm about to become successful, but my mother has become stubborn and doesn't even want the money that is offered to her. Tang Chuchu also didn't want the relationship between family members to become so strained. She knew her grandfather, who was a little too proud and dreamed of leading the Tang family to glory and becoming a truly wealthy family. Over the years, the Tang family has been working hard for Grandpa's goal. I'll go talk to Mom. Sister, you must convince Mom. I'll try my best. Tang Chuchu stood up and came to Yanmei, "Mom." Yanmei, who was watching TV seriously, turned around and glanced at her. "Well, what's the matter?" Tang Chuchu said, "Mom, don't you want to hold your head up in front of your family? This is a good opportunity. Grandpa let us return to the family and gave us so many shares. He also let me continue to be the executive chairman. Now that I am the executive chairman, you can hold your head up high when you return to your family, right?" "Why?" Yanmei sighed softly. "Chu-Chu, don't you know what kind of person your grandfather is? He is generous now because he still needs you. When he doesn't need you anymore, he will kick you away. He is giving you so many shares now, but he will take them back sooner or later. This is something for the future, let's talk about it later." Tang Chuchu tried her best to persuade. As she spoke, she choked up, "Mom, I'm sorry. I have embarrassed you over the years and made you unable to hold your head up in front of the family and outsiders. Chu-Chu, don't blame yourself. If it weren't for you, your grandfather wouldn't like your father. Your father is a coward. He doesn't fight for anything, and he doesn't fight for anything. As a result, his status in the family is getting lower and lower. Other members of the Tang family work in Yongla and buy cars and houses, but your father still buys houses and mortgages." Yanmei looked as if she was disappointed with her friend. Back when they were in school, Tang Bo was excellent in all aspects, but she didn't expect that Tang Bo was so weak and honest. After all, he was a manager, but he didn't know how to take kickbacks. "Mom, let's go back." Jiang Chen washed the dishes and heard this. He couldn't help but said, "Chu-Chu, don't be anxious, now the Tang family is begging you. Since our parents have a very low status in the Tang family over the years, then take this opportunity to get everything back at once. You're useless. You're the only one who talks too much." Tang Song cursed angrily and shouted, "Jiang Chen, I'm warning you, this is our family affair, don't butt in." Originally, Tang Song had developed a fondness for Jiang Chen because Jiang Chen asked his mother to give him money to buy a car. Now he hated Jiang Chen to death. Jiang Chen sat down, took out a cigarette and lit it, and also gave one to Tang Bo who was sitting beside him watching TV seriously. "Dad, have a cigarette." Tang Bo took it, glanced at Yanmei, stood up and went to the balcony to smoke. Jiang Chen didn't care about that. He took a deep breath and the smoke spread around his nose. He said calmly, "Since you want to fight for it, you have to fight for it more. Mom, listen to me. Next time they come again, you can directly ask for half of the Tang family shares. If they don't agree, then don't go back. If they agree, then go back." Are you kidding me?" Tang Song scolded, "Do you know how big the Tang family's business is? Do you know how much 50% of the Tang family shares are? Tang Chuchu also scolded, Chen, don't make trouble. However, Yanmei straightened up and said, I think what Jang Chen said makes sense. If you want to give, just give 50%. Anyway, I don't want to go back. If you give me 50%, I can consider going back. Besides, in the future, we will have the final say in the Tang family. Mom, this is impossible. Grandpa won't agree to it. That's right, Mom. 20% is enough. Just think about it. With more than 1 million a month, plus my salary, we can buy a villa in less than a year. Yanmei was also shaken. Jang Chen said in time, Mom, don't be soft-hearted. This is your best chance to be proud and be the master of the Tang family. If you miss it, you will never have this chance again. Yanmei was also unsure and asked, 50%. Isn't that too much? Will the old man agree? Jiang Chen analyzed, you all know Qianjuan's status in Jiangzhou, and Qianjuan is just one of the groups of the Yi family in Kyoto. Qianjuan alone has a market value of 100 billion, so you can imagine the value of the entire Yi family. As for the Tang family, all their assets added up are only a few billion, and most of them are fixed assets. Only by deepening cooperation with the Yi family can the Tang family's assets increase rapidly. Although Grandpa is stubborn, he is not stupid. Jiang Chen paused and continued, you know, the City Trade City is a high-end commercial and financial center. It is extremely difficult to get a seat there. A small company like the Tang family cannot get a seat there at all. But Grandpa is very proud and has always wanted the Tang family to become a wealthy family. He will definitely find ways to get a seat there. Without the support of the Yi family, how can he get one? So, she hopes Chuchu will go back. Only when Chuchu goes back to take charge of the Tang family, the cooperation between the Tang family and Qianjuan will last long. Jiang Chen analyzed the pros and cons one by one. What you said makes sense. The Tang family believed it without a doubt. As long as Chuchu continues to serve as Yongla's executive chairman, the Tang family will have more and more orders and more assets. Grandpa should be able to settle this account. After hearing what Jiang Chen said, Yanmei immediately made the decision, yes, I want 50%. Good son-in-law, you are really the savior of our family. If Tangbo had your brain, our family would not have no status at all in the family. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, and Tang Song threatened, I hope your suggestion is useful. If you lose even 20% in the end, I will not forgive you. After threatening Jiang Chen, Tang Song looked at Yanmei with a smile, Mom, look, we are about to get 50% of the family's shares. We will soon be rich. What about the car? Yanmei glared at Tang Song fiercely. Tang Song looked at Jiang Chen, begging him to speak. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and said, Mom, Xiao Song is right. Our family really needs a luxury car. When our mom goes back to her parents' home in the future, she will be proud to drive there, right? Yeah, that makes sense. Yanmei nodded and said, buy it. Let's go buy it tomorrow. Tang Song looked at Jiang Chen with gratitude. This kid is still quite useful. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. What Tang Chuchu cares about most is her family, and what she values most is her family's opinions. He did all this simply to make the family more harmonious. He glanced at Tang Chuchu and found that there was a smile on her face that she herself didn't even notice. This is a smile that comes from the joy in one's heart and appears unconsciously. As long as Tang Chuchu is happy, he will do anything. Jiang Chen resolved the internal conflict of the Tang family with just a few words. Night. Tang Chuchu's room. Tang Chuchu lay on the bed, looking away at Jiang Chen who was sleeping on a mat on the floor. Thinking of what happened during the day, she felt a little palpitated. Chen, is the ground cold? Ah, it's okay. Jiang Chen was thinking about something. He was thinking about his family's treasure map, the Huiyue mountain dwelling map, and the black rose he met today. When he heard Tang Chuchu's voice, he responded instinctively. Then you continue to sleep on the floor. Tang Chuchu turned around angrily. She originally wanted Jiang Chen to go to bed, but Jiang Chen was a blockhead. Ah. Jiang Chen reacted and couldn't help shaking, Chuchu, I'm so cold. However, Tang Chuchu kicked off a sheet. Jiang Chen knew that because of his absent-mindedness, he missed an opportunity. But he didn't think too much about it. Life was pretty good now. The night passed quietly. Early the next morning, Tang Chuchu and her family went out. They were going to buy a car. They would use Tang Chuchu's 2 million to buy a luxury car. But Jiang Chen did not go and chose to stay at home to clean. After the family left, Jiang Chen dropped his broom, chose to go out, and went to the mortal clinic. Because Xiao He came back from the southern wilderness. The southern wilderness is the border, and there are 18 small countries here. These countries are rich in minerals and have many rich people. Xiao He is the deputy commander of the Black Dragon Army. He is second only to the emperor and above everyone else. It is very easy for him to make money. After he returned to the southern wilds, he spread the news that Black Dragon needed some money, and the owners of the gold mines, coal mines, brick and stone mines, and jadeite mines came in person to deliver the money. Hundreds of millions, billions were given. Xiao He quickly collected the money and returned to the river. Jiang Chen rode his electric scooter to the mortal clinic. In addition to Xiao He, there was also a woman in the clinic who was wearing black tight leather pants, had a sexy figure and a beautiful appearance. She is Black Rose, a key member of the tomb-robbing gang on the southern border. Xiao He called out, "Brother Jiang." "Coach." Black Rose knelt down immediately when she saw Jiang Chen coming. Jiang Chen paused for a moment and said, "There is no black dragon in the river, so don't be restrained. Just call me Brother Jiang." "Yes." Black Rose stood up and called out, "Brother Jiang." Then she stood aside. Jiang Chen sat on the chair and asked, "Xiao He, did you get the money?" Xiao He smiled and said, "Of course I will. I'll spread the word, and when the boss wants money, those wealthy businessmen will come to me on their own initiative." Jiang Chen nodded, "Yes, I accepted the money from others and told my brothers to take care of it. I will try my best to help as much as I can within my power." "I've already given the order, Brother Jiang, what should we do next?" Jiang Chen fell into deep thought. His idea was to buy the city's commercial center. However, both he and Xiao He have special identities and it is not appropriate for them to show up. He glanced at Black Rose. At the first sight, Black Rose trembled and could not help but kneel down. Jiang Chen frowned, "What do you mean?" Black Rose was stunned. "You looked at me with weird eyes and asked me what I meant." But she didn't dare say it out loud. "Coach, please punish me." "Who said I was going to punish you? Stand up and speak." Black Rose stood up, lowered her head, and dared not say a word. Jiang Chen asked, "Black Rose, what is your real name?" Black Rose replied truthfully, "Coach, my real name is Bai Su." "Well, Bai Su, I plan to buy the Jiangzhou City Commercial City. You are responsible for this matter. Xiao He will help you secretly and arrange everything for you so that you can buy the commercial center at the lowest price. What you need to do is to attract foreign investment and build this commercial center into a top financial center." "Yes." Black Rose nodded, not daring to say no. "Xiao He." "Brother Jiang, you give the order." Jiang Chen ordered, "Notify the brothers in the southern wasteland to check the ancient tomb of Lanling King and find out who hired the Black Rose gang to rob the tomb. Then find out the identity of the murderer who stole the treasure. Is he a member of the Black Rose gang or someone else?" "Yes, sir. I'll arrange it right away." Xiao He nodded, walked out, took out his cell phone, and called the Nanhuang headquarters, asking them to use all their connections to investigate these things. Jiang Chen looked at Black Rose again, who was lowering her head and trembling. Pointing to the chair, "Sit down, make yourself comfortable." I don't dare." Bai Su was so scared that she almost cried. "This is the black dragon that swept across the 18 countries on the border of the southern wilderness and commanded a 1,000,000-strong black dragon army. How could she dare to sit in front of the black dragon?" I said, "There is no black dragon in the river, only Jiang Chen." "Yes, Jiang, Brother Jiang." Bai Su opened her mouth, and when she said the word, "Big Brother," her teeth were trembling. She sat down. Jiang Chen asked, "Tell me what happened in the ancient tomb." "Yes." Bai Su nodded and told what happened. About 3 months ago, they received a salary and a map to rob an ancient tomb. They spent a month surveying and finally entered the tomb. After cracking many mechanisms, he went deep into the ancient tomb. An ancient box was found in a crystal coffin with a key stuck in it. At this moment, the electronic equipment suddenly lost control and the flashlight went black in an instant. Then screams were heard. She was closest to the ancient box, and she saw a shadow approaching the crystal coffin. In a hurry, she picked up the box, but it was snatched away, and she only pulled out the key from the box. After getting the key, she was shot. She didn't care about anything else, so she took the key and ran away from the ancient tomb. Then, she kept trying to figure out who had taken the box. She found some clues and followed him to Jang Chen. Brother Jiang, I don't know who the murderer is, but he is extremely powerful. If I hadn't been so good at escaping quickly, I would have died in the ancient tomb. Jang Chen listened carefully, trying to determine whether what Bai Su said was true or not. After Xiao He gave instructions to the Nanhuang headquarters, he walked in. He also heard Bai Su talk about the ancient tomb. Jiang Chen glanced at Xiao He. Xiao He had followed Jiang Chen for many years, and he immediately understood. He pulled out his gun in an instant and pointed it at the back of Bai Su's head. Bai Su was so frightened that her legs softened and she instantly knelt on the ground, her smooth forehead touching the ground. She trembled and begged for mercy. No. I don't know how I offended the commander, please spare my life. Jiang Chen looked indifferent and asked, is there a single lie in what you said? Replying to the commander, I will never speak empty words. Jiang Chen paused slightly. Xiao He immediately put away his pistol. Okay, get up. Since you have surrendered to me, you can work for me with peace of mind in the future. Remember, this is Jiangzhong. There are no black dragons or black roses in the river. I am Jiang Chen and you are Bai Su. As for your identity, make it bigger. After all, the one who can buy the city's commercial center is not an ordinary person. After Jiang Chen gave the order, he stood up and left. Only after he left did Bai Su breathe a sigh of relief. Her smooth forehead was broken and bleeding, and beads of sweat appeared on her fair face. Xiao He smiled and said, don't be too nervous. Big Brother Jiang is not as scary as the legend says. In fact, Big Brother Jiang is very good to his subordinates. As long as you follow him and don't betray him, nothing will happen to you. But if you betray him, the consequences will be. I know. Bai Su nodded repeatedly. Let's go and do what Brother Jiang arranged. By the trade center as soon as possible. Jiang Chen left the mortal clinic. He still has things to do. He had two purposes for returning to Jiangzhong this time. To repay a favor and to take revenge. Although the Xiao family, one of the 4 major families, has been abolished, the patriarchs of the other 3 families are also dead. However, there were far more people who went to the Jiang family that year than just these people. Many important members of the 4 major families went. Anyone who goes to the Jiang family villa must die. Wang family. The Wang family is one of the 4 largest families in Jiangzhou, with countless family businesses and assets worth tens of billions. The Wang family's villa is luxurious and grand. However, today the Wang family was not as lively and festive as before. In the hall of the villa, there was a coffin. The 3rd generation of the Wang family was kneeling on the ground, and some Taoist priests were performing rituals. Some families that had good relations with the Wang family came to the Wang family to attend the funeral of Wang Zheng, the head of the Wang family. At the same time, on the 2nd floor of the villa, in the lobby, a lot of people gathered here. The leader was Wang Zheng's eldest son Wang Meng. As soon as Wang Zheng died, the eldest son Wang Meng became the head of the family. In addition to Wang Meng, there were also several of Wang Zheng's sons and daughters. They gathered together to discuss some related matters regarding Wang Zheng's burial. At this moment, a young man in mourning came running over in a hurry. Dad, it's bad, something bad has happened. Wang Meng stood up suddenly and shouted, how can you be so flustered? Dad, no, look. The 3 generations of the Wang family, dressed in mourning, pointed at the stairs. The Wang family looked over. Thump. Many people fell to the ground in fright. A person came to the door. The man was wearing a black coat and a ghost mask on his face. Is this the person who killed Xiao Bieha and Xiao Zhan of the Xiao family? What's going on? Wasn't the murderer shot? Why is he showing up again? When Jang Chen approached, all the members of the Wang family stood up and stepped back instinctively. Jang Chen sat on the sofa, looking at the Wang family, and said coldly, "Those who went to the Jiang family 10 years ago, forced the Jiang family members, and set fire to the Jiang family villa, go to the Jiang family cemetery, kneel down for 10 days and 10 nights, and then die to apologize, and the rest of the Wang family can live." After saying this, Jiang Chen stood up and left under many horrified gazes. He walked to the door and stopped again. When he stopped, the Wang family members trembled with fear. "Remember, starting from tomorrow morning, you are not allowed to get up for 10 days and 10 nights. If you disobey, all the people in the Wang family will be killed." Jiang Chen's voice was like a muffled thunder, echoing in the ears of the Wang family, shocking them into confusion. It was not until Jiang Chen left that the Wang family members reacted. Wang Meng collapsed on the sofa in an instant. His face turned pale, and he murmured, "I should have thought of it earlier, I should have thought of it earlier. The one who killed Xiao Bieha and Xiao Zhan was the person Tang Chuchu rescued from the fire in the Jiang family villa 10 years ago. But, who is he?" Xiao Zhan forced Tang Chuchu to reveal the identity of this person, and Xiao Zhan also. Wang Meng thought of Xiao Zhan's identity. "This is the Deputy General of the Western Territory, a subordinate of King Xiaoyao. The Western Frontier Army has already shot the ghost-faced man. Now, why did he appear again? Who is he? The remnant of the Jiang family, the person Tang Chuchu saved, could it be Tang Chuchu's husband Jang Chen?" Wang Meng remembered that Jiang Nan also had a son named Jang Chen 10 years ago. Impossible. Wang Meng shook his head, denying his own thoughts. Tang Chuchu's current husband is a retired soldier who has no money and no power. "Dad, what should I do? Dad, what happened 10 years ago? Is there any connection between the fire in the Jiang family and the 4 major families?" The Wang family members were so anxious that they cried. "This is a god of death. No one should be left alive. Are they going to kill the entire Wang family?" After Jiang Chen went to Wang's house to inform them, he then went to Zhou's house and Zhao's house. "Again, let these 2 families go to the Jiang family villa and force the culprit of the 38 members of the Jiang family to kneel in front of the Jiang family mausoleum for 10 days and 10 nights, and then commit suicide to apologize. Otherwise, nothing will be left alive. Of the 4 major families, the Xiao family has been destroyed, and the patriarchs of the other 3 families have also died. However, this is just the beginning." All 3 major families were panicked. The main people of the 3 major families immediately gathered together and went to Xiao Ruren to discuss countermeasures, because Xiao Ruren was the one who took the lead in this matter. Municipal Hospital, Xiao Ruren's ward. She was severely injured by Jiang Chen, with several cuts on her face, and is still in the hospital. At this moment, the door opened and Jiang Chen walked in. Seeing Jiang Chen, Xiao Ruren rolled off the bed in fear, then stood up hurriedly and knelt on the ground. "Master, Commander." Jiang Chen locked the door casually, then walked over, sat on the chair, and looked at Xiao Ruren, who was kneeling on the ground and trembling. "Xiao Ruren, notify the Xiao family members who went to the Jiang family that year to kneel in front of the Jiang family mausoleum for 10 days and 10 nights, and then commit suicide to apologize. I will spare the lives of the rest of your Xiao family. Otherwise, no one will be spared. You don't have to go. I will give you 1 month. Find out the whereabouts of the Huayue mountain residents within 1 month. Coach, please let the Xiao family go. I know I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please let me pay with my life and let the Xiao family go, okay?" Facing the powerful black dragon, Xiao Ruren lost his temper and kept begging for mercy. 24 people. Jiang Chen's face was cold. I remember it clearly. In addition to the dead Xiao Bieha and Xiao Zhan, as well as the heads of the Wang, Zhou, and Zhao families, there are still 19 people. Excluding you, there are 18 more. These 18 people must kneel for 10 days or commit suicide to apologize, and this matter will be settled. Otherwise. Jiang Chen stood up, turned around, and left. No one will be left alive. Do as I say. I, Black Dragon, will keep my word. After these 18 people kneel down to repent and commit suicide to apologize, this matter will be settled. Jang Chen said as he walked out the door. Xiao Ruren knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her face. She regretted it so much. She believed in Jang Chen's current ability. If she didn't do as he said, then she would leave no one alive. Because she asked the Xiao family to evacuate the river in advance, but the Xiao family was restricted. Unable to leave by sea, land, or air, they were restricted and trapped in the river. She seemed to have lost all her energy and sat on the hospital bed, crying continuously. Soon, the heads of the three major families came to the door. Ruren, the remnant of the Jiang family, has returned for revenge. They are the ones who killed Xiao Zhan. The ghost-faced man shot by King Xiaoyao is a fake. Your fourth brother is King Xiaoyao's subordinate. You should find King Xiaoyao as soon as possible. Yes, the remnants asked us to kneel in the Jiang family cemetery for 10 days and then commit suicide to apologize. Ruren, now we are all counting on you. Only the Xiao family has a relationship with King Xiaoyao. The heads of the three major families spoke up one after another. Xiao Ruren raised his head, glanced at a few people, and said with strength but no breath, "Do it, it's better to have a dozen people die than to have all four major families die. One stone can cause 1,000 ripples." What? The heads of the three major families were completely dumbfounded. Xiao Ruren shouted, "Don't you understand? My fourth brother was a trusted subordinate of King Xiaoyao, a deputy commander with a 1-star military rank. My fourth brother died, but King Xiaoyao didn't even dare to fart, and even helped to suppress the matter. Don't you know how terrifying the people who survived the Jiang family were back then?" The heads of the three major families were shocked. More terrifying than King Xiaoyao. King Xiaoyao is one of the 5 great generals and stands at the top of the pyramid of power. Even more terrifying than him, then, who is that? The heads of the three major families couldn't figure out who the remnants of the Jiang family were. Xiao Ruren ignored the three people, took out his cell phone, called Xiao Hao, and cried, "Brother, you take the Xiao family members who went to the Jiang family that year to kneel in the Jiang family cemetery for 10 days and 10 nights, otherwise, the Xiao family will be wiped out." Those who went to the Jiang family back then were all the core members of the 4 major families, because ordinary members could not access such secrets. After the Jiang family was destroyed, the 4 major families did not mention a word about this matter. However, there were rumors spreading from outside. Some people say that Jiang Nan committed suicide out of fear of sin, and before committing suicide he set fire to the Jiang family's home to burn away the sins he had committed. Some people also say that the Jiang family was destroyed because they offended an important figure. But no one knows the truth. Now, Jang Chen has issued a death notice. Kneel for 10 days, then commit suicide. How is this possible? Today, these people are all wealthy people, with assets worth hundreds of millions and endless wealth and glory. How could they kneel for 10 days and then commit suicide to end their lives? The heads of the 3 major families left Xiao Ruren's ward one after another. Soon, Xiao Bia's eldest son, Xiao Ruren's elder brother Xiao Hao, rushed to the hospital in a hurry. "Ruren, what are you talking about? What do you mean by kneeling for 10 days or committing suicide to apologize?" Xiao Hao looked panicked. "Brother, don't ask any more questions. Just do as I say. You, second brother, third brother, second uncle, and fourth uncle, let them all go. It's better for these few to die than for all the hundreds of people in the Xiao family to die." Xiao Ruren cried like a tearful person. She regrets so much. All this was arranged by his fourth brother. If it weren't for her fourth brother Xiao Zhan, she wouldn't have approached Jiangnan, wouldn't have married Jiangnan, and wouldn't have torn the Jiang family apart in order to obtain the Huayue mountain residence painting. However, where is the painting of dwelling in the mountains and the moon? She didn't know all this. Because Xiao Zhan, the only person who knew about the Huayue mountain residence map, is dead. Ruren, what are you afraid of? Who is the remnant of the Jiang family? Can he be so powerful? Xiao Hao kept asking. Let him kneel in the Jiang family cemetery for 10 days and then commit suicide. This is absolutely impossible. No matter who it is, no one would commit suicide after kneeling for 10 days. Woo. I can't say it. If I say it, the Xiao family will be destroyed even faster. There are so many people in the Xiao family, and I don't want them to die because of my words. Xiao Ruren burst into tears. Xiao Hao looked solemn. He knew his sister's character well. She had gone through many ups and downs over the years. When had she ever been so afraid? Now the remnants of the Jiang family make her so afraid. So how scary is this guy? If so, let's go find King Xiaoyao. My fourth brother was King Xiaoyao's trusted subordinate. Now that my fourth brother is dead, King Xiaoyao will definitely protect us for his sake. It's useless, it's really useless. Xiao Ruren cried. If it was useful, King Xiaoyao would have taken action long ago. Brother, don't you understand that the one who wants to destroy my Xiao family is an existence that even King Xiaoyao is afraid of? Boom. Xiao Ruren's words echoed in Xiao Hao's mind like a bolt from the blue. Xiao Hao took a few steps back, his face pale, his heartbeat speeding up, and he kept gasping for air. His pale face was filled with an incredible expression, and he exclaimed, "Impossible, this is absolutely impossible." King Xiaoyao is the commander-in-chief of the Western Territory, one of the 5 commanders, and even more terrifying than King Xiaoyao. How is this possible? Xiao Ruren shed all her tears. She was completely hopeless and said helplessly, "Brother, I have said all I can. It's up to you whether I will do it or not. I can't even protect myself now. I can't protect the Xiao family anymore." At the same time, the heads of the other 3 families gathered together. Wang Meng, the head of the Wang family, looked solemn and asked, "What on earth is Xiao Ruren afraid of?" His Xiao family has a close relationship with King Xiaoyao, and Xiao Zhan is King Xiaoyao's confidant. But now she is so scared. Zhou Kuan of the Zhou family said coldly, "It's just bluffing. I don't believe that the remnants of the Jiang family can kill all the hundreds of people in my Zhou family." That's right. Zhao Donglai, the current head of the Zhao family, echoed, "There's nothing to be afraid of. I have a close relationship with Brother Nine in the underworld. Brother Nine has thousands of brothers under him. I'll give him some money and let Brother Nine protect my Zhao family for a while. It is impossible to ask them to kneel in the Jiang family cemetery for 10 days and then commit suicide to apologize. Now that the head of the family is dead, it is their turn to be in charge. They own billions of assets, so how could they lose face and kneel down? And how could they commit suicide after kneeling down?" The 3 of them gathered together to discuss countermeasures. After discussion, they decided to fight hard. The 3 major families contacted people in the underworld and spent a lot of money to invite many people in the underworld to gather in the 3 major families. As long as the remnants of the Jiang family dared to come, they would ensure that they would never return. However, even the Deputy General of the Western Territory and the elite Western Territory troops died in the Jiangzhong Hotel. How could an ordinary gangster protect them? But, at this point, they only have one chance. Don't they know how serious the consequences will be if they fail? The 4 major families were in panic. However, this is an internal matter of the 4 major families, and the outside world does not know about it. The outside world only knew that the 4 major families had encountered big troubles. Xiao Bieha of the Xiao family died tragically at a birthday party, and soon after that, Xiao Zhan of the Xiao family also died. Now he is the patriarch of the other 3 major families. All the important people from the 4 major families are dead. This is definitely a big event that caused a sensation in Jiangzhong. However, because King Xiaoyao succeeded to the throne, the popularity of these events was suppressed by King Xiaoyao. Now that King Xiaoyao's succession has ended, everyone has begun to discuss the affairs of the 4 major families. The 4 major families have offended a big shot. The Xiao family is finished, and the other 3 families won't last long either. The situation in Jiangzhong needs to be reshuffled. Who can replace the 4 major families and become the new wealthy family in Jiangzhong? The Liu family is qualified. Compared with the 4 major families, the Liu family's assets are stronger, not weaker. There is hope for the Li family, too. As the succession ceremony of King Xiaoyao came to an end, People in Jiangzhou were paying attention to the four major families and discussing when the other three families would follow in the footsteps of the Xiao family. Everyone is discussing which family can replace the four major families and become the new wealthy family in Jiangzhou. There are rumors from outside. After notifying the four major families, Jang Chen returned to the Tang family and became a house husband, cleaning the house thoroughly. He is now a completely different person from when he first went to the four major families. When he went to the four major families, he was a god of death. After Jang Chen cleaned the room, he saw that it was almost time, so he went out to the market to buy vegetables and cook. He rode his electric scooter, humming a little tune, and walked leisurely towards the vegetable market. At the same time, on the 18th floor of a building in the middle of the river. This is a luxurious office. In front of the full glass window stands a slender woman with her arms folded, looking out the glass. The entire city is in sight. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door. Come in. The woman responded and sat down in the office chair. She has a perfect face with delicate features and no blemishes, like a carefully carved work of art, so perfect. Chairman, we have already found out that this person is Jang Chen, and he is the son-in-law of the Tang family. Well, Jang Chen. The woman was stunned. The woman's name is Lin Yi. She is a member of the Lin family in Kyoto and is in charge of the Lin family's assets in Jiangzhou. Yesterday, she attended an important banquet. But on the way, her car was robbed, her driver was thrown off the road, and the robber ran red lights all the way to the Ella Group. Lin Yi saw Jang Chen rushing into the Ella Group with a ferocious look, and more than a dozen security guards were knocked down by him in an instant. As for what Jang Chen did after he rushed in, she didn't know. But she knew that the police were dispatched soon after, followed by the army, and even King Xiaoyao showed up in person. Then, they announced to the public that this was an exercise. Was it a show? Only Lin Yi knew that this was definitely not acting. Therefore, she asked someone to investigate the identity of the car robber and learned that he was Jang Chen, the son-in-law of the Tang family. Her slender fingers tapped lightly on the table, making a rhythmic sound. King Xiaoyao suppressed this matter personally. What is the origin of Jang Chen, the son-in-law of the Tang family? Is his origin more terrifying than King Xiaoyao's? Tang Chuchu and her family went out early in the morning. Their purpose today is to buy a car, a luxury car. They visited many 4S stores and tried many cars, including Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Audi, and other luxury cars from well-known brands. But, I still don't find one I like. Either the quality is too low and I don't like it, or the quality is too high and I can't afford it. And today, there happens to be a car show in Jiangzhou City. There are many luxury cars here. Tang Chuchu and her family came over. Tang Song's eyes widened when he saw the luxury cars here. Oh my god, Ferrari supercar, Bentley, Maybach, Bugatti Veyron. Tang Song looked at the sexy and beautiful car models in front of the luxury car with envy on his face. When can we buy a real luxury car? A car worth more than 1 million is simply garbage compared to these. Pa. He Yanmei slapped him on the forehead and scolded him, don't have these unrealistic dreams. Buying a car worth more than 1 million is enough. Why did you bring us here? Don't think I don't understand. The cars here are worth tens of millions at any time. Tang Song chuckled and said, Mom, I brought you here to see the world. It doesn't cost money anyway. Wow, this car is so beautiful. Tang Chuchu also took a fancy to a red Ferrari supercar and was instantly fascinated by it. She took out her mobile phone and took a few photos. The family walked around the auto show, looking at the valuable luxury cars, and kept taking out their mobile phones to take pictures. After walking around for a while, they left. Because cars here are too expensive, they simply can't afford them. Finally, he went to a Maserati store, carefully selected, and spent 2 million to buy a Maserati. After paying, Yanmei only had a few thousand yuan left in her card. Even the money for subsequent insurance payments and registration is gone. She said with a straight face, I told you to buy something worth more than 1 million, but you insisted on buying something so expensive. You're now a pauper. Tang Song comforted her, Mom, we will soon be able to get 50% of the family's shares. Then we will have money. Come on, let's drive back. I'll take you for a ride in a luxury car. Yanmei's expression became much happier when she thought that her family finally owned a luxury car and she could hold her head high when she returned to her parents' home in the future. After paying, Tang Song drove the car and started driving around the city with his family. Oh, cool, this motivation. Tang Song drove the car and shouted loudly, afraid that others didn't know that he had just bought a luxury car. Bang. After driving for just over 10 minutes, when waiting for the traffic light, Tang Song was driving too fast and reacted a little slowly. By the time he braked, the car had already rear-ended him. Hearing the bang, Tang Song's heart skipped a beat. The faces of the Tang family members in the car all changed. I just bought the car and haven't even bought insurance yet, and now I'm rear-ended. Tang Song got out of the car with a stern face. At the same time, the owner of the car in front also got out. This is a fat man in his 40s, dressed very ordinary, but he has the aura of a big boss. What did you do? How could you brake so suddenly that I had to rear-end the car? Do you know how much my car is worth? 2 million. When Tang Song saw that the paint on his bumper was scratched and dented, he looked distressed and started cursing. The fat man silently looked at his car, and then looked at the ferocious Tang Song. With a nonchalant look on his face, he said, "My car is not too expensive. It's a limited edition Maybach, worth more than 40 million yuan. Do you think I should use insurance or settle it privately?" What? Tang Song was stunned for a moment. He only cared about his own car and didn't pay attention to other people's cars. Seeing this, he turned pale with fright and screamed, "Oh my God!" Tang Bo, Yanmei, Tang Chuchu, and Wu Min got off the car one after another. When they saw that the car they hit was a limited edition Maybach, they were so scared that their faces turned pale. But Lin Xian is not a good guy at all, he is the underground emperor of Jiangzhou. He was doing some shady business, and now he hasn't even opened his mouth, but this guy is putting the blame on him. I braked, you bastard. I was stopped at a red light, and you chased me and hit my car. Not only that, you also had a bad attitude and swore at me. When Lin Xian saw Tang Song's car, which didn't even have a license plate and no insurance sign on the front of the car, he immediately laughed. You just bought it, right? Look, the back of my car has been dented. If you sell this car and add a few million, it should be enough to compensate you. Tang Song's legs went limp and he immediately knelt on the ground. Brother, I was wrong. Please let me go. I spent all my fortune buying this car. I don't have the money to pay for it. Why are you showing off when you have no money? Lin Xian raised his foot and kicked Tang Song, knocking him to the ground. He walked over and started punching and kicking him. Stop fighting. Wu Min rushed over and pulled Lin Xian. Bang. Lin Xian swung his hand and slapped Wu Min, knocking her to the ground. Tang Song got up again, ignoring the pain in his body, and knelt on the ground again, begging for mercy. Yanmei walked over with a gloomy face and slapped Tang Song, who was kneeling on the ground, on the head. He cursed, "You useless bastard, if I had known, I shouldn't have agreed to buy you this car." After cursing, he looked at the middle-aged fat man Lin Xian, who was full of hatred, with a pleading look on his face. "Brother, look, this is not a big problem. I still have 5,000 yuan in my card. Can I give it all to you?" 5,000. Lin Xian's face darkened. Who am I to send away a beggar? Yanmei said cautiously, "Well, how much do you want?" Lin Xian pointed at Tang Song's newly bought Maserati and said, "I told you, after this car is sold, I'll give you another 5 million. Since you can buy a 2 million car, you should have some money. If you don't have money, then use all your connections as soon as possible to see if you can resolve this matter. Otherwise, the consequences that await you will be very serious." Lin Xian is very low-key now. He doesn't know where these people in front of him come from. If he can find a connection, he won't make it difficult. Because he did some dirty things in his early years. Now that I have been cleared of all charges, I will keep a low profile if possible and avoid offending anyone if possible. After saying that, Lin Xian got in the car and made a phone call. "I'm at Tianhua Road, come and tie up a kid for me. This is the city area, and there is a traffic light intersection. Now 2 cars have rear-ended each other, and a traffic jam has occurred instantly. The traffic police came immediately, took photos, and asked the two men to drive the car to the side. Roadside. Tang Song and Wu Min knelt on the ground, begging for mercy and asking Lin Xian to let them go. But Lin Xian remained unmoved. At this moment, a van drove up and several ferocious-looking men got out and came to Lin Xian. "Boss." Lin Xian pointed at Tang Song, who was kneeling on the ground, and said calmly, "Take him away." "Yes." Several men forcibly grabbed Tang Song, who was kneeling on the ground, and dragged him into the van. Lin Xian turned around and looked at Tang Bo, He Yanmei, Tang Chuchu, and Wu Min, and said calmly, "Before 12 o'clock in the evening, bring 8 million to Xingshi dynasty to redeem him, otherwise you will have to wait for him to collect his body." "Mom, what should I do? Please think of a solution quickly, Wu." Wu Min cried anxiously. He Yanmei was at a loss. Tang Chuchu was also anxious. She took out her phone and called Jang Chen. Jang Chen bought some vegetables and was cooking at home. After receiving a call from Tang Chuchu, he asked, "Chuchu, are you coming back? My meal is almost ready." "Chen, it's bad, I'm in trouble." Jiang Chen was stunned and asked, "What's wrong?" Tang Chuchu cried and said, "We bought a car and drove it not long ago when I accidentally rear-ended it. The car we rear-ended was a limited edition Maybach, which is said to be worth more than 40 million yuan. Now I was found to be fully responsible, and I haven't bought insurance for the car yet. I was beaten and now I'm being forcibly taken away. What should I do?" "Don't worry, wherever you are, I'll be there right away." "Yes, on Tianhua Road." "Okay, don't worry, I'll be there soon." After Jiang Chen hung up the phone, he turned off the induction cooker that was stewing soup. Then he quickly went out and took a taxi to Tianhua Road. Tang Song was forcibly taken away, and the Tang family was in a panic. Because Tang Song was taken away in front of the traffic police, and the traffic police did not stop him. They are not stupid. Anyone who can drive a car worth tens of millions is definitely a big shot. Wu Min pulled Tang Chuchu with a pleading look on her face. "Sister, now only you can save Asong, don't you know Yi Xiong? Call him quickly." I'll try." Tang Chuchu was unsure either. Now that her brother had been taken away, the situation was serious and she had to fight. "Sorry, the number you dialed is currently unavailable." Tang Chuchu called Yi Xiong, but the call could not be connected. She said, "I called but couldn't get through." "Then, what should we do?" Wu Min was so anxious that she almost cried. She said in a sobbing voice, "Where's Jiang Chen? Didn't he come back from the army? Didn't he say he knew some important people? Hurry up and call him over." "I've called him and he's on his way." He Yanmei was very calm and said, "It's useless for Jiang Chen to come. Don't listen to his boasting. If he really knew some important people, he wouldn't have ended up like this and married into the Tang family." Wu Min cried, "Mom, what should I do?" He Yanmei thought for a moment and said, "I'll call Mr. Sunday. The Sun family is second only to the 4 major families. Last time, I told Mr. Sun that I would introduce my daughter to him. Because Chu-Chu's face was scratched by Xiao Zhan, this matter has been put aside for the time being. Ever since Tang Chuchu recovered her appearance, He Yanmei has been contacting those wealthy young men everywhere, trying to find a good family for Tang Chuchu. And Sun Yao from the Sun family is the best son-in-law in her mind. It was only because a lot of things happened that she stopped contacting Sun Yao. She immediately called Sun Yao and told him what had happened. "Auntie, I'm nearby. I'll be there soon." Sun Yao was eating at a restaurant near Tianhua Road. After receiving He Yanmei's call, he immediately drove over. In less than 10 minutes, Sun Yao showed up, driving a Porsche supercar worth tens of millions. He stopped the car, got out, saw the Tang family members on the roadside, and saw Tang Chuchu. His eyes lit up. Walked over. "Auntie, uncle, Chuchu." He greeted generously. Seeing Sun Yao, He Yanmei felt like she had grabbed a life-saving straw. "Mr. Sun, you must help me." Tang Song crashed into a luxury car while driving. "The man asked us to pay 8 million. If we don't have the money, he asked us to collect Tang Song's body." Sun Yao promised solemnly, "Auntie, don't worry, I will take care of this matter. My Sun family is also a first-class family in Jiangzhou, second only to the four major families. I know all kinds of big shots in Jiangzhou. Well, let's go to Xingshi dynasty." Sun Yao was stunned. A prosperous dynasty? Lin Xian's territory? He asked tentatively, "Auntie, what car did Tang Song hit?" "Okay, it looks like some limited edition Maybach." Hearing this, Sun Yao took a few steps back. Then he asked, "Isn't that person a little fat and dressed a little ordinary?" Yes, that's it." "Oh my God." Sun Yao shouted in his heart. This is the underground emperor of Jiangzhou. In the early years, he was called Black Wind Lin Xian. Now he has cleansed himself up and is doing legitimate business. Lin Xian is a very low-key person now. As long as you don't provoke him, you will basically be fine. Once you provoke him, the consequences. Call. Sun Yao took a deep breath. He glanced at Tang Chuchu and couldn't help swallowing. "Aunt, I can help you with this, but Lin Xian is not easy to deal with. My dad needs to step in. My dad has some connections with Lin Xian, but I can't help you for nothing. Last time, you said you would introduce Chuchu to me. Is that true?" For the sake of her son, Yanmei no longer cared about so much. "Mr. Sun, don't worry, Chuchu will divorce Jang Chen soon." Even though Tang Song was not very good, he was still her son after all. How could she watch her son get into trouble? Besides, Jang Chen is just a soldier. Although he claims to know an important person, between knowing an important person and being an important person, she chooses the latter. Sun Yao is a member of the Sun family. His family business is huge and his assets are worth tens of billions. It is 1,000 times better for Chuchu to marry into the Sun family than to marry Jang Chen. "Chuchu, what do you mean?" Sun Yao looked at Tang Chuchu. Lin Xian is indeed terrifying. His Sun family is nothing in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian is a real boss and does not bother to fight for the false reputation of a wealthy family. But his father did have some friendship with Lin Xian and they had eaten together. And it wasn't a big deal, just a rear-end collision. As long as he comes forward and pays some money, the matter will be settled. It's not a loss to pay several million for Tang Chuchu. "Mom, I won't divorce Jiang Chen." "Pa." Yanmei raised her hand and slapped him, shouting, "You don't want a divorce. Why don't you take out 8 million to save your brother?" A slap mark appeared on Tang Chuchu's face. She covered her face with her hands, tears welling up in her eyes. Sun Yao said, "Chuchu, do you know who Lin Xian is? Do you know what he did in his early years? He has killed at least 80 people. He is a man who eats people without leaving any bones behind." Ah. Hearing this, Tang Chuchu was also scared. Sun Yao looked at Yamyamon's figure and her beautiful face and swallowed. He continued, "Do you really think you can save people with 8 million? I tell you the truth, if Lin Xian gets the money, he will definitely not let Tang Song go. People who offend him never have a good ending. Chu, if you don't consider yourself, you should at least consider your brother." Yanmei was anxious. "Do you want your mother to kneel down for you?" As she said this, she was about to kneel down. "Mom." Tang Chuchu promptly supported Yanmei who was about to kneel, with tears on her cheeks. "Mom, I want to divorce Jiang Chen, please don't do this." Seeing this, Sun Yao showed joy on his face. Yanmei said that if the Tang family took 8 million to Xingshi dynasty, Lin Xian would release them. Sun Yao knew Lin Xian. This guy is a gangster and his words are law. Moreover, he has been very low-key in recent years and basically does not cause trouble. As long as the money is in place, Tang Song will definitely be fine. Moreover, he is a member of the Sun family. His father has a little relationship with Lin Xian, so if he comes forward, it shouldn't cost that much money. Once this matter is resolved, Tang Chuchu will be his. This is the most beautiful woman in the river. Moreover, Yanmei told him that although Tang Chuchu and Jiang Chen had obtained their marriage certificate, they had not slept together. "Aunt, Uncle, Chuchu, I'll take care of this matter. I still have some money in my card. You guys go back and wait." I'll go and redeem the person. With my relationship with the Sun family, if I give him the money, Boss Lin won't make things difficult for Tang Song. He Yanmei begged, Mr. Sun, can we go with you? She saw Lin Xian beating someone, and now she is very worried about Tang Song. Sun Yao promised solemnly, Auntie, just go back and wait, I will take care of this matter. Sun Yao said, looking at the desperate Tang Chuchu, and said with a smile, Chuchu, wait until I bring Tang Song back, and then we can have dinner together. Yes, yes, Chuchu is waiting for you. He Yanmei agreed on behalf of Tang Chuchu. Tang Chuchu stood aside, crying secretly. She took out her cell phone and called Jang Chen. Chen, the matter has been resolved. Go back and wait for me at home. I have something to discuss with you. After saying that, she hung up the phone. Jang Chen was already on his way. He took a taxi, but there was a traffic jam, so it took him a long time to arrive. Now that he received Tang Chuchu's call, he breathed a sigh of relief and told the driver to turn around and go back. Tang Chuchu called and said the matter had been resolved. Jiang Chen returned home again, prepared the food, and waited for Tang Chuchu and the others to come back for lunch. They came back quickly. As soon as they entered the room, Jiang Chen noticed something was wrong. The whole family looked unhappy. There were still traces of tears on Tang Chuchu and Wu Min's faces. Jiang Chen looked puzzled and asked, Chuchu, what's wrong? Aren't all the problems solved? Where's my brother? Why didn't he come back with us? Tang Chuchu glanced at him and then cried in grievance. What's wrong? Jiang Chen comforted her in time, if you have any problem, tell me, I can handle it. Why? He Yanmei sighed. Jiang Chen asked again, Mom, what's wrong? Why are you sighing? However, no one in the family spoke. After entering the room and sitting down, Jiang Chen went to get bowls and chopsticks, served rice to everyone, and said, Come, eat while we talk. Tang Chuchu said with tears in her eyes, Chen, let's get a divorce. Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment. Standing there in a daze. After several seconds, he finally reacted, sat down and lit a cigarette. He asked calmly, Why? He Yanmei also looked apologetic and said, Jiang Chen, I'm really sorry. Although you have no money and no power, I admit that you are very considerate and do a good job of housework. It's just that you and Chuchu are really not suitable. He Yanmei also noticed Jiang Chen's performance during this period. In order to make her look good, he even asked his superiors for a car to take her to the military area. That was the proudest moment in her life. It's just that Chuchu is very outstanding now, and only better people are worthy of her. Jiang Chen asked again, what happened? Can you tell me? However, the family remained silent. Dad. Jiang Chen looked at Tang Bo. Tang Bo glanced at He Yanmei, and when he saw her nod, he whispered, This is what happened. Tang Bo recounted what had happened. Hearing this, Jiang Chen stood up and left. Chen. Tang Chuchu choked up, stood up and shouted. She wanted to chase after him, but was held back by He Yanmei. Chuchu, let him go. Anyone would feel bad about this. He will get over it after a while. When you have money in the future, you can compensate him a little. After all, he cured you twice. Woo-woo. Tang Chuchu burst into tears sadly. She doesn't like Sun Yao or wealthy families. She only likes Jiang Chen. However, between family and love, she chose family. She knew that Jiang Chen must hate her and her family to death, which was why he left home in anger. Jiang Chen left the Tang family directly and took a taxi to Shengshi Dynasty. Shengshi Dynasty is the most famous leisure club in Jiangnan. This is an entertainment venue that integrates a bar, KTV, and bathing center. Golden Dynasty, basement. Tang Song was brought here and tied up and hung up. After bringing Tang Song back, Lin Xian used his connections to find out Tang Song's identity because he was also afraid of offending some second-generation officials. He is afraid of nothing except officials. Because he had a lot of scandals in the past, if he offended those officials, it would be easy for them to deal with him. He heaved a sigh of relief when he learned that this was just a waste from the Tang family. He sat on an armchair and looked at Tang Song, who was tied and hung. With narrowed eyes, he smiled faintly and said, "Tang Song, I didn't mean to mess with you, but why did you bump into me? Brother, I was wrong. Please give me a chance." Tang Song was beaten all over and he kept begging for mercy. At this moment, someone walked in and said, "Master Lin, someone is here and said he has money to redeem this kid. Bring it in." Yes. Soon Sun Yao was brought in by a few younger brothers. When he saw Tang Song tied up, hung up, and covered with bruises, he was so frightened that his legs went weak and he almost fell to the ground. But when he thought that if he could get Tang Song out, he would be able to get Tang Chuchu, he became bolder. Moreover, there are many legends about Lin Xian in the outside world. Sun Yao knows that Lin Xian is a loyal person who will not easily cause trouble. He walked over, looked at Lin Xian sitting on the armchair, took out a cigarette and handed it to him. He bent down and said with a smile, "Hello, Uncle Lin, I am Sun Yao from the Sun family, my father is Sun Taiyun, and I have had dinner with you before." "Heh." Lin Xian smiled softly and said, "So he is Sun Taiyun's son." "Yes, I did have a few meals with your father, so I can be considered to know him. But this kid is blind. Not only did he hit my car, but he also said rude things. If I don't teach him a lesson, if this gets out, won't it mean that I, Lin Xian, am incompetent? Master Lin, this kid deserves a lesson, but his sister is my woman. Look, I came here in person, is it for my father's sake?" Lin Xian's face darkened, and he grabbed Sun Yao's hair, "For your father's sake. Your father is nothing. Even if your father came in person, I would never let this kid go so easily. I said, 8 million, take him away." Sun Yao dared to come because he knew that Lin Xian's words were his bond. Otherwise, even if he had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to come. He thought he could avoid the money by mentioning his father's name. It seems that if you want to get Tang Chuchu, you have to pay with some blood. "Uncle Lin, don't be angry. I brought money and I will give you the money, but, can you please give me a little less considering the friendship between my father and you?" Sun Yao asked tentatively. Lin Xian let go of Sun Yao. "Well, then let's go with less, 5 million. The Sun family is also a big family with some power. Although he is not afraid, now that King Xiaoyao has taken office, he will try his best not to cause trouble." He also dropped from 8 million to 5 million. Lin Xian's heart was bleeding. Although his family is rich and 5 million is just a drop in the bucket, the money is not his. And 5 million is his monthly pocket money. In order to get Tang Chuchu, he was ruthless and nodded, "Yes, Mr. Lin said 5 million, then 5 million, just transfer it directly, right?" "Yes, transfer the money directly." Lin Xian nodded, then pointed at the younger brother standing beside him, "You, take him to transfer the money." "Yes." The younger brother nodded. Then he took Lin Xian to transfer the money. Soon, Lin Xian paid the money and came to the basement again. And Tang Song was also let go. However, after he was locked up here, he was beaten and hung for a while, and now he has fainted. "Boss." At this moment, a younger brother came running over in a panic. "No, it's bad, someone broke in, and many of us were knocked down." "What?" Lin Xian immediately became angry. This is a prosperous dynasty. Everyone in the entire Jiangzhou area knows that this is his territory. Who dares to cause trouble here? Who is it? "It's me." A voice rang out. As the sound came, some men holding iron bars and machetes rolled into the basement. Lin Xian turned around and saw that the person who came was a stranger. He saw his subordinates being knocked down, while some of them were constantly retreating. During his prosperous dynasty, he had hundreds of younger brothers and several hundred security guards. This person is definitely not a good person as he can get here. Lin Xian reached out to touch his lower back, holding the weapon, his face gloomy, and said in a cold voice, "Boy, who are you?" To get to where he is today, he is always cautious in everything he does. He was afraid that he might accidentally offend an important figure and ruin the empire he had spent half his life building. "Jang Chen." A cold voice came. Jang Chen walked into the basement. More than 20 of Lin Xian's younger brothers gathered in the basement. Hundreds of security guards and dozens of younger brothers outside had been knocked down by Jang Chen. Jiang Chen, is that you? Sun Yao was about to take Tang's song away, but when he saw the person coming, his face suddenly darkened and he cursed, "Do you know where this is? Why don't you kneel down and kowtow to Master Lin to admit your mistake?" Jiang Chen came over and kicked Sun Yao directly in the chest. He flew several meters away, fell heavily to the ground, and screamed in pain. He fell and broke his bones and lay on the ground, unable to get up. You. Lin Xian did not act rashly. Because he was in the underworld, he saw some clues from Jiang Chen's actions. This is definitely a special forces soldier who has received special training. He stared at Jiang Chen and asked, "Jiang Chen, right? I, Lin Xian, have no grudges against you in the recent past or in the past. What do you mean by this?" Jiang Chen walked over step by step. Lin Xian reached for the weapon at his waist and stepped back step by step. Jiang Chen sat down on the armchair, took out a cigarette and lit it. The huge basement was filled with silence. There was only the sound of a lighter going off. "Kneel down," Jiang Chen shouted. The shout was like a muffled thunder, echoing in Lin Xian's ears and making his eardrums numb. At this moment, Jiang Chen exuded an extremely strong aura. This is a kind of domineering aura, but also a murderous aura. Only those who have been fighting for many years and have been in a high position for a long time can develop such a strong aura. Lin Xian is also a gangster. In his early years, he must have seen all kinds of scenes. But when Jiang Chen shouted, his legs went weak and he instinctively wanted to kneel down. But, after all, he is also an underground emperor and a ruthless character. Jiang Chen's roar did not scare him. But he didn't dare to act rashly. He asked with a straight face, "Who are you?" "Lin, Master Lin, he is the son-in-law of the Tang family, Tang Chuchu's husband, Tang Song's brother-in-law. He is a useless piece of trash who just retired from the army. Quick, kill him." Sun Yao, who had been kicked away, had already crawled up from the ground. But he couldn't stand up. He sat on the ground, looking at Jiang Chen with hatred on his face. "You useless guy, do you know who I am? I am Sun Yao from the Sun family, and my father is Sun Taiyun. Do you know who this person in front of you is? This is the famous Master Lin." Jiang Chen glanced at Sun Yao who was sitting on the ground. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. Sun Yao felt as if he was being stared at by a ferocious beast. He couldn't help but tremble all over and cold sweat broke out on his back. Sun Yao, that's Sun Yao. It was because Sun Yao wanted his wife that he Yan Mei invited Tang Chuchu to divorce him. "Call out." A silver needle flew out. "Ah." Sun Yao rolled on the ground in agony, feeling extremely painful. He felt as if he were being pricked by needles all over. He kept rolling around and scratching himself, but the more he scratched, the more painful it became. This feeling made him feel worse than death. He was scared and kept begging for mercy. "Jiang Chen, I was wrong, please let me go." Lin Xian, who was standing by, was so frightened that cold sweat appeared on his forehead. What kind of method is this? He only saw a silver needle appear in Jiang Chen's hand. He raised his hand and waved it, and Sun Yao rolled on the ground in pain. Lin Xian's 20 or so younger brothers were so frightened that their legs went limp, and some even fell to the ground. "Lin Xian." Jiang Chen looked at the middle-aged fat man Lin Xian. Thump. Lin Xian knelt on the ground instantly. "Jiang, Master Jiang, I am so blind and have offended you. Please." He knelt on the ground with his hands behind his waist. At this moment, he suddenly pulled out his gun. Bang. Gunshots rang out. However, there was no one in the chair. Lin Xian looked up. Seeing that there was no one sitting on the chair, he was so scared that his whole body trembled. "Where are the people? Brother Lin Xian is looking for it." They looked up. "I saw a man hanging from the ceiling of the basement." He put one hand against the wall, and it seemed as if there was glue in his palm, which stuck tightly to the wall, while his whole body was hanging in the air. Everyone was stunned. What kind of method is this? Is this still a human being? Jiang Chen's body fell down quickly. The moment he fell, his toes kicked Lin Xian's chin hard. Click. Lin Xian's jaw was instantly broken by the kick. At the same time, his body was kicked away, and he did a somersault and fell heavily to the ground, letting out a painful scream. This scene scared Lin Xian's 20 or so younger brothers silly. These young men were holding machetes and electric batons in their hands, and they kept retreating to the corner of the wall. Looking at Jang Chen, who looked like a killing god, they were all sweating profusely with fear. Sun Yao was still lying on the ground, rolling around and wailing. At this moment, his entire body was scratched by his own nails. Lin Xian's jaw was broken and he lay on the ground, screaming miserably. Tang Song was tied here, hung for a while, and beaten. Now he is unconscious and has not woken up yet. Jang Chen stood up and walked towards Sun Yao. He pulled Sun Yao up from the ground and reached out to take out the silver needle that had pierced his body. The silver needle was taken out, and Sun Yao's pain finally subsided. Jang Chen pulled his hair, lifted him up from the ground, and said coldly, "You are the one who is thinking about my wife." Jang Chen, "No, Jiang, brother Jiang, I was wrong. I didn't recognize the real master. I won't dare to do it again." Sun Yao was scared. He would never dare to provoke someone who even dared to hit Lin Xian. Pa! Jiang Chen swung his hand and slapped him. A slap mark suddenly appeared on Sun Yao's face. His head tilted, blood spurted out of his mouth, and several teeth were spit out. Ah! Sun Yao screamed in pain, his expression distorted and ferocious. Jiang Chen threw him to the ground like a dead dog. Then, he walked towards Lin Xian. He stepped on Lin Xian. "Master, master, spare me." Lin Xian's jaw was broken by the kick. The pain was so excruciating that even his voice was trembling. "I don't want to kill anyone, but you are blind. You can provoke me, but don't make my wife angry." Jiang Chen stepped on Lin Xian's heart and exerted force. Ah! Lin Xian screamed, tilted his head, and lost his life in an instant. When the younger brothers in the basement saw this scene, they were so scared that they knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Sun Yao, who was lying on the ground, was trembling with fear. Lin Xian is dead." Jiang Chen sat on the armchair, took out his phone and called King Xiaoyao. "King Xiaoyao, I injured some gangsters in Qingshi dynasty and killed one person. Please send someone to clean up the mess." I heard the call from Jiang Chen. Sun Yao is going crazy. Who is this person? Order King Xiaoyao to clean up the mess." Jiang Chen stood up, glanced at Tang Song lying on the ground, then looked at Sun Yao, and said calmly, "Send my brother back safely before he wakes up. If there is any word of what happened here outside, Lin Xian will end up like you." After leaving a few words, Jiang Chen turned and left. The moment he turned around, he threw the cigarette butt in his hand and it landed accurately on the dead Lin Xian. Woo-woo. After Jiang Chen left, Sun Yao cried. He was frightened and cried. He had never seen such a horrific scene in his life. He is a dandy young man from a wealthy family. Jiang Chen had already left, but the fear in his heart had not dissipated. He wanted to take Tang Song away. However, he broke his bones, lost several teeth, and his mouth was full of blood. He forced himself to stand up, but just as he stood up, he felt a sharp pain in his ankle and his body fell to the ground again. Woo-woo-woo. He was scared, so he took out his cell phone and called Sun Taiyun. "Dad, I'm in trouble. I'm in Qingshi dynasty. You come and save me." After Jiang Chen visited Qingshi dynasty, he went to the mortal clinic. He didn't go to find Tang Chuchu. Because he knew that Sun Yao would no longer dare to have any thoughts about Tang Chuchu, and soon Tang Chuchu would call him and ask him to go back. When King Xiaoyao received Jiang Chen's call, he became furious. He is the King Xiaoyao, and he was transferred to Jiangzhong to succeed as the commander of the 5 armies, not to clean up Jiang Chen's mess. Immediately send troops to Qingshi dynasty. Also, find out what the background of Qingshi dynasty is and who its boss is. King Xiaoyao roared. King Xiaoyao was furious and the military district was shocked. Hundreds of military vehicles were dispatched instantly, and the intelligence system was activated at the same time. Lin Xian is also a celebrity in Jiangzhou. He did a lot of dirty things in his early years. It is too easy for King Xiaoyao to investigate him. In less than 10 minutes, the information of the Xingshi dynasty was presented to King Xiaoyao. King Xiaoyao was furious when he saw it, and shouted, "Call me the Xingshi dynasty, and detain all the people involved. Don't spare any of them. Treat this as a military operation." Yes. After receiving the order, the military district took prompt action. Now, it's noon. However, hundreds of military vehicles were dispatched and the army marched through the streets in a mighty manner, which caused a sensation. What's going on here? Another drill. Seeing the military vehicles parked in front of Xingshi dynasty, the citizens began to talk about it. I heard that the Xingshi dynasty is not clean. Yes, the boss of Xingshi dynasty is Lin Xian. He did a lot of things in the early years, but now he has cleaned up his act and is very low-key. It is said that a new official will start with 3 major changes upon taking office. I think King Xiaoyao is targeting Lin Xian first. A prosperous dynasty. Huadong, the deputy general under King Xiaoyao and with a military rank of 1 star, led his troops into the prosperous dynasty. Along the way, the ground was full of security guards and gangsters. These people were lying on the ground and screaming in pain. Seeing this scene, the muscles on Huadong's face trembled slightly. This. How did Lin Xian from this prosperous dynasty offend Jang Chen, the god of death? Huadong came to the basement. There are more than 20 people here. These people are all Lin Xian's younger brothers. There was also the unconscious Tang Sun Yao who was lying on the ground unable to get up, and Lin Xian who had died long ago. Take away the bodies and take all the people away. Huadong took a look and gave the order. Seeing this, Sun Yao became anxious and said hurriedly, "General, please don't do that. I didn't do anything wrong. I am Sun Yao from the Sun family." Huadong stopped, looked at Sun Yao who was sitting on the ground with contempt, and kicked him. "What Sun family? What a joke! Why do you have to mess with Jang Chen, the god of killing, when you can mess with anyone else? You always cause trouble for my king. I tell you, my king is angry, you are done." Sun Yao was kicked to the ground. However, he quickly got up and said hastily, "No, you can't arrest me. It was Jang Chen who asked me to send his brother back." Sun Yao is not stupid. He got some clues and pointed at the unconscious Tang Song. This is Jiang Chen's wife's brother. Jiang Chen asked me to send him back safely." Oh. Huadong took a look at Tang Song lying on the ground and immediately understood what was going on. It turned out that he had offended Tang Chuchu's younger brother. No wonder. Then what are you still standing there for? Get out of here. Huadong cursed and kicked him again. It was because these blind people offended people everywhere that they provoked Jiang Chen, and Jiang Chen made their king clean up the mess. Woo-woo. Sun Yao was so anxious that he almost cried. He wants to leave too. However, he had a broken bone and it was difficult for him to even walk, let alone take Tang Song with him. At this moment, a fully armed soldier came over and asked, "General, there is a man outside who said he is Sun Taiyun and that his son is inside. Do you want to let him in?" Huadong glanced at Sun Yao and paused, "Let him in, and get rid of this rubbish quickly." Yes. Outside the prosperous dynasty. A middle-aged man in a suit and tie was sweating profusely. He is Sun Taiyun, the main person in charge of the Sun Group. After receiving a call from his son, he rushed over quickly. When he saw that there was an army outside Xingshi dynasty, he was completely scared. What on earth did this rebellious son do? A soldier came over and pointed at Sun Taiyun, "You go in." Yes. Only then did Sun Taiyun enter the prosperous dynasty. After walking in, he felt palpitations. Along the way, there were fully armed soldiers, all of whom were carrying some injured people away. When he came to the basement, he saw Sun Yao, who was beaten all over, and Huadong, who had a star on his shoulder. He was so scared that his legs went limp. He knelt on the ground and shouted, "General! Dad, woo-woo, take me away quickly." Sun Yao cried anxiously. Sun Taiyun stood up, walked over and started punching and kicking him. "You rebellious son, what on earth have you done? Wadong cursed, "All right, stop embarrassing yourself here, take the men away quickly, and send the guy on the ground back to the Tang family safely, and then I'll deal with you later." Hearing this, Sun Taiyun's heart skipped a beat. Then, he pushed hard and kicked Sun Yao a few more times. "You piece of trash, I'm going to kill you." "What? Are you taking my words for granted? If you don't want to leave, come here, take him back to me." Upon hearing this, Sun Taiyun was instantly frightened. He picked up Tang Song from the ground, grabbed Sun Yao, and left quickly. Outside, in the car, Sun Taiyun's face was covered in sweat. He untied his tie and unbuttoned his shirt. At this moment, his shirt was already wet. After he drove away, he stopped, took out a cigarette and lit it. "What on earth have you done, you rebellious son?" He smoked and cursed at the same time. "Wow, Dad, you can't tell me. If you tell me, it will be over." Sun Yao cried. Hearing this, Sun Taiyun frowned. "Can't tell. Dad, I have offended an important person, someone who dares to give orders to King Xiaoyao. What should I do? Am I doomed? What's going on?" Sun Taiyun yelled. I am thinking about Tang Chuchu of the Tang family." Sun Yao briefly recounted what happened. But he didn't dare to mention Jang Chen's name. He only said that someone helped Tang Chuchu and killed Lin Xian, and ordered King Xiaoyao to clean up the mess. As for the rest, he said nothing. Who on earth is that person? Dad, don't ask any more. If I tell you, I'll die. Also, don't tell anyone. If you tell anyone, our family will be gone. That was Lin Xian. He was killed without hesitation and even called King Xiaoyao. It's only been a while and even the general is here. Sun Yao was trembling all over. Thinking of what happened before, he was still frightened. You are a useless person who is always causing trouble. Sun Taiyun cursed angrily and shouted, "Who did you offend? You have to tell me." Yes, it's Jang Chen, Tang Chuchu's husband Jang Chen. Dad, don't tell anyone. Jang Chen said that if there is any rumor in the outside world, Lin Xian will end up like me. Hearing this, Sun Taiyun frowned. He thought it was some big shot, but it turned out to be this loser Jang Chen. Isn't he the son-in-law of the Tang family? How can there be such great energy? How can we ask King Xiaoyao to clean up the mess? At this moment, Sun Taiyun was confused and puzzled. He couldn't understand how a son-in-law could have such great power. However, he knew that what happened today must not be spread out, otherwise the Sun family would be finished. Who is Lin Xian? The underground emperor of Jiangzhong had assets greater than those of the four major families, but now he was killed like a dog. His Sun family did not have as much power as Lin Xian. Waste. He cursed angrily, "Send Tang Song back to me quickly and ask him to beg for forgiveness in person. I must get Tang Chuchu's forgiveness. No, I will go myself." The military was dispatched, closed down the Shengshi dynasty, and arrested many people. This caused a huge uproar in the river. The first of the three things Xiaoyao King did when he took office was to burn Lin Xian. I heard that Lin Xian was engaged in some shady businesses in the early years. He cleaned himself up in recent years and started doing legitimate business, but he has many murders and a lot of scandals on his shoulders. Haha, it's really satisfying that this black-wind Lin Xian has finally been caught. Even if he doesn't get shot this time, he will still be in jail for the rest of his life. People in the river were talking about it. All the major families have instructed their family members to behave themselves during this period and not to cause any trouble, so as not to anger King Xiaoyao and bring trouble to the family. Tang Chuchu's home. The family sat on the sofa in the living room. No one told the truth and the atmosphere was a bit unusual. Tang Chuchu sat on the sofa, as if she had lost her energy, with tear marks on her face, and she looked very embarrassed. Seeing her appearance, Yanmei felt a little bit sorry for her. Although Tang Chuchu has caused her a lot of insults over the years, let her not be able to hold her head up in front of outsiders. But Tang Chuchu has always been well-behaved and sensible. She couldn't help but comfort him. "Chuchu, I have no choice. If you don't divorce Jang Chen, Sun Yao won't use the Sun family's connections to save your brother. If you don't think about yourself, you should think about your brother. Besides, it's better to be with Sun Yao than with Jang Chen. I've been through this before. I don't want you to be like me in the future, unable to hold your head up for the rest of your life. It would have been better if Yanmei didn't say anything. As soon as she said it, Tang Chuchu burst into tears. Boom boom boom. There was a knock on the door. Wu Min, go open the door. Yes, Mom. Wu Min stood up and went to open the door. At the door, stood a middle-aged man wearing a suit, but his tie was unbuttoned and his shirt buttons were unbuttoned. He looked quite disheveled. On his back, there was another person, Tang Song. Seeing Tang Song on Sun Taiyun's back, Wu Min screamed. He immediately invited Sun Taiyun into the house, come in quickly. Sun Taiyun walked in carrying Tang Song on his back. After so much time had passed, Tang Song also woke up. Although he was beaten severely, Lin Xian knew the limits of his attack and no bones were broken, only some superficial injuries. Sun Taiyun put Tang Song on the sofa. Tang Song. Wu Min burst into tears when she saw Tang Song's appearance. Tang Bo went to pour water for Sun Taiyun and said, "Thank you for sending Tang Song back." Yanmei asked, "You must be someone hired by Mr. Sun, where is Mr. Sun?" Sun Taiyun was panting. He has analyzed it calmly. Jang Chen has a great background, so great that even King Xiaoyao is wary of him. It's just that the Tang family doesn't seem to know Jang Chen's identity. Since he didn't know, he didn't point it out. He was a smart man and immediately knew how to deal with the matter. Once it is handled properly, not only will the Sun family be safe, but they will also be able to curry favor with a real big shot. Sun Taiyun said, "My son who didn't live up to his expectations was beaten by Lin Xian. He was slightly injured and sent to the hospital. That's why I sent Mr. Tang back." Upon hearing this, the Tang family was collectively dumbfounded. A disappointing son. Is this Sun Taiyun from the Sun family? You are. Yanmei exclaimed with an incredible look on her face, You are Mr. Sun Taiyun, the chairman of Sun Corporation. Sir, I don't deserve it. I am indeed Sun Taiyun. Ah, Mr. Sun, it's really you. Come on, please take a seat. Yanmei immediately invited Sun Taiyun to sit down. She didn't expect that Sun Taiyun, the famous Jiangzhong, would personally send Tang Song back. Yanmei saw Tang Chuchu still sitting next to her and shouted, "Chuchu, what are you still standing there for? Come over and call Dad." Tang Chuchu stood up, "Uncle Sunday." "Oh, that's impossible." Sun Taiyun stood up in time and said, "Miss Chuchu, just call me Old Sunday." "Mr. Sun, my daughter will soon divorce Jang Chen and marry Sun Yao." Sun Yao said that he will not dislike Chuchu. Although Chuchu and Jang Chen have obtained a marriage certificate, she is still a virgin. Marrying into the Sun family will not bring shame to the Sun family. No. Sun Taiyun said in time, "Ms. He, let's leave it at that. Chuchu and Jang Chen are a perfect match made in heaven. My unpromising son is not worthy of Chuchu at all. Let's leave it at that. Don't say that again." Yanmei was bewildered. "Mr. Sun, do you dislike Chuchu because she's divorced?" "No, absolutely not. The ancients were right. It is better to destroy a bridge than to break up a marriage. Miss Chuchu and Jiang Chen are very much in love. Let's just leave it at that." Knowing that Jiang Chen had a great background, how could Sun Taiyun dare to let Tang Chuchu divorce Jiang Chen? If they get divorced, his Sun family will be finished. All we can do now is wait for Jiang Chen to calm down, and then establish good relations with the Tang family. "Mr. Sun, Yanmei didn't know what to say. "That's it. I'm leaving first. By the way, tell Jiang Chen that my son will never bother Chuchu again." Sun Taiyun left a word and left in a hurry. His son was still in the car downstairs, so he had to hurry to get Sun Yao to the hospital. Even if Sun Yao had many faults, he was still his son after all. Sun Taiyun left, and the Tang family was confused. We spent millions to redeem Tang Song, and now there is no follow-up. "Song, how are you? I'll take you to the hospital right away." Wu Min looked at Tang Song lying on the sofa and was so anxious that she almost cried. Tang Song spoke weakly, pausing slightly. No, it's okay, I was just beaten and hung for a few hours, and I had a little brain ischemia and lack of oxygen. I was unconscious for a while, but I'm fine now. He Yanmei reacted and realized that she didn't have time to think about these things now. She came to Tang Song and said, Song, are you okay? Let's go to the hospital. Mom, it's okay, no need to go to the hospital. Go, of course you should go. Look, he's been beaten up with black eyes and swollen noses. Tang Bo, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and carry your son downstairs and drive him to the hospital. Yes. Tang Bo instantly carried Tang Song on his back. The family sent Tang Song to the hospital, who did various tests and only returned after finding out that there was nothing serious. After returning home, Tang Chuchu looked at He Yanmei eagerly. Mom, Mr. Sun told me not to divorce Jang Chen. You see. How strange. He Yanmei finally breathed a sigh of relief when she found out that Tang Song was fine. Now that she had calmed down, she also found it strange. He glanced at Tang Chuchu and asked, could it be that Mr. Sun dislikes you and doesn't want you to be with his son? Mom, no matter what, Mr. Sun has already refused me to marry into the Sun family. As for Jang Chen, Chuchu, Mom is doing this for your own good. Even if you don't want to be with Sun Yao, you can go with other people. What's the point of being with Jang Chen? Go with Gu Yishuan. Doesn't he admire you very much? The Gu family is a big family in Kyoto, and they can't be compared to the Sun family. Mom. Tang Chuchu cried in grievance. My brother is fine now. Do you still want to force me? My brother is your son and I am your daughter. I have the right to choose my own partner. I saw Tang Chuchu crying. He Yanmei also sighed deeply. Hey, Mom is doing this for your own good. I don't want you to end up like me in the future. Since you insist on not getting a divorce, let Jiang Chen come back. This guy is not completely useless. At least he knows medicine and keeps the house in good order. He Yanmei even refused 20% of the family's shares. She has come to terms with it. This is how the rest of my life will be. She also didn't expect Tang Chuchu to marry into a wealthy family and bring honor to her. Now, as long as Chuchu is happy and the family is harmonious, that's enough. Thank you, Mom. Tang Chuchu burst into tears of joy, immediately stood up, went to the balcony, took out her cell phone and called Jiang Chen. Chen, we are not getting divorced. Please come back soon, Wu, please come back soon. After Jiang Chen left Xingshi dynasty, he went to Xiaohei's mortal clinic. However, Xiaohei was out and not in the clinic. He had the key to the clinic and walked in directly through the door. He didn't open the clinic for business, so after entering, he closed the door. Went to the inner room and slept on the bed. Because he hadn't slept well in the past few days, he planned to take this opportunity to have a good sleep. He felt like he had just fallen asleep when the phone rang. He turned over and got up, and found that it was Tang Chuchu calling, with a faint smile on his face. Answered the phone. Tang Chuchu's crying voice was heard on the phone. Hearing this, his heart warmed up and he said tenderly, I'm in Xiaohei's mortal clinic. I'll be back soon. He knew that it must be the Sun family who sent Tang Song back. Even Lin Xian is dead. The Sun family is not stupid. How dare they make things difficult for Tang Chuchu again? How dare you ask Tang Chuchu to divorce him? Unless you want to die. Jiang Chen stretched lazily. Then he stood up, walked out of the clinic and closed the door. He closed the door and turned to leave. But he found a woman standing at the door of the clinic. The woman was about 25-26 years old. She was wearing a white dress, a pair of white high heels, long black hair, and had a slender figure, a straight front and a curved back, delicate facial features, fair skin, and a strong aura. She stood in front of a Ferrari, her arms folded across her chest, her beautiful eyes moving as she examined Jiang Chen as he closed the door and turned around. Jiang Chen also saw her. But, without saying much, he turned and left. Hey! Lin Yi opened her mouth and called out, Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen stopped and looked at Lin Yi with a puzzled look on his face. What's going on? He looked at Lin Yi, but found that this person did not exist in his memory, and he couldn't help but frown. Lin Yi came over and stretched out her fair and slender hand. "Hello, Jang Chen. My name is Lin Yi. By the way, it's my birthday tomorrow night. I would like to invite you to my birthday party." Jang Chen frowned. "Are you sick?" He didn't know this Lin Yi at all. Lin Yi came to invite her to attend the birthday party. If this isn't sick, what is? He turned and left. "Jang Chen, Tang Chuchu, and I are classmates." Hearing Tang Chuchu, Jang Chen stopped and looked at her. "Classmate?" "Yes, alumni." Lin Yi chuckled and said, "We are both from Jiangzhou University, but she studied fashion design and I studied economics and management. Oh, by the way." As she spoke, she took out 2 invitations that she had prepared in advance and handed them to Jang Chen. "Tomorrow night, Jiangzhou Hotel, I look forward to your visit." Jang Chen looked at Lin Yi. He was puzzled. One university, different majors, how are they related? Moreover, when Tang Chuchu was in college, her whole body was disfigured and everyone disliked her. And Lin Yi in front of him was as beautiful as a flower, with an extraordinary temperament. She was at least a school beauty. Why would she invite him and Tang Chuchu now? However, he still accepted it and said, "I'll go back and ask Chuchu. If she knows you and is willing to come, I'll take her there." After saying that, Jiang Chen turned and left. Lin Yi stood in front of the Ferrari convertible at the door and watched Jiang Chen leave. It was not until Jiang Chen left that she took out her phone and ordered, "Check Tang Chuchu for me and invite all her college classmates to my class reunion." A voice came from the phone, "Yes, Mississippi." Jiang Chen, Black Dragon, hee, very interesting. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yi chuckled. She is from the Lin family in Kyoto. The Lin family is also a big family in Kyoto, and its assets are not inferior to those of the Yi family and the Gu family. After Jiang Chen stole her car and went to Ella Group, she used her connections to look up Jiang Chen and obtained some photos of Jiang Chen when he was the coach. Therefore, she knew Jiang Chen's identity. Who could have thought that Black Dragon, one of the 5 great marshals and the one who was highly valued by the superiors, would appear in the river and become the son-in-law of the Tang family? Tang Chuchu must have accumulated a lot of merit in her previous life. Lin Yi was envious. How could Tang Chuchu deserve Jiang Chen's protection? Jiang Chen rode his electric scooter, humming a little tune, and headed towards the neighborhood where the Tang family lived. He didn't take the main road, but a shortcut. Passing through an alley, a jeep suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his way. A middle-aged man got out of the car. The man was wearing a loose robe, had thick eyebrows, big eyes, a square face, and had the aura of someone who had been in a superior position for a long time. Jiang Chen stopped the electric scooter and looked at King Xiaoyao, who got off. King Xiaoyao walked over, took out a special cigarette and threw it over. Jiang Chen took it. King Xiaoyao pointed at the car and said, "Let's go up and have a chat." Jiang Chen lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, and said calmly, "There's nothing to talk about. If you have something to say, just say it here. My wife is still waiting for me to go back." "What exactly do you want to do?" King Xiaoyao asked calmly. He had only been in Jiangzhou for a short time, but he had already wiped Jiang Chen's butt twice. He is the free and easy king of the Western Territory, and now he is the head of the 5 armies. He is not Jiang Chen's subordinate, but Jiang Chen gives him orders one after another. "Nothing," Jiang Chen said calmly. King Xiaoyao roared, "First it was the Ella Group, then the Shengshi dynasty. Jiang Chen, I know you are unparalleled in strength, but this is Jiangzhou, not the southern wasteland. Can you use the same tactics against your own compatriots as you do against your enemies?" Facing the angry King Xiaoyao, Jiang Chen said nonchalantly, "I can provoke him, but not my wife." King Xiaoyao took a deep breath and said, "I just hope you can be quiet and not cause trouble for me. Also, I heard rumors that you went to the 4 major families and asked some people from the 4 major families to kneel at the Jiang family mausoleum for 10 days and then commit suicide. Otherwise, don't spare anyone, right?" "Yes." Jiang Chen's expression turned gloomy. "They deserve to die. Death is not the right thing for you. Leave this matter to me." Within 3 days, I will have all the people involved arrested and receive the punishment they deserve. Jang Chen raised his head and glanced at King Xiao. Their eyes met. Time seems to be frozen at this moment. King Xiao, I warn you, don't interfere in my affairs, otherwise, I don't mind if the 5 marshals become the 4 marshals. You threaten me? Yes. You. King Xiao was furious. Since his debut, who dares to talk to him like this? I heard that you are unrivaled in strength, but we have never fought. King Xiao took off his shirt. However, at this moment, Jang Chen's body flashed, and a silver needle appeared in his hand. Before King Xiao could react, a silver needle was already at his throat. The picture freezes at this moment. Beads of sweat the size of beans appeared on King Xiao's forehead. He is the free and easy king of the Western Territory, a commander-in-chief. What kind of scene has he not seen? However, at this moment, he was afraid. He felt a chill, as if he was in an icy abyss, and cold sweat broke out on his back. He knew that the Black Dragon was very strong. But no one expected that the Black Dragon's strength had become so terrifying. No wonder the superiors think so highly of him. Jang Chen put away the silver needle, and the coldness on his body dissipated. He regained his nonchalant look and said calmly, "Don't meddle in the affairs of the 4 major families. If you really want to, then help me find the whereabouts of the Huayue Mountain residence map." Jang Chen left a few words, turned around, rode his electric scooter, whistled, and left under the gaze of King Xiao. After he moved away, King Xiao couldn't help but take a few steps back. A man got out of the car. He is Huadong, the confidant of King Xiao. King. King Xiao paused slightly and interrupted Huadong's words. I didn't expect that his strength is so powerful and terrifying. If he really fights, he only needs 1 silver needle to kill me. The Black Dragon is indeed worthy of its reputation. King Xiao took a deep breath. The appearance of King Xiao did not affect Jang Chen's mood. After resolving Tang Chuchu's problem, Tang Chuchu personally called him and asked him to go back. He was in a good mood, humming a little tune, looking relaxed and comfortable. Soon he arrived at Tang Chuchu's house. Knock on the door. The door opened. It was Tang Chuchu who opened the door. As soon as she saw Jang Chen, she burst into tears and fell into his arms. With the beauty in his arms, an alluring feminine fragrance entered his mouth and nose, stimulating Jang Chen's nerves. Jang Chen reached out and gently hugged her shoulders, smiling, "It's okay, don't cry. If you cry like a cat, you won't be pretty anymore." Only then did Tang Chuchu stop crying. Pull Jang Chen into the house. The whole family was in the house. But, their faces didn't look very good. Jang Chen walked over, "Dad, Mom." Yanmei nodded to him, acknowledging him, and said, "Jang Chen, don't blame us. We had no choice." "Mom, I don't blame you. It's all my fault for not being able to solve your problems." Jang Chen had a smile on his face. He really didn't blame anyone. Besides, no one can be blamed but Tang Chuchu. No matter what Tang Chuchu did, he could accept it, because he owed it to Tang Chuchu. Jang Chen sat down, took out 2 invitations, handed them to Tang Chuchu, and asked, "Chuchu, do you know Lin Yi?" Tang Chuchu took the invitation from Jang Chen with a puzzled look on her face. "Lin Yi, I seem to have some impression of her. I remember that she was also from Jiangzhou University, but she was 2 years younger than me. She was also the campus beauty. She was very beautiful and had countless suitors. I heard that she was from Kyoto and was from a big family." "What's wrong?" Jang Chen said, "I don't know either. I met her on the way back. She said it was her birthday tomorrow and she would hold a birthday party at Jiangzhou Hotel. She gave you an invitation." Hearing this, Tang Chuchu opened the invitation. It turned out to be an invitation to her and Jang Chen, and the invitation was signed by Lin Yi. She was confused. "I don't even know her, why would she invite me?" Jang Chen spread his hands and said, "How would I know? They personally sent me the invitation, I couldn't refuse it, so I brought it back to you." Tang Chuchu glanced at Jang Chen with a jealous look on her face, it's understandable if you send it to me, after all we are from the same school, but, send it to you. Jang Chen explained in time, Chuchu, I promise, I don't know her at all, and I have never seen her. I was just saying it casually, look how scared you are. At this moment, a message came from Tang Chuchu's WeChat group. She took out her phone and opened the WeChat group message. Wow, big news. The campus beauty from our school, Linda, sent me an invitation, saying that it's her 25th birthday tomorrow and she's going to hold a birthday party at Jiangzhou Hotel. I received an invitation, too. I'm wondering, is this Lin Yi really the school beauty Lin Yi who was 2 years younger than us? Is she the Lin Yi from the big family in Kyoto? Is she the current chairman of Chongqing Pharmaceutical Lin Yi? Yes, the person who sent the invitation said it was that Lin Yi. The WeChat group, which had been silent for a long time, became lively at this moment. Dozens of students in the class received invitations. After seeing these messages, Tang Chuchu was confused, what's going on? Our class doesn't have much contact with Lin Yi, so why did they send an invitation? Chuchu, this is your chance. He Yanmei on the side was also staring at Tang Chuchu's phone. Seeing this news, she said, I know Chongqing Pharmaceutical. It is also a large group, second only to Qianjuan in Jiangzhou, and it is also a cooperative medical group of designated hospitals in major cities. Now that Lin Yi invites you, you must go. This is the best opportunity to expand your social circle. Having said that, Tang Chuchu was very confused. How could the famous chairman of Chongqing Pharmaceutical send invitations to all the classmates in her class? Jang Chen asked, Chuchu, are you going? Go, why not? Tang Chuchu tilted her little head. Back then in school, she was the laughing stock. She has no confidence and she has low self-esteem. Now that her appearance has been restored, her self-confidence has swelled. Jang Chen nodded and said, well, this is a big occasion. The clothes in your closet are too low grade. Let's go out and buy some. And you see, you don't have any jewelry on you. Nonsense, who said it's not classy? I think it's okay. Tang Chuchu curled her lips. Why buy clothes? How can she afford it? How could Jang Chen not know what Tang Chuchu was thinking? He smiled and said, let's go. I have money. My card is with you. This is my savings of 10 years. I have saved a lot of money. Forget it. Tang Chuchu shook her head. She is not a wasteful person. I don't have any pursuit of luxury goods. Go, of course. He Yanmei said, daughter, this is a big party, the birthday party of the chairman of Chongqing Group. We can't be shabby, and we have to buy gifts. Okay, okay. Tang Chuchu had no choice but to nod. Well, let's go. Jiang Chen went to hold Tang Chuchu's hand. Tang Chuchu dodged instinctively, and only after dodging did she realize something was wrong. She immediately took the initiative to pull Jiang Chen and gave him an apologetic smile. Jiang Chen also smiled faintly. The two held hands and went out together. Jiang Chen was riding a small electric scooter. Tang Chuchu sat behind him, hugged his waist and buried her head in his back. Jiang Chen didn't want to ride an electric scooter all the time, so he planned to buy a car. He couldn't help but ask, Chuchu, what kind of car do you like? Do you like it? Tang Chuchu was slightly stunned and said, we went to the auto show this morning and I saw a red Ferrari sports car. It's so beautiful. When I have money in the future, I will definitely buy one. Tang Chuchu cheered herself up. She is not pursuing luxury cars, she just simply likes them. If she drives a car like this, it will be very cool. If you like it, buy it. Cut. Tang Chuchu knocked on Jiang Chen's forehead and scolded him, don't say such unrealistic things. Do you know how much it costs? It's a limited edition Ferrari supercar. I saw the price. It's more than 20 million. Even if I sell you, I can't afford it. Neat. Chuchu, I'm telling you the truth, you can't be angry. Well, go ahead. Jiang Chen whispered, in fact, I used to be a high-ranking official in the southern wilderness. I was demoted to a small soldier and eventually expelled from the army because I took advantage of my position to make some money. Ah. Tang Chuchu screamed, You said you weren't angry. Tang Chuchu angrily slapped Jang Chen on the head and scolded, Why do you do something illegal when you can do something else? It's not illegal. Do you know Nanhuang? It's the border of 18 countries. There are a lot of rich people there, but it's very chaotic. These rich people all gave money to General Nanhuang to seek his protection. I also accepted some, but the higher-ups found out and I was fired. So, I have some money. If you like, let's go buy a car. I can't have it. Tang Chuchu refused directly, Jang Chen, I warn you, I don't care what you did in the past, but when you are with me, you must not do anything illegal. Chuchu, this is not illegal. It is very common in the southern wilds. I was just unlucky and was discovered by the higher-ups. You don't know that other generals make more than me. After making money, these generals chose to retire and use the money to buy luxury cars and mansions, and live a carefree life. Jang Chen began to make Tang Chuchu accept his identity one by one. If you can accept this, then you won't be too surprised to accept that he is a black dragon in the future. Really? Tang Chuchu didn't quite understand either. But she knew that accepting favors from others was bribery. Jang Chen nodded, Of course, our boss, Black Dragon, you know, he is one of the 5 great marshals, as famous as King Xiao. He has collected a lot, he even directly attacked the enemy country, seized the enemy's gold mines, and sold them to other bosses, earning tens of billions. Tang Chuchu exclaimed, so many. Not much at all. Jang Chen explained, this is just one of them. The rich people in the southern wilderness border gave my boss hundreds of millions of dollars. My boss's assets are countless, hundreds of billions. How about you? How much did you make? Not much, just a few hundred million. Jang Chen didn't dare to say too much. Hearing this, Tang Chuchu was frightened, a few hundred million is not enough. Immediately, with a stern face, he scolded, You are so good, Jang Chen. You seem to be honest and simple, but I didn't expect that you are full of evil intentions and are only thinking about making money. This is not normal. My mom also said that my uncle's family also used their positions in the company to make money. They made a lot of money, with luxury cars and mansions, but my grandfather turned a blind eye. My dad was honest, but he was scolded by my mom. Tang Chuchu seemed to be thinking about something. That makes sense. But, this is of a different nature. This is a family business, and what they are greedy for is the family's money. But Jang Chen blatantly broke the law. Chen, return the money. It doesn't matter if you are poor. As long as you work hard, you can make money. If the higher-ups investigate this, you'll be finished. I don't want to visit you in prison in the future. Jang Chen smiled and said, Chuchu, it's not that serious. I was in a military court, and the higher-ups dismissed me from the army and expelled me from the military. I will never be employed again, and the money was not taken back. This is the boss speaking for me. Seeing that I have been in the army for 10 years and have gone through life and death, this can be considered a reward for me. Jang Chen started to fool people. He said a lot, and Tang Chuchu finally accepted it reluctantly. She also believed what Jang Chen said. How could a small soldier borrow a car and move freely in and out of the military area? Now she knew that Jang Chen was once a big shot, but was expelled from the army because of money-making. He really knew a big shot. But although Jang Chen has some money, he asked her to buy a luxury car. She couldn't bear to do that. Since even the head coach has acknowledged that the money is a reward for Jang Chen, Tang Chuchu also has other plans. She plans to use it as startup capital. She began to tell Jang Chen about her ideals and ambitions. As she spoke, she suddenly said, By the way, Chen, you can't let our mother know about this money, otherwise she will go out and brag about it, or even take it away directly. This is our private property. My mother is just like Grandpa, she only cares about face. So, let's go buy a car. Tang Chuchu knocked on Jang Chen's forehead and said, By your head, the money is with me, I'll keep it. I have the final say on what to buy. By the way, you go back first, I'll go buy clothes by myself. Ah. Tang Chuchu, you are ungrateful. I just told you that I have some money in my card, and you want to send me back. You are so ungrateful. No, I'm going to be walking around for a long time. I'm worried that you'll be tired. That's nothing. When I was in the army, I endured it no matter how hard and tiring it was. Besides, how can I say I'm tired when I'm with the woman I love? Hearing this, Tang Chuchu was delighted. She couldn't help but hug Jang Chen's waist tightly. Soon, the two of them rode their electric scooters to a women's clothing store. This store is quite famous in Jiangzhou. The clothes inside are very expensive, often costing thousands or even tens of thousands of yuan per set, and some even cost tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of yuan. Originally Tang Chuchu didn't want to buy such an expensive item, but Jang Chen insisted on coming. She couldn't resist, so she came to take a look. The clothing store is decorated very luxuriously, with some gorgeous dresses hanging on the hangers. Tang Chuchu's eyes lit up when she saw it, and she became as happy as a young girl, looking at this and touching that. Hey, don't touch it. If it breaks, can you afford to buy it? A dissatisfied voice came. Tang Chuchu looked over when she heard the voice and saw a shopping guide in a small suit staring at her with an unhappy look on his face. She apologized promptly. Yes, I'm sorry. Chuchu, what are you doing? We are consumers and customers are God. How can you apologize to her? Jang Chen had a dissatisfied look on his face. Tang Chuchu is too weak. This kind of character will cause her to suffer. Tang Chuchu pulled Jang Chen and said, Chen, forget it, let's go somewhere else. This place is too expensive, over 10,000 per unit. She took Jang Chen and left. Although Jang Chen told her that there was money in the card, she was reluctant to spend so much money on clothes. Poor jerk, you have no money, yet you still touch things recklessly. The shopping guide looked at her with contempt. You. Jang Chen was about to get angry, but Tang Chuchu pulled him back in time. Okay, let's go. She knew Jang Chen's temper, and he would even beat people up at family meetings. If we can't stop this, something bad will definitely happen. Alas, all soldiers have hot tempers. Jang Chen didn't lose his temper until Tang Chuchu held him back. They both walked towards the door. Chuchu, is that you? At the gate, a woman stared at Tang Chuchu with a look of surprise on her face. Tang Chuchu looked over and saw a woman who was about 27 or 28 years old. She was wearing a long blue dress, holding a Chanel bag in her hand, and wearing gold earrings, an emerald bracelet, and a crystal necklace around her fair neck. Wearing gold and silver, she is beautiful and elegant. She was also holding the arm of a man in his 30s. The man was dressed in designer clothes and had a strong aura, and he looked like an important person at first glance. You, who are you? Tang Chuchu didn't recognize him. Tang Chuchu, is it really you? A woman in a blue dress and gold and silver jewelry came over and said with a sweet smile, You forgot, I am Feng Xiaowei. Oh, Xiaowei, it's you. Tang Chuchu suddenly realized and remembered that there was indeed a Feng Xiaowei in her class when she was in college. Chuchu, I heard that you have recovered your appearance and were named the most beautiful woman in Jiangzhou. I also heard that the Tang family has recruited a live-in son-in-law. Tang Chuchu pulled Jang Chen over and introduced him. This is my husband, Jang Chen. Feng Xiaowei also pulled the handsome man next to her and introduced him generously. This is my husband, Sun Zhe, a member of the Sun family. The Sun family is second only to the four major families in Jiangzhou. Sun Zhe's gaze also stayed on Tang Chuchu. Tang Chuchu's name is known to everyone in Jiangnan. She used to be the ugliest girl, but now she is the most beautiful girl. The contrast is so great that it is difficult for outsiders not to understand. Seeing Tang Chuchu now, there was a hint of greed in his expression. She glanced at Jang Chen, who was dressed in ordinary clothes, and couldn't help but show sarcasm on her face. Chuchu, the Tang family you belong to is a big family anyway, how come you found such a useless husband? There are still many singles in my family. How about this, you divorce this useless man, and I will introduce you to someone else. Sun Zhe stared at Tang Chuchu and started to target her. He said he was introducing her to single people in his family, but actually he wanted to do it himself. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Sunday. Tang Chuchu Wanner smiled and pulled Jiang Chen away. Hey, Chuchu, are you here to buy clothes and attend Lin Yi's birthday party? Feng Xiaowei pulled Tang Chuchu in time. Tang Chuchu looked at her and asked, what's wrong? When she was in school, she was disliked in the class and was not familiar with any of the people. What's going on now? Everyone talks so much when they see her. Chuchu, I heard that your family was kicked out of the Tang family. How do you still have money to buy such expensive clothes? Tang Chuchu's face darkened. No matter how naive she was, she knew that Feng Xiaowei was mocking her. She was too lazy to pay attention and didn't want to argue with such a snobbish person. Dear guests, please come in. Just at this moment, the shopping guide who had previously glared at Tang Chuchu and mocked her came over. Seeing Feng Xiaowei wearing gold and silver and holding a bag worth tens of thousands of dollars in her hand, she immediately bent down. She looked as if she was welcoming God, which was completely different from her attitude towards Tang Chuchu. Feng Xiaowei raised her head, took Sun Zai's arm, and walked over generously. He turned back to look at Tang Chuchu and said with a smile, Chuchu, tomorrow is Lin Yi, President Lin's birthday party. I see you look so shabby, so don't go and embarrass yourself. Besides, the Tang family has become a laughing stock in the river now. Haha, you faked an invitation to attend the Xiaoyao King's succession ceremony. It really makes me laugh to death. You. Tang Chuchu was shaking with anger. Jang Chen on the side said calmly, see, I told you not to leave, and we are not short of money. Yoha. Jang Chen's words aroused Feng Xiaowei's interest, and he immediately laughed, you are a poor soldier, but you are not short of money. Can you afford the clothes in here? Chen, let's go. Tang Chuchu pulled Jang Chen. She was afraid that Jang Chen would lose control and show off his wealth. Jang Chen told her where the money came from, and that the money was not clean. Although Jang Chen also said that he was brought to court, stripped of his military status, expelled from the army, and would never be recruited again because of the money. This money was the final reward given to him by his superiors after his 10 years of military service. In theory, the money is legal. However, thinking about the origin of the money, Tang Chuchu was still a little worried. Don't cause trouble if you can. If the higher-ups investigate again, it will be a serious crime. So, she pulled Jiang Chen and was about to leave. Tang Chuchu was about to leave, and Jiang Chen didn't want to say anything more. TSK. Feng Xiaowei sneered again, poor people are poor people. Sun Zai also had an idea. He walked over and said with a smile, Chuchu, which dress do you like? How about I buy it for you? Thank you, but that's okay. Tang Chuchu pulled Jiang Chen away. However, Jiang Chen felt that he had been greatly insulted. Buying clothes for his wife in front of him. Tang Chuchu, my husband wants to give you some clothes. It's your honor. Do you dare to refuse? Feng Xiaowei came over and slapped Tang Chuchu in the face, don't be so shameless. She was just from an ordinary family. Although she married into a wealthy family, she had no status in the family. Her husband often seduced other women in front of her, and even brought them home in front of her. She knows her identity. She is where she is today, all thanks to Sun Zai. Without Sun Zai, she is nothing. She was also angry because Tang Chuchu was ungrateful. She knew that Sun Zai was somewhat interested in Tang Chuchu, and she also wanted to help Sun Zai get Tang Chuchu into bed with him, so that if Sun Zai was happy, he might reward her again. She wanted to help Sun Zai. However, the slap was blocked by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen grabbed her wrist. Ah, it hurts. Feng Xiaowei screamed in pain. Chen, forget it. Tang Chuchu pulled Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen then let go. Feng Xiaowei, however, was like a shrew. She pointed at Jiang Chen and yelled, who do you think you are? How dare you hit me? Do you know who I am? As she said that, she looked at Sun Zai aggrievedly and said coquettishly, husband, you hit me, you loser. Sun Zai knew that Feng Xiaowei had guessed his thoughts and wanted to help him. He looked at Jiang Chen coldly, Jiang Chen, do you know who I am? I am from the Sun family. Jiang Chen looked nonchalant and asked, who is Sun Taiyun to you? That's my uncle. Sun Zai said proudly, how's that? Are you scared? Jang Chen looked at Tang Chuchu and asked, Chuchu, I heard from Mom that it was Sun Taiyun who sent my brother back yesterday. Sun Taiyun was very respectful to you. Yes, yes. Thinking of this, Tang Chuchu was confused. What's going on? Why are all these big shots so respectful to her? Is it really because of Jang Chen? However, even if he was once a big shot, that was in the southern wilderness, and now he has been expelled from the army. Moreover, she also heard about what happened in Qingshi dynasty yesterday evening. She knew that the military had been dispatched to crack down on gangs and the first target was Lin Xian. This matter has absolutely nothing to do with Jang Chen. Jang Chen said, you must have Sun Yao's phone number. Call him and ask him to inform his father to come here immediately and kneel down to admit his mistake. Tang Chuchu does have Sun Yao's phone number. This was given to her by her mother last time. She promptly explained, Chen, my mother gave me the phone number, and I have never called him. Well, I believe you, now fight. Chen, forget it. Tang Chuchu shook her head. She didn't believe that if she made a phone call, Sun Yao would inform Sun Taiyun, and Sun Taiyun would not come in person to admit his mistake. However, Feng Xiaowei laughed so hard that he doubled over. Haha, I am dying of laughter. Who do you think you are? With just one phone call, the heir of the Sun family has to kneel down and admit his mistake. Sun Zhe also had a gloomy expression and said, you made my uncle kneel down and admit his fault. Who do you think you are? King Xiaoyao. Jiang Chen raised his foot and kicked. Bang. Sun Zhe was kicked away in an instant and crashed into the clothes rack, and a row of clothes fell to the ground. This frightened the salesperson so much that he shouted in a low voice, it's over, you're done. Do you know how much these clothes are worth? Get ready to pay for it. Tang Chuchu was also speechless. Because of her carelessness, she didn't pull Jiang Chen back, and let Jiang Chen beat someone up. Security. The shopping guide shouted. Several security guards at the door walked over with ferocious looks. The commotion here also attracted the attention of other people who were choosing clothes in the store. These people gathered around, looking like they were watching a show. Tang Chuchu was a little worried, Chen, go quickly. She took Jiang Chen and left. However, he was blocked by security guards. The salesperson said coldly, leave. You want to leave just because your clothes are soiled. Sun Zhe got up from the ground and roared fiercely, Jiang Chen, you are dead. He immediately took out his phone and made a call, third brother, it's me. I'm at a clothing store on Nanlong Road. I've been beaten. Bring 30 of my brothers over here. I want to break this guy's legs. After making the call, he looked at Jiang Chen fiercely, boy, don't leave, you are dead. Seeing this situation, Tang Chuchu got scared and grabbed Jiang Chen's arm tightly. Jiang Chen patted her hands and comforted her, it's okay, call Sun Yao quickly and ask his father to come over. Tang Chuchu saw that Jiang Chen was fearless. I recalled the series of strange things that happened after I married Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen seemed to have always been confident. She thought about it, took out her phone, and found Sun Yao's number. At this moment, Sun Yao is in the hospital. Sun Taiyun was guarding him. He was telling Sun Yao that after his injuries healed, he would invite the Tang family to dinner, try to gain their forgiveness, and establish good relations with them. Sun Yao kept nodding his head. At this moment, Sun Yao's phone rang. When he saw the caller ID showed it was Tang Chuchu, he was so scared that his hands shook and he dropped the phone. You useless thing. Sun Taiyun cursed and picked up the broken phone on the ground. When he saw that it was a call from Tang Chuchu, he was so scared that he trembled all over. Throw it to Sun Yao, quick, catch it. Sun Yao already had a shadow on Tang Chuchu. To be precise, it was a shadow cast on Tang Chuchu's husband Jiang Chen. He answered the phone, Chu, Sister Chuchu, is there anything wrong? Sun Yao's teeth trembled when he thought of the scene where Jiang Chen killed someone. Sun Yao, I'm at the Yanli women's clothing store on Nanlong Road. Do you know Sun Zhe? He brought his wife here to buy clothes. We offended him. Can you tell your dad to ask Sun Zhe not to pursue the matter? Tang Chuchu spoke cautiously. She did not ask Sun Yao to notify Sun Taiyun to come over and kneel down to admit his mistake, but instead begged Sun Yao to use his connections to resolve the matter. Sun Yao was using the hands-free mode. Sun Taiyun, who was standing by, was furious when he heard this. This useless guy, I'm going to destroy him. After saying that, he ran out of the ward. Clothing store. Feng Xiao we saw Tang Chuchu pretending to make a phone call and couldn't help but sneer, knowing Sun Yao. Knowing him is useless. Will the Sun family help outsiders? As soon as Tang Chuchu finished speaking, Sun Yao hung up the phone. Because he was scared. When he heard that Tang Chuchu had offended Sun Zhe, he was so scared that his hands were shaking, and his phone fell to the ground and crashed. Sun Zhe, I hope nothing happens, otherwise I will kill you when I get out of the hospital. Sun Yao cursed in fear. Sun Zhe from the clothing store also laughed out loud. Haha, calling my cousin. That's hilarious. When Tang Chuchu saw that Sun Yao didn't say anything, her heart skipped a beat. She looked at the security guards who were blocking her and Jang Chen. Looking at Sun Zhe with a vicious face, the shopping guide with a gloomy face, and the people watching the fun around, he felt a little scared. Chen, what should we do? It's okay, let's go in and sit down and rest for a while. Jang Chen supported Tang Chuchu and walked towards the rest area inside the clothing store. He sat down, picked up an apple on the table, peeled it with a fruit knife, and handed it to Tang Chuchu. Wife, have one. Looking at Feng Xiaowei, Sun Zhe, the shopping guide, and some security guards who came with them, Tang Chuchu's heart was beating fast. Now, she is so scared that she has no mood to eat. How much compensation will it cost for getting so many clothes dirty? Moreover, Sun Zhe called more than 30 people. What should I do if this happens? She was so anxious that she almost cried. Chen, please find a solution. Tang Chuchu was so anxious that she almost cried, but Jiang Chen looked fearless. Jiang Chen hit Sun Zhe and knocked over a lot of clothing racks, which attracted the manager. The manager of this clothing store is a woman in her 30s. She is quite pretty, with an oval face, long black hair, and a sexy professional dress. Sun, young Master Sunday. When she saw Sun Zhe, she bowed with a look of respect on her face. Sun Zhe, who was sitting in the rest area waiting for his third brother to bring people to beat Jiang Chen, glanced at the manager and was also attracted by her beauty. However, Tang Chuchu was sitting opposite him, so he immediately lost interest in the manager and said indifferently, "Why, do you know me?" "Yes, I saw Mr. Sun from afar at a banquet before." Manager Li Min looked respectful. Sun Zhe nodded gently, looked at Tang Chuchu who was sitting opposite him with an anxious look on her face, and said to the manager Li Min, "Calculate the value of the clothes that this kid knocked over, and let him pay for it." "Mr. Sun, I've figured it out. A total of 18 items were soiled, and the price of each item is over 10,000, for a total of 200 and 100,000. Did you hear that?" Feng Xiaowei said arrogantly, 210,000. Be prepared to pay compensation. You can't even pay it. Come here, kneel down and admit your mistake to your husband. We will pay for you. Chen, pay the money and leave. Tang Chuchu said in a low voice, the Sun family is not easy to mess with. Sun Zhe called someone. If you don't leave now, you won't be able to leave later. Tang Chuchu felt uneasy and now she just wanted to leave. Although 210,000 is a lot, Jiang Chen said that he had money in his card, and he could just treat it as buying clothes. Although some of the clothes did not fit, he could still wear them after having them repaired. Wife, it's okay. I'll wait for him to call someone. Have you forgotten that I was born to be a soldier? Jiang Chen had a smile on his face. Chen, stop making trouble. I heard that King Xiaoyao has just taken office and issued a death order. The relevant departments have been cracking down very strictly recently. Fighting is a serious crime. Tang Chuchu was also frightened when she saw the security guards standing by and watching her closely. If it can be solved with money now, then use money to solve it. Walk. Sun Zhe's face was gloomy, and he said in a cold voice, "Today, can you show me one of your steps?" Hearing this, several security guards took a step forward. Jiang Chen never thought about leaving. He didn't take those little punks seriously. Young Master Sun. At this moment, a man in his 30s, bald, wearing a black vest and with a tiger tattoo on his body walked over, followed by more than 20 people. More than 20 people entered the clothing store, and the other customers were frightened and didn't dare to approach. "Third brother, this is the guy. Break his legs for me." Sun Tzu stood up and pointed at Jang Chen. Then he looked at Tang Chuchu proudly and said, "Tang Chuchu, if you come with me, I will let your useless husband go today." Looking at Tang Chuchu's figure, Sun Tzu swallowed his saliva. At the same time, he hated Jang Chen to death. How could this guy deserve to have such a beautiful wife? He is the young master of the Sun family, but he has never played with such a high-end thing. Thinking of this, he got angry. The third brother winked at some of his younger brothers and said, "Beat them." Tang Chuchu became anxious instantly and stood up hastily. "Mr. Sun, we were blind and did not recognize Mount Tai. We have offended you, please forgive us." "Haha, there's no point apologizing now." Feng Xiaowei laughed. "Tang Chuchu, unless you stay with my husband for a few days, otherwise, your husband will be dead." Jiang Chen pulled down Tang Chuchu, who stood up to apologize, and looked at Sun Tzu with a gloomy face. "So, you are also thinking about my wife?" "Yes." Sun Tzu did not deny it. No woman he sets his eyes on can escape his clutches. He stared at Tang Chuchu, looking at her graceful figure and beautiful face, without hiding the greed on his face at all. He had played with the best of the best, but never one as good as this. Being stared at nakedly, Tang Chuchu's pretty face turned red, with anger on her face. "You. Tang Chuchu, I'll give you a chance. Stay with me for 3 days and I'll let your husband go. Otherwise, I'll beat him so hard that he'll spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. I'll count to 3. If you don't agree, you can't blame me." 1. Tang Chuchu was so anxious that beads of sweat appeared on her face. She looked at the ferocious-looking bald man, and then at the 20 or so people who were staring at her covetously. She knew that if she didn't agree, Jiang Chen would definitely have his legs broken. 2. After the 2 words were shouted, Tang Chuchu panicked. 3. I agree. Tang Chuchu was so anxious that she was about to cry. Jiang Chen sat aside. He didn't expect that Tang Chuchu would actually. He was touched. Tang Chuchu cried, "I promise you, don't hit my husband, don't hit." Sun Tzu stood up with a smile on his face, and was about to hug Tang Chuchu's slender waist. "If you had done this earlier, everything would have been fine." The clothing store gathered a lot of people. However, these people were standing far away. They all knew that they were members of the Sun family, and they were discussing in low voices. However, at this time, Jiang Chen stood up and kicked him. He kicked Sun Tzu down on the sofa. hit him for me." Sun Tzu yelled angrily before he even got up. At this moment, a middle-aged man came running over in a hurry. "This is Sun Taiyun who came from the hospital." Tang Chuchu called and said that she had offended Sun Tzu. He was furious and drove through a red light to come here. What happened yesterday is still fresh in my mind. Even someone as strong as Lin Xian was killed, and King Xiaoyao even handled the follow-up matters personally. This is the wife of a super god. Who dares to provoke? That's simply seeking death. He rushed in a hurry, sweating profusely, and his hair was wet. As soon as he came in, he heard what Sun Tzu said, and immediately became angry, roaring loudly, "Useless thing." The roar was like thunder. This roar attracted the attention of many people. "Uncle." Sun Tzu also trembled all over. Sun Taiyun is the second in command of the Sun family, the heir to the family, and holds the family power. Sun Taiyun rushed over, grabbed Sun Tzu's hair, and slapped him several times. He used all his strength, fearing that he might hit too lightly. Sun Tzu was knocked unconscious, several of his teeth were knocked out, and blood was oozing out of his mouth. After slapping him a few times, he kicked Sun Tzu in the stomach and knocked him down on the sofa again, even overturning it. Then he picked up the ashtray on the table and angrily smashed it on his head. After this blow, Sun Tzu's forehead started bleeding instantly. The sudden scene scared everyone. Feng Xiaowei was stunned, and it took him a while to react. He screamed, "Uncle, what are you doing? This is Sun Tzu, your nephew." "Stinky bitch." Sun Taiyun rushed over, grabbed her long hair, and slammed her against the table. Bang! Feng Xiaowei hit his head on the glass table, and the glass table was broken instantly. Tang Chuchu was confused, with tears on her face. She was ready to sacrifice herself to save Jang Chen, but now. For a moment, her brain couldn't react. The third brother called by Sun Zhe didn't even dare to fart. Because he knew this person. He is the candidate for the head of the Sun family and one of the most important figures in Jiangnan. After beating the men, Sun Taiyun fell to his knees in front of Tang Chuchu. This. Tang Chuchu took a few steps back in fright. The people in the clothing store were dumbfounded. Especially the third brother. He is a gangster, how could he not know Sun Taiyun? At this moment, the third brother and more than 20 of his men were stunned. Sun Taiyun knelt on the ground, sniffling and crying, begging, "Miss Chuchu, my Sun family has a bad education and has offended Miss Chuchu. Please don't take it to heart and treat the Sun family as a fart and let it go. One word can cause 1,000 waves. The Sun family is a large family. Although it is not among the 4 major families, its assets are definitely no less than those of the 4 major families." The helmsman of the Sun family group actually knelt down to Tang Chuchu. On the side, Sun Zhe, who was beaten all over, was stunned. Why did his uncle kneel down to Tang Chuchu? Feng Xiaowei, whose face was covered in blood, was also dumbfounded. Was this the majestic Sun Taiyun? The salesperson at the clothing store was petrified. Manager Li Min was stunned. Sun Taiyun knelt on the ground and kowtowed continuously, until his head was broken. Every time it knocked, there was a crisp sound, and everyone's heart would skip a beat. Everyone opened their mouths in shock. Tang Chuchu was stunned for several seconds before she reacted. He hurriedly went to help Sun Taiyun, who was kowtowing on the ground, and said anxiously, "Mr. Sun, what are you doing? Get up quickly. Miss Chuchu, please forgive me, forgive my unworthy nephew." Jang Chen on the side said suddenly, "He seems to want Chuchu to accompany him for 3 days. What?" Upon hearing this, Sun Taiyun became furious. He stood up angrily and looked around for something. He saw a wooden chair, picked up the chair, and smashed it towards Sun Zhe's lower body. Ah! A heart-wrenching roar was heard from the clothing store. A pool of blood instantly appeared in Sun Zhe's crotch. He fainted from the pain. Feng Xiaowei, whose face was covered in blood, turned pale with fright. He kept backing away and crying. The others were also frightened and took a few steps back, gasping for breath. Too cruel. With this bench hitting him, Sun Zhe is doomed. After smashing it, Sun Taiyun knelt on the ground again. "Miss Chuchu, look, has your anger subsided?" Tang Chuchu was also frightened and her face turned pale. She instinctively stepped back, grabbed Jiang Chen's hand, and glanced at him. "Chen, this. Jiang Chen said innocently, "Why are you looking at me? He's not asking me for forgiveness. Chuchu, do you know any important people?" Tang Chuchu was a little shocked. Big shot. How does she know him? However, she thought of someone. That was the last time at the auction held by the Xiao family on the top floor of Jiangzhong Hotel. She was caught by Xiao Zhan and her face was scratched. Just when she was in despair, a man wearing a ghost mask appeared and rescued her. Could it be him? Tang Chuchu was slightly distracted. Then he shook his head slightly, denying the thought in his mind. She knew that this man had killed Xiao Bia of the Xiao family, and also killed Xiao Zhan, and then killed the patriarchs of the other 3 families. However, this man had already been captured by King Xiaoyao and shot. However, apart from this person, she didn't seem to know any powerful people, and she didn't know the man with the ghost mask. In the past 10 years, she has not stepped out of the house, so how could she know any important people? Could it be Jiang Chen? She looked at Jiang Chen in confusion. Then she denied the thought in her mind. It couldn't be Jiang Chen. Although he used to be a high-ranking official in Southern Wilderness, he committed a crime, was tried, and was expelled from the army. Bang, bang. Seeing that Tang Chuchu didn't say anything for a long time, Sun Taiyun continued to kneel on the ground and kowtow. Tang Chuchu couldn't figure it out, so she didn't think about it anymore. She hurriedly helped Sun Taiyun up and said, "Son, Mr. Sun, look, he's lost so much blood. Send him to the hospital quickly." "Thank you, Miss Chuchu, for your forgiveness." Sun Taiyun was overjoyed that he was finally forgiven. Otherwise, his Sun family would be finished. Sun Taiyun stood up and glanced at Jang Chen. As soon as he saw it, he couldn't help but tremble and almost fell to the ground. Jang Chen said, "Mr. Sun, what are you doing? Didn't you hear Chuchu say, take him to the hospital quickly? Also, this beating has nothing to do with my Chuchu, so don't call the police to arrest Chuchu." "Yes, I did it. It has absolutely nothing to do with Miss Chuchu." As he spoke, Sun Taiyun made a phone call. Soon, several people came and took away the unconscious Sun Zhe and Feng Xiaowei, whose face was covered in blood and looked shocked. "Well, do I have to pay for the clothes?" Jiang Chen looked at the clothing store manager who was still standing nearby. The manager reacted, shuddered, and said hurriedly, "No, that's not necessary." Even Sun Taiyun kowtowed and admitted his mistake. How could she dare to do that? Other people in the store had already informed the boss about this. The owner of this high-end clothing store is none other than Lin Yi. Although Lin Yi is the chairman of Chongqing Pharmaceutical. However, Chongqing Pharmaceutical belongs to the family, and she is just helping with the management. Besides this, she also has many side jobs. This store is one of them. She heard that Tang Chuchu and Jiang Chen were causing trouble in the store and quickly rushed over from the company. Jiang Chen looked at his third brother and others who were still standing by, frowned, and said, "Your master has left, do you still want to attack me?" The third brother trembled all over, bent over in fear, and kept apologizing. "Yes, I'm sorry, I'll leave now." After saying that, he didn't stay for long and ran away quickly with his little brother. Call. Tang Chuchu took a deep breath. So dreamy. All of this is really unbelievable. At this moment, a Ferrari supercar stopped at the door. A tall, beautiful, and elegant woman came over, wearing a white top and a black hip skirt. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The high heels made a crisp sound when they touched the ground. "Mr. Lin." When the woman came over, the shopping guides in the store all looked respectful to her. Manager Li Min also respectfully called out, "Boss Lin." Lin Yi walked over, glanced at Jiang Chen, and finally her eyes stopped on Tang Chuchu. She pretended to be intimate, took her hand, and said with a smile, "Chuchu, is it really you?" Tang Chuchu was stunned. For a moment, I didn't recognize the beautiful woman in front of me. "Chuchu, it's me, I'm Lin Yi. Back then, when you were listening to Professor Chi's lecture at school, you made a speech and received applause from everyone. I was there at the time." Tang Chuchu recalled. It seems to be true. But she didn't know Lin Yi. You are Lin Yi who sent me the invitation, Lin Yi, the chairman of Chongqing Pharmaceutical." "Yes." Lin Yi held Tang Chuchu's hand and said, "I heard about it too. I will immediately fire this salesperson who looks down on others. You are here to buy clothes, right? Come on, I will take you to the second floor and help you choose in person." Tang Chuchu was flattered. This? How could the chairman of Chongqing Pharmaceutical be so nice to her? It's like two best friends who can talk about anything. She glanced at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen smiled and said, "Go ahead." After getting permission, Tang Chuchu nodded and went to the second floor under the guidance of Lin Yi. The second floor sells luxury items that are even more expensive than the first floor. They are all dresses worth more than $100,000, and each one is so resplendent and dazzling. Tang Chuchu studied fashion design, and her eyes lit up when she saw these pretty dresses and gowns. However, she did not lose her mind. Looking at Lin Yi, who was graceful, elegant, and beautiful, she could not help asking, "Lin, Mr. Lin, I don't even know you. Why did you send me an invitation? And why are you so enthusiastic about me? Tell me the truth, who asked you to do this?" Lin Yi pursed her lips and smiled. It seems that Tang Chuchu doesn't know Jiang Chen's identity. Since she didn't know, she didn't point it out. "Hey, why are you saying this? I've always admired you. You're a genius, and you've got everything covered." Tang Chuchu asked again, is it Jang Chen? Or the men with the mask? Among the people she knew, there were probably only these two who had such energy. But who, she wasn't sure. She once suspected that it was Jang Chen. But this is just a suspicion. A man with a mask. Lin was stunned, and then she remembered the men with the ghost mask who caused a sensation in the city some time ago. Moreover, she also heard that this man in the ghost mask once saved Tang Chuchu at the Xiao family's auction and killed Xiao Zhan in public. Thinking back to the Ella group, King Xiaoyao stepped in to clean up Jang Chen's mess. She immediately guessed something. The man with the ghost mask is Black Dragon, also Jang Chen. Otherwise, after causing so many troubles, why did they only execute a masked man after King Xiaoyao succeeded to the throne? It must be that King Xiaoyao wanted to cover up for Jang Chen and reduce the fallacy from the outside world, so he found a scapegoat. Thinking of this, Lin Yi smiled. What on earth does this Black Dragon want to do? Chuchu, don't you know the identity of the men in the ghost mask? How would I know this? Lin Yi whispered in her ear, he is the person you rescued from the Jiang family fire 10 years ago. He is very powerful now. You also know about the affairs of the 4 major families. He has come back for revenge. Ah. Tang Chuchu was shocked. The person she saved 10 years ago. She knew that she had saved people from the fire in the Jiang family villa. As for who was rescued, she didn't know. They don't even know about the feud between the Jiang family and the 4 major families. Who is he? Could it be Jang Chen? Tang Chuchu thought that Jang Chen also had the surname Jiang, and couldn't help but connect the two. Lin Yi patted Tang Chuchu on the forehead and said, you think too much. Your husband Jang Chen is just a waste. How can he have such great power? Seeing Lin Yi belittle Jang Chen, Tang Chuchu felt a little unhappy. My husband is not a loser. Isn't it? Lin Yi said with a smile, I heard that he is the son-in-law of the Tang family. He doesn't have a job. He just sweeps the floor and cooks at home all day. He is supported by the Tang family. He even rode a small electric donkey to Yongla to pick you up after get off work. This has become a laughing stock in Jiangzhou. What else? I'm not going to pay attention to you. Tang Chuchu looked unhappy. Okay, I was just kidding. Lin Yi apologized quickly. It seems that Tang Chuchu likes Jang Chen very much, so it is a bit difficult for her to alienate the relationship between Tang Chuchu and Jang Chen. She changed the subject, whatever you like, just pick it and I'll give it to you. You have such a good figure and are so beautiful, you will look beautiful in anything you wear. The unhappiness on Tang Chuchu's face finally disappeared. But, she has money, and she doesn't want Lin Yi to give it to her. With Lin Yi's help, she picked out a slim-fitting white dress. She likes white. Represents purity. When I checked out, I found out it was 180,000. She was shocked. She didn't expect the dress to be so expensive. Chuchu, I've already told you, this dress is for you, this clothing store is mine. No, thanks. Tang Chuchu paused slightly and took out the black card that she had confiscated from Jang Chen from her bag. At this moment, she was also a little timid. What if there is no money in the card? Isn't this extremely embarrassing? The cashier looked at Lin Yi. When Lin Yi saw the black card in Tang Chuchu's hand, she gasped and then her face was filled with envy, her heart aching with envy. Others don't know about this card. But, she knew it. This is a unique Black Dragon card, there is only one in the country. Brush it. Tang Chuchu even took out the Black Dragon card, and Lin Yi no longer insisted on giving Tang Chuchu clothes. Tang Chuchu handed over the card timidly. The cashier took it with both hands and swiped it on the card machine. Tang Chuchu entered the password Jiang Chen said. In fact, this Black Dragon card has no password, because it is Jiang Chen's unique card and does not require a password. If you enter a password, it will be confirmed no matter how you enter it. Payment successful. Hearing that the card swipe was successful, Tang Chuchu breathed a sigh of relief. There was really money in the card. Ms. Tang, please keep your card. Tang Chuchu took the Black Dragon card and put it in her pocket. Lin Yi looked at Tang Chuchu with a bright smile on her face. Chuchu, where are you going next? Should I go shopping with you? Ah. Tang Chuchu was stunned. This is the chairman of Chongqing Pharmaceutical. How could she deserve Lin Yi to accompany her shopping? I'm fine anyway. Jang Chen told me to buy some more jewelry. Well, I'll go with you. Good. Tang Chuchu was flattered. Jang Chen was in the rest area downstairs, smoking a cigarette and playing Plants vs. Zombies on his phone. Chen. Tang Chuchu's voice came. He immediately put away his phone, stood up, and asked with a smile, how is it? Tang Chuchu raised the bag in her hand and said, I bought one, but... She stammered, yes, it's a bit expensive, 180,000. She had never worn such expensive clothes in her life, and she was afraid that Jang Chen would scold her for being wasteful. Jang Chen smiled and said, it's only 180,000 yuan. We are not short of money. Let's go and have some more shopping. Lin Yi came over and said with a smile, Jang Chen, you go back first, I will accompany Chuchu to go shopping. Jiang Chen frowned. Lin Yi smiled and said, don't worry, I will make sure Chuchu is sent home safely. Jiang Chen looked at Tang Chuchu. Tang Chuchu didn't know why Lin Yi was so enthusiastic towards her. Was it really because of the men with the ghost mask? She also wanted to know more about the person she saved 10 years ago, and to know who rescued her from Xiaozhan last time. She thought for a moment and said, Chen, you go back first. I'll go shopping with Mr. Lin. Tang Chuchu had said it all, and Jiang Chen didn't insist on following. He nodded and said, well, be careful. Call me if you have anything. Lin Yi took Tang Chuchu and left. When she left, she smiled at Jiang Chen, stretched out her slender hand, and made a goodbye gesture. Jiang Chen didn't think much about it. With Lin Yi around, Tang Chuchu would be fine. He also walked out of the clothing store, watched Tang Chuchu get into Lin Yi's sports car, and then rode away on the small electric scooter beside him. However, he did not go home. Instead, he went to the mortal clinic. When he arrived at the mortal clinic, it was closed. He simply took out his key, entered the clinic, closed the door, and went to the inner room to sleep. It was not until the evening that Xiao He and Black Rose Bai Su returned. Jiang Chen woke up when he heard the sound and walked out from the inner room. Ah, brother Jiang, you are here. Bai Su was slightly surprised to see Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen hummed softly and asked, how is it going? Xiao He smiled and said, Brother Jiang, we have completed all the work in one afternoon. Now the newly built commercial center in the city is already under your name and you can invite external investors. Jiang Chen sat down, picked up a cigarette on the table and lit it. By the way, did the people from the 4 major families go to the Jiang family cemetery to kneel down and pay their respects? Xiao He shook his head, I have been sending people to watch over it, but no one has gone. Hearing this, Jiang Chen's face darkened. Brother Jiang. Xiao He hesitated to speak. Explain. Xiao He hesitated for a moment and said, according to the latest information, in addition to the 4 major families, there were other people who went to the Jiang family 10 years ago. Pa. Jiang Chen slapped the table. The solid wood table shattered into pieces in an instant. Bai Su's body trembled with fright. Why didn't you tell me before? Xiao He looked apologetic, Brother Jiang, I'm sorry, I was negligent. I only investigated the 4 major families and overlooked some details. Jiang Chen's face was gloomy, and he said, who else? Xiao He said in time, the 4 major families are white, and there are also black ones among them. However, these people have not shown up, but are in the dark. Let's put it this way, 10 years ago, it was not only the 4 major families in Jiangzhou that targeted the Jiang family, but also almost all the underground forces in Jiangzhou participated. Moreover, there was a mastermind behind the scenes. Jiang Chen knew that there was a mastermind behind this. Whoever has the painting of dwelling in the mountains and the moon is the mastermind behind the scenes. Who else are they? Xiao He said, Brother Jiang, our forces are in the southern wilderness. Now King Xiaoyao has succeeded to the head of the 5 armies. I have no right to use Jiang Zhong's intelligence network. I am not sure which underground forces have participated. King Xiaoyao. Jang Chen pondered, then stopped and said, let's avoid King Xiaoyao on this matter. In that case, then we can only ask one person. Jang Chen asked, who? Xiao He said, this man is called Ghost Boss, nicknamed Ghost Seer. He is in the business of buying and selling intelligence. He claims that there is nothing in the world that he doesn't know. His power is deeply rooted, not only in Jiangzhong but also in his underground intelligence network. He can even find out things that official intelligence cannot. Contact Gue Jianchou. I want to know, besides the 4 major families, which other forces participated in the action to destroy my Jiang family 10 years ago. Yes, I'll arrange it right away. Jiang Chen leaned back in his chair and took a deep breath. He hadn't expected that something that happened 10 years ago would be so deeply involved. But, no matter who is involved, as long as they are related to this matter, then, there is only one outcome. That is it. Die. After learning that besides the 4 major families, some underground forces were also involved in destroying the Jiang family 10 years ago, Jiang Chen's face became terribly gloomy. Xiao He immediately went to make arrangements. His status is so high that it is very easy for him to arrange these things. Soon, he had everything arranged. Brother Jiang, it has been arranged. We will meet at the Volkswagen repair shop in the suburbs tonight. Yeah. Jiang Chen nodded. Brother Jiang, Gijianchu is in the business of buying and selling intelligence, and the price is ridiculously high. Should we prepare the money, or? Jiang Chen glanced at Xiao He and asked, Xiao He, how long have you been with me? Xiao He said, it's been 8 years now. Yeah, it's been 8 years. Don't you know my temper? As the boss of a local power, do I need to spend money? Yes, Brother Jiang is right. Jiang Chen looked at the time. It was just past 7 o'clock. It would take more than an hour to drive to the suburbs. I'm afraid I'll have to go back very late tonight. He took out his phone and called Tang Chuchu. Chuchu, are you home yet? I was delayed by something, so I'm afraid I'll be home very late tonight, or maybe not at all. The way Jiang Chen was making the call was completely different from just now. Bai Su thought she had seen it wrong. The famous god of killing in the southern wilderness actually had such a gentle side, and there was a smile on his face. She pulled Xiao He and looked outside the door. Xiao He nodded and went to the door. Outside, Bai Su asked in doubt, Brother He, who is Brother Jiang calling? Why did he suddenly become a different person? She. Xiao He sighed, maybe she is the happiest woman in the world. Brother Jiang's sweetheart. You'd better not ask too much about Brother Jiang's affairs. I just want to understand it. I'm afraid I might offend you accidentally in the future. After Jiang Chen called Tang Chuchu, he came out and saw Bai Su and Xiao He mumbling, ahem, what are they talking about? Bai Su was so frightened by the cough that her whole body trembled. Xiao He smiled and said, nothing, Black Rose is just asking about my sister-in-law. Jiang Chen glanced at Bai Su. Bai Su panicked and immediately lowered her head. Jiang Chen said calmly, from now on there will be no Black Rose, only Bai Su. Yes, Brother Jiang, I made a slip of the tongue. Jiang Chen patted Xiao He's shoulder and said with a smile, Xiao He, you are not young anymore, it's time to think about your lifelong event. What kind of person do you like? I will introduce one to you. A queen, a lowly, a sexy one, or a pure one? Ahem. Xiao He's face turned red. Jiang, Brother Jiang, we'll talk about this later. Jiang Chen said with a straight face, you are already over 30, right? While we are still in Jiangzhong, you should settle your lifelong affairs as soon as possible. Although I have submitted my resignation application, it has not been approved yet. Who knows if there will be unrest in the southern wilderness one day, and I will be transferred back, so hurry up. Yes, Brother Jiang is right. If I meet someone I like, I will pursue her. What the hell am I chasing after you? Jiang Chen slapped him on the head. You're such a blockhead. I can ask you to fight, but I can't ask you to chase after a woman. Forget it. I'll help you find one later. Bai Su stood aside, listening to the two old men talking about this, and felt a little uncomfortable, so she went into the house on her own accord. In front of the mortal clinic, Jang Chen and Xiao He sat together on the steps, smoking special cigarettes and chatting about women. As they chatted, Xiao He felt embarrassed and quickly changed the subject. Brother Jiang, the Jiang family's affairs 10 years ago were not simple. It was not just the four major families, but also many underground forces. Was it necessary for the Jiang family to go through so much trouble? Jiang Chen looked at Xiao He and asked, "Tell me what you think." Xiao He thought for a while and said, "I checked. 10 years ago, Xiao Zhan was not from the Western Territory Army, but from Kyoto. He went to the Western Territory after the Jiang family was destroyed. The four major families are definitely not the masterminds behind the scenes. To be able to drive the four major families and many underground forces in Jiangzhou, this person must have a great background." Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes and said, "Then how big do you think its origin is?" Xiao He smiled and said, "No matter how big it is, can it be as big as Brother Jiang is now?" "Okay, stop flattering me. Get the car ready and go meet Gue Jianqiu. I want to see how much he knows about the Jiang family's affairs 10 years ago." "Yes." Xiao He left quickly and went to a nearby parking lot. Soon a black Chang'an car drove over. Xiao He drove, taking Jiang Chen and Baisu to the Volkswagen repair shop in the suburbs. Because there was plenty of time, Xiao He drove very slowly. It was almost 9 o'clock when we arrived at the Volkswagen repair shop in the suburbs. Outside a large repair shop. "There is a black Chang'an car parked here." Xiao He in the cab pointed to the repair shop ahead and said, "Brother Jiang, this is the base camp of Gijianchu. On the surface, it's a repair shop, but in fact, there are fully armed forces inside." Jiang Chen looked nonchalant and said, "Get out of the car." The three of them got out of the car together and walked into the repair shop. Before I even entered the gate, a man in ragged clothes and covered in oil came over and said, "I'm sorry, it's night now. Come back tomorrow to fix the car." Xiao He said, "We are here to see the ghost boss. We have already made an appointment." Hearing this, the repairman glanced at Jiang Chen and the others, then nodded, "Follow me." The mechanic led the three people into the backyard of the repair shop and entered a room. There is a secret door in the room. After he opened the secret door, an underground passage appeared. At the entrance of the passage, there were several men holding submachine guns. The repairman waved slightly to the person inside, "See the boss, an appointment has been made, search. When two people come out, they will be searched." "What are you doing?" Xiao He stood in front of Jiang Chen and asked coldly, "Do you know who this is?" The repairman said coldly, "This is the rule. If you don't search me, I'm sorry, get lost." Jiang Chen pulled Xiao He, paused slightly, and said, "Since we have come to someone else's territory, we must abide by their rules." Xiao He then nodded. The people at the entrance began to search people. A gun was found on Xiao He. Baisu voluntarily handed over her gun. Jiang Chen had no weapons on him, but a handful of silver needles were found, and even the silver needles were confiscated from him. "Let's go." After searching my body, the repairman spoke. Jiang Chen and others followed the repairman and entered the underground passage. The passage was very long, extending deep underground, and all along the way were fully armed mercenaries. Xiao He whispered, "Gue Jianqiu's power is not only in Jiangzhou, but also in major cities. He is the real underground emperor, known as the ghost boss in the underworld. Lin Xian, who was killed by Brother Jiang before, is nothing in Gue Jianqiu's eyes." Jiang Chen nodded slightly. He really didn't take the boss of an underground force seriously. As long as he is willing, he can just call King Xiaoyao and this place will fall in minutes. Soon they arrived deep underground. Jiang Chen discovered that there was an underground casino here, and quite a few people gathered there. Jiang Chen took a look and ignored them. After the three of them were taken to a closed room, the repairman said, "The boss is seeing a guest." "Wait." Jiang Chen nodded gently, "Yeah. Since you're here, just wait a while. If you don't ask for what you want, then there is Northwest need for this place to exist. This underground secret room is not big, only about 50 square meters. There are stone walls on the left and right, and iron gates in the front and back. The iron door leading into the room has been locked. The iron gate in front was closed and there was a black curtain, so I couldn't see what was behind the gate. Seeing the iron door was locked, Bai Su frowned slightly and looked at Jang Chen. Brother Jiang, what is this? Jang Chen paused slightly and said, it's okay, wait. He has gone through mountains of swords and seas of fire, so why would he worry about this mere local small force? Jang Chen was very calm, but Bai Su was very nervous. Although she was also in the underworld, she was just a tomb robber and had never dealt with these big guys. Brother Jiang, Brother He, won't something happen? Beads of sweat appeared on her pretty face, because when she came here, she saw that the place was heavily guarded, and there were at least 100 fully armed mercenaries. Xiao He comforted him, it's okay. If something really happens, I can kill it by myself without the boss' help. Hearing this, Bai Su felt much more at ease. Several people waited in this stone house for about 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, a slightly hoarse voice came from the black curtain in front. Is it Xiao He who was introduced by Master Ba? When Xiao He heard the voice, he immediately said, yes, it was Master Ba who introduced him. Tell me what news you want to buy. Xiao He glanced at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen said, is this how you do business? At least you should let us sit down, and you should at least show up. After being brought to the stone house, Jiang Chen was already unhappy because there was not even a bench. Now the ghost appears, but he doesn't show himself. Instead, he spoke to him through the black curtain. A hoarse voice came from the black curtain in front, in my place, no matter who comes, they can only stand. As for meeting, that's unnecessary. Tell me, what information do you need? Jiang Chen said, I want to know, in addition to the 4 major families, which other underground forces were involved in the destruction of the Jiang family 10 years ago. I need a list of all the people involved, and I also want to know who is the mastermind behind the scenes. The stone house fell into silence in an instant. After a while, a voice came out, this is a top secret, which has been sealed for many years. No one has ever come to buy this information. If you want to buy it, the price is 10 billion. Jiang Chen said, no problem, I need to get the information first. A cold snort came from behind the black curtain. In my case, there is no precedent for getting the news first. Pay first, then give the news. I, Gijianchu, have always been very trustworthy. If I don't have the news, I will definitely not make an offer. Hearing this, Jiang Chen's face darkened. Bai Su behind him only felt a chill sweeping over him. Only Xiao He knew that Jiang Chen was angry. I'm afraid there will be a river of blood here tonight. Jiang Chen walked forward step by step. Don't act rashly. A cold shout was heard. Immediately afterwards, dozens of fully armed mercenaries appeared behind them, holding weapons in their hands, with countless red dots aimed at Jiang Chen and the other 3. Jiang Chen frowned. His silver needle had been taken away, and it was impossible for him to subdue the dozens of fully armed mercenaries behind him in an instant. He turned around and glanced at Xiao He. Does Carrie have any money left? Xiao He nodded, a little bit, although not much, but there are tens of billions. Jiang Chen nodded, yes, deal. Immediately, he looked at the black cloth in front of him and said, okay, deal. If you have any problems with the information you give me, don't blame me. Haha, don't worry, I, Gijianchu, always keep my word and will never cheat my customers. Jiang Chen asked, how do we trade? Direct transfer. Jiang Chen nodded, okay. At this moment, dozens of mercenaries came over with weapons in hand, pointing them at the heads of the 3 men. Immediately afterwards, the black cloth in front was lifted, and a man in black clothes and a hood on his face came and opened the iron gate. Jiang Chen looked around and found a luxurious house behind the iron gate. Sitting on the sofa in the room was a middle-aged man. The man was probably in his 40s, slightly plump, wearing a vest, with a green dragon tattooed on his arm, and was playing with the 2 walnuts in his hands. Walk. The mercenaries behind them pointed guns at Jiang Chen and others. Jiang Chen and the other 2 walked over. Sit. The middle-aged fat man wearing a vest and playing with the walnut in his hand pointed at the sofa. Jiang Chen glanced at him and sat down. Xiao He and Bai Su also sat down next to Jang Chen. Although they sat down, the mercenaries did not leave and still pointed their guns at them. Jang Chen asked calmly, "Are you Gui Jianqiu, the ghost boss rumored by the outside world?" The men didn't say anything and glanced at a hooded man standing behind him. The men immediately understood and brought a laptop. The man in the black vest pointed to the laptop on the table and said, "Swiss bank, transfer the money. I'll give you the information immediately after the transfer." Jiang Chen smiled immediately. "Boss Ghost, with so many people holding guns, how dare I transfer the money? If I transfer the money and you regret it, won't I be at a loss?" The middle-aged man in a black vest made a reassuring gesture and said, "Don't worry about this. I, Gijianchu, have never engaged in any fraud. I have come this far because of my credibility." Jiang Chen turned around and glanced behind him. With just a glance, he knew how many people were behind him. He immediately leaned back on the sofa, crossed his legs, and moved them a few times. When Xiao He saw this, he immediately understood. Jiang Chen leaned back on the sofa and said, "I've also heard that Boss Gui is very trustworthy, but I'm still worried. So, give me the information first, and I'll take a look at it. After I'm sure there are no mistakes, I'll pay you." Pa. Gijianchu slapped the table. As he clapped his hands, the mercenaries behind Jiang Chen immediately took a few steps forward, with several guns pointed at the heads of the three men. "Boy, do you need me to say it a few more times? Here you have to give me the money first and then the information. There is no precedent for giving the information first." Jiang Chen smiled faintly and said, "Bargaining is a natural part of doing business. Just because it didn't happen before doesn't mean it won't happen in the future." He and Xiao He behaved very calmly. Black Rose was different. Someone was holding a gun against the back of her head. She didn't even dare to move, and beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. At the same time, in another room, there was an old man in his 60s sitting here, smoking a pipe and watching the surveillance camera. The footage in the surveillance video was exactly the footage of Jiang Chen's stone house. The old man snapped his fingers. The person standing behind him immediately came over and respectfully called out, "Boss. Have you found out the details of these three people?" "Boss, I've checked it out. The man in the middle is called Jiang Chen. He has only been in Jiangzhou for a short time. His information shows that he was a soldier in the southern wasteland, but his rank is not high. He is just a soldier. Now he is the son-in-law of the Tang family. The guy next door is called Xiao He, and he opened a clinic in the middle of the river. We haven't found out anything about that woman yet. She must have entered Jiangzhou illegally." Hearing this, the old man frowned. How could a retired soldier and a clinic owner come to buy news about the demise of the Jiang family 10 years ago? These people are not simple. Even with a gun pointed at his head, he remained calm and was still chatting and laughing. This is definitely someone who has experienced big scenes. Introduced by Lao Ba. "Yes, boss. Call Hey Lao Ba and ask about the details of these three people." "Yes." Jiang Chen sat on the sofa, crossed his legs, took out a cigarette and lit it. The smell of smoke filled the underground stone house. Across from him, a middle-aged man wearing a black vest and playing with a walnut in his hand said gloomily, "I'll say it again. If you want the news, transfer the money immediately." Jiang Chen paused for a moment and said, "Forget it, I won't buy it. This is too bad." He stood up. Xiao He and Black Rose also stood up. The man in the black vest angrily said, "Do you think I'm a place where I can come and go as I please?" Jiang Chen smiled faintly and said, "If you want to trade, ask your boss to come in person. This is a big deal, and you can't handle it." The man in the black vest was slightly stunned, then laughed. "You said, I'm not a ghost." Jiang Chen pointed to the hidden camera in the corner and said, "Your boss must be watching in secret. He is indeed a ghost-fearing man. He is so careful in doing things. He actually sent a subordinate to discuss business with me. Since he is so insincere, let's forget it." Another room. The old man in his 60s, smoking a pipe, looked more and more solemn. This Jiang Chen is no simple man. Even with a gun pointed at his head, he remained calm and observed everything so carefully. He looked at the surveillance footage and did not act rashly. Jang Chen looked at the man in the black vest who was sitting on the sofa and playing with walnuts, and smiled faintly. You are pretending very well, there are almost no flaws. In that case, you're saying that I'm not a ghost. Aura. Jang Chen said calmly, Gue Jianzhou has great power and is a true underground emperor. As a big boss who has been in a high position for a long time, he must have an invisible aura, but you don't. Just because of this? Right. Another stone house. One of his men came over and said, Boss, I called He Lao Ba, but he hesitated and didn't say much. He just said that people who want to buy information are not easy to deal with. Okay, got it. The old man paused for a moment, then stood up and walked out of the room. As Jang Chen said this, he turned around and was about to leave. Pa. At this moment, applause rang out. Then, an old man dressed in green, with his head held high, looking old but full of energy, came over. He clapped his hands and said with a smile, Great, really great. Jang Chen looked over and saw an old man approaching. As soon as this person came over, he sensed a powerful aura from this person. He knew that the real ghost had come. He didn't expect that the ghost who was widely rumored on the street was actually an old man. The old man gave the mercenary a slight pause and said, Back off. Yes. Only then did these fully armed mercenaries retreat. Brother. The man in the black vest bent over and called out respectfully. Gijianchu nodded slightly and sat down on the sofa, while the man in the black vest stood behind him. Gue Jianzhou looked at Jiang Chen and his group and said, Do you want to buy the truth about the fire at the Jiang family 10 years ago? Jiang Chen looked at him and said, Yes, do you have it? Indeed, there is, but the price is still the same, 10 billion. Jiang Chen smiled and said, 10 billion is too expensive. I'll give you 10 yuan. Hearing this, Gijianchu's face instantly turned gloomy. The man in the black vest behind him pulled out his gun and pointed it at Jiang Chen, saying coldly, Are you looking for trouble? That's right. Jiang Chen's face darkened and he threw the cigarette butt in his hand away. A small cigarette butt became a terrifying hidden weapon in Jiang Chen's hand. Before the man in the black vest could fire his gun, he was hit in the wrist. He felt such severe pain that the gun in his hand dropped to the ground. Jiang Chen dodged and rolled over the table, instantly appearing in front of the man in the black vest. He kicked him away and then picked up the gun on the ground. This series of events happened in a flash. Before Gijianchu could react, his men were kicked away and a gun was pointed at his forehead. Hearing the noise, the mercenaries who had returned turned back again, all raised their guns and pointed them at Jiang Chen. Gue Jianzhou had a gun pointed at his head, but he was not panicked at all. He looked calm and said calmly, Do you know where this place is? Even if you kill me, do you think you can walk out alive? $10, will you sell it? Jiang Chen held Gue Jianzhou's head with a gun, and said with a playful smile on his face, You'd better get your men out, otherwise, if I shake my fingers, your head will explode. At this moment, the man in the black vest who was kicked away by Jiang Chen climbed up from the ground. He angrily cursed, Asshole, how dare you? The ghost stopped slightly, and the man in the black vest finally calmed down. Gue Jianzhou sat calmly on the sofa, his expression calm, and asked, Who are you? Xiao He, tell him who I am. Xiao He sat down again. Bai Su was so scared that her face was covered in sweat. When she saw Xiao He sitting down, she sat down too. Xiao He smiled faintly and said, Ghost, I advise you not to know. If you know, you will be scared to death. Really? Gue Jianzhou smiled disapprovingly and said, Tell me about it. I have met many big shots over the years. I want to see what kind of big shot can scare me to death. Xiao He said word by word, The one pointing the gun at you is Black Dragon, the commander of the million-strong Black Dragon army in the southern wasteland, Black Dragon, and now one of the 5 great marshals of the Great Xia Kingdom. Hearing this, more than 20 mercenaries holding weapons trembled. He quickly took a few steps back, then put down his gun, knelt on the ground, and trembled. As a mercenary, how could he not know the Black Dragon? This is an internationally famous killer. Gijianchu also trembled all over, and beads of sweat appeared on his calm face. Jang Chen threw the weapon in his hand directly to the man in the black vest, walked over, sat down next to Xiao, and took out another cigarette and lit it. As for the 20 or so mercenaries kneeling behind him, he ignored them. Jianchu wiped the sweat from his forehead. He didn't doubt Jang Chen's identity at all. From the moment Jang Chen remained calm and composed even when a gun was pointed at his head, he knew that Jang Chen was no ordinary person. In addition, he subdued his men in an instant, so he had no doubt about Jang Chen's identity. So, it turns out that it is the Black Dragon who has come to visit. Jianchu opened his mouth, but now he no longer had his previous calmness and composure. Instead, he was trembling all over. If he had not been sitting on the sofa, he would have collapsed to the ground. Can we continue discussing the deal now? Give it to me right away. Gue Jianzhou immediately ordered, quickly, go and bring all the information about the Jiang family fire 10 years ago. Yes. The man in the vest behind him nodded immediately, turned around and left. After taking a few steps, he fell to the ground. He then got up, but his legs became weak from fright and he fell to the ground again. He crawled to the database to get the relevant information about the fire in the Jiang family 10 years ago. The situation reversed and Baisu breathed a sigh of relief. As expected of the Black Dragon, he remained so calm in this situation. As expected of the Black Dragon, a cigarette but thrown away can hurt people. She was shocked by Jang Chen's strength. Today, I finally got to see the skills of this #1 man in the world. Jang Chen didn't say anything. The ghost sitting opposite him was feeling uneasy. The atmosphere in the stone house was a little unusual. After about 5 minutes, Jianchu could no longer bear it. Because, at this moment, Jang Chen's aura was too strong, and Gue Jianzhou couldn't bear it at all. He shrank down from the sofa and then knelt on the ground. Master, Commander, please let me live. Jiang Chen glanced at him and said calmly, what are you doing? Get up and talk. I hope the information you give me is useful to me. Otherwise, there will be no ghosts in this world. A chill rushed from the soles of Gue Jianzhou's feet straight to his brain. He trembled all over and fell to the ground. Then he got up again, knelt on the ground, and kowtowed repeatedly, please spare my life, Commander. Volkswagen Repair Shop, Underground Stone House. More than 20 mercenaries knelt on the ground. The underground emperor of the 5 provinces was a ghost, and the ghost boss was also kneeling on the ground trembling. He has been able to get to where he is today and hold his current position because he knows a lot of important people, otherwise he would have been defeated long ago. However, the ghost boss who was so powerful in the underground world was kneeling like a dead dog at this moment. Soon, the man in the black vest who had gone away came back with some information. Seeing his boss kneeling on the ground and trembling, he also fell down, and the information in his hand scattered all over the ground. Jiang Chen glanced at Xiao. Xiao understood, stood up and walked over, picking up a pile of information on the ground. He walked over with it and handed it to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen watched carefully. As expected of Gue Jianzhou, who is in charge of the underground intelligence network. Many pieces of information that the official authorities cannot find are clearly recorded in Gue Jianzhou's information. The Jiang family was the #1 family in Jiang 10 years ago. The Jiang family is a family that migrated from Kyoto. 30 years ago, Jiang Tian came to Jiangzhou and founded the Jiang family. Seeing this information, Jiang Chen frowned. Did the Jiang family move here from Kyoto? What's going on? Why hasn't he heard Grandpa say that? He glanced at Xiao. Xiao was also looking at the information in Jiang Chen's hand. When he saw Jiang Chen's gaze, he was frightened and immediately knelt on the ground. Xiao knelt down, and Baisu also panicked and knelt on the ground. Xiao, how do you do things? You can't even find such simple information. Jiang, brother Jiang. Xiao had beads of sweat on his forehead and explained hurriedly, I don't know about this. I used official channels to check. If I can't find it, it must have been erased. Jiang Chen paused for a moment and said, stand up, don't kneel down at every turn, you are my brother. Yes. Xiao stood up and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Although Jiang Chen treated him like a brother, he knew his limits and that he was just a subordinate. Jang Chen continued to look at the information in his hand. The Jiang family owns a treasure map. Painting of dwelling in the mountains with flowers and moon. This painting has been passed down for thousands of years. It is said that there is a huge secret hidden in the painting and it is priceless. This painting has always been coveted by some important figures. A conspiracy against the Jiang family began. Xiao Zhan, from one of the four major families in Jiangzhou, came forward and persuaded his sister Xiao Ruren to get close to Jiang Tian's son Jiang Nan and marry him. A year later, Xiao Ruren found an opportunity and appeared on Jiang Tian's bed. Xiao Ruren framed Jiang Tian, causing Jiang Tian to be ruined, and the relationship between Jiang Tian and Jiang Nan, father and son, broke up. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Ruren reported Jiang Nan for dereliction of duty and corruption, which made Jiang Nan so angry that his heart disease relapsed. Xiao Ruren pushed him down from the third floor and killed him. That night, both the black and white worlds gathered at the Jiang family. 25 people from the four major families gathered at the Jiang family villa by the Huayue Lake, kidnapped dozens of Jiang family members, and forced them to reveal the whereabouts of the Huayue mountain residence map. The underground forces were waiting outside the Jiang family villa to support the four major families. This time, the big figures of the underground forces that were dispatched include Prince Duan, Black Wind Lin Xian, Nine Fingers Sky, and the others are unknown. The mastermind behind this is unknown. The painting of Huayue mountain dwelling is unknown. Jang Chen continued to look through the latest information. 10 years later, Xiao Bieha, the patriarch of one of the four major families, died, Xiao Zhan died, the patriarchs of the other three families died, and Lin Xian died. It is speculated that the Jiang family members who were rescued by Tang Chuchu from the fire in Zhang's house 10 years ago came back for revenge. The identity of the men in the ghost mask is unknown. King Xiaoyao shot the men with the ghost mask in public. Seeing the latest news, Jiang Chen took a deep breath. The information is quite detailed. There was a lot in this information that he didn't know before. For example, the Jiang family came from Kyoto. Grandpa never told him about this, and Xiao He did not find this information in the information he checked. There were also members of the underground forces who were dispatched. Xiao He did not find them, but there were several of them listed in this information. However, these people did not enter the Jiang family, but hid outside the Jiang family to provide support in case of any accidents. Among them is Haifeng Lin Xian. Jiang Chen also didn't expect that Lin Xian, whom he had killed before, was actually one of the culprits who destroyed the Jiang family back then. He fell into deep thought. This information shows that there must be others besides the known ones. Where is Huayue Shanju 2 and who is the mastermind behind it? Jiang Chen didn't say anything. The atmosphere in the stone house was unusually calm. After a long time, Jiang Chen took out a lighter and burned the documents in his hand. Looking at Gui Jianzhou and his men who were still kneeling on the ground, he said with a cold expression, "Stand up and talk." "No, I dare not." Jianzhou trembled all over. "Stand up." Jiang Chen roared suddenly. This roar frightened the underground emperor Jianzhou, who was in charge of 5 provinces, so much that he fell to the ground and tried to stand up, but his legs were too weak. Jiang Chen stood up, pulled him up, grabbed his collar, and asked in a cold voice, "Where is the Huayue mountain residence map? Who is the big shot in the information, and who is the mastermind behind the scenes?" I don't know." Gui Jianzhou's old face was covered with sweat, and his teeth were trembling. Master, I really don't know." Jiang Chen was so angry that he threw Gui Jianzhou to the ground. "Useless, if you don't know, what's the point of keeping you?" A terrifying murderous aura erupted from Jiang Chen. Don't. Gui Jianzhou was so frightened that he was shaking all over. He said hurriedly, Commander, the Huayue mountain residence map is in Kyoto. As for who has it in Kyoto, I really can't find out. I am just an underground intelligence network, and my intelligence organization dare not infiltrate Kyoto." Right. Gui Jianzhou suddenly thought of something and said, flower and moon dwelling in the mountain, well, it seems to be related to an ancient artifact." Hearing this, Jiang Chen calmed down. He sat down, took a deep breath, then lit a cigarette and said, "Get up and talk." Yes. Gijianchu crawled to the sofa, and using all his strength, he got up from the ground and sat on the sofa. Tell me, what ancient artifact? No, I don't know. This antique was unearthed not long ago. It is said that it was dug out from the ancient tomb of Lanling King on the border of the southern wilderness. The tomb-robbing gang had an internal conflict and stole the antique. This item has already flowed into the antique market in Jiangzhou. Do you know the current whereabouts of this ancient artifact? For now, I don't know. I will immediately use the entire network system to check. Please give me some time, coach. I will notify you as soon as I have any news. Hearing this, Jang Chen glanced at Bai Su. It seems that Bai Su did not lie. When she saw this, Bai Su trembled with fear. Jang Chen stood up and asked, Xiao He, do you have $10? Xiao He dug into his pocket, took out a crumpled $10 bill from a handful of change and handed it over. Jang Chen threw the banknote in his hand casually, and it flew out like a hidden weapon and accurately hit the sofa next to Gijianchu's head. Gijianchu only felt the sound of breaking wind in his ears, and then his eardrums became numb, and he was so scared that he dared not move. If I say I'll pay you, then I'll pay you. Once you find out the news, notify me immediately. No, go to the mortal clinic and notify Xiao He. Jiang Chen stood up and left. Xiao He and Bai Su followed closely behind. After those people left, Gijianchu breathed a sigh of relief. He took out a gauze scarf and kept wiping the sweat beads rolling down his forehead. Oh my, how did the southern wilderness black dragon, this god of death, come to the river? Could it be that he is the person that Tang Chuchu rescued from the Jiang family fire 10 years ago? Yes, that's right, it must be like this. When Gijianchu saw Jang Chen, he immediately thought of a lot of things. He investigated Jang Chen and found out that he was the son-in-law of the Tang family. Why would a dignified black dragon want to marry into another family? This is to repay a favor. To repay Tang Chuchu for saving his life. And I heard that Heilung is also a miracle doctor. Only then was Tang Chuchu able to restore her appearance twice. He also knew that the ghost-faced man who had caused a stir in the river before was the Tang family's eldest son-in-law, Jiang Chen, also known as the Black Dragon of the Southern Wasteland. The river is going to be in chaos.